In the blink of an eye, one moment she was savoring hot pot in the modern world, and the next, she found herself ensnared within the pages of a tragic tale, transformed into a doomed female antagonist. The original character was infatuated with a scoundrel, deceived into signing a contract of servitude, while her entire family was on the brink of a tragic demise during their escape. Faced with such a hellish beginning, Shen Qingmiao resolutely flipped the table of fate. Seizing the scoundrel's ancestral jade pendant, she unlocked a realm of possibilities, defying destiny and reveling in her newfound power. With access to a miraculous spring, vast fields, unparalleled medical texts, and martial art secrets, she became an unstoppable force. When the scoundrel pleaded for reconciliation, she kicked him into the throng of refugees, declaring, "Do you wish for this blessing?" Faced with relatives wielding moral coercion, she met them with a swift slap. While others were forced to eat dirt, she feasted on roasted lamb, the aroma wafting for miles. When mountain bandits attempted to rob her, they soon found themselves in a stronghold bearing the name Shin before dawn broke. In a time of chaos and strife, while others were perishing from hunger, she rallied her village to construct fortifications and cultivate land, inadvertently becoming the greatest grain merchant in this tumultuous era. When the court sought to pacify her or the martial world sought alliances, Shen Qingmiao simply replied, "Do not rush. Please form an orderly queue." Chapter 1. Transmigrating into the villainous. Mother, why are you still gathering things for her? If you ask me, it would be better to let her starve. Always engaging in foolishness, how could she sell herself to a trafficker for the sake of a man? When Shen Qingmiao awoke, her eyes fluttered open to a dilapidated room. The air was dry, prompting her to cough a few times before a woman clad in a tattered linen dress entered. "My dear Miao Miao, you have finally awakened. I knew our Miao Miao was destined for greatness." The woman grasped her hand, tears streaming down her face, her expression filled with worry. Shen Qingmiao felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. This woman seemed genuinely concerned for her, and her attire reeked of antiquity. Was this a cosplay? Or was she merely hallucinating? "My dear Miao Miao, our family is utterly destitute. This is your mother's last dowry. Take it to repay your debts, and please, do not act foolishly." The woman placed a silver hairpin in Shen Qingmiao's hand. A flood of images surged through Shen Qingmiao's mind, and it took her a moment to comprehend that she had traversed into the very novel she had stayed up late reading the previous night. Embodying the male lead's malicious fiancé, the original character's father had saved the male lead's father years ago, leading to a marriage pact forged between their children. Regrettably, as the original character grew, she foolishly fell for a poor scholar in the village, who deceived her, leaving her destitute and insulting the male lead. The thought of the villainess's fate sent shivers down her spine. While she had cheered for the protagonist while reading, the reality of becoming the villainess extinguished any joy. She realized how naive she had been. Other readers had warned her to be cautious upon discovering they shared the same name with the villainess. Yet, she had dismissed their words, only to find herself entangled in this misfortune. Had she known, she would have perused the book 100 times, memorizing every plot point. Moreover, the story included a harrowing escape sequence, during which most of the original character's family perished. Ultimately, only the original character survived, only to encounter bandits. What a stroke of bad luck. Shen Qingmiao had lived for over 20 years without committing any wrongs, aside from the occasional online argument. Now, unexpectedly, all her hard-earned savings were rendered useless. Realizing she still held the item, she hastily rose to return it to her mother. Mother, it's unnecessary." She recalled that shameless scholar had coerced her into signing a contract of servitude, and if she couldn't repay the debt, she would be sold to a brothel. The money had already gone to the scholar, and in the book, the original character never repaid her debts. Instead, her parents sold their dowry, and even their dog alongside the male lead to settle the accounts. Afterward, the original character showed no signs of repentance, accumulating further debts and eventually selling her own nieces and nephews, leaving her brothers utterly disheartened, while her parents fell ill from worry, and the male lead despised her. As for the escape, that was a tale of woe in itself. Lu Chunhua believed her daughter was merely seeking to end her life, tears streaming down her face. "Miao Miao, you are my flesh and blood. You cannot act foolishly. Your father and I will repay the debt." She would never seek death. She was merely trying to scare us with her river-jumping antics. If she truly wished to jump, she would have done so without hesitation, without calling the entire family. An irritable voice called from outside. "Third brother, our little sister has fallen into the water. refrained from making sarcastic remarks. Humph, I see it as karma. Even heaven cannot bear to witness her misdeeds, leading her to slip into the water. He had witnessed it firsthand. Shen Qingmiao's tears were mere theatrics, and she had simply slipped while descending. To his astonishment, the entire family actually believed she intended to drown herself. Unbelievable. The third son of the Shen family was dissatisfied. Their household had once been prosperous, with his elder brothers able to attend private school, but all had been squandered by Shen Qingmiao. Now, they were buried in debt. His eldest brother even supported this vile woman, which left him utterly exasperated. Shen, he was seething. Inside the room, Shen Qingmiao sighed. The original family had always treated her well, and despite the many foolish deeds committed by the original character, they were the ones left to clean up the mess. If she had such a sister, she would have broken her legs without a second thought. Mother, it was that Zhou Wenyuan who deceived me all along. I have come to my senses. I will reclaim the money. Since she had crossed over, she might as well utilize her knowledge of the plot points. At the very least, she could retrieve the money, and the escape plot would soon unfold. The story began with an escape, and the original character's river incident was mentioned by the female protagonist. She needed to reclaim the money and stockpile food urgently. Shen Qingmiao immediately resolved to don her clothing and confront the Zhou family. However, she discovered that the ancient attire was cumbersome, so she had to rely on the original character's memories to navigate. There is no need. Your father and I will find a way to address the debts. You must rest after falling into the water. Do not let it leave lingering effects. Seeing her daughter attempting to dress for an outing, Lu Chunhua quickly intervened. The Zhou family had swindled Miao Miao of considerable wealth. She wondered if Miao Miao had truly come to her senses, or was merely seeking an excuse to confront that Zhou boy. Lu Chunhua harbored a deep disdain for the Zhou lad, not only for his deceit but also for the way he had disrupted her daughter's marriage prospects. Shen Qingmiao realized her mother did not wish for her to visit the Zhou family. Nonetheless, the original character had spent a significant sum on Zhou Wenyuan, and that money could buy an abundance of meat in this era. Very well, mother, I shall lie down for a while longer. You may go out. I wish to be alone for a moment. Lu Chunhua nodded. Here is a poached egg. Drink it while it's warm to help your body recover. Upon hearing of food, Shen Qingmiao's appetite was immediately piqued. In ancient times, delicious food and entertainment were reserved for the affluent. She brought the bowl closer, finding 2 poached eggs accompanied by brown sugar and ginger. After consuming the eggs and broth, Shen Qingmiao stealthily slipped out the door. In the courtyard, she had caught a glimpse earlier. Her mother was busy cooking in the kitchen and had not noticed her departure. Following her memories, Shen Qingmiao made her way to the Zhou residence. With a swift kick, she burst through the door, finding Zhou Wenyuan in the courtyard, pretending to be engrossed in a book. Zhou Wenyuan, return my money. Upon seeing Shen Qingmiao, Zhou Wenyuan remained indifferent, assuming she was simply enamored with him. Miao Miao, please sit. I'll pour you a cup of tea. You deceived me into signing a contract of servitude, gaining 20 taels. Not to mention the money I frequently gave you, along with the books, brushes, ink slabs, and rice I gifted you. You must return it all. This Zhou Wenyuan was the epitome of a man living off a woman's generosity. He indulged in a life of dependency without the slightest awareness of its implications. Instead, he carried himself with an air of superiority, looking down upon the original owner of the situation. Zhou Wenyan, upon hearing Shen Qingmiao inquire about money, mistakenly believed her question stemmed from her recent misfortune in the water. He did not pay heed to her vexation. I was aware of your ordeal and had even prepared some items to visit you. But alas, I could not reach you before you regained consciousness. Shen Qingmiao was easily appeased. With but a few words from him, she would readily comply. Repay me. You have deceived me out of such a vast sum of silver and provisions that it must total at least 200 taels. Miao Miao, what are you talking about? Are you angry? I have been quite preoccupied with my preparations for the examinations, hence my absence. Do not attempt to divert the topic. I no longer harbor any affection for you. You must repay the debts you owe me, or I shall report you to the authorities. I will make a scene during your examinations. Zhou Wenyan instinctively furrowed his brow. What debts are you speaking of? Once I achieve the title of top scholar, we shall marry. Shen Qingmiao, in a fit of frustration, spat at Zhou Wenyan's feet. If you refuse to repay me, I shall ensure the entire village witnesses your true character. Come one, come all. Witness the spectacle of Zhou Wenyan, who owes money yet feasts on meat and white rice while attending private school. Truly an impressive display. Chapter 2. The demand for money. With a loud voice, Shen Qingmiao summoned several villagers who delighted in gossip to gather around. They stood at the entrance of Zhou Wenyuan's home, where one elderly woman was noisily cracking sunflower seeds. Isn't that the young lady from the Shin family who recently fell into the water? Here she is again, seeking out Zhou's boy. Zhou's lad is a scholar. And it seems that the Shin girl has taken a fancy to him, even offering her own belongings to support him, while her own family goes hungry. When did this happen? Why was I not informed? Zhou Wenyuan's father had perished ages ago, and the meager compensation of 15 taels had long been squandered by his mother on other men. Now, the white flour they consumed was entirely due to the foolish Shin girl's generosity. The crowd buzzed with speculation, convinced that Zhou Wenyuan had neglected Shin Qingmiao, prompting her to confront him in anger. Such scenes were nothing new to them. They had witnessed similar dramas countless times before. An unmarried girl constantly visiting a household of a widower and his mother, only to have trivial quarrels resolved by the male's perfunctory reassurances. However, the village was rife with gossip, and such trivial matters were ripe for discussion. Shin Qingmiao, aware that these villagers thrived on scandal, immediately began to lament. We all belong to the same village, and are well aware of the circumstances surrounding Zhou Wenyuan's family. He may attend a private school, but his mother does not earn a living, and he does not emulate other scholars by transcribing texts for income. Just consider where his funds originate. It is all courtesy of my foolish generosity. And Uncle Wang, your second daughter, was deceived into giving Zhou Wenyuan the chicken she caught. They all ended up in his belly. And Aunt Zhao, the duck eggs you lost were actually given to Zhou Wenyuan by your daughter. He is a scoundrel with multiple affairs. How despicable. Aunt Zhao, who had been enjoying her seeds, intended to mock Uncle Wang, but was taken aback when her own daughter was mentioned. She realized that her ducks had not been unproductive, but had been pilfered by her daughter. It was shocking to think that the seemingly delicate girl could dare to steal her duck eggs. Uncle Wang's expression darkened. He had warned his daughter to keep her distance from Zhou Wenyuan, who clearly was a scrounger. It was disheartening that his daughter had ignored his counsel. Zhou Wenyuan was astonished that Shin Qingmiao was aware of his dealings. He had clandestinely met with the two girls. How could she have known? Qingmiao, how can you slander me so? You have tarnished my reputation, but what of the two ladies? Their reputations are of utmost importance, especially in a world so harsh on women. In a feigned display of embarrassment, he continued, you know how society judges women. Their honor is paramount. Shin Qingmiao spat at Zhou Wenyuan, exclaiming, Pa, you dragged me to the pawnshop to sign a contract of servitude for 20 taels of silver. Now that you have sold me, what do I care for my reputation? It was you who seduced me, yet you proclaimed to others that I pursued you relentlessly. Anyone with eyes can see that you deceived my family for money to attend school. I was the one who paid for your tuition. She was seething with anger. Had she not feared the repercussions of striking Zhou Wenyuan, she would have torn into him. The onlookers were taken aback. Private schooling was not inexpensive, and it was astonishing that the Shin girl could afford to pay Zhou Wenyuan's fees. The Shin family had once been prosperous, but it was now evident that the girl had squandered their resources. The two daughters from the Zhao and Wang families had also been ensnared. Aunt Zhao could no longer contain herself. Is what you say true, Shin girl? Do not slander without cause. Shin Qingmiao replied earnestly, Aunt Zhao, would I jest about such matters? This man has been deceiving villagers. He may well have swindled other girls in town. Zhou Wenyuan was baffled by Shin Qingmiao's audacity to confront him publicly. His expression darkened as he retorted, you are making baseless accusations. I know you have harbored feelings for me, but matters of the heart require mutual affection. You shameless scoundrel. It is you who has manipulated this Navi girl and sold me to the pawnshop, waiting for me to default on my debt so that the pawnshop can claim me. You think I will forget the advantages you promised? Shin Qingmiao recounted the events between herself and Zhou Wenyuan. The villagers, having lived for decades, quickly grasped the situation. Zhou Wenyuan had exploited Shin Qingmiao's affections for his own gain, feigning diligence while reaping all the benefits, only to claim that the girl was infatuated. While some villagers eyed Shin Qingmiao with disdain, they held greater contempt for Zhou Wenyuan's pretense of virtue. Aunt Zhao, instantly displeased, ceased her seed cracking and confronted Zhou Wenyuan. Wenyuan, I know you are a good person. Please return the duck eggs my daughter gave you. She will no longer associate with you. I have never taken your eggs. Zhou Wenyuan protested. Shin Qingmiao nodded. This isn't merely about taking, it's about deceit. If you return them, I assure you that Aunt Zhao will not spread rumors. Aunt Zhao rolled her eyes, appalled that Zhou Wenyuan would dare to swindle her daughter. Zhou Wenyuan's countenance darkened. Aunt Zhao was known to be the most miserly person in the village. Even if he hadn't taken her duck eggs, She would undoubtedly demand compensation. As Zhou Wenyuan pondered his predicament, Uncle Wang could no longer remain silent. Zhou Wenyuan, my daughter has been deceived by you. We all struggle. And my family relies on my hunting for sustenance. Those meats are too precious for us to waste. You must return them or else. Uncle Wang's temper flared. He had recently completed a hunting contract, only to discover he had delivered fewer animals than required, leading to a scolding and a price reduction. He initially thought he had misplaced them, only to realize they had been fed to the scoundrel. Zhou Wenyuan forced a smile. I had no idea your daughter had given what you requested. She claimed to be offering assistance. Nonsense. Who in our village isn't struggling? If you do not return what you owe, I will create a scene at your school. Uncle Wang's disdain for scholars intensified. Zhou Wenyuan, flaunting his education while parading about in his long robe, was nothing more than a charlatan. Shen Qingmiao knew that the Wang and Zhao families would not let Zhou Wenyuan off the hook due to his deception. Return my 200 taels of silver, she demanded. Zhou Wenyuan laughed. What silver? Does the esteemed Miss Luo know of your predicament? If these matters reach her ears in town, her impression of you will surely plummet. Zhou Wenyuan's expression soured. Qingmiao, I promise that once I achieve success, I will come to marry you. If you refuse to repay me, then I shall personally visit your home. Shen Qingmiao declared loudly, since Zhou Wenyuan is unwilling to return my money, I have no choice but to seek it out myself. After all, I am left with no alternatives. Upon finishing her words, Shen Qingmiao forcefully pushed Zhou Wenyuan aside and began rummaging through the belongings within his home. The original owner had, in a bid to win the protagonist's favor, sold their ancestral Jade pendant to acquire an array of items, which the protagonist had subsequently purchased, discovering a hidden space within it. This very pendant still resided in Zhou Wenyuan's household. Chapter 3. The ancestral pendant of the despicable man. Zhou Wenyuan's mother attempted to stop Shen Qingmiao, but she was swift in her movements. After searching one area, she promptly moved to another. Unable to restrain her, Zhou's mother fell to the ground, lamenting, wretched woman, you bully us orphans. We possess nothing. Shen Qingmiao paid her no heed, retorting, perhaps you should report it. Your son has yet to answer for selling me to a broker. With remarkable speed, Shen Qingmiao continued her search, and as Zhou Wenyuan approached to obstruct her, she collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, I merely demand the money you owe me. Yet you choose to push me. At that moment, Aunt Zhao entered, declaring, return my duck eggs. I brought them to celebrate the new year with relatives. Only for your family to devour them. You ought to be reported for deceiving young girls. Shen Qingmiao responded emphatically. I just saw numerous duck eggs and meat in the kitchen. They appear to be anything but ordinary. Uncle Wang hurried into Zhou's kitchen and indeed found a nest of rabbits he had caught. To his dismay, 2 large rabbits had been given away. His daughter certainly had discerning taste, leaving only rabbits with barely 2 taels of meat at home. Uncle Wang immediately extracted the rabbits, exclaiming, how dare your family consume the fruits of my labor? Aunt Zhao, taken aback by Uncle Wang's discovery of the rabbits, hurried to search for her duck eggs. Zhou Wenyuan's resentment toward Shen Qingmiao intensified. He had intended to prepare the rabbit meat as a gift for Miss Luo, but now, thanks to Shen Qingmiao's commotion, he had lost everything. Shen Qingmiao rose and resumed her search in Zhou Wenyuan's room. Zhou Wenyuan's mother, unsure of where to intervene, anxiously scanned the area. Zhou Wenyuan recalled the 20 taels of silver hidden in his room and quickly entered. Shen Qingmiao had already uncovered the 20 taels and discovered an unremarkable jade pendant, likely the protagonist's pivotal item from the original narrative. She reasoned that since this was something Zhou Wenyuan owed her, it could hardly be considered as her taking the protagonist's treasure. Holding the pendant and the 20 taels, she emerged, announcing, behold, this is the very 20 taels Zhou Wenyuan received for selling me to a broker. Furthermore, all the ink, paper, and brushes he used were purchased with my money. The flower has already been consumed, and I cannot reclaim it. This pendant is hardly worth a few taels. Shen Qingmiao inquired, Zhou Wenyuan, will you return my belongings? Will you settle the debt with silver or this pendant? Aunt Zhao emerged from the kitchen with dozens of duck eggs, visibly displeased, insisting that Shen Qingmiao demand her money back. And what of my duck eggs? Your family has already consumed plenty, now you must compensate me with silver. Uncle Wang, bearing 2 rabbits, a wild chicken, and a wild boar leg, emerged with a scowl, demanding the return of his meat. Onlookers could see the tension between Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhao and the items they held, realizing that much had been lost. They were astonished that two young women would be so generous to Zhou Wenyuan, appearing fragile and ordinary, yet possessing items that could fetch a handsome price during a famine. Zhou Wenyuan remained silent. Shin Qingmiao swiftly interjected, "It is clear that Zhou Wenyuan has no intention of repaying you. Witness my plight and let your daughters consider their fate. Otherwise, they might end up like me, sold and then blamed for the outcome." Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhao's anger flared anew, prompting them to scour Zhou's home for any remaining supplies, extracting all the stored grains, and even distributing a portion to Shin Qingmiao. Heavens! The Zhou family possesses an abundance of white rice. Though times were not overly difficult, the villagers typically subsisted on coarse grains, reserving white rice for significant occasions. It was surprising that this family of orphans, without any source of income, could afford such luxury. It was evident that they had acquired it from the Shin family. Faced with the villagers, Zhou Wenyuan dared not speak, his gaze fixed intently on Shin Qingmiao. "Look at how Zhou Wenyuan glares at me. I am terrified. If anything were to happen to me, it would likely be his doing." Aunt Zhao quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. If you face trouble, I shall testify against him. I will also vouch for you, Shin girl. This shameless fellow has deceived young maidens." Uncle Wang, enraged at the thought of his hard-earned catch being consumed by others, was equally distressed by his daughter's lack of resolve. Zhou Wenyuan was on the brink of madness, his home was in chaos. And the 20 taels of silver had been taken by Shin Qingmiao. What trickery was she up to? Shin Qingmiao carried several bags of white rice home, recounting Zhou Wenyuan's misdeeds to the villagers, who were astounded by his audacity. Upon returning to the Shin household, she found only her mother preparing dinner. With the entire family contributing to the meal, it was no easy task, especially since they had sold everything they could to gather money for her. Now, they were left with a single battered pot. Seeing Shin Qingmiao enter, Lu Chunhua exclaimed in distress, "Where have you been? I told you to rest." Then her gaze fell upon the rice in Shin Qingmiao's hands. "Where did you acquire this white rice? Tell me at once." Shin Qingmiao hurriedly explained, "I went to the Zhou household to demand what was owed to me. Zhou Wenyuan deceived me out of many things, along with Aunt Zhao and Uncle Wang. And we retrieved these items. I also reclaimed the 20 taels Zhou Wenyuan cheated me out of, but it's not enough. I still need to recover the rest." Lu Chunhua felt a pang of concern. "What has happened to you today? You usually only bring back things from the Zhou household. Have you faced some kind of adversity?" Shin Qingmiao replied, "After falling into the water, I realized that Zhou Wenyuan only sought to swindle my wealth. He never truly cared for me." Shin Qingmiao added, "He must return what he has consumed." Lu Chunhua suspected that the gossip in the village had indeed hurt her daughter. "Tonight, we shall feast on this white rice together. And I will use the 20 taels to redeem your contract. The family has worried enough about this. I must resolve it promptly." "Very well. I will have your elder brother accompany you to ensure you are not bullied." Lu Chunhua understood that her daughter's heart was likely shattered. But settling the contract was a good thing. Short pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. She diligently saved silver for her daughter, hoping to one day find a suitable partner who would join their family. There were countless men in the world. Her daughter would not be left hanging on one tree. Shin Qingmiao resolved to inform the rest of her family about the famine situation. Chapter 4. The Space Shin's father and her 3 brothers returned home after dark, exhausted from a long day in the fields. Lu Chunhua had long prepared bathing water and clean garments for several individuals. Upon seeing Shin Qingmiao's displeased expression, Shin Laosan immediately donned a look of disdain. At the dining table, Shin Laoda gazed in astonishment at the bowl of white rice, exclaiming, "Mother, when did we start eating white rice at home?" Ever since their younger sister had taken a liking to that scholar, such delicacies had been absent from their table. The other family members, along with the nieces and nephews, swallowed hard at the sight of the rice, but dared not touch it, fearing that doing so would invite misfortune. Hearing the children's gulps, Shin Qingmiao explained, "This rice is what I retrieved from the Zhou family. They could not provide any more. But I shall go back for the remaining items shortly." Instantly, Shin Laosan regarded the rice with suspicion, wondering if she had poisoned it, intending to eliminate the entire family to win over her beloved. Truth be told, the original owner of this body might very well have been capable of such a deed. The small children and the 2 sisters-in-law immediately hesitated to lift their chopsticks. Sighing, Shin Qingmiao stated, "After my near drowning, I have come to realize that I shall no longer be entangled with the Zhou family. I will retrieve everything I have given him. And you need not concern yourselves with the matter of my indentured servitude. I have already reclaimed the money." This declaration stirred the emotions of the family. "You retrieved 20 taels." Shin Laosen was the first to voice his disbelief. He truly could not fathom that Shin Qingmiao would dare to demand anything from her lover. Both he and his elder brother were aware of the indenture and had planned to confront the Zhou family to recover the funds, thereby resolving the issue. To their surprise, Shin Qingmiao had previously resisted their attempts with cries and tantrums, adamantly refusing to let them reclaim the money. Their father was equally furious, warning that if the debt remained unpaid, the broker would indeed sell Shin Qingmiao. With the contract signed in black and white, she could not escape. Now, as Shin Qingmiao spoke, Shin Laosen found it impossible to believe even a single word. She placed the 20 taels of silver on the table, declaring, "Look, is this not indeed 20 taels of silver?" The entire family stared at the coins on the table. Shin Laoda, still skeptical, inquired, "Where did this money come from?" "I retrieved it from the Zhou family." "You should trust me a little," Shin Qingmiao replied, feeling slightly embarrassed under the scrutiny of her family. Shin Laosen took a piece of silver and bit into it, leaving a faint mark. It was indeed genuine silver. Shin Laoda hesitated, questioning if this money truly was obtained from the Zhou family. Shin Qingmiao nodded, urging, "Trust me this once." Looking at the silver, Shin Laoda asked, "Sister, do you really no longer have feelings for that Zhou fellow?" It was not that they were unwilling to believe her, rather, it was a matter of trust. Given that every time she had taken money home to give to him, she had proclaimed it would be the last time, yet there had been countless last times. Lu Chanhua interjected, "It is a good thing that you have come to your senses, dear. People often have epiphanies in the face of such trials." The Shin family, glancing at one another, remained skeptical about Shin Qingmiao's newfound normalcy, particularly the two sisters-in-law, who were utterly unconvinced of her transformation. Not long ago, she had even contemplated selling their children to the broker. Had they not discovered the children were missing and pursued them to the town, they would have already been sold. Shin Qingmiao saw no point in explaining. The original owner's actions were too ludicrous. It was hard for her to accept such a sudden change in a person. The Shin family had not enjoyed a harmonious meal together in a long time. Usually, Shin Qingmiao would be clamoring for money. This time, her silence prompted Shin Laosen to observe her more closely, particularly regarding the rice, which he had heard she had brought back. The meal was particularly delicious, as it had been ages since they had tasted white rice. After the meal, Shin Laosen could not resist asking, "Shin Qingmiao, have you been possessed?" Upon hearing this, Shin Laofu's face darkened, and he swiftly delivered a slap to Shin Laosan's head, rebuking, "How dare you speak such nonsense?" In this era, the term possession could cost one their life. Shin Laosan, wincing in pain, quickly fell silent. Lu Chanhua pondered her daughter's transformation, but felt a sense of relief as well. Seizing the moment while the family was gathered, Shin Qingmiao declared, "I must share a matter of life and death." Shin Laosan, with an expression of knowing, replied, "You must have caused some trouble again." The others in the Shin family echoed his sentiment, believing Shin Qingmiao had once more embroiled them in chaos. What with her incessant dealings with the Zhou family? With a sigh, Shin Qingmiao explained, "In truth, there is a severe drought in the north, leading to a shortage of grain, and a rebellion is imminent. The rebel forces will reach our area in 7 days. You must not speak such things lightly." Lu Chanhua admonished, "I speak the truth. Our remote location has delayed the news. After 7 days, the town will certainly be abuzz with rumors. Do you not find my behavior strange? After my near drowning, I dreamt that our family suffered greatly because of me, where 3 children were sold for money, and the adults perished while fleeing famine, leaving me alone to be slaughtered by bandits." Shin Qingmiao framed the narrative as a dream. The two brothers found her account unsettlingly plausible, given her capacity to actually sell her own nieces and nephews. However, they had heard no news of any rebellion. Shin Laoda, who worked at the county magistrates, had heard nothing of the sort. Shin Qingmiao was not particularly trustworthy. Shin Laosen remarked, "How do we know if what you say is true? What if you are merely trying to deceive us into buying grain for that Zhou fellow?" "I swear, if I speak falsely, may I meet a wretched fate." Shin Qingmiao protested, "Do not utter such foolishness. Your mother believes you." Lu Chanhua was more inclined to trust Shin Qingmiao's words as an explanation for her transformation. Shin Laofu instructed, "You all should inquire around town regarding the situation in the north. If you hear any news, do your best to procure as much grain as possible. If the conflict arises, our family, with so many mouths to feed, will need a substantial amount." The Shin family ultimately decided to wait for 7 days, uncertain of the validity of Shin Qingmiao's claims. Shin Qingmiao nodded, "I shall retire to my room." She still needed to examine the jade pendant she had taken from that scoundrel. According to the original text, the protagonist inadvertently discovered its powers when it came into contact with her blood. Thus, this pendant likely functioned on the principle of blood recognition. In her room, Shen Qingmiao rummaged about but could not find a single embroidery needle. Unlike other young women, the original owner had not engaged in needlework to contribute to the household. It was not surprising that there were no needles in the room. She asked her mother for one. Closing the door, she swiftly pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the jade pendant. The blood was gradually absorbed, and Shen Qingmiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Chapter 5. The Spiritual Spring. Upon regaining consciousness, Shen Qingmiao found herself in the space described in the original book. There was only a single room, with a spiritual spring not far outside and a stretch of land, all shrouded in white mist. Shen Qingmiao hurried to the spring's edge, scooping the water into her hands and taking a large gulp. The taste was unremarkable, only slightly sweeter than mineral water. She had yet to experience the black mud described in the novel. Stepping into the room, she discovered an array of books. Shen Qingmiao picked one up at random, smiling faintly as she noticed it was written in ancient characters. Each page is densely packed with characters, and she can only decipher 2 or 3 at most through a combination of guessing and intuition. Why is it that others who traverse into such realms can read with ease, while she remains utterly illiterate? Shen Qingmiao fell silent, realizing she had to first learn ancient scripts. Even the few words on the cover eluded her comprehension. Before departing from the space, she took a few sips of the spiritual spring water, only to discover black mud accumulating on her body. It was then that she ventured out, believing that she should follow the strategies of her predecessors. Every elder who had partaken of this spatial spring water emerged covered in black mud. Shen Qingmiao, now adorned in this substance, hurried to the kitchen to prepare warm water for a bath. Fong Lan was about to enter the kitchen to boil some water for the 2 little ones when she stumbled upon a figure resembling a mud creature. Stunned for a moment, she swiftly turned and bolted outside, shouting that thieves had invaded their home. Her cry summoned the entire Shen family. The 2 brothers of the Shen family armed themselves with their tools, while Fong Lan hid behind her husband, Shen Laoda, pointing towards the kitchen, exclaiming that the thief was inside. Shen Qingmiao was taken aback by her sister-in-law's misunderstanding and quickly stepped forward, declaring, "It is I, Shen Qingmiao. What on earth possessed you to dress like that at this late hour? Have you fallen into a muddy pit while engaging in some nefarious deed?" Shen Laosan chuckled. Shen Laoi, observing Shen Qingmiao covered in mud, found the scene somewhat amusing and asked, "Qingmiao, how did you end up like this?" "It is merely the impurities from my body. I was preparing to bathe." "You all should retire for the night," she replied, feeling quite uncomfortable enveloped in muck. She was relieved to find the water she had heated was now warm enough for a bath. Shen Qingmiao retrieved her large wooden tub, a request made to Shen Laoi by her original self, and transported it to her room. After pouring in the water and ensuring it was at a suitable temperature, she stepped in to cleanse herself. The mud came off in clumps, darkening the water significantly. Fortunately, she had boiled another pot of water, which was now perfectly warm. After washing thoroughly, Shen Qingmiao wrapped herself in clean clothes and carried the hot water from the kitchen back into her room, replenishing the bath water for a final rinse, ensuring her body was entirely clean. She immediately grabbed a copper mirror, but regrettably, it failed to reveal whether her complexion had brightened. With a hint of disappointment, she tossed aside her dirty clothes and retired for the night. Upon waking, she was greeted by a pungent odor. Hastily, she gathered the filthy garments she had discarded the previous day to wash them. Stepping outside, she was met with bright sunlight, indicating it was already noon. She had slept through the entire morning. The house was empty. The men had likely gone to tend to the fields, while the women had ascended the mountain in search of wild vegetables. Shen Qingmiao wandered about, finding no one, until she reached the kitchen where a bowl of thin rice porridge and a white steamed bun awaited her. In the Shen household, only she was permitted such fare. After the original owner's extravagant spending led to her demise, it had been mandated that she consume white rice and white flour daily, prompting the entire family to save grain for her sustenance. After finishing her meal, Shen Qingmiao promptly sought out Aunt Zhao and Uncle Wang from the back mountain, enlisting their help to reclaim their belongings from the Zhou family. None of the 3 had a disposition inclined towards being taken advantage of, and both men immediately disregarded the irresponsible daughter of the Shen family, opting to accompany Shen Qingmiao instead as they headed in the direction of the Zhou household. Yesterday, The Zhou family had absconded with all of their white rice, and Zhou Wenyuan had already been spoiled by the original owner's generosity. He was likely scheming to procure food from the town, having deceived the original owner out of a considerable sum, and would undoubtedly still possess some silver. Initially, the three set out together, but soon they encountered more and more people along the way, culminating in a crowd gathering outside the Zhou courtyard, just as it had the day before. Upon spotting the shameless figure from yesterday, Zhou Wenyuan's mother hastily stuffed a large white bun into her mouth. Shen Qingmiao's eyes sparkled with realization. She knew they were feasting on their stolen goods. Aunt Zhao charged into the Zhou kitchen, and Zhou Wenyuan suddenly remembered that he had just purchased white flour and rice from the town, still left unsecured in the cupboard. As anticipated, Aunt Zhao emerged shortly with 2 bags of grain. The onlookers outside the courtyard gazed in awe at the sight. It was not that they could not afford white rice and flour, but rather they could not bear to consume it regularly. The Zhou family's every meal of white rice and flour was a source of envy. Aunt Zhao wasted no time confronting the Zhou lad. You took so many of our belongings, yet you dare to indulge in white rice and flour while we can hardly afford it. She continued, just recently. You even tried to sell me off to someone. I thought you were in dire straits, yet here you are, enjoying fine food while our family, with so many males, struggles. Uncle Wang remained silent, as his family was self-sufficient in provisions from hunting, but he too felt it was unacceptable for outsiders to take advantage of them. After thoroughly searching the Zhou residence, Aunt Zhao discovered 2 taels of silver hidden within the wall bricks of Zhou's mother's room. Let us split it evenly. Shen girl, you take 1 tael and Wang's family can claim another the next time. Aunt Zhao handed Shen Qingmiao 1 tael. While a single tael of silver may not seem substantial, Shen Qingmiao held it in her hand, declaring, Zhou Wenyuan, you still owe me quite a bit of silver. With their hands full of provisions, the trio headed to Aunt Zhao's home to divide the rice and flour. Once distributed, Shen Qingmiao returned home with her share. That scoundrel was living lavishly. Her family had never dared to indulge in such abundance before. The audacity of that man to feast on their stolen goods without remorse was infuriating. After stowing away the grain, she returned to her room and filled a large bucket with spiritual spring water from her space, pouring it into the well in the yard. Just then, Fong Lan returned home with the children, sensing something ominous about the scene before her. Could her sister-in-law truly wish harm upon the entire family? Shen Qingmiao, having exhausted herself pouring the water into the well, noticed the children and pulled out the sugar cubes Aunt Zhao had given her. She intended to share them with the little ones, but Fong Lan immediately stepped in front of the children, blocking Shen Qingmiao's outstretched hand. What are you up to? Qingmiao? Fong Lan inquired, her tone laced with apprehension. I'm offering the children some sugar cubes. Aunt Zhao gave them to me, Shen Qingmiao replied, extending the treat towards Fong Lan. Yet, Fong Lan remained hesitant, fearing the risk of allowing the children to consume anything from her sister-in-law. Seeing Fong Lan's reluctance, Shen Qingmiao retreated to her room to further explore her space. The text indicated that one could remain within the space for 8 hours, and that the white mist would dissipate only after sufficient herbs and plants had been cultivated. Intrigued, Shen Qingmiao decided to venture into the white mist to see if any peculiar items awaited her. However, upon stepping into the fog, darkness enveloped her. And when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back outside the space. Clearly, the white mist remained locked, preventing entry. With nothing else to occupy her time, Shen Qingmiao reflected on the narrative within the book. The protagonist had encountered danger on the back mountain and fortuitously met the male lead, leading to their acquaintance. Subsequently, as they faced hardships, the male lead appeared just in time to assist the protagonist, igniting a bond between them. Eventually, the storyline transitioned to the capital, where the female protagonist learned of the missing prince's characteristics, discovering they aligned with those of the male lead. She then sent word to summon him, unveiling his true identity as the prince. In time, the prince ascended to the throne, and the female lead became the empress, together restoring peace and unifying the realm. While the tale is ostensibly about survival, the actual content on the subject spans merely 100 chapters, with the remainder devoted to the capital's intrigues. Uncertain whether the female protagonist's diminished advantages will alter the original storyline. Chapter 6, Reclaiming the Contract of Indenture. Shen Qingmiao suddenly recalled that she had yet to seek out the broker. Without delay, she sought a bullock cart at the village entrance. Fortunate that Zhang Dania's cart had just returned. After offering 2-1, she climbed aboard. Zhang Daniu, having heard of recent events, was unable to suppress his curiosity. Despite knowing that Xin Qingmiao was not to be trifled with, he couldn't resist asking, "Qingmiao, what is the situation between you and the scholar from the Zhou family?" Confronted by his earnest gaze, filled with a hint of gossip, Xin Qingmiao slowly replied, "Zhou Wenyuan is playing the field with 3 women. Had it not been for the recent arrival of Miss Luo, who finds him unappealing, he would be courting a 4th. The original text had mentioned her infatuation with Zhou Wenyuan, while the identities of the other 2 women were gleaned from the protagonist's memories. This scoundrel likely thrived on the resources of these 3 women, all the while pursuing the female lead." The thought repulsed Xin Qingmiao, causing her stomach to churn. Zhang Daniu expressed his astonishment. 3 women were already quite a feat, yet he was astounded to learn that there might be a 4th. He recalled a wealthy family that had recently visited the village. They possessed a demeanor distinctly different from that of the villagers. What a shameless man! To deceive 4 women is truly despicable. Xin Qingmiao nodded in agreement, sharing his disdain for Zhou Wenyuan. A number of villagers gradually gathered, intending to travel to the town. Those with slightly better means or carrying goods opted for the bullock cart. Once filled to capacity, Zhang Daniu began urging the oxen onward. Their village, Fengxia village, lay quite a distance from the town. The cart's pace was leisurely, especially with such a heavy load, taking 2 full hours to reach their destination. Upon disembarking, Xin Qingmiao hurried to locate the broker to redeem her contract of indenture. The broker resided in the slave trading market of the West Market, where she found the individual with whom she had signed the contract. She paid 20 taels to reclaim her indenture. Fortunately, she had not exceeded the time limit. Had she done so, she would have been listed at a price of 30 taels, awaiting purchase. The broker, surprised to see her return for her contract, had presumed she would not come back. "The man who brought you here, why not bring him along to sell you?" Scholars were deemed more valuable due to their literacy, and the fact that she had the funds to reclaim her contract indicated either a severed connection with the man or that her family could no longer bear to see her in servitude. The latter seemed unlikely. Those who could afford to pay would hardly sell themselves. Xin Qingmiao shook her head, realizing how astute the broker was. "I was deceived into selling myself. Had I not suddenly regained my senses, I would soon have been dragged away like the others." The enslaved individuals were confined in cages, each displaying a wooden tag with their respective prices. Only a few, dressed in clean garments, stood apart. "You are the most foolish among the normal people I have encountered," the broker remarked. "I have seen fools dragged here to sell themselves. I initially thought this girl, with her appearance and attire, was not one to be sold, especially since the money was presented by a man. I assumed they were a couple, but it turns out they were not." Xin Qingmiao felt a twinge of offense, though she acknowledged the protagonist's lack of sense. "Would you like to take a look at some of the available men? A few handsome ones could make decent husbands." The broker gestured toward a cage containing 5 attractive men, all priced at a mere 5 taels. Xin Qingmiao glanced over. Either their hands or feet had been mutilated. The most handsome among them appeared relatively normal, albeit unapproachable. "Just looking at them reveals a trap. Ordinary slaves are priced at 30 taels, while yours at 5 surely has issues," the broker whispered. "I'll share this just with you. These are outsiders, captured by our master's house and thus sold at low prices. Outsiders are easy to breed. Purchasing one to improve your lineage is not a bad idea. They are without kin, making them easier to control and bully." Xin Qingmiao retorted, "I have no need to improve my lineage. I am already beautiful enough. And can men even bear children? It is the women who suffer, and I lack the funds. If you insist, you might as well gift me one." Such vanity. These men were not even as handsome as the scholars from earlier, truly lacking in discernment. Xin Qingmiao departed, her copper coins only sufficient for a sugary hawthorn snack. The pastries remained tantalizingly out of reach. As her mouth watered, she reminded herself of her empty pockets and hastily left, for it was torturous to merely inhale the aroma without the means to indulge. Zhang Daniu awaited the return of the villagers at the spot where they had disembarked. Noticing Xin Qingmiao's empty hands, he couldn't help but inquire, "Sister, aren't you going to buy something in town?" "What is there to buy? I have no money. That Zhou fellow has swindled all my funds and has yet to repay me. What can I possibly purchase?" Xin Qingmiao settled into a more secure spot in the cart. As others returned, laden with various goods, space would become cramped. As anticipated, after a considerable wait, villagers arrived with their purchases. Fortunately, in this era, common folk possessed little money, merely buying a few items, Otherwise, Shin Qingmiao shuddered at the thought of the overcrowding. As they journeyed home, the sun emerged in a cloudless sky. The absence of a breeze made the heat oppressive. Thankfully, the shaded trees along the road provided occasional respite. Shin Qingmiao felt faint from the heat. Upon dismounting, she nearly collapsed, prompting Zhang Dainio to observe her pale complexion. "Young lady, you may be suffering from heat stroke. You should consult Dr. Zhang." Previously, the villagers had deemed heat stroke trivial until someone succumbed to illness, leading Dr. Zhang to enlighten them on the severity of such conditions. They had mistakenly assumed that death was merely the result of overexertion, never suspecting it could stem from something as seemingly minor as heat stroke. Shin Qingmiao nodded. She did not feel ill, merely fatigued by the heat. A little rest would have her rejuvenated in no time. "Quickly return home, my dear. Your elder brother has caught a magnificent wild boar." A village matron, having just left Shin's home, shared this tidbit with palpable envy. Had the villagers joined forces, they could have shared in the feast. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingmiao dashed home. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of a large wild boar lying in the yard. The wild boars of this era appeared somewhat different from modern ones. Yet they all shared the same unpleasant odor. The Shin family was busy preparing water to scald the pig for skinning. The children, brimming with excitement, waited until they confirmed the boar was truly dead before gathering around to gawk. Lu Chunhua, upon spotting her daughter's return, beamed with delight. "Now we have meat at home. You were just complaining about wanting some, and now it's here." The family felt a mix of joy and concern upon witnessing Shin Laoda's success. Hunting wild boars without proper tools was perilous. Fortunately, Shin Laoda had emerged unscathed. As the boar had inadvertently fallen into a trap he had set, an unexpected bounty delivered right to their doorstep. The family cheerfully brought the boar home, careful to keep it quiet, as the villagers were wary of the Shin family's sharp tongues and dared not ask for a share of the meat. After the Shin family had butchered the boar, an audacious individual approached. Qingmiao. Chapter 7. Seeking Seeds. "What brings you here? Here to repay the money? Hand it over." Upon recognizing the shameless figure of Zhou Nin, Shin Qingmiao's smile instantly vanished. Zhou Nin stood outside the courtyard, addressing her. "Qingmiao, I understand that I have neglected you of late, causing you displeasure. Please do not hold it against me." Shin Qingmiao swiftly grasped the implications of his words. He was well aware that the Shin family had caught a large wild boar and intended to feast on its meat. Had the original owner been present, she would have surely allocated him the finest cuts. Alas, she was not the original owner. The notion of sharing meat with him was but a distant fantasy. "Do you desire some meat?" Zhou Nin nodded. While wild boar meat may not be delectable, there was a wealthy household in town that relished game. And he could sell it for coin. "I knew you thought the best of me." Zhou Nin gazed at Shin Qingmiao with eager anticipation. "Huh, you must be dreaming. What right do you have to my family's meat?" "Perhaps you should elevate your pillow tonight while you sleep," she retorted. Shin Lao-san, concealed behind the house, listened to their exchange. Had the troublemaker truly come to her senses? Would she once again fall into the trap of fawning over that unsightly face? After pondering for a while, Shin Lao-san emerged to berate Zhou. "Have you no shame? If you crave meat, why not venture into the mountains to catch it yourself? If that fails, why not consider becoming a gigolo? You certainly have the talent for it." Although Shin Qingmiao had been deceived into such a state, he had heard that Zhou Wenin had also duped two young ladies. It was as if he was born to be a gigolo. Zhou Wenin's face flushed with indignation. "Shin Lao-san, you are simply envious of me, for I am far more likable than you. Who would envy you? I have no desire for your soft living." Zhou Wenin, despite his lack of labor, appeared fairer than the average farmer, yet in the town, he was but one of many scholars. Shin Qingmiao could not fathom why he was so ordinary yet possessed such confidence. "If you want meat, kneel and beg me. I might consider granting you a little," she offered with a hint of mockery. Deflated, Zhou Nin stormed off in a huff. Shin Lao-san regarded Shin Qingmiao with an odd expression. "You can't possibly be the real Shin Qingmiao, can you?" Shin Qingmiao was taken aback. "If I am not Shin Qingmiao, then who else could I be? Have you lost your mind?" With that, she departed. Apart from their identical appearances, she and the original owner were entirely different in disposition. Moreover, she was far more astute. Shin Lao-san stood perplexed. The changes in Shin Qingmiao were indeed peculiar. He lingered by the fence for some time, ensuring that Zhou had truly left before he, too, withdrew. He feared that Shin Qingmiao might secretly provide Zhou with some meat. Shin Qingmiao was eager to witness the butchering of the pig, yet upon her arrival in the courtyard, Lu Chanhua presented her with a bowl of pig brain. Meow meow, eat up, this was specially reserved for you by your brothers. Shin Qingmiao gazed at the glistening white pig brain, wondering if it was a form of metaphorical nourishment for her intellect. However, she quite enjoyed pig brain and accepted it without hesitation. Upon Shin Laosan's return, he noticed something peculiar in Shin Qingmiao's demeanor. The wild boar meat had been expertly butchered, with the better cuts set aside for sale, while the less desirable portions remained for their own consumption. Suddenly, Shin Laosan recalled Shin Qingmiao's earlier remarks and asserted he would accompany his elder brother to the town the following day. That night, the Shin family savored a rare meal of meat, with each child's bowl filled with morsels to gnaw upon. Shin Laoda even sliced a prime piece of meat to send to Zhao Jia's household. Zhao Jia, the male protagonist of the original tale, was also the original owner's betrothed and destined to be the future emperor. Not long ago, the original owner's indenture had prompted Shin Laoda to beseech Zhao Jia for assistance. Little did they know, she had transcended into this realm and had no need for the male lead. She intended to avoid any contact with him, as the original owner's family owed a debt of gratitude to the late mother of the male lead. Thus, they tolerated the original owner's indiscretions, though that gratitude had long since been squandered by her behavior. The marriage contract had been incinerated by the original owner, and Zhao Jia held no affection for her, rendering it inconsequential. Therefore, both she and the male lead were free from any obligations. Shin Qingmiao was not particularly fond of such gamey meat, as its strong flavor necessitated ample spices to mask it. In ancient times, spices were a luxury the Shin family could ill afford. Consequently, the meat was not particularly palatable. But the family had little in the way of resources. It would take an extraordinary stroke of luck to change their fortunes. Shin Qingmiao recalled the treasures in her space, lamenting her illiteracy. As for farming, it sounded simple enough, but she needed to purchase seeds from the town. The critical issue was that she lacked silver. While other transmigrators reveled in abundance, she remained woefully impoverished. The following morning, Shin Qingmiao searched her room for any coins but found none. Remembering that her elder brother and third brother were heading to the town that day, she hesitated until they were about to depart, then called out, "Elder brother." Shin Laoda paused. "Do you wish for some jewelry? The sale of this pork could yield enough for a trinket for you." "No, I simply desire some grain seeds. A small handful will suffice, preferably a variety." Shin Laoda nodded, not inquiring further. Very well. With the seeds, she could cultivate food within her space. The crops there grew rapidly. Even a small quantity of seeds could yield a bountiful harvest. Once the space unlocked additional areas, she intended to seek out the medicinal fields within. By harvesting even a single plant to sell, her family could enjoy a lifetime free from want. However, those books remained a challenge. She needed to learn to read. Few in the village were literate, the male lead, Zhou Nin, and a smattering of others not mentioned in the texts. "Mother, do you know if there are any literate women in our village?" "I can read. Why do you ask?" Shin Qingmiao replied, "I wish to learn to read." "Then let me teach you." Lu Chanhua had long wished to instruct Shin Qingmiao in literacy, yet the latter had staunchly refused. Now that she expressed a desire to learn, it was indeed a positive development. "All right, I shall begin teaching you now." Time was of the essence. She needed to master reading quickly, for those martial arts manuals were imperative for her survival. The journey ahead was fraught with peril, and she could meet her end at any moment. After assisting Lu Chanhua with the household chores, Lu Chanhua picked up a stick and sat on a stool, inscribing characters in the dirt. "This is the character for grain." Shin Qingmiao felt as though she had returned to her elementary school days, grappling with the complexities of the character. Starting from scratch, she found that an adult soul retained knowledge of characters rather swiftly, even through rote memorization. She could recognize quite a few. After an afternoon of study, she finally discerned the title of the book she had seen in her space, the 10,000 Gold Pharmacopoeia. It contained records of various remedies. The female protagonist had even saved the emperor's life with a formula, earning recognition and being conferred the title of princess. Yet, it was not without its troubles. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Chanhua hurried to the kitchen to prepare the family meal. Both sisters-in-law were occupied with their own tasks, and even the children had their responsibilities. Only Shin Qingmiao lounged about like a slacker, contributing nothing. "Mother, let me help you." Ignoring her mother's protests, she assisted with the fire. The kitchen quickly filled with smoke, prompting Lu Chanhua to chuckle. "Wait outside, otherwise you'll blacken me with all this smoke." Xin Laoda and Xin Lao-san, burdened with their purchases, caught sight of the black smoke billowing from their kitchen and initially feared a fire had broken out, rushing home in alarm. Upon arrival, they discovered it was merely a poorly tended fire. Big brother Xin let out a sigh of relief as he retrieved something from the backpack. Little sister, this is a sweet date cake. Xin Qingmiao's mouth watered. Every time they visited the town, she would insist they purchase delicious treats. This sweet date cake was particularly delightful, a request Xin Qingmiao had made in the past. Each trip to the town necessitated buying a package for her. As she took a piece to eat, she handed another to each person, cheerfully declaring, "Wait, I will ensure our family lives a good life in the future." The two originally intended to save it for the children, but Xin Qingmiao insisted, pushing it into their mouths, leaving them no choice but to indulge. The sweetness and fragrance of the dates filled their mouths. Xin Laosan remarked, "No wonder it's so expensive, it tastes wonderful." Xin Qingmiao brought some inside and forcefully offered a piece to her mother. The family rarely indulged in such delicacies, if not for the original owner's specific requests. They would only buy some during the new year to savor. By the way, did you hear what I mentioned about the town? Xin Laoda shook his head no. We inquired several times, and everyone said there was nothing. Not hearing about such matters is a blessing. If war breaks out, many lives will be lost, Xin Qingmiao pondered. How could there be nothing? Is it only the female protagonist who knows first? Chapter 8. Xin Lao returned home. Upon seeing her husband in such a state, Lu Chanhua felt a wave of trepidation. Xin Laoda and Xin Laosan also sensed something was amiss. Xin Laozu gulped down a large mouthful of water. Your second brother is back. He told me there is indeed fighting outside, and food prices will rise soon. We should stock up now. Xin Lao-san, feeling anxious, quickly emptied the backpack, clutching the money from selling wild boars close to him. Xin Qingmiao rummaged through the assorted items on the ground and discovered the seeds she desired. A large bag contained several smaller bags, each filled with different seeds. Xin Laoda had purchased these randomly. He hadn't specified which ones to buy, so he chose the family's favorites. If they grew well, the family could enjoy them, and if not, it wouldn't matter. However, these were high-quality seeds and should thrive under normal circumstances. Xin Laosan divided the items among the family and asked, noticing Xin Lao's absence, "Where's Urge?" Your second brother went to the village chief to discuss this matter. In his youth, Xin Lao had learned a bit of martial arts from a wandering hero, but had only grasped the basics. After the hero left the village to continue his adventures, Xin Lao relied on this knowledge to become a bodyguard at the town's escort agency, earning a monthly salary of 6 taels, along with occasional bonuses for transporting valuable goods. It was perilous work, and there were no compensations in case of an incident. If the family hadn't been struggling financially, Xin Laozu would never have allowed his second son to become a bodyguard. Does this mean what Xin Qingmiao mentioned could be true? Our entire family might perish. Nonsense. We are not going to die. Don't speak such things, Xin Laozu retorted. Such words should not be uttered lightly. Lu Chanhua interjected. Xin Qingmiao nodded. Since I dreamt of it, it means we can change our fate. It certainly will not end like in my dream. With her newfound abilities, she could master medical texts and martial arts manuals, and once she learned to read, she could rise to greatness. If time was scarce, she could even select a book to take with her, fabricating an excuse to avoid suspicion from her family. Let us start cooking when Laosan returns. We should prepare more delicious dishes. Lu Chanhua hurried to the backyard garden to gather plenty of vegetables and retrieve the preserved meat she had hidden away for the new year. Given that Urge mentioned fighting outside and rising food prices, coupled with her daughter's dream, they could not afford to waste such good food, otherwise they might not have the chance to enjoy it later. She resolutely sliced an entire piece of preserved meat. Fong Lan watched her mother-in-law cut so much meat and swallowed hard. Any meat is delicious. Smoked meat is delightful even without seasoning. Xin Qingmiao also caught the aroma of the preserved meat, though it was undoubtedly not as flavorful as modern pork. Ancient pigs were never castrated, and there was said to be a distinct odor. Nevertheless, she hadn't eaten meat in a while, and any meat smelled enticing. When the children returned home, they immediately sensed the savory scent wafting from the yard, filling them with excitement. As dusk approached, Xin Lao finally returned home, his waist adorned with a long blade engraved with the escort agency's insignia and cradling 3 pieces of fabric. The children, seeing their long-absent second uncle, rushed over, chattering excitedly. Surrounded, Xin Lao laughed heartily. Uncle is hungry. Let me eat first, and then I'll buy you all some treats with your coins. The children joyfully dashed back to the table, eagerly awaiting dinner. The entire family gathered at the table, with the little ones being held by the adults. Lu Chunhua couldn't help but inquire about her son's recent experiences. Life at the escort agency often meant enduring harsh conditions, with accommodations being scarce. Don't worry, Mother, the food at the agency is quite good, and the lodgings are decent, Shenlao replied, placing the fabric on a wooden rack. He pointed to the 3 pieces, noting that while they had minor flaws, they felt pleasant to the touch and could be fashioned into garments for each family member. Shenlaozu inspected the fabric, recognizing its quality and considerable value. Shenlaosun couldn't help but ask about the fighting. How is the situation outside? Urge. The Imperial Army is retreating at every turn. But thanks to General Hua's presence, Beiwei Pass has yet to fall, Shenlao responded, a hint of sadness in his voice. The northern barbarians were fierce in their assault. Had General Hua not arrived in time, the pass would have been breached. Although it was far from their village, once the fighting commenced, it would not conclude swiftly. Everyone had heard of the Hua family's renown, known for their valor through generations. The current General Hua had reclaimed Beiwei Pass from the Tuyuhun with 1,000 men in his youth, and for decades, the Hua family had guarded the pass. Upon hearing that the fighting had reached Beiwei Pass, Shenlaosun realized that the previous 2 passes must have already fallen to the Tuyuhun. Shenlaoda recalled Xin Qingmiao's words. If they were to flee from famine, it implied that Beiwei Pass would also be breached, leading the enemy directly to them. Will Beiwei Pass truly fall? Shenlaozu inquired. Shenlaosun was unsure. I believe it won't. The Hua family guards Beiwei Pass, which is different. Xin Qingmiao shook her head. I fear it will. In the original story, the Hua family was betrayed by the court, leading to the fall of Beiwei Pass, and the Hua family was captured and executed by the emperor. Once the Hua family fell, no one could defend the realm, and the empire was pushed back until it reached the capital. Ultimately, the court proposed a marriage alliance to persuade the Tuyuhun to withdraw. Shenlao, seeing his sister's concern, explained, the Hua family members are all legendary figures, having safeguarded the empire for a century. Xin Qingmiao attempted to recall specific details. The timeline of Beiwei Pass's fall was not stated in the book, and she was uncertain when it would happen. Urge, you've been away from home for a while. I had a dream about our family. Oh? Tell me about it. Shenlao replied, intrigued. In my dreams, I signed a contract of servitude for Zhou Wenyang, and my parents toiled to repay the debt. With the fall of Beiwei Pass, our entire village commenced a desperate flight, and tragically, my family perished along the way, while I was protected by you all, only to meet my end beneath the blade of mountain bandits. Xin Qingmiao began her usual fabrications again. I found that dream hauntingly vivid. And I even dreamt of Zhou and Yang juggling 3 romantic entanglements. Besides myself, there were Aunt Zhao and the daughter of Old Wang. It turned out to be true, living off the affections of 3 women. Upon hearing this, Shenlao was instantly stirred. What? That scoundrel is juggling 3 affairs? Living off women? Indeed, he is quite something. Had it not been for the disdain of the recently arrived Miss Luo, he might have been managing 4. Shenlaosun scoffed, he's merely deceiving you naive girls. Zhou Wenyang is clearly a cad, yet you all adore him. Recently, he had heard that Aunt Zhao had confined her daughter indoors, forbidding her from meeting anyone named Zhou. The mother and daughter had an outright quarrel over it. If the man in question were a handsome gentleman or genuinely talented, it would be understandable. The reality is that he is merely a good-for-nothing who does nothing but loaf about in the village. Shenlao remarked, Sister, you dreamt of the famine too? Xin Qingmiao nodded. I even dreamt of bartering my nieces and nephews for food. This was a fabrication, yet it struck fear into the Shen family. The 2 sisters-in-law hastily clutched their children tightly. Shui Jiao, in particular, was anxious, having given birth to a daughter who in these times was not highly regarded. Fortunately for her, her in-laws were decent, save for a lazy sister-in-law. Observing his wife's demeanor, Shenlao realized she was genuinely concerned. He quickly reassured her. Just a jest, a jest. It was merely a dream. Though my sister can be a bit reckless, surely she wouldn't go that far. Deep down, he was uncertain. It seemed improbable that she would resort to such extremes, as the family would prioritize their precious youngest daughter. Unless the entire family perished, she would never sell her own kin. Xin Qingmiao declared, we ought to prepare ourselves, stock up on provisions. The family remained skeptical of her words, primarily trusting the Hua family who guarded the pass. Shin Qingmiao sensed their disbelief, but could not reveal that she had traversed into a fictitious world. Chapter 9. The beginning of cultivating crops. The Shin family finally reunited today, and joy filled their hearts, the prospect of famine cast aside. Late into the night, as everyone was winding down for rest, Shin Laoer retrieved an object from his pocket and quickly handed it to Shin Qingmiao, instructing, "Sister, I've noticed that girls in other places are wearing these earrings, so I bought you a pair." Upon inspecting the gift, Shin Qingmiao found a pair of modest silver earrings adorned with red jade, which in this era could be considered quite decent due to the craftsmanship involved. "But don't tell your sister-in-law that I gave them to you. I only brought this for you." It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, but rather that his finances were tight, with his salary for the month yet to be received. Shin Qingmiao nodded, understanding. "Elder brother, I am serious about the famine. Once Beiwei Pass falls, the Hu people will swiftly invade our lands. The most alarming part is not just the Hu people, but also the bandits fleeing from the fallen cities, who will specifically target ordinary civilians. They will arrive sooner than the Hu and will wreak havoc, while the authorities will do nothing." Shin Laoer nodded, still believing that the Hu people could not breach Beiwei Pass. Yet, given his sister's earnestness, he chose not to dismiss her concerns. Upon returning to her room, Shin Qingmiao immediately retreated into her space. She dedicated considerable time to discovering a martial arts manual, as the contents within this space were anything but ordinary. Unsure of the manual's difficulty, she noted the numerous illustrations and decided to take it out. Many of the characters were unfamiliar to her, so she quietly memorized them to inquire with her mother the following day. Shin Laodai had brought her a considerable amount of seeds, all of which she planted in her space. Initially, she had hoped to use her mind to till the earth like the protagonist, but after merely digging a single hole, she was exhausted and ejected from the space. After resting, she concluded that her mental fortitude paled in comparison to the protagonist's. Thus, she resorted to using a hoe from her space to laboriously till the soil and plant the seeds, followed by watering them with spring water. A miraculous scene unfolded. The seeds, upon receiving the spring water, began to sprout in no time, flourishing remarkably. The seedlings appeared robust. Meanwhile, the ethereal mist within the space began to dissipate further. Exhausted from her efforts, she exited the space and collapsed into a deep slumber. The following day, she awoke by noon, her family long accustomed to her laziness. Rising, she consumed the meal left for her, which consisted of a large sweet potato and a bowl of plain porridge. After surveying her surroundings, she found the house empty, everyone attending to their own affairs. She squatted down and used a stick to inscribe the unfamiliar characters she had noted in the dirt. She needed to learn quickly, soon. Feats of agility would not merely be a dream, and the likelihood of her family perishing during a famine would diminish. Eventually, she would teach her entire family, and they would all become masters of martial arts together. The vision was splendid, however, reality was harsh, as she still struggled to recognize even the first page of characters. Observing the rabbits raised in the household, she noted that they had recently given birth to a new litter. The 3 children had been tasked by Lu Chanhua to prepare a large bundle of tender grass for the rabbit family each day. Previously, the Shin family had several large rabbits, but either the original owner had devoured them out of greed, or she had gifted them to Zhou Wenyang. The lone rabbit that remained was one that the original owner had not had the chance to consume before she transmigrated. This rabbit was quite remarkable, having birthed 9 kits, reminiscent of little dumplings during the birthing process. The bellies swelled quickly, and now the little bunnies had grown white fur, appearing quite adorable. It was no wonder the 3 children watched over them like hawks, fearing they might be inadvertently fed to the original owner. Bored, Shin Qingmiao could not resist teasing the rabbits with wild grass. The rabbits, unafraid, scurried over to nibble at the grass. Shin Qingmiao, hearing her name called, she stood up and looked outside, spotting Huang Yui, the girl from Aunt Zhao's family who had been deceived by Zhou Wenyang. Shin Qingmiao opened the door and inquired, "What brings you here? How did you find out about my affair with Zhou Wenyang? Did he tell you?" Huang Yui pressed, her brow furrowed. A few days prior, when her mother returned home with a dark expression, she had been scolded relentlessly. This prompted her to argue with her mother, who subsequently forbade her from leaving the house, leading her to realize that her mother had discovered her secret of taking duck eggs from home. She initially suspected that it was the Chin family's boy who had reported her, as he was the only witness when she secretly handed duck eggs to Zhou Wenyang. After scolding him, she learned from villagers that it was Qin Qingmiao who had informed her mother. Only 3 people knew of this matter. The Qin boy, being rather dull, was unlikely to be the informant. Thus, it could only be Zhou Wenyang or Qin Qingmiao who had divulged the information. Qin Qingmiao, who had been persistently pursuing Zhou Wenyang, must have worn him down until he had no choice but to reveal it. Qin Qingmiao rolled her eyes. Huang Wei's tone irked her. "This is none of your business," she replied, too indifferent to explain herself to a lovesick fool. Huang Wei felt somewhat indignant. "Do you have any idea of the calamity you have caused me? My mother has now withheld my allowance, leaving me without funds to purchase snacks or adorn myself. The rouge I bought earlier has been completely used up, and my mother used to give me money every month to buy the things I desired. However, due to the incident involving Zhou Wenyun this month, she has outright refused to give me any money and occasionally jabs at me with a sharp remark. She had been thoroughly vexed lately, having sneaked out today as well. Qin Qingmiao found it rather amusing. Your lack of funds has nothing to do with me. It was not I who insisted on offering your family duck eggs to Zhou Wenyun." Yet, Huang Yue approached her with an accusatory demeanor. With an expression of fury, Huang Yue retorted, "You are simply envious. Zhou Wenyun does not fancy you, yet you persist in your relentless pursuit of him. This has even led my mother to confront Zhou Wenyun, and all the duck eggs I gave him have now been reclaimed by her." After much persuasion, Zhou Wenyun finally agreed to accept them. "Huh, I am the one who is relentless? It is evident that Zhou Wenyun does not harbor any feelings for me. He merely seeks to deceive me for my rice and flour. His education is funded by my silver, and he is nothing but a shameless gigolo. More disgraceful than the young courtesans of the Green Willow courtyard. They at least provide emotional value, while all Zhou Wenyun does is take money and food, and flirts with others indiscriminately. Besides, he has no affection for you. His heart belongs to the recently arrived Miss Luo, who hails from a prestigious family far beyond Zhou Wenyun's reach. Otherwise, they would have already been together." Qin Qingmiao expressed her disdain for Zhou Wenyun. Yet, Huang Wei remained unconvinced, still believing Qin Qingmiao was embittered by unrequited love. "Zhou Wenyun has nothing to do with the Luo family. They have never even met," Huang Yue insisted. Qin Qingmiao nodded. "You excel at self-deception. Zhou Wenyun often orchestrates chance encounters. It is merely that you have not noticed. If you truly fancy him, pursue him. After all, you cherish him as a treasure. I wish you a wedding filled with joy and the blessing of many children to grow old together." Qin Qingmiao thought this was the most spiteful curse she had ever uttered. After all, anyone who ended up with Zhou Wenyun would face a most dismal fate. If the female protagonist were truly Zhou Wenyun's white moonlight, he would undoubtedly treat her as he treated them. Upon hearing Qin Qingmiao's words, Huang Wei's face flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly replied, "Please do not say such things. We are not even discussing marriage yet. Such comments could tarnish Zhou Giji's reputation." Qin Qingmiao promptly closed the door, thinking it best not to linger with someone so infatuated, lest she succumb to exasperation. Huang Wei, left outside, felt no anger. To her surprise, Qin Qingmiao genuinely wished her well with Zhou Gij. It seemed Qin Qingmiao was not as ill-natured as the villagers had claimed. No wonder her mother had been praising Qin Qingmiao lately. It was she who had overthought things. Qin Qingmiao exhibited no interest in Zhou Gij. The rumors circulating in the village were mere fabrications. Delighted, Huang Wei slipped back home, while Aunt Zhao returned in a foul mood, inspecting her duck nest and finding it completely barren. She had been watching over it daily by the river while doing laundry. There was no way there would be none today. With a scowl, she stormed off to Zhou Wenyun's home, seeking duck eggs, but unfortunately found none. Zhou Wenyun smiled as he escorted Aunt Zhao out of the house. Aunt Zhao's expression soured. That wretched girl must have given Zhou Wenyun the duck eggs. They were undoubtedly hidden away, waiting for her to find them with Miss Shin tomorrow. That shameless little gigolo. Chapter 10, Unlocking the Medicinal Field. Shui Jiao ventured into the mountains today, accompanied by the children to gather wild vegetables, and a few of the little ones even discovered some mushrooms. Mushrooms were difficult to find. They were often picked by villagers as soon as they sprouted. Fong Lan and Lu Chunhua were delivering meals and water to the men working in the fields. Shui Jiao prepared dinner that evening. It was not that it was inedible, merely satisfactory. With Xin Laoi's return, Lu Chunhua had recently sought out hunters to purchase some cured and dried meats. The timing for the escort agency's departure was unpredictable, and she feared that within a few days, Laoi would be off again. Hence, each time Xin Laoi returned, the family would feast. The children particularly relished Shinlao's visits, for it meant the household's fare would improve. Upon seeing Lu Chunhua return, Xin Qingmiao inquired about the characters on the ground. Lu Chunhua was taken aback. "My daughter, why have you been so eager to learn lately? Every time I see you, you seem intent on learning characters." "Well, I stumbled upon a book some time ago, and I believe it contains martial arts secrets. I thought I would learn the characters to see if it indeed is what I think it is." She had realized her pace of learning characters was rather slow, and it would be more efficient to let her older brother learn first, especially since her mother already knew how to read. She was uncertain whether her mother would believe her reasoning, for she could hardly endure the pain of struggling with literacy. Moreover, after a few pages, there were still many characters she did not recognize, despite her attempts at learning. Xin Qingmiao produced the book from her space, and Lu Chunhua, noticing her emerging from the house with it, eagerly received it. "Mother, look," she exclaimed, showing the cover of the book titled The Martial Arts of the Wu Family. Lu Chunhua, upon seeing the title, took it with a serious demeanor, flipping to the first page. "This book. It is indeed an excellent one. My father once had a martial arts book that cost 200 taels of silver, and I feel this one surpasses it." Before marrying Shinlaodi, Lu Chunhua came from a decent family. However, a few years back, during a famine, her father had given away their grain to help others, which resulted in them being left with nothing. In an effort to protect her, her parents were killed by starving townsfolk. To bury her parents, she had to marry someone, which led to her eventual union with Shinru, resulting in 4 children. As for that 200-tael martial arts book, it had likely been burned by those desperate for sustenance or buried underground. Xin Qingmiao was astonished to learn that her mother's father had once been able to afford such an expense for a book, indicating that their family circumstances had once been quite favorable. She did not inquire further about how her parents had come together. Her mother's tone suggested a good relationship, and given that the original owner had never met her maternal grandparents, it was likely they had passed away. "Mother, let the eldest brother, second brother, and father learn together. We can start by teaching the second brother first before the others, and then we can learn as well." Lu Chunhua held the martial arts book excitedly. It was undoubtedly a valuable tome. The techniques within appeared increasingly formidable, though practicing them would be no small feat yet. The techniques at the beginning were already impressive, indicating that the author was certainly a master of martial arts. As Xin Qingmiao observed her mother's eyes gleaming with delight while reading the martial arts book, she decided it must be hidden away for the time being, allowing only her second brother to practice secretly. Such knowledge was precious, but without the ability to protect oneself, it could very well become a death warrant. As soon as Shinlaoi returned, Lu Chunhua called him into the house. Seeing his mother's mysterious demeanor, he could not help but ask, "Mother, what mischief have you been up to?" "This is a martial arts manual that your little sister accidentally acquired. Memorize and practice the first few pages." All of the Xin children had been taught to read by Lu Chunhua when they were young. Even Shinlaodi had been compelled to learn, and now he recognized quite a number of characters, except for the youngest, Xin Qingmiao, who, due to her favored status as the youngest and her resemblance to Lu Chunhua, stubbornly refused to learn, making her the only illiterate in the family. Even her 2 sisters-in-law could read. Xue Jiao had worked as a seamstress in a wealthy household and had learned a bit from the young masters there. After marrying into the family, Fong Lan became a disciple of the esteemed Master Xin. Xin, perusing through a book, was taken aback by its value. How did his younger sister come by such a treasure? "No need to inquire, just learn it," he was told. "Your rudimentary skills are only effective against the untrained. When faced with a true martial artist, they will prove useless. The fact that your sister is willing to share this with the family indicates her deep regard for us." Xin nodded in agreement, recognizing that his sister typically shared her prized possessions with the handsome Zhou, yet this time was indeed unexpected. "Let us not dwell on that," Lu Chunhua advised. "I believe your sister is serious about what she said, so you must take it to heart." Xin understood precisely what she was referring to. Glancing at the book in his hands and recalling the recent changes in his sister, as relayed by Xin San, he found it rather puzzling. Could it be that her dreams held a grain of truth? "Remember this." Lu Chunhua promptly took the book, placing it in her wooden chest and locking it away. She felt a profound obligation to safeguard the trust her daughter had placed in her, as this book was destined for Qingmiao's future. "Utilize your time wisely to practice. There's no need for fieldwork during this period," she instructed. "The journey of fleeing is fraught with peril. Without martial skills, survival relies solely on luck, and it seems our family lacks such fortune." Meanwhile, Xin Miao was in the kitchen washing vegetables. Though she lacked culinary talent, she managed to lend a hand to her sister-in-law, Shui Jiao, who refrained from directing her. Once Xin Miao had thoroughly cleaned the vegetables, Shui Jiao immediately set about cooking. Today, Lu Chanhua had added the cured meat to the rice, infusing it with a delectable aroma. This was no ordinary bowl of plain rice. Xin Er had been called away earlier, making him the last of the four to bathe, and by then the water had turned cold. Yet, in the heat of the day, even cold water sufficed for a wash, albeit with a risk of catching a chill. Not wanting to trouble anyone or boil more water, Xin Er opted for a cold rinse. A robust man, his years as a bodyguard had left him with numerous scars from various encounters. He counted himself fortunate to have survived each ordeal, unlike some of his companions who had perished at the hands of foes. His most significant scar was a grim reminder of one such encounter. The family gathered around the table, enjoying the evening breeze. Little Tazi, savoring the fragrant rice mixed with cured meat, couldn't help but exclaim, "Father, can you stay home forever and never leave?" "Yes, uncle, please don't go," echoed Xiaohuzi, who, along with the other children, wished for Xin Er to remain at home, where they could indulge in delightful meals daily. Xin Er had just begun to respond when he recalled past events, determining that this time he wouldn't depart. Even if his sister's words were not entirely true, he could still dedicate time to honing his martial skills at home, for his rudimentary abilities were indeed lacking. The children immediately perked up at this prospect. "Then we can eat meat every day," Xiaohuzi cheered. Now, Auntie no longer distributed the meat, and they had not seen a decrease in the rabbits. They could finally enjoy white rice, a luxury previously reserved for Auntie, only available during sickness or festive occasions. Lu Chanhua, observing the children, smiled and said, "If you wish for meat, then Xiaohuzi must strive to excel in his studies. One day, as an official, he shall enjoy meat daily." Upon hearing the mention of studying, Xiaohuzi felt the allure of meat diminish. Xin Lauda, uncertain of why Er was staying, nonetheless regarded his presence at home as a blessing. The bodyguard business was lucrative yet perilous. Every time Er left, he feared he might not return. Xin Miao, confident that her brother believed in her words, felt compelled to act swiftly to dispel the mist in her space and procure a medicinal herb to sell, thus acquiring silver to prepare for her family's escape. Having had a strained relationship with her parents prior to entering this narrative, she had not returned home since starting work, and they had not inquired about her. The atmosphere in the Xin household was warm and welcoming, which she cherished deeply. Upon entering her room and locking the door, she commenced her agricultural endeavors within her space. Previously, she had sown corn, which had now grown to her waist. The growth rate of plants in her space was astonishing. She took soybeans and filled every available patch, albeit in a somewhat haphazard manner. Not overly concerned at this early stage, she would organize it better once the space expanded. Xin Miao typically rose in the afternoon, and after dinner, she would tend to her crops, her figure noticeably slimmer from the exertion. Meanwhile, Xin Er practiced his martial arts while inquiring about Beiwei Pass from acquaintances in town, his expression increasingly grave. At that moment, Xin Miao successfully unlocked a medicinal field. Chapter 11. Ginseng. Observing the expanse of medicinal herbs, albeit only a small corner unlocked, there was still an abundance. She hurriedly sought out a ginseng plant. According to the novels she had read, many protagonists had initially thrived by leveraging ginseng. Having meticulously researched its characteristics, she sought to procure a quality specimen. In the medicinal field, she located a ginseng plant that appeared to be of standard size. The quality of produce from her space was undoubtedly superior to that found outside, and this specimen could rival a century-old ginseng. She tore off a piece of cloth from her garment, carefully extracting the ginseng and wrapping it within. The proceeds from this ginseng would enable her to purchase piglets, chicks, and goslings to raise within her space, positioning her as a livestock magnate while recycling their waste as fertilizer, a perfect cycle of utilization. Additionally, she planned to buy her family new clothing, particularly for their journey, as there would be little opportunity to dry garments along the way, necessitating several changes. Upon exiting her space, Xin Miao felt a slight dizziness. Today, she had focused solely on locating ginseng, relying on her consciousness to till the land. Holding the ginseng, she sensed that financial prosperity was within her grasp. As she gazed outside at the brightening sky, realizing it was still early, she promptly set out to the village entrance in hopes of finding an ox cart, but alas, none were available. with no option but to proceed on foot. She was not quite diligent enough yet to embark on such a trek. Retracing her steps, she sought out the village's sole doctor, Zhang Nian. Dr. Zhang had only recently settled in the village, marrying a local. In these times, doctors and scholars were held in high esteem, thus he was quite respected in the community. Xinqing Miao discovered Dr. Zhang in his backyard, drying medicinal herbs. She hurried inside, requesting, "I need to ask you something." Upon seeing her, Dr. Zhang recognized her as the young lady from the Xin family. "What can I assist you with?" he inquired. Unfamiliar with her motives, yet having a cordial rapport with Xin Lauda, she queried, "How much does ginseng typically sell for?" Uncertain of the era's pricing, she feared venturing into town might lead to exploitation due to her youth and inexperience. Dr. Zhang replied, "It depends on the age and quality. The prices can vary greatly, with some being quite expensive while others may be just a few taels of silver." Xinqing Miao presented the ginseng she had unearthed, asking, "Could you help me ascertain its worth?" Dr. Zhang took the ginseng she offered, examining its size. This ginseng appears to be around 100 years old. He inhaled the aroma, exclaiming, "What exquisite ginseng! This is truly top-quality ginseng with a remarkable medicinal fragrance." The quality of this ginseng was extraordinary. Despite considerable damage to its roots, its high caliber was undeniable. Furthermore, it was evident that this was wild ginseng, which nearly doubled its value. "Is this ginseng yours? Mission? I shall offer you 300 taels for it," Dr. Zhang declared. Such ginseng could be life-saving, and the wealthy elites often cherished a stock of it at home. 300 taels. Indeed, this sum represented the fair market value for the ginseng, not too low, nor too high. Dr. Zhang was keen to acquire this prized specimen, though he wondered if Xinqing Miao would accept the offer. "Let us proceed. We shall draft a written agreement, and with a handshake, we will exchange money for goods." He had heard rumors of the girl's dubious reputation, worrying that she might later be persuaded to reclaim it. That could lead to complications. "Very well," Xinqing Miao nodded. The original text portrayed Dr. Zhang as a person of good character, and she decided to place her trust in him. Moreover, she possessed even finer ginseng in her space, which grew rapidly. Mature ginseng would produce seeds, leading to a plethora of smaller ginseng plants sprouting nearby. In her space, she had no concerns about the seeds failing to germinate. Dr. Zhang produced paper, ink, and a seal, and the two signed the agreement. He was surprised to discover that this young lady from the Xin family was quite knowledgeable and capable. He retrieved a banknote from inside the house, but Xinqing Miao declined it, asking instead, could it be exchanged for silver? Although banknotes were convenient, she needed to use her funds soon, and converting them would be a hassle. If someone were to discover a young girl carrying 300 taels of silver, she might attract undesirable attention. "Very well, Dr. Zhang agreed, rummaging through his home until he managed to assemble the 300 taels in silver and copper coins. Their household had many banknotes, but surprisingly few coins. Xinqing Miao took the large bag of silver and hurried home, discreetly transferring the coins into her space along the way. Dr. Zhang's residence was near the back mountain, with very few neighboring households. The land was poor, making it undesirable for cultivation, so Xinqing Miao felt assured that her substantial sum of silver would go unnoticed. Indeed, traversing to this realm, especially with medicinal herbs, proved lucrative. It was no wonder that the heroines of nearly every tale resorted to trading ginseng for money. Having sold this particular specimen to Dr. Zhang, she could now sell the smaller pieces left in her space at the market. She refrained from selling anything too large, as such rare ginseng could pose a threat to her life. Presently, she remained a defenseless young woman, devoid of any protagonist's aura, and thus could not afford to take risks. Holding the silver close, she returned home to find her second brother vigorously training in the courtyard. It was evident that this was enforced by their mother. Ever since discovering that her second son had taken up the martial arts she had imparted, his physique had not only become more robust, but his reflexes had quickened, and his strength had increased. She immediately mandated daily practice, relieving him of household chores and agricultural duties. Xinqing Miao couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at her brother's newfound freedom. She had given him a manual on knife techniques and physical training. Now, she realized she yearned to learn swordsmanship instead. On one hand, swords were aesthetically superior and lighter. Moreover, wielding one in combat could convey an ethereal grace. With her improved literacy, she had located a book on sword techniques in her space. though this particular style required internal energy to practice. Engaged in her pursuit of earning money for their home, she had yet to consider this further. Upon noticing Shin Qingmiao's return, her second brother eagerly showcased his recent progress. "Sister, do you think I look more handsome now?" His physique had become more muscular, and his entire demeanor had transformed. He believed he exuded a greater sense of masculinity. Shin Qingmiao silently shook her head. Her brother had transitioned from a normal physique to that of a rugged brute, coupled with the exposure from his time as a bodyguard. His skin had taken on a sun-kissed hue. One could only describe him as a rough man. Shin Lao glanced at her disdainfully. "I knew you preferred pretty boys. This is what true masculinity looks like." "All right then. Will you accompany me to the town tomorrow?" she proposed. She wished to purchase some items and could conveniently utilize her brother as a laborer, discreetly storing some goods in her space to avoid arousing suspicion. "Sure. Are you after some rouge and powder?" "The last place I visited had some exquisite ones, even gold-embedded, but they were quite expensive." Shin Lao recalled that the rouge boxes were inlaid with agate, fetching exorbitant prices that noble women scrambled to acquire. "That sounds reasonable. Let us venture to the town tomorrow." Shin Qingmiao immediately returned to her room and compiled an extensive list. She took a piece of charcoal from the kitchen and wrote down a multitude of items on a piece of which she had gathered. Their family's circumstances were quite dire, and she filled the page densely, blackening her hands in the process. Shin Lao was blissfully unaware that he would be serving as a porter the following day. Chapter 12. "Miss, you still have silver that remains unpaid." The next day, Shin Qingmiao rose exceptionally early, anxious not to miss the ox cart and face a long wait. Additionally, some of the items she intended to purchase were only available in the morning. She had also preemptively dug up 2 small ginseng plants and wrapped them up. Shin Lao awoke even earlier, training in martial arts at the crow of the rooster. The Shin family was now all awake as typically. Only Shin Qingmiao would sleep until the afternoon. Lu Chunhua, noticing her daughter up at such an early hour, suspected she had suffered from insomnia and expressed concern. "My daughter, have you been sleepless? Shall I ask Dr. Zheng for a prescription?" Shin Qingmiao quickly shook her head. "I am going to the town with my second brother today." Otherwise, she would not have willingly risen so early. Waking up early was a dreadful ordeal, far worse than death. "Then take this little bit of silver." Lu Chunhua turned to fetch some silver coins. The Shin family was accustomed to such occurrences. Shin Qingmiao had always been the most extravagant spender in the household, and her recent frugality took them by surprise. Shin Qingmiao hurriedly interjected, "Mother, there's no need. I have my own silver." Lu Chunhua, skeptical, nonetheless insisted on pressing some small silver coins into Shin Qingmiao's hands. Although their family was currently facing hardships, they were not on the brink of starvation. Furthermore, now that her daughter had lost interest in that fellow with the surname Zhou, the household had improved somewhat. Given that she was certainly intending to buy supplies in the town, Shin Qingmiao had no choice but to accept the silver, promising to return with even more items for her mother. Shin Qingmiao's meals were prepared separately, as Lu Chunhua and the others tended to rise later in the day. She had left water heating in the pot. After the family finished their meal, everyone resumed their tasks, with some heading to the mountains. Shin Qingmiao took her second brother to the village entrance, where they boarded the ox cart to the town. Today, there were fewer people going to the market, and the ox cart had ample space. Upon arriving in the town, Shin Qingmiao immediately led her brother to the local medical hall. Once there, Shin Lao looked perplexed. "Sister, what are we doing at the medical hall?" "I found some ginseng on the mountain a few days ago, and I want to see how much it can fetch," Shin Qingmiao explained, concocting an excuse. "Forget it. Ginseng is a precious commodity. Let mother use it to make chicken soup for your health instead," Shin Lao remarked, surprised by his sister's good fortune. "We need the silver. Have you forgotten the conversation we had earlier?" she reminded him. Shin Lao remained silent, still somewhat incredulous. Yet he dared not voice his doubts, fearing his sister's reprimand. "Wait here for me. I will inquire about the price." Shin Qingmiao harbored a fear that the amount of silver she had purchased would prove insufficient for her acquisitions, raising suspicions in her second brother. Shin Laodi nodded and leaned against the wall beside the medical hall. Inside, Shin Qingmiao observed a middle-aged man meticulously calculating accounts. Although his attire was not ostentatious, it suggested a degree of affluence. "Greetings, do you accept medicinal herbs here?" she inquired. The man lifted his gaze. "Present them to me. Our Wanchentang only accepts high-quality goods. If the quality is satisfactory, the price is negotiable." Xin Qingmiao was well aware of this fact, which was why she had come to Wanchentang. Their prices would invariably surpass those of other vendors. She handed over her cloth bundle. Dr. Hua received the parcel and, upon opening it, immediately detected the scent of the herbs. He deduced that it contained wild ginseng and, upon inspection, confirmed that it was indeed plumper than the average wild ginseng, albeit with significantly damaged roots. Both of these specimens are of commendable quality, though the root systems are entirely compromised. We can offer you 90 taels for this one, 80 for the other, and an additional 5 taels if you sell them together, Dr. Hua quoted. Very well, I shall sell both, Xin Qingmiao concluded, deeming the price reasonable compared to Dr. Zheng's rates in her village. Would you prefer silver or a silver note? Dr. Hua inquired. 100 taels in silver note. With the remainder in silver, is that acceptable? Certainly, Dr. Hua replied, retrieving the funds from the back and handing them to Xin Qingmiao, advising her to count it carefully before departing, as their transaction would then be concluded. Xin Qingmiao meticulously counted the coins, confirming that it was sufficient. Thank you, Doctor. You're welcome, Dr. Hua replied, placing the 2 ginseng roots into a wooden box, even saving the broken ginseng hairs from the cloth bundle. The manner in which she had acquired such ginseng suggested a stroke of fortune. Exiting the medical hall, Xin Qingmiao cheerfully informed Xin Laodi, I sold quite a bit. I shall venture into the mountains more often. Wild ginseng is rare, do not wander too far into the depths, Xin Laodi cautioned. Such a valuable and uncommon item, if it were frequently encountered, the entire village would be scouring the mountains daily for ginseng. Enough of that. Let us go buy some fine goods. Is there anything you desire? I shall be generous this once, Xin Qingmiao said, her spirits lifted as she clutched the silver. She concealed all her silver notes within her spatial pouch, leaving only a small amount on her person. The town was rife with pickpockets and beggars, and she insisted that Xin Laodi accompany her, fearing that they might target young women. Xin Laodi shook his head. I lack for nothing. Keep the silver for yourself. Perhaps you should buy some jewelry or rouge. Young girls often fancy such things. Nonsense. I will purchase you a fine sword. Xin Laodi was one of their protectors during their escape from famine, and we shall acquire one for the other 2 as well. Xin Qingmiao inquired with an elder about where to find quality knives in town, but upon arrival, she was immediately taken aback by the opulent decor of the shop. Silently, she turned away. Brother, I think your current sword is quite adequate. I shall instead buy you some clothing and boots. This shop's lavishness was intimidating, and she could easily spot the golden swords displayed at the entrance, alongside the portly shopkeeper. She had not anticipated such extravagance in a modest town. Xin Qingmiao led Xin Laodi to a fabric store, where the proprietress showcased ready-made garments in the center. The proprietress approached enthusiastically. Young lady. Are you here to purchase dresses? These styles are all the rage in the capital, favored by young ladies today. Xin Qingmiao observed several girls wearing the styles as she passed through. They were indeed popular. No, I am buying for my brother, father, mother, and several nephews. Ah, splendid. I have fabrics suitable for all ages. How thoughtful of you, the proprietress exclaimed with a smile. Xin Laodi, glancing at the clothing styles, suggested, Sister, why not buy some fabric for mother to sew? Their household garments were all crafted by Lu Chanhua and Fong Lan, with Xue Jiao recently learning to sew as well. Ready-made clothing was costly, and farmers generally preferred to buy fabric to make their own. Xin Qingmiao examined the styles and noted that her mother's creations surpassed those in the shop. I think I shall purchase fabric instead. How much for this material? She inquired, eyeing a deep green cloth that was quite ordinary but would wear well. It was the same type of coarse linen they often used at home. 1 bolt for 121. The finer linen is 201 per bolt, while the more colorful patterned fabrics are even pricier. Xin Qingmiao leafed through the materials, deciding to buy only the finer linen, as the other materials were more costly and less durable. She selected 7 bolts of coarse linen in 6 common colors, along with 8 bolts of fine linen in her preferred shades, and 7 bolts adorned with embroidery. The embroidered fabric was considerably pricier, yet visually appealing. The proprietress calculated the total. Given your substantial purchase, I shall reduce the price to 25 taels. Xin Qingmiao produced the silver to pay. Could you deliver this to our village? I cannot carry it back. I will wait for you at the village entrance. She realized she could not manage the load herself. Certainly, where is your village? The proprietress asked, eager not to lose a valuable customer. Xin Qingmiao provided the name of her village, and the proprietress consulted a map, pointing to Mingao village. Ah, right here. Yes, that's the one. Very well, I shall write you a receipt when the fabric is delivered. You can provide me with the receipt. The proprietress took out a piece of paper and wrote down the details, handing it to Xin Qingmiao. Thank you. No problem. Do visit often. I'll offer you discounts next time. The proprietress expressed a hint of reluctance, as her small shop had few substantial clients. She loaded the fabric onto an empty cart and affixed a note to it. Xin Laodi was utterly astonished by his sister's purchasing power. Remaining in a daze even after exiting the shop, Xin Qingmiao then led him to a stationery store, selecting the cheapest ink, brushes, and paper. However, the prices were still somewhat steep. The brushes were 101, the ink 201, the inkstone 501, and the paper was priced per sheet at 10 won. Xin Qingmiao instantly lost her enthusiasm for purchasing paper, but, having come this far, decided to buy 10 sheets. She handed over a tael of silver, awaiting the shopkeeper to return her change. After a lengthy wait, the shopkeeper finally stated, "Miss Xin, you owe an additional 4 taels. 4 taels? For what? I purchased only the cheapest items. It shouldn't exceed 1 tael." Xin Qingmiao's tone grew somewhat irritable. She had inquired about the prices beforehand, and now they were suddenly raising them. Was this an attempt to swindle her? The shopkeeper hastily clarified, "You seem to have forgotten. You previously mentioned that you would pay for the ink and paper for young Master Zhou each month. You haven't settled this month's payment. And he came again today to collect more paper and ink." Xin Qingmiao felt an overwhelming urge to chastise herself. The original owner had truly acted as though she were a wealthy heiress, dragging her family down to the brink of starvation, all while having the luxury to indulge in purchasing ink and paper for a scoundrel. Stifling her desire to vent her frustration, she quickly replied, "I have no connection with that person. He still owes me silver. You should demand payment from him. He is studying at the academy in town." The shopkeeper, momentarily perplexed, tentatively inquired, "You're not providing young Master Zhou with silver?" If it weren't for Xin Qingmiao's regular payments, he would have been hesitant to extend credit to Zhou Wenyan. "I have made myself abundantly clear. You should seek the silver from him," Xin Qingmiao replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. The shopkeeper, upon witnessing the situation, felt at a loss for words and could only hand a piece of white paper to Xin Qingmiao. With a copper coin in hand, Xin Qingmiao departed with her belongings. Xin Laojiu was aware that his younger sister had harbored an affection for someone surnamed Zhou. Yet it was peculiar that her feelings had suddenly waned. As Xin Qingmiao strolled past a stall filled with various storybooks, where a storyteller regaled listeners with tales from yore, she paused to listen for a moment, only to discover that the narratives were all too familiar, revolving around the age-old themes of romance between young ladies and impoverished scholars. Finding little interest, she made her way to a stall selling soap pods. At home, only a scant amount of soap pods remained, and their scent was far from pleasant. Priced at 1 coin for 4 pods, she purchased 40 without hesitation. "Little miss, I also have bath beans, priced at 5 coins each, more suitable for young ladies." The vendor attempted to promote her bath beans. She had emulated a neighbor but soon realized the production costs were excessively high, deterring potential buyers. After several days of sales, she had only managed to sell a single piece from her initial batch. Xin Qingmiao looked at the pale yellow round cakes, recognizing them as the bath beans. "They are quite effective. If you buy more, I can offer you a discount. And do take a whiff of the fragrance," the vendor urged, handing her a piece. Upon lifting it, Xin Qingmiao detected a hint of osmanthus. "What discount can you offer me?" she inquired. "If you buy more, I can reduce the price by 1 coin per piece," the vendor replied. Xin Laojiu tugged at Xin Qingmiao's sleeve, suggesting that the preparation was quite simple and unnecessary to purchase. Moreover, they could enhance the scent at home, as the ones sold lacked any added fragrance. Xin Qingmiao concurred, deeming the purchase unnecessary, especially since they could easily replicate the effect at home. "Never mind, it seems a bit overpriced." The vendor, realizing her sales pitch had failed, remained silent, wishing she had simply focused on selling soap pods, which were far easier to acquire. The process of making bath beans was cumbersome and costly, and potential customers either found them too expensive or too cheap and lacking in fragrance. It was indeed frustrating. Xin Qingmiao thought that since she was already there, she might as well visit the pastry shop in town. She bought 2 pounds of fuling cake and 3 pounds of jujube cake, both priced at 20 coins per pound. After handing over 100 coins, she decided to purchase 5 pounds of rice cake, which was more affordable at 3 coins per pound. The price disparity among the pastries was astonishing. After placing her purchases onto the ox cart, she also bought 5 pounds of pork from the butcher, where the price had risen to 20 coins, while the pastry prices remained relatively stable. She also acquired 10 pounds of white rice and 10 pounds of flour, requesting the vendor to include some seeds. Noticing her substantial purchases and her pleasant demeanor, the vendor generously offered her a small handful of each seed, explaining the recent increase in grain prices. She further bought a goose and a chicken, though their flavors were not her favorites. Observing her extravagant spending, Shin Laojiao felt a pang of concern for their finances. He pondered how much their parents might need to save to secure a suitable husband for his sister, fearing that if they saved too little, she might go hungry after the wedding. Shin Qingmiao refrained from purchasing any jewelry for her family, believing that in times of hardship, such items were merely ornamental. It was far more prudent to buy meat for the family. Shin Laojiao watched as she amassed a considerable amount of goods, struggling to transport them. If I had known you were buying so much, I would have brought a basket. Would you like me to buy some jewelry or cosmetics for you? He offered. No. I have no interest in those now, and besides, I have money, she replied confidently. Thanks to her ginseng venture, she considered herself the wealthiest in the household. Although her brother also had money, as he was required to surrender his monthly salary, their mother and wife set aside some pocket money for him, which he never touched, instead saving it diligently. Trust me well, and I shall be content, she assured him. They loaded all their purchases onto the ox cart, which soon overflowed. Upon seeing their haul, Zhang Dania couldn't help but inquire, Shin Laojiao, Shin Xiaomei, why have you bought so much? Well, my brother has returned, so we are celebrating. Shin Laojiao replied without further elaboration. When others returned and saw the cart filled to the brim, they felt some discontent, but chose not to engage further with the Shin family. In truth, while Shin Qingmiao had Shin Laojiao move the items onto the cart, she had also seized the opportunity to buy more seeds and some chickens, ducks, and geese, which she discreetly placed into her space. She ensured to check the alley multiple times to confirm no one was watching before doing so. She had purposefully purchased one male and one female, setting aside a section of her space for their care. Had she not been cautious, she feared they might consume her seedlings. Upon arriving in the village, Shin Qingmiao and Shin Laojiao hurriedly unloaded the cart. Villagers at the entrance, noticing the considerable amount of goods, couldn't resist asking, Qingmiao, has your brother returned? Did he earn a good sum? Not particularly. Mainly, he is about to leave again, so we thought to stock up on supplies, Shin Qingmiao replied. Shin Laojiao returned home to fetch a large basket, carrying all their purchases back inside. Once home, Shin Qingmiao immediately drank some water and began snacking on the pastries. You all can have the remaining pastries my brother left. I am going to my room for a nap, she declared, not waiting for Shin Laojiao's response before dashing to her room to check on her space. The chickens, ducks, and geese were all separated by a fence she had crafted from trees within her space. Although the process had been somewhat laborious, she was relieved to have completed it. Shin Qingmiao plucked some weeds around her crops, casually cutting them and tossing them into the enclosure. The chickens, ducks, and geese immediately gathered around the fence to feast. Seeing them eat contentedly eased her mind, as it meant she wouldn't have to prepare their meals daily. She could simply feed them the weeds. Shen Qingmiao rummaged through the house and discovered a book on making soap, which included recipes for bath beans. However, the materials listed were rare and expensive ingredients, which she could not afford. After some contemplation, she decided against it. Yet, she did find a method for making ordinary shampoo soap and soap bars in another book, with more accessible and common materials. Unfortunately, many of the required items were not available in her space, necessitating the use of substitutes. After spending considerable time in her space, she remembered that her fabric had yet to arrive. She hurried outside to wait, and as the sun began to set in the afternoon, a child arrived at her yard, calling out, Qingmiao, your fabric has arrived. You need to go to the village entrance to collect it. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingmiao dashed to the entrance. At this moment, the shopkeeper was leading a mule, laden with fabric, and covered it with a cloth. The journey had gathered quite a bit of dust, which had settled on her clothes. Sister Shin, I'm bringing it to your doorstep. It's not easy for you to carry alone, the shopkeeper said, noticing she had come unaccompanied. Shin Qingmiao promptly expressed her gratitude, realizing she had forgotten to call for help earlier. The shopkeeper followed her home, unloading the fabric piece by piece. Shin Qingmiao presented a list to the shopkeeper, who nodded in acknowledgement, saying, next time you buy from me, I'll give you a discount. All right, I'll be sure to come back to you for fabric. Shin Qingmiao replied enthusiastically. She looked at the mule the shopkeeper was leading and felt a twinge of desire. If only she had such a creature during her travels. It would surely ease her burdens considerably. Chapter 14. The Younger Sister. Upon returning home, the Shin family was greeted by a mountain of goods inside the house. They hurried to inquire of Shin Laojiu, who bought all these items. So much fabric, who has such deep pockets? The younger sister made the purchases, expressing her intention to craft garments for the entire family. She also brought delectable pastries for you all to savor. Shin Lar momentarily ceased his actions, reflecting on the exhaustion he had endured over the past few days, yet he felt his stamina and strength burgeoning. The martial arts manual his sister discovered was remarkably powerful. Not only could he comprehend it, but he could also learn from it. Moreover, the more he practiced, the more invigorated he felt. It was no wonder his sister urged him to master it so he could teach the rest of the family. Shinlada, filled with concern, exclaimed, "Where did she acquire the funds?" He was aware of the limited silver his daughter possessed, and such a quantity of fine fabric must have cost a considerable sum. Shinlara lowered his voice, revealing she unearthed ginseng on the mountain and sold it for money. Upon receiving the earnings, she immediately bought cloth for us. He added, she even mentioned wanting to purchase boots for everyone, though she forgot, and I didn't remind her. The younger sister's funds were diminishing rapidly. She is so kind to us, Lausanne. You must cease your grievances against her. We ought to unite as a family and strive to improve our lives. Shin Lausanne pouted. But she was overly indulgent towards that man, which is why I criticized her. Now that she has come to her senses, it is a positive development. Past grievances are just that, past. We are siblings, and whenever she has money, she buys us clothes. She is so generous, Shin Lada remarked. Prior to encountering Zhou Weinian, the four siblings shared an exceptionally close bond. It was only after the younger sister began disregarding family matters that Lausanne's dissatisfaction began to surface. I have a nagging feeling that what she mentioned earlier holds truth. Her transformation is too drastic to be without reason. The calamity we previously fled from could indeed recur. Perhaps we should consider leaving ahead of time, Shin Lausanne suggested. A person does not suddenly change. Even her infatuation with Zhou Weinian stemmed from a period of indoctrination. Though I do not believe in dreams, her abrupt alteration gives me pause, Shin Lar pondered. What if we wait a few more days? He proposed, still grappling with the revelations about his sister. If any strange occurrences were to arise in the city, he would promptly lead the family to safety. Lu Chunhua, rummaging through the fabric in the room, marveled at the quality. Who purchased this? Was it Lar or Lada? She speculated, assuming it was one of the two boys, as they were the only ones with a bit of silver. However, she could not be certain, considering how expensive fabric had become over the years. Fong Lan shared her excitement, exclaiming, "These fabrics are exquisite. They feel wonderful to the touch, and some even have patterns." At that moment, Shin Qingmiao emerged from the room, declaring, "I bought this, so each of us can have a new garment." Lu Chunhua gasped, "Where did you procure such a sum of money?" "I was fortunate enough to find 2 ginseng roots on the mountain. I also purchased white rice and flour. Let us enjoy a meal of these today." "Why buy so much fabric? You only need to make something for yourself. We can still wear our existing clothes. I can make you a few more outfits." Lu Chunhua replied, "No, I specifically bought this much with the intention of making new clothes for the entire family. We share our blessings, and since my fortune has improved, I want to share it with everyone," Shin Qingmiao insisted. Lu Chunhua, deeply touched, exclaimed, "Oh, you dear child." She caressed the fabric. "Then I shall use these lovely pieces to make your garments. The boys can manage with the coarser cloth, as it is more durable and suitable for laborers." Shin Qingmiao nodded, "Sister-in-law, let us prepare white rice today. I bought quite a bit." Fong Lan, taken aback by her sister-in-law's generosity, finally responded, "All right." She hurriedly called for her younger sister in the kitchen to prepare the white rice, which was far more delectable. If it weren't so expensive, she would want to eat it every day. Regardless of her sister-in-law's situation, the white rice would be a delightful addition to her meal. Lu Chunhua approached and summoned Xue Jiao, saying, "I will handle the cooking today." Xue Jiao's culinary skills were subpar, and as long as the food was sufficient to fill their bellies, it was acceptable. However, white rice, being a precious commodity, should not be wasted. Shin Qingmiao entered the kitchen. "Mother, I bought some meat, which is in the basket. Please stew it for everyone. And please also stew the goose I purchased. I want it braised." Lu Chunhua exclaimed, "How much did you buy today?" Quite a bit, but it is all necessary. I am not fond of pork anymore. Please make me the braised goose. Lu Chunhua sighed, pulling Shin Qingmiao into the kitchen. I'm not scolding you. But you must manage your silver wisely and not squander it. You should save some for unforeseen circumstances. If you spend it all at once, it will vanish. You used to only ask for money, and now, suddenly, you bring all this home. It's hard for me to accept. Moreover, even if you have money, you should not be overly generous. Just because you have good fortune now does not guarantee that it will persist. You should only buy a little of everything. If all that fabric was for your own garments, it would be acceptable, but you claim it is for the entire family. While the children need less fabric, the men require more, and it wears out quickly. She noticed several large bags of pastries on the table. Had the allure of the fabric not captivated her attention, she might have overlooked them entirely. Pastries are both costly and cannot fill one's stomach. A few bites to savor the taste would suffice. However, she dared not voice these thoughts, knowing how much Qingmiao adored such treats. I will ensure our family enjoys abundant and delicious meals, Shin Qingmiao proclaimed, vowing to diligently learn to read and farm. All right, Lu Chunhua said, scooping a bowl of white rice to prepare a porridge, thus conserving the grain. Shin Qingmiao quickly requested a few more bowls, stating, there are so many of us. Besides, I no longer wish to eat porridge. We should have white rice instead. Porridge is fine occasionally, but eating it daily would be unbearable. You wretched girl, it seems you haven't absorbed a word of what I said. Lu Chunhua lamented. Oh dear, let us ensure everyone is well fed. Mother, I'll fetch the meat. Shin Qingmiao retrieved 3 pieces of meat from the basket, having asked the butcher to cut them into smaller portions. She had bought pork belly, and the butcher had even gifted her 2 large intestines. The intestines had only been briefly cleaned, still retaining some scent. In ancient times, offal was a rare delicacy for common folk, and the butcher had given it to her out of goodwill for her substantial purchase. Noticing the intestines, Shin Qingmiao saw her sister-in-law, who was sitting in the courtyard shelling edamame. Sister-in-law, could you prepare these pig intestines for stewing later? Fang Lan, momentarily stunned, replied, sure. Just how much did you sell the ginseng for to buy all these items? Meanwhile, the Shin children were playing in the village, engaging in games with other children. Before long, they paused, each holding wild grass, and one exclaimed, I think I smell meat. Shin Dada also halted, inhaling the air thick with the aroma of meat, a scent that evoked memories of meals past. I crave meat so badly, it is simply delicious. Shin Xiaoxiao chimed in, recalling the meat they had enjoyed not long ago, along with the white porridge. Xiaoxiao, have you ever eaten meat? Asked the nearby Fang Xiaoqiao. Shin Xiaoxiao nodded, yes, it's delicious. Shin Dada reminisced about the wild boar meat his father had procured recently, which was equally delightful. The children, enticed by the tantalizing scent of meat, felt their stomachs rumble in unison. With their spirits dampened for play, they each returned home, eagerly anticipating whether their families had prepared meat that day. Shin Dada led the other 2 children back home, and as they walked, the scent of meat grew stronger, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they hurried homeward. Chapter 15. Preparations. The aroma of meat wafted through several households surrounding the Shin family, captivating their senses. What is that delightful scent of meat? They wondered. Who could be cooking something so fragrant? Inside the kitchen, Shin Qingmiao was diligently stewing meat. Earlier, she had discovered a pouch of spices in her storage space, and she had taken a handful to enhance the pork. Not only did it mask the game's odor, but it also made the dish even more aromatic. Lu Chunhua, catching a whiff of the enticing fragrance, speculated that her daughter must have added a few leaves or something similar. What did you put in, my dear? She inquired curiously. Just some spices. I read that they can enhance the flavor of meat, Shin Qingmiao replied. She had not anticipated that the randomly found spices in her storage would be so effective. Regrettably, there was only 1 pouch, otherwise, the uncastrated pigs of ancient times would have been salvageable too. The 3 children hurried home, unable to contain their excitement as they bolted into the kitchen. Aunt, what are you cooking? It smells wonderful, Shin Jiao exclaimed, having never encountered such an exquisite aroma. Stewing meat, Shin Qingmiao replied, having first sought the cleaned pig intestines prepared by her second sister-in-law, which she then stewed alongside the pork belly, filling the house with an irresistible scent. Lu Chunhua felt the children were somewhat in the way and instructed, go to the vegetable garden and pick some good green beans. We'll have them ready to eat when you return. Shin Dada, upon hearing this, eagerly took his 2 younger sisters to gather vegetables. Lu Chunhua was pleasantly surprised that her daughter's inaugural culinary endeavor turned out so delicious. This is even tastier than what they serve at the big shops in town. Shen Qingmiao felt a bit bashful, acknowledging that it was largely due to the spices from her storage that made it so fragrant. Unfortunately, the seasoning options in ancient times were limited, so she could only use what she had on hand. As she set the dishes on the table, the Shen family was entranced by the aroma. When Shen Qingmiao finally prompted them to eat, "Hurry, before it cools down," she served the first piece, and others followed suit. Lu Chunhua also utilized the meat broth to cook potatoes and greens, creating a delightful medley. The family relished their meal, particularly the children, who were oblivious to the heat as they devoured their food. After an enjoyable feast, Shen Jiao patted her belly, exclaiming, "I wish I could eat such delicious meat every day." Shen Lao chuckled, "When you grow up and have money, you can eat like this daily. So if I study hard and become an official, will I be able to enjoy such delectable meat every day?" Shin Dada pondered wistfully. "Indeed, study diligently. In the future, you will have access to all the delicious foods you desire." Shin Qingmiao reflected joyfully, pleased that the unpleasant odor of the pork had vanished. She particularly adored the pig intestines, finding them more appealing than the meat itself, though they required ample spices to mask their strong flavor, making them a rare indulgence. After finishing their meal, Shin Lao ventured out for a stroll, still carrying the lingering scent of meat, eager to boast to old Zhong. However, he inadvertently overheard alarming news. General Hu of Beiwei Pass had sustained grave injuries, and the pass was on the brink of collapse. Recalling what his second brother had mentioned earlier, he hurried home. Zhang Mian observed Shin Lao's panicked demeanor and teased, "You wanted to show off. And now a few herbs in the meat have frightened you." He was delighted as he organized the medicinal herbs he had gathered from the back mountain that day. Shihua stepped out of the house, recognizing her husband's mischievous nature, and remarked, "You shouldn't frighten them so often. I speak only the truth, not to frighten you. The Hu family is desperately searching for a physician, and if even the old Morong cannot heal him, it indicates that he is on the verge of death. Without the Hu family to defend it, Beiwei Pass will surely fall, especially with the court officials being nothing but inept gluttons." Zhang Nian stated while examining the fresh herbs in his hands. "We should consider leaving this place." "Must we leave again?" Shihua replied, somewhat discontented. Meanwhile, Shin Lao rushed home under the moonlight, gathering his family together urgently. "What is the matter? Why are you in such a frenzy?" they asked. Dr. Zhang said General Hu has been severely injured, and Beiwei Pass is about to fall. Shin Lao's words sent shockwaves through the family. "Is it true that General Hu is injured?" Shin Lao was taken aback, as the Hu family was his steadfast belief. If Dr. Zhang said it, it must be true. He frequently interacts with wealthy merchants and knows more, Shin Lao insisted, growing anxious that what his sister had mentioned might indeed be true. The family's expressions shifted immediately. Shin Lao turned to Shin Laozhang, "Father, we." As the head of the family, Shin Laohong hesitated to speak. Shin Laosen interjected, "Then we must leave at once." According to Shin Qingmiao's warnings, their family would ultimately face dire consequences. "We should hurry, leaving now would give us a head start," Shin Laosen urged. After a long silence, Shin Laozhang finally spoke, "We need to inform the village chief about this. If you tell him now, he may not believe you and could throw you in jail." Shin Qingmiao cautioned. With the news of General Hu's injury yet to spread and Beiwei Pass still holding, no one would believe you if you say there's been an injury. What if this implicates Dr. Zhang? "That makes sense," Shin Laozhang conceded, feeling troubled. "But such significant news cannot be withheld from the village chief. Discussing fleeing now is premature. We'd be considered conspirators," Shin Laosen opined. "We should first head to town and buy more food for the journey," Lu Chunhua suggested. "Since what our daughter prophesied has come to pass, it indicates that something truly dire may occur. She wouldn't lead us astray." After deliberation, the family resolved to go to town the following day to procure provisions. Shin Qingmiao, having recently purchased flour, suggested they make steamed buns to enjoy. "Let us indulge a bit more these days, it will bolster our strength for the journey ahead." The family agreed to head south towards Jiangnan, a region known for its wealth and pleasant living conditions. Shin Laohong hesitated, concerned about the expenses there. But the family seemed more inclined to heed Shin Qingmiao's judgment. Despite voicing his concerns, his words fell on deaf ears. The capital was dominated by the protagonists, and with its abundance of nobles, the risks were considerable. In Jiangnan, she could leverage her knowledge from the books in her storage for some small trade. Xin Qingmiao retreated to her room and entered her storage space, where she uncovered a martial arts manual, albeit one focused on escape techniques. In this world, speed is vital, she thought, prioritizing the mastery of evasion skills to enhance her chances of survival. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. She also discovered a technique for feigned death, aptly named the turtle breathing technique. Chapter 16. The purchase of a mule the next day. Xin Qingmiao planned a trip to town to buy a mule and invited Xin Lao to accompany her. However, Xin Lao felt it unnecessary, arguing that the price of mules was steep, and since they could not breed, it seemed impractical. In response, Xin Qingmiao elaborated on the myriad benefits of owning a mule, especially for when she wished to travel by cart rather than on foot. Buying a mule is far more economical than riding a horse. Xin Lao, convinced that his sister still possessed a considerable sum of silver, reluctantly agreed to accompany her. You may purchase a horse for your own use. The family can simply load some items onto it. Just yesterday, his sister had procured a multitude of goods for the household, and should she choose to shop again today, it would undoubtedly result in a staggering expenditure. The mere thought of such astronomical figures left him feeling utterly defeated, especially as he found himself devoid of sufficient funds despite years of toil. As Xin Qingmiao busied herself packing within their dwelling, Xin Lao heard a commotion emanating from the backyard fence. He hastily crept to investigate. Inside, Xin Qingmiao had also noticed the noise at the fence, which seemed to originate from the vegetable garden. Stepping outside, she was met by the unwelcome silhouette of an individual she despised. "Are you here to repay your debts?" she queried incredulously. After accumulating such a significant amount of silver owed to her, she had been preoccupied with earning money and purchasing goods, neglecting to confront this despicable scoundrel for repayment. To her dismay, neither Uncle Wang nor Aunt Zhao had thought to include her in their discussions. Standing outside the fence, Zhou Wenyun spoke gently. "Qingmiao, I find myself out of paper and ink today. When I went to the bookstore, they demanded 5 taels of silver." The implication was immediately clear to Xin Qingmiao. This man, now brazenly tearing off his mask, expected her to pay his debts. What an audacious narcissist. Unperturbed, Xin Qingmiao retorted, "Your audacity knows no bounds. Not only do you refuse to repay your debts, but you also dare to solicit money from me. It seems that my lack of time to pursue you for payment has only thickened your skin. Perhaps you've simply lost all sense of shame." Zhou Wenyun's expression soured at her words, unable to fathom the sudden shift in her demeanor. "Qingmiao, my feelings for you are genuine. I assure you. Once I attain my scholarly title, I will bring you and my mother to reside in town," he asserted with a smile. Convinced that her jealousy over his relations with other young women had led her to misconstrue his intentions, he believed that a little flattery would win her over. "Huh, you wish to bring me along so I can support you and your indolent, capricious mother? And as for your scholarly ambitions, they seem as unlikely as a celestial body failing to shine," she scoffed. The machinations of this man were transparent. He merely sought to deceive her into financial support, exploiting her generosity. The original owner of her identity had been the most willing to spend on him, easily swayed by his charm. "Unless you or your mother are celebrating a day of remembrance, I have no intention of parting with any copper coins for you," Shen Qingmiao declared with a laugh, aware that the only time she would be inclined to offer him anything would be out of goodwill. Zhou Wenyun, now furious and humiliated, retorted, "Xin Qingmiao, do not overstep your bounds. I am here seeking your company out of respect. Spare me your pretenses, I have no interest in your regard. You might as well pursue Lady Luo. It's a pity she does not hold you in esteem, for if she did, you would have soared to great heights by now." "How unfortunate," Xin Qingmiao countered, her disdain palpable. "I'll tell you this. You're not even worthy of licking my shoes," she added, just as a shadow darted from the side. In an instant, Xin Lao emerged, swiftly delivering a fierce beating to Zhou Wenyun. "You dare ask for my sister's attention? You're unworthy of even that, you gigolo," he growled, enraged at the thought of this shameless man leading his sister astray. Having heard tales from the third brother about Xin Qingmiao's entanglement with this Zhou Wenyun, Xin Lao was resolute. No doubt about it, this lecherous scoundrel had bewitched his sister, and today he had finally confirmed his suspicions. Zhou Wenyun, now battered and bruised, felt the ache permeate his entire being. Xin Lao knocked him unconscious and unceremoniously returned him to the Zhou residence. Xin Qingmiao felt a mix of exhilaration and apprehension, fearing her brother might face repercussions for his actions, for Zhou Wenyun was no fool to be trifled with. If anyone inquires, just say I did it. I hold a grudge against Zhou Wenyan, and he betrayed me. My actions will not bring any trouble, Xin Lao'er insisted, shaking his head. Let him come. I shall strike him down again should he dare to deceive my sister. Regardless, you'd do well to heed my advice. We should wait at the village entrance for the ox cart's return, he instructed. Xin Qingmiao had risen late that day, and the cart should have already departed. They could only wait for it to return with its passengers. I shall wait. I'll call for you when it arrives. It's quite sunny outside, she replied, knowing that the sun was blazing and that all the shaded spots were occupied by the village's elders. Given the heat of the day, few were inclined to venture outdoors, and the discomfort was palpable. No need for us to wait together, they decided, taking their places at the village entrance. As they waited, a woman returning from cutting pigweed passed by. Sister Xin, are you off to town again? She inquired. Sighing, Xin Qingmiao nodded. That Zhou Wenyun has the audacity to ask me for money again. How shameless. We have no ties anymore. Yet he expects me to provide funds for his ink and paper. 5 taels of silver? He truly is bold. This time, I intend to confront the shopkeeper and ensure Zhou Wenyun does not accrue debt in my name, she resolved. The woman, equally indignant, replied. Thank goodness you've come to your senses. Otherwise, you would be ensnared by this scoundrel's deceit. You should return indoors. The sun is scorching, she advised. Indeed. He has gone too far. You ought to seek out the village chief to demand repayment, the woman suggested, offering to accompany her to voice her grievances. Thank you, Auntie. Xin Qingmiao replied gratefully. After a while, Zhang Dainio finally returned, riding the ox cart at a leisurely pace. The cart was sparsely populated, as the oppressive heat kept most villagers indoors. Zhang Dainio planned to remain in the village today, tending to the oxen, for overheating them was a greater hassle than dealing with humans. Upon seeing the cart, Xin Qingmiao rushed over. Brother Dainio, are you not going to town today? She asked, noticing his intent to return home. Zhang Dainio nodded. The heat is unbearable today. Few venture to town, making it difficult to earn any money. And I must ensure the oxen do not suffer from heat stroke. Sister, perhaps we should wait until tomorrow when it is cooler, he suggested. Just as Xin Qingmiao contemplated offering more money to make the journey, a horse-drawn carriage approached. A young lady drew aside the curtain, inquiring, Are you headed to town? My lady can give you a ride. In their village, only the protagonist's family possessed a carriage. Delighted, Xin Qingmiao exclaimed, That would be wonderful. Thank you, Miss Luo. Xin Lao'er recognized that a wealthy family had recently moved into the village, with the village chief providing them with the finest accommodations, indicating their elevated status. Come inside and sit. Your brother can remain outside, Chanya suggested, adhering to the proprieties. Xin Qingmiao promptly climbed into the carriage, calling out to her brother. You sit outside. Xin Lao'er complied with a nod, taking a seat beside the driver, while Xin Qingmiao settled opposite Chanya, with Luo Ying seated between them. Thank you, Miss Luo. Xin Qingmiao expressed her gratitude once again. Not at all. My lady has a kind heart. What brings you to town? Chanya inquired. We're looking to purchase a mule. It would make things more convenient at home, Xin Qingmiao replied. The Xin family once possessed cattle, but the original owner sold them to pay for Zhou Wenyuan's tuition. Such was the case. Chanya glanced at her young mistress and refrained from speaking further. However, curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, What is the relationship between young Master Zhao and the young lady? Chapter 17. The Protagonist. Xin Qingmiao suddenly realized that the female lead must have already developed feelings for the male lead, which was why this girl would ask such a question. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Xin Qingmiao replied, He was my former fiancé, but our engagement has been annulled, so there is no connection now. We have never been close, having only met a couple of times in our lives. This was not a falsehood. The original owner and the male lead indeed had little acquaintance. Moreover, the male lead appeared rather aloof, which the original owner found quite disagreeable. Upon hearing this, Chanya's spirits lifted, and she produced a food box from nearby, saying, Miss Xin, I feel a connection with you, so please indulge in these pastries I made. Xin Qingmiao intended to accept, but cast a glance at the female lead beside her. Luo Ying lowered her gaze and said, Chanya likes you, accept them. Then I must thank Miss Luo and Chanya. Chanya was overjoyed. Her mistress seemed to have taken a liking to young Master Zhao. Initially, she thought the two were fated to be apart, only to discover that the engagement had long been dissolved. This revelation alleviated her mistress's concerns and made her view Shin Qingmiao more favorably. Upon reaching the town, Shin Qingmiao expressed her gratitude and descended from the carriage, still holding the food box. Shin Laozi immediately noticed, "Is this from Miss Luo?" "Indeed, Miss Luo is quite kind." Shin Qingmiao had read the original story, where the female lead was a woman of both bravery and wisdom, and the male lead's ascent to the throne was aided by her protection. At that moment, Shin Qingmiao felt a twinge of guilt for having usurped the female lead's advantages. Yet, without such advantages, she would merely await her demise in the original plot. Thus, she resolved that one must act for their own benefit. If that was deemed excessive, so be it. She had not come here to perish. "Brother, let us purchase a mule." The siblings arrived at a livestock market where cattle, horses, and mules were available. Shin Qingmiao sought out the cleanest establishment, asking the proprietor, "How much for a mule?" "These mules are 6 taels each, and for 3 it would be 20 taels. The proprietor noted that these 3 mules were distinctly superior to those nearby. Shin Qingmiao could not help but inquire, "Why is there such a price disparity? A single good mule is worth several of those over there." The proprietor explained, "These 3 are exceptional. I have bred mules for many years, and these 3 are particularly fine. It all depends on luck. And a single good mule surpasses several ordinary ones. My average mules are better fed than others, and these 3 are beyond comparison. If they cannot be sold, I shall keep them myself. What discount would you offer for purchasing all 3? Shin Qingmiao observed that the trio appeared more spirited than the others. 3. Shin Laozi exclaimed. "Sister, do not waste money, 1 will suffice," he urged anxiously. 20 taels each means 60 taels altogether. Considering the work we have, it will take a year. The proprietor pondered. 50 taels? Too steep. How about 40 taels? Shin Qingmiao deemed this price already quite high. The proprietor, somewhat tempted, remarked, "These are indeed fine mules. 40 taels feels rather low." 40 taels is already generous. Will you sell, or shall I procure a common mule from elsewhere? After some deliberation, the proprietor decided to sell. Shin Qingmiao instructed her brother to finalize the purchase, and she produced the payment. "Wait a moment. I shall provide you with some hay." The proprietor wheeled out a cart of hay and secured it to the mules. "Feed them well. They are in good health, so do not let them go hungry." "Understood." Shin Qingmiao was pleasantly surprised by the proprietor's generosity in providing a cart, thus saving her money. "Where can I find reasonably priced carts around here?" she inquired. "My family owns a cart, my wife is a carpenter, and all our household items are crafted by her. The cart I am giving you is also her handiwork," the proprietor replied. "How much for one?" "Prices vary. A standard one typically costs 5 taels." "Do you have one with a canopy?" Shin Qingmiao asked, considering the likelihood of rain during their travels. "For an additional 2 taels, I can add an oilcloth cover." "Then I shall take one with the oilcloth cover and another standard cart, reinforcing the wheels as well." "Very well. The oilcloth cart is 7 taels. And reinforcing the wheels will cost an additional 2 taels. We do not have carts with reinforced wheels at present. You may return tomorrow to collect it. Or I can deliver it to your home." Agreed. Shin Qingmiao settled the payment for the mules and provided a 1-tael deposit. The proprietor handed her a token inscribed with characters, instructing her to present it upon collection. Shin Qingmiao mounted the mule, saying, "Brother, please take me home. I do not wish to walk." Shin Laozi sighed, "You have spent so much money, oh dear." He was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the expenditure. Shin Qingmiao remained unconcerned. "It will expedite our journey and allow us to carry many items." As they returned to the village, the mules attracted considerable attention. "Laozi, have you bought 3 mules? These mules look splendid." Shin Laozi smiled politely, affirming, "Yes, indeed." He hurriedly led the mules home. The mules, possessing gentle temperaments, were easily guided back. Inside, Shui Jiao was preparing dinner. Shin Qingmiao dismounted and dashed to the kitchen, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, I want meat and white rice." Shui Jiao nodded, noticing the mules her husband was leading. "Sister, are these the mules you purchased?" she asked, recalling the earlier discussions among family members. Knowing only her sister had the means to procure them, she was well aware of how many taels her husband had. Shin Qingmiao nodded this way. "We can carry more supplies and even ride in a cart." Shui Jiao was astonished by her sister's transformation, realizing she was willing to invest in the family's needs. Had it been her, she would have secretly hoarded the funds for her own use. Instantly, she felt a pang of guilt for her earlier reservations. Shin Laozi prepared the old cowshed for the mules, leading them inside. He unloaded some hay from the cart and fed them a portion. Mules require substantial water. So he fetched several buckets from their well for them to drink. These mules were worth several taels, more valuable than his own life. Xin Qingmiao observed her brother bustling about, treating the mules with reverence. She quietly added some spiritual spring water to the trough and filled a bucket for Xin Laosi, saying, "Brother, have some water." Xin Laosi, indeed thirsty, intended to tend to the mules before drinking and was pleasantly surprised when his sister brought him water. "Thank you, sister. This water is truly sweet." Xin Qingmiao discreetly added some spiritual spring water to the trough where the mules were drinking. The 3 mules abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at her. Xin Qingmiao continued her task silently. Xin Laosi felt invigorated after drinking the water his sister provided. "Xin Laosi, the village head is calling for you." Chapter 18. The Village Head. Chang Si shouted from outside the Xin family's courtyard, "Hurry up, the village head is quite anxious." Upon seeing Xin Laosi emerge, he shouldered his hoe and returned home. Xin Lao was perplexed as to why the village head was seeking him. Yet he knew he could not disregard the elder's words, so he hastened his steps. Xin Qingmiao instinctively sensed something amiss. Her elder brother had just fought with someone surnamed Zhou, and now he was being summoned by the village head. She suspected that the Zhou family was up to no good. Concerned that her brother might fall victim to Zhou Wenyuan's schemes, she hurriedly followed him. The village head's residence was located on the eastern side of the village, being the only house with tiled roofing. Just as Xin Lao was about to push open the door, Xin Qingmiao urgently grasped his arm. "Brother, take me with you. I have an ominous premonition." Xin Qingmiao was panting from her sprint. Sensing her distress, Xin Lao consented to her request. Upon hearing the commotion, the village head put down his teacup and called out, "Come in." Xin Lao glanced at Xin Qingmiao, warning her not to speak out of turn. Understanding the gravity in her brother's gaze, she nodded in agreement. The siblings entered together. The village head regarded Xin Qingmiao silently. Seated nearby, Zhou Wenyuan immediately interjected, "Village head, Xin Lao has beaten me so badly. You must take my side." The village head looked expectantly at Xin Lao, as if waiting for him to speak first. "It is indeed true that I struck him. But Zhou Wenyuan deserved it," he admitted. The village head feigned embarrassment, yet acknowledged that resorting to violence was inherently wrong, especially given the severity of Zhou Wenyuan's injuries. He had observed that Zhou's body was marred with bruises, a rather frightening sight. Xin Qingmiao spoke up, "Village head, I am aware that you are the fairest person in our village. Zhou Wenyuan sought to extort money from me, which led to his beating. He has long owed me a considerable sum, and upon demanding more, he threatened me. My brother acted solely to protect me. He refrained from using lethal force otherwise. This shameless individual would likely be lying in a coffin rather than sitting here." Zhou Wenyuan listened with evident displeasure, having never realized Xin Qingmiao could be so shameless. It was her brother who had assaulted him, leaving him grievously injured, yet she had the audacity to claim he had not used lethal force. The village head then remarked, "I have examined Zhou Wenyuan's injuries, and they are indeed quite severe. This matter pertains to our village. It would be ill-advised to escalate it elsewhere. I suggest you resolve it privately." He was reluctant to involve himself in such trifles, yet Zhou Wenyuan's insistence had compelled him to engage. Xin Qingmiao turned to Zhou Wenyuan. "How do you propose we settle this privately?" Zhou Wenyuan, with a smug expression, replied, "I was on my way to the academy when your brother's actions made me miss my class. Not only do I expect compensation for my medical expenses, but I also demand further recompense." Confident that the Xin family would not dare refuse with the village head present, he pressed on, "How much do you intend to pay?" Zhou Wenyuan's spirits lifted as he had heard rumors of Xin Qingmiao's recent acquisitions, indicating she had money. He slowly stated, "Let us settle for 10 taels of silver." Xin Qingmiao chuckled, "Are you dreaming in broad daylight? You first repay the money you owe me. My brother has shown restraint, otherwise you would already be in dire straits." "Brother, show Wenyuan what you can do," she urged, as she retrieved a wooden stool, an item she had casually picked up earlier. Knowing Zhou Wenyuan would soon put on a performance, she had prepared to witness his theatrics. Xin Lao took the stool and effortlessly split it in half. The stool was exceptionally sturdy, crafted by their father's own hands. "You see, had my brother been truly ruthless, you would have been long gone," she taunted. "By the way, Zhou Wenyuan, if you do not repay the money you owe, I shall sell you off," she warned, glancing at the village head. "And you must not attempt to evade responsibility." Zhou Wenyuan, displeased, retorted, "What evidence do you have that I owe you money?" He was aware that Shen Qingmiao had likely forgotten the amount he had borrowed from her, believing her words to be mere intimidation tactics. Everyone in the village knows you have been using my money for your schooling, not to mention the food you consumed was also funded by me, as well as the assistance from Aunt Zhao's daughter and Uncle Wang's daughter. You are quite adept at living off others. Recently, you've set your sights on the village head's granddaughter, hoping to feast off their generosity as well, she scoffed. At this, the village head's expression darkened. Miss Shen, there are certain matters you should refrain from discussing. I speak the truth. Your granddaughter is far too clever to fall for Zhou Wenyuan, she replied boldly. However, Zhou Wenyuan, having lost his financial backing from Aunt Zhao's daughter, and with Uncle Wang now aware of the situation, was no longer secure. He would inevitably seek new prospects. And given his frequent visits to the village head's residence, it was clear he had ulterior motives. The village head, realizing Zhou Wenyuan's intentions, felt a surge of anger. Zhou Wenyuan, you must repay Miss Shen within 2 days, or I shall expel you from the village. With that, he ushered all three out of his home. Shen Qingmiao glared at Zhou Wenyuan, reminding him of the village head's warning. In this era, being expelled from the village was no trivial matter. Surrounding villages would not dare to take in someone cast out, as it signified a grave transgression. Her earlier tactics had rendered Zhou Wenyuan speechless from pain. Shen Lao threatened, if you fail to repay, await another beating. Zhou Wenyuan seethed with hatred as he watched the siblings depart. You will regret this, Shen Qingmiao. I will ensure you live a life worse than death, he vowed. Meanwhile, the village head lay awake in his own home, tossing and turning. His wife, unable to tolerate his restlessness any longer, kicked him out of bed, exclaiming, Zhao Daofeng, if you wish to sleep, then sleep. If not, get out. She had a multitude of tasks to attend to the following day and was already fatigued, finding it impossible to rest with him fidgeting beside her. Zhao Daofeng rose and dusted himself off. I was merely contemplating that it is time to find a suitable match for Baozhu, as she has reached an appropriate age. He was concerned that many ill-intentioned individuals, like Zhou Wenyuan, would be drawn to her. At her age, young girls are easily deceived, he fretted. Finding a match? Even the best families will bring their share of troubles. Nowadays, mothers-in-law often impose rules on their new daughters-in-law. Yu Huahua interjected. In my opinion, we should seek a husband for Baozhu, preferably someone orphaned and without relatives. An orphan, you say? That might work. They would be less likely to bully Baozhu, he mused. After some contemplation, he decided, I shall inquire tomorrow. The following day, Shen Qingmiao returned to the market, purchasing a variety of seeds. As her first batch of crops had matured, she harvested everything in one go, stacking the produce within her home. Utilizing the wood from her space, she constructed a grain storage facility and planted a bag of red beans that her elder brother had previously gifted her. The sweet bean paste was quite delightful. On this trip to town, her primary goal was to procure sugarcane or beets for sugar production. However, upon inquiry, she discovered that beets had yet to be introduced, leaving most villagers unaware of what they were. Thus, she opted to purchase sugarcane roots instead. In the town, sugarcane is sold individually. And Shen Qingmiao purchased 2 stalks of white sugarcane and 1 stalk of red sugarcane. The white variety boasts a higher sugar yield, while the red is more suited for consumption than for syrup production. Shen Lao ventured to the grain shop to procure over 10 pounds of coarse grain. Knowing his younger sister's fondness for white rice, he also bought 4 pounds of it. With grain prices on the rise once more, it was evident that trouble was brewing. Upon returning to the ox cart, he spotted his sister gnawing on a piece of sugarcane, with 3 more stalks beside her. Seeing him arrive, Shen Qingmiao remarked, we could have taken our mule to the town, and perhaps we could still find someone selling mules to take us back. Her elder brother cherished the mule dearly. Yet, she planned to harness it for their trip to town. Ultimately, he stubbornly insisted on taking the ox cart instead. Should we not seek out the mule seller? They could easily take us back on the way, Shen Lao finally realized. Shen Qingmiao shook her head, stating, you've already spent the money. It's too late to suggest it now. We are from the same village, and it feels rather awkward. After placing their purchases onto the ox cart, Shen Lao sat beside Shen Qingmiao. She broke a piece of sugarcane for him, advising him to avoid the bud area while eating. I desire that bud section, she declared. The bud is the seed of the sugarcane. As long as it receives some spiritual spring water, it would flourish under her care. Are you planning to plant sugarcane, little sister? he inquired, unable to fathom any other reason for her interest, especially given their previous discussions of fleeing from famine. There was little time to wait for a harvest. That's none of your concern. Shin Qingmiao dared not divulge the secret of her spatial abilities, even to those she knew well, fearing that a slip of the tongue could lead to dire consequences. From a distance, Aunt Zhao spotted Shin Qingmiao atop the ox cart. "Qingmiao, my dear, you've come to town to shop as well. And you bought sugarcane too, how fortuitous, for I did as well." Aunt Zhao handed some coins to Zhang Dainio and clambered onto the cart. "It has been ages since we last visited the Zhou family to collect our dues. Shall we go today?" She had noticed a decline in her duck eggs and suspected that her recent scolding of the girl had been insufficient. Shen Qingmiao nodded. "That sounds good. I have the time today. I'll ask Uncle Wang if he wishes to join us." "Of course he will. He has been robbed of his precious goods by the Zhou family," Aunt Zhao replied without a moment's hesitation. Recently, the village head had begun discussing marriage for his eldest granddaughter, searching for orphans left alone after their families perished. "Your previous fiancé has caught the village head's eye," Aunt Zhao added, noting how the village head frequently lingered near Zhao Jie's home. Shen Qingmiao was taken aback. "Is that true? Why is the village head suddenly so anxious about his granddaughter? Could it be related to yesterday's incident with Zhou Nin? That was rather swift of him to start seeking matches today. His granddaughter was of marrying age, and in other families, she would have already been promised to someone. Perhaps even with children of her own. I suspect he has taken a liking to Zhao Jie. He is the most handsome man in our village. And of suitable age for marriage," Aunt Zhao emphasized. "The key point is that both his parents have passed on, so marrying him would not bring any troubles." Shin Lao'er remained oblivious to how his sister had become acquainted with the villagers. Previously, she had been quite indifferent towards them, save for the Zhou family. The thought of his sister's promising match being ruined by the Zhou family troubled him greatly, particularly upon learning that the village head had taken an interest in Zhao Jie. In his mind, Zhao Jie was already destined to be his brother-in-law. Yet their union had been torn asunder by his sister's aversion. His sister despised Zhao Jie, and he dared not speak of him further, fearing she might unleash her ire upon him. Feeling somewhat discontented, Shin Lao'er returned home. While Shen Qingmiao noticed he was almost done gnawing away at the bud she intended to plant. "Elder brother, please peel the bud along with the skin for me," she insisted. This was to be her planting stock. She handed him the 3 stalks of sugarcane, instructing him to peel them entirely. With a sigh, Shin Lao'er took his knife and began to peel. The kitchen knife at home was greasy, unsuitable for the sugarcane. He worked diligently, while Shin Qingmiao hurried off to Aunt Zhao's house to wait for her. Huang Yui, who was inside stitching handkerchiefs, noticed Shin Qingmiao wandering in her yard and stepped outside. "What brings you here?" "I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for your mother," she retorted. "No." She and Aunt Zhao were allies, both creditors of Zhou Nin. "Are you here to complain to my mother?" Shin Qingmiao surmised that Huang Yui was aware of her discreetly giving duck eggs to Zhou Jade. Recently, he had been studying diligently, and without duck eggs, he lacked nutrition. She had already given him so few, and now Shin Qingmiao had discovered the truth. "No, I merely have a matter to discuss with your mother," Shin Qingmiao replied, unwilling to elaborate to someone so infatuated. If she were to learn that they were going to the Zhou family to collect debts, there would surely be trouble. Aunt Zhao quickly tidied the kitchen and promptly followed Shin Qingmiao without casting a glance at Huang Yui. Huang Yui stealthily trailed behind them. The two made their way to Uncle Wang's house, where they summoned him. The weather on the mountain had been pleasant lately, leading to an abundance of wild game, which Uncle Wang had caught and was now processing. Upon seeing Aunt Zhao and Shin Qingmiao, he surmised the purpose of their visit. He instructed his daughters, "You all stay home and handle this. I'll give you extra pocket money later." Uncle Wang's second daughter recognized Aunt Zhao and Shen Qingmiao. She had heard the village gossip and understood that her secret gifts to Zhou Nin had been discovered. After her father's words, she grasped the situation. Zhou Nin had no interest in her, but rather in the game from her family. The 3 of them set off towards Zhou Nin's residence. Villagers they encountered along the way promptly turned to follow them. The trio walked with an air of authority. Upon arriving at the Zhou household, Aunt Zhao kicked open the door, which was flimsy and made of bamboo, having fallen into disrepair over the years. "Where are the people of the Zhou family?" she called. The yard was empty, and after inspecting the kitchen, Aunt Zhao wondered aloud, why is no one here? If the household was deserted, they dared not touch anything, for Zhou Nin might falsely accuse them, and even the villagers would not be able to clarify the situation. Shin Qingmiao suspected he might be hiding inside. Zhou Wenin was unlikely to be at the academy, as he had not even managed to pay his tuition this month. She pondered whether he had indeed taken refuge indoors. Chapter 20. The Matters of the Hua Family. Zhou Wenin was seated inside with his mother, covering her mouth and signaling her to remain silent. With no one at home, they would not dare to take anything from his family, for such actions would warrant severe repercussions. Summer Huifang was nearly beside herself with anger. These shameless individuals are back to pilfer from my home. It is utterly outrageous. She caught sight of the three figures wandering around her yard and longed to rush out and scold them, but her son held her mouth firmly shut. Shin Qingmiao and the others surveyed the yard for quite some time. Uncle Wang, shrewd and cunning, felt the coolness of the stool and checked the cup. Shin Qingmiao directly poked holes in the windows of several rooms in the Zhou household to peek inside. She prepared to make her move on the final room, creating a small opening. At that moment, Summer Huifang could no longer contain herself. With a sudden swat, she scolded her son, "You wretched girl. You have damaged my window and must compensate for the repairs." Zhou Wenyuan felt somewhat speechless. How cunning could Shin Qingmiao be? She had not even dared to look at the gaping hole in the window after hearing the commotion. She had indeed heard the noise, and the people in the yard had also taken notice. Xia Huifang was waiting for Shin Qingmiao to glance in her direction, ready to give her a finger, eager to see her eyes blinded. Aunt Zhao forcefully pushed open the door, exclaiming, "So, you're hiding here. That makes things much easier. I'm here to collect my duck eggs. Don't think I'm unaware that wretched girl has been taking my duck eggs to give to you." Instantly, Aunt Zhao seized the duck eggs from inside and called to old Wang, "Hurry, open the window so they can see what I'm taking back." Uncle Wang approached and pried open the window of Zhou Wenyuan's home, revealing the mother and son before them. The villagers, having speculated that the three had come to demand debts, were not surprised to find the two hiding there. Uncle Wang soon stumbled upon the silver hidden within the bricks of the Zhou household. "Huh, just love hiding it in the bricks," he scoffed. "Shin girl, Aunt Zhao, come quickly, let us divide this." Aunt Zhao, sensing a familiar gaze, looked outside to see her wretched daughter peering from a short distance. She glanced down at the duck eggs in her arms, received the silver, and immediately shouted, "That boy from the Zhou family and I have had a falling out. Yet he still deceived my daughter into stealing my duck eggs." Zhou Wenyuan did not wish to admit that it was indeed Aunt Zhao's daughter who had initially given them to him. These were his purchases from the market. In the village, only Aunt Zhao and a few families raised ducks, but many in town sold duck eggs. Aunt Zhao retorted, "Oh, you know best. Am I not familiar with my own duck eggs? Have you ever seen town duck eggs as large as mine?" Her duck eggs were a hot commodity in the town, with many lining up to buy them. Yet her own daughter shamelessly stole them away. The villagers were well aware that Aunt Zhao's duck eggs were of superior quality, far surpassing those sold in town. Relatives living in the town knew Aunt Zhao was from the same village and had urged her to buy more, as securing duck eggs in town was a competitive endeavor. This Zhou boy is quite the deceiver, making the village girls steer clear of him. Huang Wei, seeing Zhou Dejia's displeased expression from afar, felt a pang of guilt. The duck eggs her mother was holding were those she had taken recently, and they were already half gone. Zhou Deji would certainly be reluctant to eat them. Next time, she would bring him some cooked ones. This way, he could eat quickly and avoid detection by her mother. Aunt Zhao, without a hint of courtesy, declared, "Those who understand the trade know the price of my duck eggs in town. I haven't sold them lately mainly because my eggs mysteriously ended up in someone else's hands. Everyone knows how much these silver coins are worth in terms of duck eggs, and Zhou Wenyuan still owes us 3 individuals a considerable sum. He previously tricked Shin Girl into signing a contract of servitude, pocketing the silver for himself. If Shin Girl hadn't come to her senses, she would have been entirely duped by this rascal." Uncle Wang added, "Everyone must be clear with their children. My daughter realized that she wouldn't fare well at my place and would surely seek elsewhere." The implication was unmistakable. "Miss, there are many people surrounding young Master Zhou's home," Chunya called from the cart. The arrival of a cart drew the villagers' attention once more. Zhou Wenyuan, feeling elated, dashed out of the house and approached the cart, whispering, "It's Shin's little daughter spreading rumors about me. She has always had a fondness for me. I will resolve this matter." Luoying remained silent. She merely returned the poem written by Zhou Wenyuan after copying it. She cared little for other matters. She gestured for Chunya to present the items. Chunya handed over a few sheets of paper along with a silver ingot to Zhou Wenyuan. Zhou Wenyuan promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Luo. He hurriedly tucked the items away to prevent the trio in the yard from seizing them. The cart quickly departed, and Zhou Wenyuan returned to the courtyard, asserting, "You three should cease your incessant meddling. I will overlook the previous incident. Henceforth, do not come to my home. And I shall have no further dealings with your daughter." Zhou Wenyuan felt exasperated. Shin Qingmiao's obsession, born of love turned to hate, was truly terrifying. She seemed to have him under constant surveillance. In truth, Shin Qingmiao was fixated on the silver he possessed. She swiftly declared, "Uncle Wang, Zhou Wenyuan has silver. This silver could compensate for our losses." The protagonist, a wealthy individual, had deliberately kept an eye on the two. She had even stepped onto the Zhou family's wooden table to catch a glimpse of the silver. Uncle Wang promptly seized Zhou Wenyuan, rummaging through his belongings for the silver. He soon extracted it, forcibly pulling out a few sheets of paper in the process. Shin Qingmiao picked up the papers. "This is my poem. You're not allowed to look. I had no intention of reading it, it's just poetry, nothing scandalous. I have no desire for your mediocre work." Shin Qingmiao casually glanced at a few lines before tossing it back to Zhou Wenyuan, scoffing, "What a piece of drivel. It merely expresses grievances about the world's injustices and the oppression of the people." Having spent years honing her reading comprehension skills, she could discern the essence of the poem at a glance. Zhou Wenyuan, disregarding the silver, immediately tucked the papers away. Aunt Zhao produced a pair of scissors from her pocket, snipping the silver ingot into 3 pieces. "Here, each of us gets a share." Shin Qingmiao weighed the silver, realizing why this scoundrel lived so well, thriving on the generosity of several women. The 3 of them departed, happily clutching their silver and belongings. The villagers had grown fond of Zhou Wenyuan, especially after learning of his proclivity for courting young girls. Moreover, the Zhou family had fled to their village and were not originally from there. Shin Qingmiao and her companions were all locals. Zhou Wenyuan watched them leave with a displeased expression. Even the silver from Miss Luo had been taken away. Shin Qingmiao's perceptiveness was rather acute. Huang Yue recalled previous conversations at the Shin household and considered Shin Qingmiao's recent actions. A surge of indignation welled up within her as she approached the Zhou household. Zhou Wenyuan, noticing her displeasure, remarked, "Your mother just left. You should go after her and return home together." This woman was far too scheming, on the surface. She presented him with eggs, yet behind his back, she was demanding their return and pilfering his silver. Feeling somewhat wronged by Zhou Wenyuan's attitude, Huang Yue implored, "I know nothing of my mother's affairs, nor how she came to know them. Jade, I am sincere in my feelings for you." The smile Jade had given to Miss Luo was one she had never witnessed before. "As for the Shin family, they have been speaking ill of us behind our backs, mentioning rumors of fleeing from disaster and the injury of General Hua at Beiwei Pass, claiming it has fallen." Chapter 21. The Little Swindler Zhou Wenyuan. Shin Qingmiao returned home, elated with the silver. From afar, Shin Laoer spotted his little sister strutting home like a victorious rooster, chest puffed out. She held 4 duck eggs given by Aunt Zhao. "Here, Erga, prepare these duck eggs for dinner tonight." These sizable eggs would make for a delightful dish for the entire family. Shin Qingmiao noticed the sugarcane sprouts had already been peeled, and she took them inside. She entered her space and planted the sprouts around the spirit spring, watering them with some of the spring water after placing them in the moist soil. Sugarcane is remarkably easy to cultivate. One need only plant the sprouting joints directly into the soil. There is no necessity for seeds, as each time one consumes it, they can simply leave behind the sprouts to sow another batch. It is truly a resource that seems inexhaustible and perpetually available. When the Shin family learned that Shin Qingmiao had approached the Zhou family once more to request money, an array of complex emotions arose within them. Some felt a sense of relief, while others were apprehensive about her being taken advantage of. Lu Chunhua advised, "Daughter, do not go there again. Disregard their offers. One can never be too cautious against potential deceit." Zhou Wenyuan's character was rather dubious, and she genuinely feared that he might eventually resort to unscrupulous tactics. Shin Qingmiao, however, remained unfazed, asserting that he lacked the audacity to act against her, and that he surely did not possess only a meager amount of silver. "Moreover, we share a vendetta. If any trouble should arise, it would be all too evident that he was behind it." Old Man Shin glanced at his second son, commanding, "From now on, wherever your sister goes, you shall accompany her." The atmosphere during dinner had grown rather lackluster, with the children nearly drooling in anticipation of the meal. Shin Qingmiao found it amusing to see the 3 children gazing longingly at the dishes on the table. It was impossible to avoid that detestable scoundrel. as the original owner of her body had met her demise largely due to his machinations. Today, Fong Lan prepared a meal, transforming duck eggs into a dish with wild greens, alongside a plate of pork belly. Shin Qingmiao had specifically instructed that the meat should be consumed promptly, otherwise, it would spoil and become inedible, potentially causing harm. Lu Chunhua had contemplated turning the meat into jerky, but Shin Qingmiao planned to venture into town to purchase more. Thank you, little friend. This must be the home of Shin Qingmiao. Yes, uncle, I shall return home now. All right. Hong Wenxin handed a piece of malt candy to the child, saying, Here, have a sweet treat. The child received the candy and scampered away joyfully. Spotting the people in the courtyard, Hong Wenxin called out, Miss Shin, I have brought the carts you requested. Upon seeing this, Shin Qingmiao quickly retrieved the wooden plaque she had previously made for herself, exclaiming, Let me see. She examined the two carts, which matched her specifications perfectly, their wheels reinforced with sturdy metal. After inspecting, she took out silver from her bosom to pay. Hong Wenxin untied the donkey from the cart and assisted Shin Lao San in lowering it from the cart. If all is well, I shall return to town. Hong Wenxin had taken a wrong turn earlier. It was mealtime for the villagers, and he could not linger, so he rode off, leading another mule. Upon seeing her sister-in-law hand over silver, Fong Lan understood that a cart had been purchased. Although the money was not hers, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. The family already owned one cart, and acquiring two more seemed rather extravagant. Lu Chunhua shot Fong Lan a disapproving glance, as her thoughts were plainly written on her face. The money spent was primarily for her daughter, not the family's funds. Lu Chunhua feared that Fong Lan might harbor feelings of jealousy that could inadvertently harm her daughter. Recently, the little girl had been quite lavish, bringing many new items into the household. It was inevitable that some would cast judgment, and a reprimand was necessary. After receiving the glare, Fong Lan immediately lowered her head. She recognized her mother-in-law's displeasure, though she harbored no ill intentions, merely a belief that it was a tad wasteful. Just as Shin Qingmiao had her family arrange the carts, a gentle knocking was heard at the gate. The fence surrounding the Shin home was low, making it unnecessary to knock. One could easily see a face from inside. The village had merely knocked to announce his presence, saying, I'm coming in. He pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard. I have come to address a matter. There are rumors circulating in the village that you are spreading slander about General Hua and cursing that the city will fall to the Hu people, he whispered. Old Man Shin was instantly alarmed. No, we would never say such things. Our family consists of honest folk. Shin Laosan chimed in. That must be mere gossip among the villagers. I do not even know who General Hua is. I have traveled extensively with the escort agency and have heard of his formidable reputation, yet I have never encountered such rumors. Shin Lao Er attempted to clarify. Shin Qingmiao sensed that their discussions might have been overheard. Perhaps it was the force of the narrative at play. They, the supporting characters, were preparing to flee, and thus the story would intervene. Shin Qingmiao tentatively inquired, Who is maligning us? Is it someone with a vendetta against me? The village head looked around, seemingly realizing they were unaware. It is likely a petty person spreading rumors about your family. The emphasis on petty was palpable. In that instant, Shin Qingmiao comprehended who it was, Zhou Wenyuan, that despicable scoundrel. There was no one else it could be. I suspect it is Zhou Wenyuan. He owes me a considerable sum of silver, and he has never been pleased with me since I was associated with Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhao. I believe it is he. Besides, he is the only person in the village with whom I have a conflict. Upon hearing this, Shin Lao San's anger flared. Indeed, it must be him. There is no one else. He previously deceived Shin Qingmiao into giving him silver, as well as the rice and flour we could scarcely afford, leaving our family impoverished. My elder brother and second brother have no funds for schooling, all of which went to Zhou Wenyuan. Furthermore, he attended the private school with the money Shin Qingmiao provided, and he even coerced her into signing a contract of servitude with a sum of 20 taels, absconding with it and forcing our family apart. Shin Lao San's face turned crimson with rage. Zhou Wenyuan was undoubtedly the person he detested the most. The village head's gaze shifted, now scrutinizing the Shin family and Shin Qingmiao with newfound intensity. Shin Qingmiao quickly added, Fortunately, I have come to my senses. You, sir, are the most respected figure in these parts. Could you possibly compel Zhou Wenyuan to repay my silver? The village head shook his head. I cannot interfere. This is a personal matter for you. Very well, but Zhou Wenyuan's slander must be addressed. Spreading rumors about General Hua, especially given that Beiwei Pass is a crucial checkpoint for our nation, must not go unpunished. Shin Qingmiao's expression was one of deep concern. I am not seeking personal revenge. This matter pertains to national interests and must be dealt with seriously. If news spreads, it could endanger our entire village. The village head pondered, indeed. Zhou Wenyuan had a penchant for spreading baseless rumors and bore ill intentions. Although he had come to Shin's house for an important matter, this issue took precedence. If it reached the county magistrate, the entire village would be in peril. The village head immediately instructed Shin Laoda to summon the village chief and several respected elders to confront Zhou's family. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenyuan was engrossed in reading a newly purchased novel from the town, relishing the thought of the Shin family's misfortunes. They had unwittingly handed him leverage against them. And though he initially had no intention of informing the village head, their treatment of him incited a fiery indignation. He wished for the Shin family to be expelled from the village, reduced to wandering beggars, subject to oppression. At which point he could capture them all and sell them off. With a smirk, Zhou Wenyuan hummed a cheerful tune. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. He stood to investigate, spotting an elder from the village, undoubtedly sent to discuss the punishment of the Shin family. Mother, quickly go open the door for the village head. Xia Huifang, engrossed in her picture book, had no desire to acknowledge her son, but fearing his wrath would deprive her of future books. She reluctantly set her things aside to answer the door. The door, having been kicked by 3 calamity-stricken individuals multiple times recently, was on the verge of falling apart. She had wrapped it with rattan strips several times, making it particularly troublesome to open. The village head is here. Have you driven the Shin family out of the village? Exclaimed Xia Huifang joyfully. Her duck eggs and silver had all been taken from her, and her resentment towards those 3 individuals had extended to the Shin family as well. Upon entering, the village head stated, Zhou Wenyuan, regarding the Shin family matter you mentioned earlier, they are utterly unaware. Seeing the village head's accusatory demeanor, Zhou Wenyuan immediately defended. If the Shin family was unaware, why would they discuss it privately? They would surely deny it. I have already inquired with the Shin family. And the words came straight from your mouth, the village head retorted with displeasure. Zhou Wenyuan, in his attempt to frame a fellow villager, had now opened a Pandora's box of troubles. If such information were to spread, the entire village could end up imprisoned. What I said is indeed what the Shin family claimed, Zhou Wenyuan insisted. Huang Yue is utterly devoted to him and quite foolish. She would never fabricate such a tale to deceive me. Moreover, the Shin family has recently purchased an abundance of goods, seemingly innocuous. But they could prove invaluable in times of famine. Particularly those 3 mules they bought along with 3 large carts. Each cart costs several taels of silver. A rarity in our village. The village head knew that Shin Laoda had a close relationship with Dr. Zhang, who was well acquainted with the county magistrate. Being privy to such information was not unexpected. Furthermore, Shin Laoda had been traveling with the escort agency and should have departed by now, yet he lingered at home, either practicing his sword or accompanying Shin Qingmiao to the market. Zhou Wenyuan felt that Shin Qingmiao's previous affections towards him were insincere, especially considering how much silver she had spent in town recently. The Shin family clearly possessed assets yet refused to share them with him, indicating a lack of genuine regard. Although Zhou Wenyuan had not caught wind of any rumors, he sensed something amiss with the Shin family. The village head regarded him in silence, stating, You slander your fellow villagers. By rights, you should be dealt with according to village law. However, the village law pales in comparison to your transgressions. And I shall expel you from the village. Zhou Wenyuan was momentarily bewildered, wondering how he had transitioned from discussing the Shin family to being the target himself. Could there be a misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. I have verified the facts, the village head declared. He had long harbored discontent towards this young man, particularly for attempting to deceive his granddaughter. Thankfully, he had thwarted that endeavor, having already consulted his eldest granddaughter, who confirmed that Zhou Wenyuan had been frequently seen in her vicinity, often playing the victim and occasionally exchanging suggestive glances. It seemed he was attempting to seduce her, albeit in a rather unappealing manner. The village head was furious and began to seek out Zhou Wenyuan's faults, never anticipating that he would present himself so willingly. Realizing the village head was serious, Zhou Wenyuan immediately protested, The Shin family is deceiving you. How could I be fooled and still maintain my position as village head? The village head scoffed, I defeated several talented individuals from other villages to attain this position. He continued, I will have your household registration transferred out of our village. I shall go to the town tomorrow. Zhou Wenyuan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, "The Shin family's matters were relayed to me by Huang Yue. I only spoke of them because I trust her. You are trying to deceive me again. Who doesn't he know that you now hold a grudge against Huang Wei's family?" The village head retorted. "By the way, you owe Wang Dali, Zhao Chuanmian, and Shin Qingmiao money, and you must repay them by tomorrow afternoon. Otherwise, I will inform the county magistrate, and you shall become their servant." Here, those who owed money and failed to repay it were often turned into servants of the creditors. Very few dared to default on debts anymore. The situation had improved considerably. With that, the village head left. Zhou Wenyuan, having stated that it was Huang Yue who informed him, was perplexed as the village head did not pursue Huang Yue but solely targeted him, demanding repayment. He had consumed quite a bit over the years and could no longer recall the amount. There was no way he could repay it. And he did not believe the village head would actually expel him from the village. He had lived there for several years and was likely to become a scholar. He felt confident that the village head would not expel a potential scholar. Angrily, he returned home, only to suddenly notice several wooden slips on the table, each inscribed with characters that seemed to dance. He promptly swept the slips to the floor and stomped on them forcefully. After releasing his frustration, he picked them up and transcribed them onto paper. Though not as aesthetically pleasing as the carved characters on the wooden slips, his writing was nonetheless proper. Xia Huifang, noticing her son was not at all anxious, and even had the leisure to practice his calligraphy, dismissed the notion of being expelled from the village. Meanwhile, the Shin family was in a state of turmoil. Earlier, during the village head's visit, they had feigned ignorance. Yet, they were acutely aware of the matters discussed by the younger sister and Dr. Zhang. They quietly deliberated at home, pondering how Zhou Wenyuan had come to know of their affairs. Particularly, Shin Laosan could sense Zhou Wenyuan's presence. He could immediately detect him whenever he was nearby. However, he had not felt Zhou Wenyuan's aura at home during this period. Shin Lar suggested that it was merely luck that had led to Zhou Wenyuan's discovery. Shin Laosan disagreed, asserting that each time he sensed an unknown emotion, it was invariably linked to Zhou Wenyuan's proximity. It was infallible. Shin Qingmiao interjected, "Let us refrain from discussing these matters for now. If word spreads, we could all lose our heads. Everyone should attend to their own business and stock up on food at home. Mother, sisters-in-law, you should focus on sewing at home and avoid venturing into the mountains." She had only managed to craft one garment from the fabric she purchased, with her mother completing it swiftly. The two sisters-in-law, particularly Shuejiaoni, were not adept at needlework and were the slowest. The eldest sister-in-law was nearing completion of one garment, while the second sister-in-law had only half done. In times of famine, drying clothes could be impossible, necessitating the preparation of multiple outfits. Additionally, they converted all the white flour into flatbreads for longevity and sustenance. The next day, as the village head prepared to change Zhou Wenyuan's household registration in town, he passed by an inn and overheard a discussion about the situation at Beiwei Pass. Unable to resist, he paused to listen and learned that Beiwei Pass had fallen. Chapter 23, Relocation. The village head was taken aback by this news and hurried into the inn to inquire, "Brothers, what is the current situation at Beiwei Pass?" The individuals discussing it were quite displeased and waved him away. "Get lost. Who are you to us, peasant?" The three men were dressed rather well. Zhao Dafeng had acted too hastily and instinctively rushed forward. He quickly apologized and exited the inn, hastening his pace toward the yamen, where he slipped a few coins to a familiar acquaintance. Entering, he sought out his good friend, who was currently serving as a secretary. The man was seated in a pavilion, sipping tea and perusing ancient texts. Zhao Dafeng rushed over, asking, "What has happened at Beiwei Pass?" "Beiwei Pass?" Qi Wenjun paused. "Why do you ask?" "It has nothing to do with you." Zhao Dafeng recalled the previous day's events and countered, "Quickly tell me, how does it not concern me?" "Lower your voice. This is no trivial matter. I only know this because I have a particularly good relationship with the county magistrate." The village head was instantly alarmed. Qi Wenjun continued, "Beiwei Pass has fallen to the Hu people. They are advancing towards Shanwei Pass. General Hua has also been injured." He knew only this much. The county magistrate had imparted no more. Beyond that, his knowledge was limited. All thoughts in the village head's mind vanished completely. Would they come here? For the time being, certainly not. As for the future, it remained uncertain, as Beiwei Pass was quite distant from here. Qi Wenjun, however, was not particularly concerned. If they were to reach here, the county magistrate would undoubtedly be the first to flee with his family. The fact that the county magistrate was currently indulging in fishing in the backyard indicated that the situation was not dire. Suddenly, the village head recalled something and turned to run. Chi Wenjun muttered under his breath, growing more reckless with age. The village head hastily mounted his old donkey and returned to the village. Instead of heading home, he made his way to the Shin family. He glanced around, noting no one acknowledged him, and directly pushed open the gate to enter the courtyard. There, he saw 3 women engrossed in embroidery. "Why have you come again, village head?" asked Lu Chunhua. "You visited yesterday and now again today." The village head inquired, "Are only the 3 of you at home? Where is everyone else?" "Everyone has their own affairs. The head of the household is working in the fields," Lu Chunhua replied, putting down her needlework. The village head was unsure if the 3 women were aware of the situation. He promptly left the Shin household and rode his donkey to the Zhao family. Aunt Zhao's husband had died in battle, and her in-laws wished to remarry her. Zhao Xiuer had chosen to split from the family, taking her daughter and receiving a piece of land from the previous village head. The Zhao residence was close to the river but situated on the outskirts of the village. The village head coaxed his donkey to move swiftly, taking considerable effort. Upon arriving at the Zhao home, he casually looked around and was pleased to find Huang Yui at home. He immediately called her to open the door. Huang Yui, unaware of the village head's purpose, was preoccupied with feelings of sadness over how Zhou Wenin had overlooked her earlier that day. The village head asked, "May I inquire? Did you hear the Shin family discussing matters regarding Beiwei Pass and General Hua with your own ears?" Unable to restrain herself, Huang Yui asked, "Is it true that the Shin family is to be expelled from the village?" "First, answer my question. This is of great importance," he insisted. "Yes," Huang Yui nodded. The village head's heart tightened. "Are you certain you heard them discussing Beiwei Pass and General Hua?" "Indeed, I did. I also heard them talking about fleeing. It sounded utterly absurd," Huang Yui replied angrily. The village head was momentarily taken aback. The Shin family appeared to have learned of the significant events even before he did, and the notion of fleeing was alarming. The last time such a flight occurred was over a decade ago, when he was still a young man. Now, after so many years, was it to happen again? Unsure. He turned to leave, intending to clarify the situation with the Shin family. At that moment, the Shin family was busy harvesting late rice and sweet potatoes in the fields. Once they resolved to flee, they began gathering the mature crops, even harvesting those nearing maturity. They could not bear to waste the fruits of their labor. The village head's donkey reached the ridge of the Shin family's field. He slowly led the donkey downhill, but once at the bottom, he urged it to gallop. The donkey, its neck tugged, trotted along briskly. Spotting the Shin family's figures, he descended into the field, calling out, "Shin Yunshan, come here. I need to speak with you." The young man was hastily gathering sweet potatoes. Old Shin paused, puzzled as to why the village head suddenly addressed him by his full name. For years, he had been accustomed to being called Old Shin, and the abruptness of the village head's request left him slightly disconcerted. The village head led Old Shin aside and whispered, "You've known about this for some time. Haven to you? What are you talking about?" Old Shin replied, feigning ignorance. "Don't pretend. Beiwei Pass has fallen and General Hua has been injured. Your family has been talking about it for a while. Don't think I'm unaware," the village head said fiercely. Old Shin shook his head immediately. "What are you saying? I truly do not know about these matters. Is it really true?" "Nonsense. You know for a fact that, according to your family's usual practices, sweet potatoes would not be harvested this early. Sweet potatoes are a staple. Leaving them in the ground even a day longer would yield more. The Shins typically wait until their grain is consumed before harvesting sweet potatoes, which store well, hence why every household cultivates them. Now, only a couple of families are harvesting, and the Shin family is doing so early this year, which is highly suspicious. This year, we have no food left. You know Zhou Wenin has emptied our family's resources." The village head, observing Old Shin's demeanor, understood that he was resorting to his childhood antics. "I won't press you further. Just give me a wink if you truly know something." Upon hearing this, Old Shin's eyes widened in surprise, comprehending the implication. The village head then proceeded to Dr. Zhang's residence. Upon arriving and noticing a cart, he immediately grasped the situation. Dr. Zhang must also be privy to the news and was preparing to depart. With the Shin family ready to leave, it signaled that something grave was indeed afoot. Panic-stricken, the village head hastily mounted his donkey and sought out several of the village elders. He gathered them in his yard and addressed them, "A grave situation has arisen. Our village must prepare to relocate. I have yet to inform the neighboring villages. What calamity necessitates such drastic measures? Why must we move? They queried. Having settled here for over a decade, transforming from a village of 50 to one housing hundreds, the thought of uprooting their lives was unfathomable. Unwilling to leave, the elders expressed their discontent, pressing the village head for details on the impending crisis. With a heavy sigh, he articulated, Bayway Pass has fallen, and the Khitan people are advancing toward us. The elders acknowledged that while the Khitan may not reach their doorstep, the distance to the imperial city was substantial. Indeed, the Khitan will not reach us. There is no need to relocate, they insisted. They were reluctant to abandon the home they had painstakingly built, cultivated, and established for the sake of distant threats. Observing the elders' resistance to leave, the village head sighed deeply. When the news of Bayway Pass's fall had emerged, many had claimed it would remain intact. Yet, it had crumbled. The subsequent cities would also face peril. He urged them to reflect on the matter seriously. The villagers, inherently more respectful of their elders, often sought their counsel, and even the village chief had remained silent, indicating his reluctance to relocate. He had anticipated this reaction, but was disheartened that no one stood by him in support. Feeling a pang of sadness, he returned home and asked his wife to prepare their savings and provisions. His wife, puzzled, inquired, What are we packing for? After years of accumulating possessions, it was sudden for him to ask her to tidy up. He responded gloomily, We are leaving the village. We must flee. What? Have you angered some powerful figure? Don't bring misfortune upon me. It's not me. Bayway Pass has fallen, and those outsiders will soon march in. Dr. Zheng and the Shin family have already caught wind of it and are preparing to flee. Seeing the cart at Dr. Zheng's house confirmed Zhao Dali's suspicions. He too would leave the place he had called home for over a decade. Are you serious about this? Would I jest about such matters? The earnestness in the village head's eyes prompted his wife to rush inside to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, the village head traveled through the night to notify the leaders of neighboring villages. Those who wish to depart may do so alongside him. Those who choose to remain may do as they please. Each individual harbors their own aspirations. At this juncture, the women of the Shin family commenced the task of processing the sweet potatoes unearthed by the men from the fields. All the tubers lay sprawled across the courtyard, awaiting the winds to dry them. Upon returning home, Old Man Shin anxiously gathered his family together. This year, the village head has begun to press me for answers. And I am certain he knows. And if he knows, why then does he still penalize the Zhou family? Inquired Feng Lan. Being banished from the village is no trivial matter. Shin Qingmiao interjected, Let us not concern ourselves with others. We must pack our belongings and leave. If asked, we shall simply say I am heartbroken and wish to relocate. Recently, Lu Chunhua had embroidered 2 sets of clothing for Shin Qingmiao, emphasizing that her family members should also have new garments. Only then did her mother begin to sew for the others. She brought out patterned fine cloth to make dresses for Shin Qingmiao, while the others were given plain fabric. Shin Qingmiao retreated to her space, harvesting all the ripened crops within, severing their roots, and burying them in the earth. She then sowed new rice, and the mist in her space began to dissipate significantly. She expanded the area and discovered a Sichuan pepper tree partially exposed at the edge. This tree is a valuable asset. In ancient times, it was quite expensive, serving both as a medicinal herb and a spice. She plucked a peppercorn and inhaled its fragrance, which was delightfully numbing. This particular tree bore red peppercorns and was densely packed. She harvested some of the larger ones while leaving the smaller ones on the tree. The seeds were nestled within the pepper itself, so she placed them indoors to dry naturally. She noted that her dwelling was considerably drier than the external environment, suggesting some form of regulation at play. During this time, she also learned a fair number of characters, enough to decipher various texts, even if she had to guess at some unfamiliar ones. She had acquired several formulas for concocting elixirs, but had yet to locate a proper alchemical furnace. She had read a few articles suggesting that an iron pot used for cooking could also serve for alchemy, much like stir-frying. Yet, she believed that only someone with a spiritual affinity for alchemy could achieve success in such a manner. She dared not recklessly use a large pot for concocting elixirs, as it would waste precious materials. She then unearthed a ginseng root, planning to stew it with chicken for the following day's meal. After several days of consuming ginseng soup, she finally comprehended why ginseng is so expensive. It truly is a nourishing tonic. She had harvested the largest ginseng root, one she would not dare sell, but was more than willing to consume herself. The sugar cane she had previously buried was also beginning to sprout. Soon enough, she would have an abundance of sugar cane to enjoy. Having exited her space, she retired for the night. The next day, she busied herself with flipping the sun-dried sweet potatoes. Lu Chunhua had boiled some of the larger sweet potatoes, sliced them, and set them out to dry in preparation for making sweet potato chips. This year's harvest was plentiful, with the sweet potatoes growing both numerous and large. Meanwhile, the village head's family was also hard at work in the fields, gathering grain, with even a few granddaughters summoned to labor alongside them. The granddaughters, though indignant, could only bury their heads in their tasks, for the village head had declared that once the work was completed, they would return home. One granddaughter was called back to cook, and recalling something, she urged her mother to join her in the kitchen. The village head and his remaining two granddaughters toiled relentlessly, digging up sweet potatoes until they were utterly exhausted. They also unearthed the nearly ripe potatoes. As the Shin family carried their sweet potatoes home, they observed the village head and his family digging for potatoes. Old Man Shin could not help but shout, "It's nearly dark. Why aren't you heading home?" The village head retorted, "What nonsense. Your family has more men, so you can finish quicker." With that, he resumed digging for potatoes, while his granddaughters busily collected them into their baskets. Old Man Shin glanced at his two sons, both of whom were quite capable. The village head's family, though consisting of just one man, was working hard despite the small amount of land they farmed. The village head's granddaughters worked until nightfall before returning home. They had never set foot in the fields before, having only earned a little money mending handkerchiefs at home. This was their first experience in the fields, and they were soaked in sweat and dirt. The group eagerly rushed to boil water for a bath. One granddaughter, utterly fatigued, plopped onto a stool and asked, "Grandfather, will we have to go back to the fields tomorrow?" "Yes, indeed. After your bath, hurry off to bed. We shall set out early in the morning." The granddaughters felt a sense of resignation. They were utterly exhausted, and had it not been for the overwhelming odor of sweat, they would have collapsed into slumber long ago. In contrast, the Shin family enjoyed a more harmonious atmosphere. After drinking the spring water, Shin Qingmiao's physical constitution had improved significantly. She felt no fatigue from a day spent flipping sweet potatoes. Lu Chunhua had cut a basketful of sweet potato slices and placed them around the stove to dry. Shin Qingmiao had also attempted a bit of embroidery, but found it too taxing on her eyes and hands, prompting her to abandon the endeavor. She struggled with drawing and found her embroidery similarly lacking. Today, she had captured a lone chicken from the household and prepared it with ginseng in a stew. The family had been enjoying meat with every meal lately, even sending her second brother to the town to purchase a considerable amount of pork, which they prepared into dried meat. Meanwhile, the prices of grain in town had begun to skyrocket. Old Man Shin had emptied his coffers to buy a substantial quantity of rice and grains. The family understood they would soon be leaving, and everyone was busy packing their belongings. The village head's family also cleared out many valuables that could not be taken along. Chapter 25. Departure from the village. Several village heads were reluctant to leave, as the surrounding area was still relatively safe. Meanwhile, Beiyu Pass was 1,000 miles away, and upon learning of the situation, they did not react significantly. The village head felt it inappropriate to elaborate further, so he simply prepared his belongings and had the old donkey pull them away from the village. His granddaughters were perplexed as to why they had to leave the village. Yet, given their grandfather's unusual behavior of late, it was evident that something was amiss. The villagers, witnessing the village head's family packing their belongings, were momentarily at a loss. Occasionally, someone would approach to inquire about the matter. The village head managed to deflect their questions. Although he had lived in harmony with the villagers for over a decade and maintained good relations with various families, he was wary of revealing any unconfirmed news. Should even one person harbor ill intentions, he could easily be accused of inciting unrest. He had sent someone to the yamen to officially resign from his position as village head. Upon hearing that Zhao Dali was no longer the village head and was preparing to leave, the villagers speculated he must have erred in some way, resulting in his dismissal. Aunt Zhao, who had just returned from the town after delivering duck eggs, encountered Zhao Dali's family at the village entrance. "Are you all leaving? Will you return?" she asked. Zhao Dali shook his head. "It's uncertain for now. We shall see when the time comes." He was, in truth, uncertain about anything, but it was likely they would not return. Zhao Xiu'er and Zhao Dali were distantly related, but with their elders gone, the bonds among their generation had weakened. They were now mere acquaintances within the same village. Zhao Dali was unsure if Zhao Xiu'er would believe his words. He could not guarantee that he wouldn't inadvertently mislead her. Xiu'er, the true reason for my departure from the village is that there is a possibility the village may soon be attacked by the Hu people. Please refrain from discussing this matter with others. If you notice anything amiss in the town, make haste to flee, though these are merely conjectures. Zhao Xiu'er did not fully comprehend Zhao Dali's words, merely nodding in a daze. Zhao Dali waved his hand in a simple farewell and departed the village. He intended to journey southward, where wealth abounds, and the proximity to the capital would render the area safer. There, he could seek menial work to support his family. At this juncture, the Shin family was also prepared. 2 mule carts were packed to the brim, while the remaining cart, equipped with a canopy, contained blankets and clothing from their home, leaving just enough space for a person to sit inside. Initially, Old Man Shin believed that 3 mule carts could carry away an entire household. However, to his surprise, once everything was tidied up, they found the carts could not accommodate all their belongings. They discarded numerous items deemed worthless and unnecessary. Shin Qingmiao secretly stowed away many things she deemed essential into her spatial storage. She yearned to assist her family in packing everything into the space, but felt powerless. Having experienced the wonders of the space herself, the goose she had purchased remained uneaten, confined in a cage for the journey. Old Man Shin gazed at the humble abode he had constructed with soil and wood, a wave of reluctance washing over him, momentarily deterring him from leaving. Soon, however, he shook off such thoughts as the family led 3 mules away from their home of over a decade. Upon returning home, Aunt Zhao overheard discussions next door regarding 3 families departing the village all at once. She hurried over to inquire who else was leaving apart from the village head. The Shin family is gone, and so is Dr. Zheng. But why is everyone leaving? Aunt Zhao queried. Who knows? I didn't pry further. They left without any prior indication. The village head's position has also vanished. Could it be that he offended someone? At such an advanced age, who would willingly abandon their home? I share your sentiment. With Dr. Zheng gone, there's no one left to treat the sick. And one must venture to the neighboring village for a physician, which is rather troublesome. Why is the Shin family also departing? They have no connections to influential figures, no relatives elsewhere, and are devoid of money. Where could they possibly go? It appears the Shin family has recently come into some fortune. Although they claim their young daughter was injured by Zhou Wenyuan, the household has acquired numerous new possessions. The more Zhao Xiu'er listened, the more anxious she became. Sensing something was amiss, disturbed, she returned home, only to find her daughter acting suspiciously. Meanwhile, the other half of the Shin family was deliberating which route to take. They believed the main road to be the safest and most straightforward, while Shin Qingmiao recalled that protagonists in tales of fleeing often traversed mountain paths. She proposed they take the mountain route. The family argued over the decision until they spotted 2 figures catching up to them. Chapter 26, The Duck. Hearing the footsteps, the Shin family initially feared they were in peril. After all, Shin Qingmiao had previously dreamt that their fate was fraught with difficulties and that their journey would end tragically. However, the tension dissipated upon hearing familiar voices. Have you seen the village head and his family? Zhao Xiu'er, increasingly unsettled, ran to check on the homes of the village head, the Shin family, and Dr. Zheng. All that remained were a few broken trinkets. Many villagers had also gone to visit the Zhang and Shin residences, but no one dared to enter the village head's home. However, upon pushing the door open, Zhao Xiu'er found several people following her inside, rummaging through the belongings. The Shin family stared in astonishment at the flock of ducks trailing behind Zhao Xiu'er. Shin Qingmiao observed the orderly procession of the ducks, which accompanied Zhao Xiu'er without the usual cacophony that ducks typically made. Noticing the Shin family's lack of attention, Zhao Xiu'er raised her voice once more. Lu Chunhua replied, "We haven't seen the village head's family." Shin Qingmiao inquired whether the village head's family had left the village or gone out for leisure. They left the village, uttering a slew of nonsensical words before departing. Upon returning home, I felt something was off, so I began packing my belongings to follow the village head, but after chasing for some time, I only came across you. Zhao Xiu'er felt a sense of relief. At least they had encountered someone on the road. They had argued for quite some time about which path to take, and they had set out later than the village head's family. Surely, the village head must be ahead of them. Indeed, he was a clever man. Having realized that the area would soon become unsafe and left without delay, such decisiveness was commendable. Had she not been aware of the narrative within the books, She would never have dared to abandon the place she had called home for over a decade. The village head is likely ahead of us, Shen Qingmiao remarked. Aunt Zhao, observing their group, asked if she and her daughter could accompany them purely for the sake of traveling together, without any ulterior motives. The Shen family had many able-bodied men, making it safer for her and her daughter to be among them. Huang Yue, hiding behind Aunt Zhao with a bundle on her back, looked at the Shen family and felt a pang of guilt. The Shen family was likely forced to leave due to her conversation with Brother Zhou. Shen Qingmiao was somewhat reluctant to travel with others, wary of the unpredictability of human nature. One could never tell when someone might betray you. However, Aunt Zhao and her daughter were alone on the road. Shen Qingmiao found herself indecisive. Shen Er spoke up, then let us go together. Aunt Zhao had previously suffered at the hands of Zhou Wenyuan, yet he held a favorable impression of her. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Seeing her second brother's agreement, Shen Qingmiao chose not to voice any objections. Aunt Zhao's family, though not impoverished due to their duck egg sales, had sufficient provisions and was not one to beg for food. With a sigh of relief, Aunt Zhao offered, "Allow me to gift you a duck. It can lay eggs or be cooked for meat." She lifted a duck from behind her and presented it to the Shen family. No one from the Shen family accepted it, so Aunt Zhao pressed it into Shen Qingmiao's hands. "Here, my dear Shen, this is for you. My ducks are excellent layers. Of course, the taste when stewed is also delightful." Suddenly, Shen Qingmiao found herself holding a duck. Instinctively, she looked down and met the duck's gaze. "Quack. Thank you, Aunt Zhao." Shen Qingmiao found herself inexplicably fond of this duck, its small, bean-sized eyes appearing quite spirited. Yet, she couldn't help but think of roasted duck, sweet-skinned duck, and braised duck. She quickly shook her head, deciding to treat this duck as a pet. Feigning to rummage through her belongings on the mule cart, Shen Qingmiao secretly retrieved some Sichuan pepper from her spatial storage, wrapping it in leaves before pretending to take it from her luggage. She handed it to Aunt Zhao, saying, "I bought this a while back in town. It can ward off the cold." Aunt Zhao opened it to find a valuable herb, though she hesitated to accept it. Knowing medicinal herbs are not cheap, she recognized the rarity of fresh Sichuan pepper, which is seldom found due to the local climate being unsuitable for its cultivation. Shen Qingmiao had given her quality pepper, which emitted a strong aroma, clearly indicating its fine quality. "Please keep it, if you catch a chill on the road. You can brew some wild ginger in water to drink." In Shen Qingmiao's space, there remained quite a bit. Aunt Zhao glanced at her daughter, accepted the items, and expressed her gratitude to young Miss Shen. These items were effective in warding off the cold, which were indeed beneficial for young ladies. "You are quite clever, Miss Shen. Where do you think the Li family will venture off to?" Zhao Xiao believed that Li was somewhat astute. With his support, her circumstances would surely improve. Moreover, Li was a kind-hearted individual and a distant relative to boot. They would likely head towards the affluent regions of Jiangnan. In these times, apart from the capital, which offered relative safety, it was the prosperous areas that stood out, with Jiangnan being the most notable. Yet for ordinary folk, any place would suffice. It was merely that these regions presented more opportunities. "Are you also planning to go to Jiangnan?" Aunt Zhao inquired. If their paths diverged, she would remain uncertain about their destination. "Yes, our family also intends to make our way to Jiangnan." She aspired to try her hand at farming there, where plants nourished by spiritual spring water would thrive even better, and seedlings cultivated within her space would be robust. In that locale, she could also attempt to earn some money to support her family. Were it not for her determination, she truly would not know how to make a living. "That sounds splendid. We shall accompany you." Zhao Xiao, along with her daughter, packed lightly, prioritizing essentials. The group journeyed together, and upon nearing a nearby village, Zhao Xiao encountered acquaintances. Seeing her laden with travel gear, they inquired about her plans. She simply stated that she was seeking a change of scenery due to dissatisfaction with her current circumstances. Listeners, however, speculated that she was fleeing from mistreatment by a man. Zhao Xiao paid no mind to their assumptions. Had they known that over the years she had amassed a considerable sum by selling duck eggs, they would surely be enraged. She discreetly earned her income, and while the villagers were aware of her ability to make money, they remained oblivious to the prolific nature of her ducks. Moreover, she only sold a fraction, with wealthy townsfolk often vying to purchase them. Many were willing to pay extra, as her duck eggs were notably larger and more delectable than others. They also made for impressive gifts. Just as they were departing, a duck quacked. Aunt Zhao immediately turned to see that one of her ducks had laid an egg. An unfamiliar person attempted to pick it up, but was left awkwardly frozen in place under her watchful gaze. She promptly approached and retrieved the egg, cradling it in her arms before hastening along with her flock of ducks. Shin Qingmiao found it utterly astonishing. These ducks followed Aunt Zhao quietly, without a sound. Of course, apart from the one Aunt Zhao had gifted her, which obediently trailed behind. Chapter 27. The Marvelous. Shin Qingmiao could not contain her curiosity any longer. Aunt Zhao, how are these ducks so well behaved? They follow along without making a ruckus and even alert you when someone attempts to take their eggs. This was her first encounter with such remarkable ducks. Aunt Zhao chuckled. I raised them since they were young. These ducks possess a certain spirit and recognize their own people. Over the years, my duck eggs have never been pilfered by outsiders, all thanks to the ducks guarding their own eggs. Unless my daughter was the one to steal them, the ducks would have long since banded together to peck at her. While ducks may not be particularly formidable, their collective efforts should not be underestimated. Shin Qingmiao marveled at Aunt Zhao's ducks. Whenever they paused to rest, she would allow them to forage for food nearby. At the sound of their commotion, Aunt Zhao would call them back, and they would return from all directions, not a single one missing. Was this what they referred to as the legendary duck spirit route? The Shin family initially traveled at a leisurely pace, opting for the official road out of consideration for Aunt Zhao. Upon reflection, the bandits had yet to reach the surrounding villages, making the official road relatively safe for the time being. They remained vigilant, however, aware that officials could emerge unexpectedly. Regardless of one's justification, they could swiftly take a life without hesitation. Aunt Zhao roasted all the eggs laid by the ducks over the campfire, pairing them with the flatbreads and water they had brought along. As the ducks laid fewer eggs during the journey, Aunt Zhao felt a sense of relief, no longer needing to fret over where to place them. Huang Yue found the flatbreads particularly delicious. Before their departure, her mother had mixed all the duck eggs with flour to make them. She had also set aside a small jar of pork for their household, leaving most of it behind. Aunt Zhao offered the Shin family some flatbreads, but they declined, knowing how precious food was and that Aunt Zhao likely had only a limited supply. They felt it would be inappropriate to partake. Shin Qingmiao also politely refused. Aunt Zhao understood that the Shin family was not one to take advantage of others, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment at their refusal. In truth, she had not brought much either, but with her ducks still laying eggs, her family would not go hungry. The ducks had become quite clever upon spotting riders. They would scatter and hide, returning only once the coast was clear. Shin Qingmiao was genuinely impressed. These ducks were almost human-like in their intelligence. As Huang Wei savored the fragrant flatbreads, she thought of brother Zhou from the village. With a sigh, she wondered how he was faring and if he thought of her. The Shin family was thrifty. Along the journey, they would gather wild vegetables from the roadside to brew into soup. Aunt Zhao, too, brought along a small pot to make wild vegetable soup. Along the way, Aunt Zhao exchanged several duck eggs for cornmeal. It was the harvest season for corn, and many families had planted it. Trading duck eggs for corn was a mutually agreeable arrangement. The Shin family had sufficient provisions and thus did not need to trade. You might consider using your food to buy some cornmeal. After passing through these few villages, there will be no more villages ahead. If our food runs low, we want to find a place to sell it, Aunt Zhao advised. No need to worry. Our family has enough sweet potatoes to last us for a while. We will definitely reach a place with food. Upon hearing Shin Qingmiao's assurance, Aunt Zhao ceased her insistence. As they continued, the signs of human habitation began to dwindle, and Shin Qingmiao realized they were nearing the boundaries of Zixian. She reflected that if they were heading to Jiangnan, there lay a long stretch of road before they reached the next village. Lu Chunhua and her two sisters-in-law were tirelessly occupied in the mule cart, embroidering. Shin Qingmiao insisted on walking rather than riding, claiming it was a means of exercising her body. Thankfully, she had drunk ample spiritual spring water before departing, flushing out many impurities, and enjoyed a refreshing hot bath. Now, her physical condition had improved significantly, and she was not fatigued. While her stamina could not rival that of someone accustomed to labor, she hoped to take advantage of the slower pace to acclimatize, occasionally plucking wild fruits along the way to savor. The scene was quite picturesque. Shin Qingmiao discreetly added a smidgen of spiritual spring water to all the water containers, cautious not to overdo it. Excessive amounts would aid in purging impurities from the body, leading to unpleasant consequences, and bathing was currently inconvenient, as they merely sought a riverside to wash up. The nearby water was too shallow for a proper cold bath. Aunt Zhao, however, noticed some small fish fry in the river, indicating that while there were fish, The larger ones likely resided in deeper waters. The ducks rushed into the shallow water to feast on the fry. Shinlauda, observing upstream, exclaimed, "I'm going to check upstream for fish with Lao San." Upon hearing this, Shinhe quickly followed his brother towards the upstream area. The upstream river diverged from the official path, winding its way through the mountains. The two individuals moved swiftly, unperturbed by the terrain, as the Shin family had grown accustomed to such elevations. Shin Lao San remained behind to safeguard the family. With a nearby water source, they planned to prepare their midday meal before continuing their journey. At this moment, the air was rife with mosquitoes, and Shin Qingmiao found herself besieged by bites. In an attempt to alleviate her discomfort, she crushed some Sichuan peppercorn and applied it to her skin. Lu Chunhua, with a smile, gathered a few leaves from nearby, crushed them, and smeared them on Shin Qingmiao, insisting that her remedy was far more effective. Shin Qingmiao glanced around, noticing the swarm of insects seemingly drawn to her alone, while the others remained largely unbothered. Particularly, Shin Lao Air was busy skipping stones across the water's surface. "You have a sweet disposition. It's no wonder the mosquitoes are attracted to you," Lu Chunhua remarked. "Those sweet bloodsuckers are drawn to sweetness." Shin Qingmiao mused that it must be a matter of blood type, a concept not yet recognized in ancient times. Meanwhile, a flock of ducks, having feasted on small fish for quite some time, began to frolic in the river. Shin Qingmiao pointed to the leading duck, asking, "Isn't that the duck king belonging to Aunt Zhao?" The prominent duck sported longer feathers on its head and confidently led the group. It had a habit of being followed by a multitude of companions, though it was not fond of laying eggs. The duck trailing behind it was prolific in egg production. Shin Lauda and Shin Lao San descended from the mountain, with Shin Lao San carrying a decapitated snake, its body appearing rather macabre. Shin Lauda bore 3 fish in his hands. Upon seeing the snake, Shin Lao Pei expressed concern, remarking on the unexpected size of the creature for this mountainous region. Normally, such a large snake would have been hunted down by now, he noted. Shin Lao San chuckled, recounting how he had accidentally stepped on it, startling himself into a swift reaction that resulted in a clean decapitation. He refrained from divulging the full extent of his fright, fearful of alarming his family. "Snake meat is quite a delicacy. Let's prepare it for a feast," he suggested. Shin Lauda set the 3 fish by the river's edge, skillfully gutting them. Each fish bore dark, gaping holes where he had pierced them with a stick, and he buried the entrails in the mud. Shin Qingmiao, unable to suppress her curiosity, observed Shin Lao San as he prepared the snake meat. Despite its unsettling appearance, the reactions of her family indicated it was likely a non-venomous snake, although it still appeared quite fearsome. Her gaze fell upon writhing parasites within the flesh, prompting Shin Lao Air to extract and discard them into the fire. A wave of nausea washed over Shin Qingmiao, extinguishing her appetite entirely. In Chapter 28, the snake's gallbladder was set aside by Shin Lao San. It was a prized possession, known for its detoxifying properties and ability to dispel heat, fetching a handsome price. After preparing the snake meat, he skewered it on wooden sticks and set it over the flames. He shared some of the meat with Zhao Xiaoyi, who hesitated to accept, but Shin Lao San insisted, placing it beside her fire. "We can't possibly consume all this meat ourselves, Aunt Zhao. It's best you partake as well," he explained. Lu Chunhua chimed in. "Snake meat spoils quickly, especially in this heat." As the snake meat sizzled over the fire, releasing an enticing aroma, Shin Qingmiao found herself unexpectedly tempted. Though initially reluctant to try it, the enticing smell proved irresistible. The children, despite their fear of snakes, were drawn to the meat and gathered around the fire. Once cooked, the snake meat lost much of its initial fright, and Shin Qingmiao could no longer resist sampling it. Although devoid of seasoning, it possessed no off-putting flavors or fishy scents, instead revealing a delightfully natural taste. She finally understood the high price of snake meat. It was indeed delicious. And the gallbladder was a remarkable find. Surprisingly, despite never having tasted snake meat in the modern era, she had now savored it in ancient times. The Shin family divided the snake meat among themselves, while Aunt Zhao prepared her own portion. The ducks continued to enjoy a buffet in the river, now swimming energetically after a hearty meal. Shin Laoda's grilled fish was satisfactory, yet it lacked the alluring fragrance of the snake meat. As the family dined, a figure appeared abruptly. Shin Qingmiao recognized him as the village headman, who, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, approached them. Before she could inquire, he exclaimed, "Help! My granddaughter has been bitten by a venomous snake." He had placed her beneath a tree under the watchful eye of an elderly woman while he rushed to the town in search of a doctor, fearing she could not be moved. To his dismay, after running for what felt like an eternity, he encountered villagers and hurriedly sought their assistance. "Which snake was it?" Shinlaopei asked. "Did you see it?" "I did not see it. I was tending to the fire when my granddaughter suddenly cried out that she had been bitten." The headman was clearly distraught, urging his granddaughter to stay calm and composed, cautioning against panic as certain snake venoms could spread rapidly. Recalling their earlier encounter with a snake, Shinlaopei thought it prudent to use the gallbladder, which, although it was not from a venomous snake, might still possess some detoxifying properties. "Lao-san, the gallbladder you just prepared, give it to the headman to try." Shin Lao-san handed over the gallbladder wrapped in leaves, explaining, "This is from a non-venomous snake. It may be worth a shot." Shin Qingmiao interjected, "The gallbladder is of little use. We need to find an antidote or seek a physician immediately. The village ahead is not far. You should hurry to find a doctor and bring your granddaughter along." The gallbladder only served to dispel heat and toxins, proving ineffective against snake venom. Moreover, ingesting it raw could lead to parasitic infections. Ancient remedies for parasites were non-existent, and while modern antidotes existed, they were unavailable in this era. "I'll carry your granddaughter to the village. I can move faster," Shinlauda offered. "However, my granddaughter is quite far from here. I ran all the way to reach you. Perhaps we should seek a doctor first. Let's unload the cart's contents and then take her to the village." "The mule can travel faster than we can," Shin Qingmiao suggested, prompting the others to assist in unloading the cart. The rapid spread of snake venom made haste vital, as time was of the essence. Shin Lauda immediately set off to retrieve the headman's granddaughter. The headman was in a state of panic, recalling how his wife had neglected to sprinkle the yellow powder as a precaution against snake encounters. Unfortunately, his eldest granddaughter had stepped on a venomous snake, resulting in her lips turning dark. After losing a son in battle and a daughter-in-law shortly after giving birth, he was left with 2 granddaughters. The thought of losing another filled him with despair as he could not bear to face the spirit of his deceased son. Lu Chunhua quickly retrieved yellow powder from the cart and scattered it around, warning the children to remain still, for in this heat, snakes could pose a serious threat. Shin Jiao, terrified of snakes, immediately sought refuge beside Shuejiao. Shin Qingmiao retrieved a stick she had gathered for the fire and beat the ground in grassy areas, ensuring no snakes lurked nearby before breathing a sigh of relief. Her aversion to the wilderness stemmed from a fear of encountering snakes, a phobia that deeply affected her. She filled a bucket with water from the river, discreetly adding some spring water for good measure. From that day forth, the mule was incessantly burdened with tasks, leaving it no time for respite. It was imperative to replenish the mule's strength. Upon sighting water, the mule immediately moved away from the hay and drank eagerly. Shin Qingmiao savored the snake meat. Indeed, the terrifying creatures were rendered far less fearsome when transformed into sustenance. Meanwhile, Shin Lauda, accompanied by the village head, discovered Zhao Bai lying beneath the shade of a tree. Zhao Qin had a strip of cloth bound around her calf, the wound marred by a dark hue. Shin Lauda promptly lifted Zhao Qin onto the mule cart and, together with the village head, set off towards the village ahead in search of a doctor. The nature of the wound was indicative of a venomous snake. Zhao Qin felt exceedingly weak and weary, yet she fought to remain conscious. The village head shouted from the cart, "Stay put and await my return." Upon seeing Zhao Qin lying in the cart, the village head's wife could no longer restrain her tears. Moments ago, she had held back her emotions while narrating a story to her granddaughter, but now, sorrow surged within her heart. Zhao Yi reassured, "Grandmother, do not weep. My sister will surely be fine." Shin Lauda urged the mule forward with all his might, and the mule, fearful of slacking off, galloped swiftly. Upon reaching the village, they immediately inquired whether a doctor was present. "Our village lacks a doctor, however. There is a barefoot woman doctor in the neighboring village. A few years back, she unfortunately mishandled a case leading to a death. Your best option is to seek her out, or you must travel to the town for a doctor. But our village is several hours away from the town, which is rather far," the villager explained. Shin Lauda turned to the village head. "Should we go to the neighboring village or the town?" The village head, gazing at his granddaughter's wound, declared, "To the neighboring village. The town is too far. We won't make it in time. My dear granddaughter, you must not fall asleep." The villager pointed the way to Shin Lauda, who hastily urged the mule towards the neighboring village. As they jostled along, Zhao Qin grew increasingly drowsy, her eyelids nearly closing. The village head spoke reassuringly in her ear. You cannot succumb to sleep, little Jean. Did you not wish to study medicine? Did you hear earlier? There is a woman doctor in the neighboring village. I consent for you to pursue your studies once you recover. Zhao Qin felt a twinge of guilt, overwhelmed by fatigue. Noticing her eyes shut, the village head's anxiety escalated. Shinlauda could only spur the mule to hasten further. The mule let out an indignant bray but ultimately caught sight of the neighboring village's silhouette. Chapter 29. The Dr. Shinlauda halted the mule cart at the village entrance and approached a nearby household to inquire, "Good aunt, where does the village doctor reside? Is she at home?" The woman, busy shelling beans, glanced up and, seemingly unfazed, replied, "Are you here to seek her services for compensation? She lives at the village's end. Follow the right path all the way to the last house." Without hesitation, Shinlauda led the way to the village's outskirts. This village was not large, and as he followed the path to the right, he soon beheld the last dwelling. He stopped the mule cart at the door and knocked vigorously. Doctor, please help. Someone has been bitten by a snake." "What is it? Have I harmed someone in your family?" A young woman, seemingly not to be trifled with, opened the door. The village head quickly clarified, "My granddaughter has been bitten by a snake. We heard there is a doctor here, and you must be the one." Zhao Dali felt a pang of uncertainty. He was unsure if this doctor could provide the necessary care, especially given her youth. With doctors already a rarity, and considering past incidents, he felt apprehensive, but time was of the essence. "If you wish for my assistance, you must first sign a waiver stating that should anything go awry, it is not my responsibility." She produced a document. Without a moment's hesitation, the village head signed it. "Rest assured, young lady, I will not hold you accountable under any circumstances." Given the venom's inherent difficulty to counteract and his granddaughter's current condition, he had braced himself for the worst. Winter Ji, upon seeing him sign, immediately made way to carry her indoors. "You, go fetch several buckets of hot water from the kitchen." Shinlauda was dispatched to boil water. He grabbed a bucket from the yard to fill. The village head carried his granddaughter into the house. Winter Ji entered and examined the wound, asking, "Do you recall what the snake looked like? Its patterns, colors, and length?" "I did not see it. My granddaughter accidentally stepped on it in the woods." "You may step outside. Once the water is ready, I shall call for it." The village head quickly stepped outside. Winter Ji closed the door and placed a scorpion upon Zhao Qin's wound. The scorpion burrowed into the flesh, writhing within. After a minute, it emerged and Winter Ji discarded it into a jar. She then took out a dagger and commanded, "Bring in a bucket of hot water." Shinlauda had been waiting outside. He had already boiled water, but had yet to bring it in. Seeing the hot water in the wooden bucket, he brought it inside. Winter Ji observed the water. "Did you prepare this?" "No, water cannot boil in just a few minutes. I saw there was hot water nearby, so I brought it in first. I will assist you with more buckets shortly." Winter Ji gazed at the concoction she had prepared and then glanced at the person lying on the bed, feeling somewhat helpless. "You may leave now." She heated the dagger over the fire, then dipped it in the hot water. Armed with the dagger, she began to excise the necrotic flesh from Zhao Qin's wound. To her surprise, the woods had yielded such a potent specimen. The wound, appearing fresh, had already deteriorated so severely. After removing the necrotic tissue, she cleaned the wound and applied healing herbs before bandaging it. "I have already neutralized the venom. You must cleanse the wound daily with hot water and reapply the ointment. For this service, I shall require a fee of 1 or 2 silver coins. Doctor, my granddaughter will be all right, yes? She will be fine." The village head quickly produced the coins, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, doctor. You may rest here for a while before departing." Winter Ji nodded. "Do you recall where you encountered the snake?" "It was quite a specimen. I have not come across one of such quality in a long time." Chapter 30. Winter Ji. The village head informed Winter Ji of their previous resting spot. Winter Ji gathered her belongings, including a bag for the snake, and immediately set out. The village head gazed at his granddaughter lying on the bed. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. It was entirely his fault for not procuring enough realgar. Had his wife not been so frugal, their granddaughter would not have been bitten. Shinlauda remarked, "Aunt, they remain in the woods. Should we fetch them to ease their care?" "Thank you, Xiaotang. This is but a token of my appreciation," Shintang said, noticing the silver in the village head's hand, and quickly declined, hastening outside. "No need, uncle." He promptly departed to find the village head's wife and the others. Upon exiting, Winterji spotted the mule tethered at her door, still foraging for the wild grass that had sprouted from neglect. She paid it no mind and continued on her way. Jintang retraced his steps and picked up the two women waiting in a clearing of the woods. Zhao Yi, unable to contain her worry, asked Shindiji, "How is my sister?" The village head's wife could not suppress her tears, lamenting her earlier negligence that had led to such misfortune. "She is fine now. The doctor is highly skilled and the venom has been neutralized. My sister is safe." "That is wonderful news. Grandmother, do not be sad. My sister is all right," Zhao Yi exclaimed joyfully. The village head's wife nodded. "Thank you so much." "No need. We are all from the same village." After escorting them to the doctor's doorstep, Shintang departed with the mule cart. Upon her return, Dong Jizi fortuitously encountered the elderly man at the village entrance, engaged in a fierce exchange of insults. The old man, rendered speechless by her sharp retorts, appeared utterly infuriated. With a mischievous smile, Dong Jizi quipped, "You'd better not faint, otherwise I'll awaken you with a venomous scorpion." The old man, seething with rage, unleashed a torrent of curses, lamenting her lack of upbringing. Unfazed, Dong Jizi retorted that she, having no parents and thus no upbringing herself, found it particularly galling that an elderly man would show such disrespect, incessantly pestering others. She even accused him of lecherously spying on the village widows while they bathed, a fact she was not oblivious to. Unwilling to tolerate his behavior, she boldly voiced her thoughts. The old man, devoid of any shame, obstinately refused to admit his faults, and their exchange devolved into a cacophony of mutual insults. Ultimately, Dong Jizi emerged victorious. Onlookers, reluctant to engage in a quarrel with her, opted for silence, having all endured her sharp tongue at one point or another. Thus, they preferred to avoid confrontation, choosing to ignore her altogether. Only this obstinate elder would not relent. Every time he encountered Dong Jizi, a clash was inevitable. Frustrated, he retreated home in a huff, while Dong Jizi hurried back, a bag in hand, as the sun blazed mercilessly, causing her to perspire profusely. On her way home, she chanced upon Shin Laoda, who was emerging with a mule cart. She paid him no heed and continued on her path. At her doorstep, she encountered a group carrying a stretcher, prompting her to cover her mouth and nose with cloth. "Are you all mad? Why have you come to my house again? Get lost," one man cried, his voice tinged with desperation. "Dr. Dong, my younger brother's body is beginning to rot. What shall we do?" "This is a venereal disease," she replied matter-of-factly. "It's not uncommon for those who frequent such places. He must wait for his fate." "Is there no hope for treatment?" the man pressed, clinging to a glimmer of desperation. "You ought to consult the town doctor," she advised coldly. "I have never treated such an affliction and am wholly unqualified." She gestured for them to leave. Such diseases were filthy. Even if she had the skill, she would refuse to treat them. The town doctor's remedies were mere folk cures, failing to address the root cause. Dong Jizi entered her home, extracting a snake from her bag. With deft hands, she removed its fangs and replaced them with wooden prosthetics before sealing the creature in a wooden box. This snake was highly venomous. A single bite would lead to immediate death. The fact that the girl had survived until Dong Jizi's intervention suggested she possessed either superior resilience or some inherent resistance to the venom. Grasping a wooden box, she entered the room where the patient lay. "Everyone, step outside for a moment. I need to check her body's toxin levels," she instructed. The village head quickly ushered his wife and granddaughter out. Dong Jizi opened the box and placed it beside Zhao Qin, soon white. Plump worms began to crawl towards her wound. She peeled back the bandage, allowing the creature to commence its grisly feast on flesh and blood. As the worm changed color, she swiftly yanked it away and discarded it back into the box, bandaging Zhao Qin's wound anew. As she had surmised, the girl exhibited a stronger resistance to toxins. The worm's hue shifted to a deep green. These worms, unearthed from graves, thrived on blood and flesh. Recently, Dong Jizi had discovered a remarkable property. The intensity of the worm's color indicated an individual's resistance to toxins. The darker the hue, the more potent the antidote required for effectiveness. Despite her extensive research, she had yet to deduce the precise factors conferring such resistance. Opening the door, she addressed the gathering. "If you are to stay here, this is the only room available. I shall not provide food. If you wish for water, you must boil it yourselves. The girl will not awaken until nightfall, and with the heat, her wound is at risk of inflammation." The village head nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, young lady. After departing from Dong Jizi's home, Xin Laoda quickly returned with his mule. Xin Qingmiao, unable to resist, reclined under the shade of a tree, having thoroughly checked her surroundings for snakes before daring to rest. However, her respite was brief, as fear of serpents slithering from elsewhere compelled her to leave. Lu Chunhua fashioned hats from leaves and branches for the children, offering one to Xin Qingmiao. "You should rest a while longer. I will keep watch," she urged, her heart aching for her daughter. "No need," Xin Qingmiao replied. "I cannot rest well here. I shall find comfort in the cart." The family huddled together on the mule cart, the children subdued. Xin Qingmiao quietly filled her water flask with spring water, taking a few sips before offering it to Lu Chunhua. "Mother, drink, my water is sweet." Lu Chunhua took a sip and smiled. "Thank you, dear. You remember everything." The space beneath the shelter was cramped, with too many people. Xin Qingmiao rummaged through their belongings and unearthed a bamboo hat, placing it atop her head for added sun protection. Aunt Zhao, from a more fortunate household, presented her with an oil paper umbrella. "This will shield you from the sun." Xin Qingmiao gratefully accepted it, leaning against the luggage, half dead from the heat. Though her current state appeared somewhat amusing, it did afford her some relief. Xin Jiao, sweltering in the cart, was fanned by Xue Jiao with a cooling fan, yet the oppressive heat persisted. Having recently ventured outside, she felt the heat intensify. Lu Chunhua took advantage of the sun's rays, laying out sweet potato slices to dry. At that moment, Xin Laoda returned, tying their cart to others before gulping down water from his flask. "How is the village head's granddaughter?" Xin Laoda inquired. "All is well. The village head's family is watching over her, so I returned," he replied. The mule ambled lazily toward Xin Qingmiao's resting spot, backing its rear toward her. Xin Qingmiao grimaced at the mule's behavior, muttering, "What a peculiar creature," before shifting to the other side to shield herself from the wind. Lu Chunhua produced a bucket of water, realizing the mule was thirsty. Upon seeing the water, the mule eagerly drank, which struck Lu Chunhua as peculiar. It preferred the bucket's water over the cooler stream. Noticing the whip marks on the mule's back, she remarked, "Laoda, this mule seems to have been mistreated." Xin Laoda, feeling a twinge of guilt, explained, "I was merely anxious to keep it moving. I feared it would run away." Seeing the whip marks, Xin Laoda felt a pang of compassion, but knew human lives took precedence, so he said nothing further. Xin Laoda's younger brother jumped down to inspect the mule's back, exclaiming, "Oh dear, brother, be gentler." He offered the mule a generous amount of hay, earning its favor. Observing the mule's wounds, Xin Qingmiao discreetly added spring water to the mule's drink. The mule, noticing this, seemed to regard her with newfound interest. All three mules began to clamor for the water. Understanding the situation, Xin Qingmiao realized that they had taken notice of her water. She quickly added spring water to her supply, pondering whether the cool liquid might have an adverse effect on them. Xin Laoda shook his head, declaring, "No, during summer, one must drink cool beverages to alleviate the heat." The livestock in the village all drink from the river. Initially, the villagers also consumed river water, but later, officials from the county came and drilled wells for every household, prompting them to switch to well water. It was only after some inquiries that they learned of the fatalities among people in other counties who had consumed river water. When Dr. Zhang visited the village, he advised them to boil the well water before drinking. Though they did not comprehend the reasoning behind this, they complied nonetheless. Some families, who took great care in raising their livestock, began boiling water for them as well. The three mules were purchased by the younger sister, and according to Ji, they were quite expensive. Thus, he consistently boiled water for the mules, even though it was perfectly acceptable for livestock to drink river water. After Xin Qingmiao finished pouring the spiritual spring water, she reclined to one side to rest and take a nap. The sweltering heat made her head feel dizzy, making it the perfect time for a midday slumber. The family rested until sunset, at which point they prepared their meal before continuing their journey. Upon finding a suitable place to spend the night, they decided to stop there. Along the way, there were few inns, but several villages. Alleviating their concerns about potential wild beasts at night, the greatest danger was merely poisonous snakes. The area was rife with serpents of various kinds. Lu Chunhua scattered realgar around them, as their family had brought a considerable amount. Learning from the example of the village leader's family, they dared not skimp on this precaution. Lu Chunhua and Xin Qingmiao shared a mat, laying down on the ground atop a bed of dry grass and spreading a bamboo mat for their rest. Lu Chunhua, glancing at her daughter, could not help but inquire, "Are we truly going to Jiangnan?" That is a land of prosperity, yet our household has little money to spare. The expenses will undoubtedly be substantial, and I feel quite apprehensive. Indeed, that place is affluent and safer. If we all work diligently, we shall not starve, and eventually we can send Xiaotaozi and the others to school, Xin Qingmiao replied. Upon hearing her nickname, Xin Jiao could not resist saying, Auntie, I do not enjoy attending school. The teachers there are quite cruel, and if one does not perform well, one is punished with a whip. Xin Qingmiao promptly clarified, they are not cruel. They are merely strict. Education is essential for becoming intelligent and beautiful. Xiaotaozi, do you not cherish beauty the most? Xiaotaozi fell silent, contemplating whether the effort of studying outweighed the allure of beauty. Xin Qingmiao had already devised her plans. She intended to memorize all the medical texts and begin formulating medicinal pills. She envisioned acquiring a large estate to cultivate a vast expanse of land. She could not fathom how, with so many family members, they could ever face starvation. As long as the calamity of famine abated and her family survived, they would be beyond the grasp of the narrative. As Xin Qingmiao pondered this, she gradually drifted into slumber. Lu Chunwan noticed her daughter had fallen asleep and, fearing to wake her, remained still and succumbed to sleep herself. It was Xin Laosan's turn to keep watch that night, having slept throughout the day. He was now wide awake. The night air was relatively cool, and he leaned against the mule cart, counting the days. They had been traveling for 5 days. But in truth, they had not journeyed very far. Xin Qingmiao had not urged them along. Initially, she had been somewhat anxious, but recently, they had been lethargic, either lying in the cart resting or sprawled on the ground in repose. Soon, he caught a whiff of a metallic scent. In a hurry, he called out to Shinlaudi. Shinlaudi, abruptly disturbed, grumbled, What is it? I just fell asleep. I smell blood. Dog's nose. How come I don't detect anything? He genuinely had not noticed any scent, aside from his nephew's sweat, which was particularly pungent despite his sister-in-law having bathed the child. His daughter, however, bore no such odor. No, we must rouse eldest brother to keep watch while you accompany me to investigate. The scent of blood wafted from a particular direction, growing stronger as they approached. Reluctantly, Shinlaudi nodded, Fine, let us wake eldest brother. If nothing is amiss, we will be waiting. Xin Laosan went to rouse Shinlaoda, explaining the situation. After a brief agreement, eldest brother groggily rose to stand guard by the mule cart. Xin Laosan led Shinlaodi towards the source of the smell. The night was exceptionally quiet, and following the scent, Xin Laosan discovered a cave. It must be in here. The odor is overpowering. Are you a bloodhound? We are so far from where we slept, and yet you can smell it, Shinlaodi remarked, now catching a whiff of the pungent scent as well. They had traversed quite a distance, and he had not detected any scent until now. Initially, he thought his younger brother was playing a trick on him. But it seemed there was indeed something amiss. Shinlaodi drew his knife and cleared away the brush concealing the cave entrance, confirming there were no venomous snakes before peering inside. Indeed, there lay a person, covered in wounds and blood, unconscious within. This one should be dead, Xin Laosan remarked, observing the dried blood on the ground. The strong scent of blood suggested that it was all from this individual, and if he had lost so much, he would have long since met his fate in the underworld. Shinlaodi stepped inside to check for signs of life. He*s not dead. There*s still a faint breath. Upon seeing the knife lying nearby, he pulled Shinlaosan back. He*s alive. Should we save him? Save him? This person likely has powerful enemies. With so many wounds, we lack the means to treat him. What if his foes come seeking revenge and endanger our family? Moreover, it seemed unlikely that this man would survive. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Laosan conceded, indeed, if this pulls us into their affairs, it would not bode well. Help me. 5,000 taels. The injured man had sensed their presence, fearing they were his enemies, yet he appeared to be in dire need. 5,000 taels. Shinlaodi exclaimed in shock. Yet he hesitated, realizing that if he could demand such a sum, he was no ordinary person. His enemies would likely be formidable as well. The two brothers felt both tempted and frightened. Xin Laosan proposed, What if we consult Xin Qingmiao? Chapter 32. To save or not to save. The two brothers returned to their previous spot and awakened Xin Qingmiao. They recounted the events as they had unfolded. She shared their concerns, agreeing that the prospect of 5,000 taels was alluring, yet the risk to their lives was daunting. Moreover, since this plot point had not been mentioned in the original narrative, it was clearly an extraneous risk. I would not dare to gamble on something so perilous. Yet 5,000 taels is not easily earned, Shin Qingmiao remarked. At the sound of her voice, Lu Chunhua stirred from her slumber, having overheard the entire conversation. Do you two brothers understand the implications? Is it worth risking the lives of the entire family for 5,000 taels? Lu Chunhua questioned. Shin Laodi, startled, responded, Mother. How did you wake? If you hadn't tea, you would have begun to deceive your sister. Shin Laosen remained fixated on the allure of 5,000 taels, reflecting. But this is 5,000 taels, not 500 or 50. Our family could work for a lifetime and never amass such wealth. In truth, Shin Qingmiao was equally tempted by the prospect of 5,000 taels. Why don't we draw lots to decide? She suggested. Both Shin Laodi and Shin Laosen immediately nodded, agreeing that matters beyond their resolution should be left to fate. You three draw lots. I shall abstain from this. Shin Qingmiao pulled 4 strands of grass from the mule's fodder, 2 long and 2 short. She rolled them into balls, urging, quickly, let us decide. If we draw the 2 long ones, we'll save him. If we draw the 2 short ones, we'll do nothing. Hurry, before they scatter. The 2 brothers randomly selected one each, and Shin Qingmiao took one as well. As they simultaneously unveiled their choices, only Shin Laosen drew a short one. The other 2 were long. It seems fate has decreed we take on the 5,000 taels. Shin Qingmiao exclaimed. Life and death are determined by fate, while wealth and honor lie in the hands of heaven. Lu Chunhua looked at her 3 children, truly intent on proceeding, and felt a headache coming on, those avaricious children. Big brother Shin approached, incredulous. Have you all lost your minds? Engaging in such perilous endeavors for the sake of money? Shin Er replied. It's akin to my experiences at the escort agency. With a stroke of good fortune, one returns, while ill fate could lead to death. Nevertheless, 5,000 taels is a gamble I'm willing to take. The escort agency invariably suffers casualties, for he always chooses the perilous yet lucrative paths. Fortune favored him, and he was eager to take another risk. In the Jiangnan region, one cannot venture without ample silver. 5,000 taels could secure a modest dwelling there, Shin Qingmiao elucidated. Though we draw lots to decide, I must first assess the situation before determining whether to render aid. Lu Chunhua rose, declaring, I shall accompany you. Big brother, guard the night. Seeing that their mother intended to join, Shin Laoda felt a twinge of concern. Yet, Lu Chunhua had resolved to accompany her 3 children. Shin Laoda refrained from pursuing her, recognizing the necessity of maintaining a watch, especially since their father had kept vigil the night before and had not rested during the day due to matters concerning the village chief. Thus, he remained the sole guardian of the night. The 4 were led along a winding path by Shin Er. As Shin Qingmiao observed their increasing distance, she queried, Are you certain? With such a vast expanse, should someone incur an injury, how would you even notice? The night in the mountains was inherently eerie. And now they had strayed even further. Shin San's candle had long extinguished. They relied solely on the moonlight to illuminate their path. She and her mother grasped each other's hands, both feeling a tinge of anxiety. Shin Er jested, That's a question for 3rd brother. His keen nose detected the scent of blood, and he insisted on waking me to come along. Eventually, they arrived at the previously encountered cave, devoid of any cover. Shin Qingmiao immediately discerned the presence of an injured individual within. Upon assessing the situation, hesitation gripped her. The man bore severe wounds, and treatment would require significant funds. The prospect of fronting the silver weighed heavily on her mind, for if he were to perish, her money would be squandered. Lu Chunhua nodded. Our family cannot afford such expenses. Shin San grimaced. I believe he can still be saved. If not, we can apply some herbs and see if he has the will to live. Shin Er remarked, his physical constitution appears robust, despite his grave injuries. He managed to converse with us before losing consciousness. The severity of his wounds would typically be fatal with a single blow, Shin San added. Yet, he has endured multiple stabs, suggesting his recovery could be swifter than average. Shin Qingmiao and Shin Er ventured into the cave to examine him closely. Despite the blood obscuring his features, it was evident he was quite handsome. This narrative evoked the memories of countless novels in her mind. 2nd brother. Check if he possesses anything of value, Shin Qingmiao suggested, hopeful that any valuables might facilitate his treatment. Isn't that a tad unethical? Shin Er hesitated, not keen on rummaging through a corpse. I merely mean to ascertain if there's something valuable we can use to fund his care, she clarified. Shin Er wouldn't he suspect her of intending to rob the dead, would he? Robbing the dead occurs only after one has passed, he thought, chiding himself for being overly cautious. He began to carefully search the bloodied man for valuables. He discovered a jade pendant, which felt quite valuable to the touch. Having seen jade worth 100 taels, he found this one even more exquisite. There was a jade piece in his belt, as well as some silver notes and a sword that appeared to be of good quality. However, nothing else seemed particularly valuable, aside from a handkerchief, which was worthless. Shin Er found himself somewhat engrossed in the search. Enough, Shin Qingmiao interjected. His silver notes amount to several hundred taels, which should suffice for his treatment. Stop searching. Further handling might worsen his injuries. Seeing the situation unfold, Shin San inquired, should I fetch a mule cart? Yes, bring it here to transport him to a doctor, Shin Qingmiao instructed. She noticed the sword bore inscriptions, rendering it unsuitable for sale. It should remain with the man. Shin San hurried back and soon returned with a mule cart. Together with Shin Er, they lifted the injured man onto the cart. Shin Er led the mule cart while the other three supported it, striving to minimize any jolts. The rugged mountain path was unavoidable, causing the man's already scabbed wounds to seep more blood. As they pushed the cart back, Shin Laoda's expression soured upon seeing the bloodied individual they had brought. Are you certain he can still be saved? He seems on the brink of death. It matters not, he carries silver notes. And we shall use his funds for his treatment. Should he recover, our investment is returned. If he perishes, we face minimal loss, Shin Qingmiao reasoned, sharing the sentiment. Brother, where's the doctor you procured for the village chief's granddaughter? Isn't that doctor a young woman? Furthermore, she is unmarried. Will she even accept a male patient? Shin Laoda remarked. In the eyes of a healer, sickness knows no gender, Shin Qingmiao countered, finding no issue with the arrangement. If she can cure snake venom, her skills must be commendable. After all, they had delayed their journey significantly. Yet, would it not be inappropriate for an unmarried woman to examine a man's body? Oh, just provide me with the address, and I shall accompany second brother to deliver him. Shin Laoda had no choice but to disclose the location to Shin Qingmiao. She instructed Shin Er to drive the covered mule cart, seating herself at the back, using cloth to conceal the injured man, and set off towards the village Shin Laoda had indicated. Lu Chunhua had intended to accompany them, but Shin Qingmiao declined her offer. With clean water, she gently wiped the man's face, revealing indeed that he possessed striking features. Many tales featured handsome protagonists, and her original family had certainly boasted good looks. Upon their arrival at the location Shin Laoda had mentioned, as Shin Qingmiao peered out from the cart, she was met with the sight of the female lead, the male lead, and the insufferable Zhou Wenyuan at the entrance. Chapter 33. 5 Tales of Silver. It was truly a case of fate's cruel irony, encountering such unlikely company. Shin Qingmiao swiftly withdrew her head back into the cart. Dong Jizi, noticing another group had arrived, adopted a sharper tone. This is not an inn. How dare you disturb us at such an hour? Zhou Wenyuan, displeased, retorted, if the villagers hadn't mentioned that your house had available rooms, would I care to stay here? Luoying glanced at Chunya, who promptly produced silver, saying, Miss, rest assured, we shall stay here for one night and depart at dawn. Here is our lodging fee. We shall prepare our own meals. Dong Jizi regarded the silver, weighing it in her hand. Very well, but there is only one vacant room. The 5 of you will have to squeeze together. She was somewhat unimpressed by the amount, but accommodating them for a single night was manageable. Luoying proposed. Might we have an additional room for our party of 5? No, there are no more available. If you do not wish to stay, you may seek the village chief. His house is spacious enough for 5, Dong Jizi responded. The villagers must be mad, telling others that there are rooms available, she mused. It was clear that this woman was affluent. Why not host them herself? In truth, Luoying found the village's wooden and earthen homes rather unappealing. Chunya suggested, Zhao Gongzi, Zhou Gongzi and Uncle Luo, you may stay at the village chief's house. I will remain here to care for the Mississippi agreed, Uncle Zhao said, taking Luo Ying's belongings to the room pointed out by Dong Jizi before departing with the 2 gentlemen. Zhou Wenyuan, too, wished to remain, irked that a mere servant dared to issue orders. Chunya and Luoying entered the house, and Chunya immediately set about tidying the room. Dong Jizi cast a glance at Shin Lao, who was on the mule cart, and inquired, Do you have business here as well? Are you looking for lodging? It's rather peculiar to see so many visitors tonight. This village hasn't seen outsiders in 800 years, and now a whole crowd arrives. No. We have an injured person who requires medical attention, Dong Jizi replied as she approached. Shin Qingmiao promptly vacated her spot, revealing the individual within. Observing the grievous wounds, Dong Jizi asked, "Do you have enough silver?" "I do," came the reply. "How much?" "We must ensure you can afford the treatment." "Several hundred taels. This person has multiple life-threatening injuries and requires the finest medicinal herbs to survive. Fortunately, I have some, but they are quite expensive," Xin Qingmiao explained. "Is it treatable? Do you have enough funds?" Dong Jizi pressed. "Yes, just barely enough." "Then bring him in through the back. You can take a detour. I will open the rear door for you." Dong Jizi noted that the patient's wounds were still oozing blood. The more he bled, the more costly the necessary remedies would be. She aimed to minimize expenses. She opened the gate to the backyard, allowing them entry. The front yard was rather narrow, and she had just stocked fresh herbs, whereas the dried herbs in the backyard had been harvested that very day. "Bring him in on the stretcher, it's right here," she instructed as she pushed open the door to the backyard. Xin Lao Air retrieved the stretcher, and with Xin Qingmiao's assistance, they lifted the injured man inside. It must be said, he was rather heavy. Dong Jizi used scissors to cut away the clothing, exposing the afflicted areas. "Sister, you should wait outside," Xin Lao Air suggested, feeling it inappropriate for a young lady to witness the scene. "There are many mosquitoes outside." Xin Qingmiao found a stool to sit comfortably. "Who will go fetch some hot water?" "I've already cut away the clothing," she declared, tossing it aside. The man was covered in injuries, some of which were beginning to rot and required excision. Xin Lao Air observed that he was of little help here. "Sister, let us go fetch water." "Fetch plenty. We will need a substantial amount of hot water," Dong Jizi added. Xin Lao Air nodded and took his sister outside. There was a well in the front yard, and he secured a knife to his waist before filling a bucket with water. "Sister, you start the fire while I carry the water," he instructed. Xin Qingmiao nodded, gathering dry cornstalks and some firewood. She first arranged the cornstalks, igniting a fire starter in the hollow center, then added the dry leaves and some firewood around the perimeter. The flames flickered to life, and she watched as the cornstalks caught fire, adding smaller pieces of wood. Meanwhile, Xin Lao Air filled 2 buckets with water and poured them into an iron pot to boil. Xin Qingmiao tended the fire, ensuring it was stoked, and then stepped back to allow the wind to circulate. She noticed the absence of mosquitoes around and realized that the herbs drying on the fence might be repellent. "Sister, do you think if we acquire 5,000 taels, we could buy a residence in Jiangnan?" Xin Lao Air had little conception of 5,000 taels. The goods he transported were worth thousands, but they weren't his, and he felt no particular sentiment about it. Yet, 5,000 taels could potentially belong to his family. "I'm not sure. It must depend on the location. Jiangnan is home to many wealthy families. Perhaps it wouldn't suffice to purchase a residence?" She had never been to Jiangnan, and the original text did not mention it. The female protagonist was not lacking in wealth, with her family's ornamental plants alone valued at 1,000 taels. 5,000 taels might not be enough, Xin Lao Air remarked in astonishment. "How can the wealthy possess so much money? It's utterly daunting. My family has only accumulated a few hundred taels over the years, and that's counting everyone's income together. 5,000 taels is a lifetime's worth of earnings." Contemplating the disparity, Xin Lao Air felt a wave of helplessness and frustration. "The water is boiling. Brother, please fetch some more water to keep boiling, then take the hot water inside," Xin Qingmiao instructed, using a ladle to fill the bucket with hot water. She started another batch. At that moment, Chunya entered, her tone assertive. "You will prepare 3 pots of hot water for our young lady. She requires a bath." It was as though she were commanding a servant. Xin Qingmiao felt uncomfortable and desired to retort. "This will cost 3 taels for the hot water." "Very well, I shall prepare it immediately. Do you require me to deliver it?" Xin Qingmiao's demeanor shifted to one of subservience. "No need, simply call me when it's ready, and I will bring it in." Chunya stood watch, wary of any trickery from Xin Qingmiao. Xin Qingmiao was feeling rather pleased now, unconcerned with the heat, and continued to stoke the fire vigorously. "The water is ready. I'll serve it." Chunya nodded, This girl is quite astute. Contrary to what young Master Zhou had said, Chunya first took a bucket away. Xin Qingmiao filled another bucket with water and carried it to the door. She hurried back to prepare another bucket for boiling when Xin Lao Air returned. "Brother, please help me fetch another bucket of water." The filled bucket was heavy. She had previously relied on her determination and silver to manage. Chunya lent her a hand. Xin Lao Air was accustomed to hard labor, quickly filling a bucket with water. Xin Qingmiao had already boiled 2 pots of hot water, which Xin Lao Air assisted in carrying to the room where the protagonist was. Chanya checked the silver needles before taking them inside. Sister. Dr. Dong still needs plenty of hot water. Why did you give it to others? Chapter 34, Aunt Zhao Strikes. Xinqing Miao produced 3 taels of silver to explain the situation. Xinlao heir could not help but exclaim, indeed. The money of the wealthy is remarkably easy to earn. 1 pot of water costs 1 tael. If this continues daily, we shall surely prosper. Xinqing Miao was just preparing to give some spirit spring water to her mule when she noticed the old donkey from the village chief's house sleeping nearby. As she approached, the old donkey awoke, its murky eyes resembling those of an aged man. Compelled by some unseen force, she added a bit of spirit spring water to the trough before the donkey. The mule immediately poked its head out, expressing its dissatisfaction with the braying sound. Its voice was unappealing, prompting Xinqing Miao to hurriedly pour the remaining bucket of water into the trough. Only then did the mule seem satisfied. The old donkey drank leisurely, occasionally lifting its eyelids to glance at Xinqing Miao. Noticing her sister tending to the mule, Xinlao heir filled the water bucket and carried it over. Dong Jizi was busy excising necrotic flesh, using cloth dipped in hot water to cleanse the wounds. She then applied herbal remedies, performing several steps before suturing the injuries. Earning this money is no easy feat. I ought to charge more, she mused, as both buckets of water had been stained crimson. Observing Xinlao heir's slow pace in boiling water, she couldn't help but urge, "You must boil the water more quickly. This person needs it to cleanse his wounds." Xinlao heir clarified, "It's boiling now. The fire is still on." Xinqing Miao also began to boil water. The injured man required water at an alarming rate, and Xinlao heir carried bucket after bucket of bloody water out. He also brought in steaming buckets of water one after another. Xinqing Miao, feeling the heat, began to sweat profusely. The kitchen was filled with steam. "Brother, surely this water will suffice?" "Yes, once this pot is finished, we need not boil more." He too felt fatigued, and Xinqing Miao prepared hot water for both of them to cleanse their bodies. However, Xinlao heir declined, preferring to cool off with cold water. Xinqing Miao, disregarding everything, took a basin of hot water and found an empty room. After informing Dong Jizi, she began her bath. Dong Jizi displayed considerable humanity by allowing her to choose an unoccupied room, while her brother shared a space with the bloodied man. Xinqing Miao instructed Xinlao heir to bring their parents over. She had previously negotiated that the entire family could reside together, albeit with a fee and the stipulation that they would prepare their own meals. There were ample empty rooms available, and Xinqing Miao decided to rent an additional one. Aside from the bloodied man's quarters, 2 rooms could be rented for 10 taels of silver until the man recovered. Dong Jizi's agreement was likely motivated by the fear that they might abscond without paying. The room was covered in dust, and after a brief cleaning, Xinqing Miao drank a few sips of the spiritual spring water to rejuvenate herself. She then sat outside, awaiting the arrival of her family. Xinlao heir brought the family over, with all the men settling into one room, while the 2 sisters-in-law took care of the children in the other 2 rooms. Xinqing Miao shared a room with Lu Chunhua. With so many people, the heat in the house increased. To ensure a cooler environment, Xinqing Miao decided to invest in an extra room. The Xin family, realizing they could use fire, boiled a few pots of hot water to wash themselves. Once their luggage arrived, Xinqing Miao washed her sweat-soaked clothes and changed into clean attire. With a bed to sleep in, she promptly fell asleep. Having endured restless nights on the mule cart, the hardship of having family members sleeping on the floor was indeed daunting. By the following evening, Lu Chunhua felt a wave of relief when the doctor confirmed that Xinqing Miao was merely asleep. Upon awakening, Xinqing Miao consumed the meals left by her family. She reflected on the extreme hardships of fleeing from disaster, wishing she could have been bound to a mobile home system for a more comfortable escape. During the day, the Xin family encountered the village chief's family. Zhao Dali presented a pile of goods to the Xin family, who resolutely declined the offer. They still had some food, and with the village chief's family being small, they had not brought much. Furthermore, with only one man among them, their journey had been more arduous than the Xin family's. None in the Xin family felt comfortable accepting the gifts. In a moment of desperation, the village chief proposed to become sworn brothers with Xin Laodao. The elder was taken aback by the unexpected proposition. Zhao Dali waved his hand, stating he was no longer the village chief. After explaining the situation, Xin Laodao felt a twinge of regret. The village chief held an esteemed position that he had unexpectedly chosen to abandon. Zhao Xiuer sought temporary lodging with another family, not because she wished to separate, but due to the high price set by Dong Jizi. Aunt Zhao was reluctant to part with her money and opted for another household instead. As Xin Qingmiao exited the courtyard, she heard Aunt Zhao's voice resonating nearby, laden with animosity, as it seemed she was embroiled in a heated argument. Following the sound, Xin Qingmiao witnessed Aunt Zhao furiously scolding a woman who had attempted to steal her duck, berating the audacity of such theft in broad daylight. The other elderly woman, unashamed, insisted that the duck was hers, demanding its return. Aunt Zhao, taken aback by the audacity of this household, spat at the woman, declaring her to be a scoundrel, and ridiculed the meager possessions of her home. The elderly woman, infuriated by the spitting, attempted to retaliate against Aunt Zhao, who was not one to be trifled with. She dropped the duck and engaged in a brawl. The elderly woman's daughter-in-law watched in mortification, as she had been the one to permit the intrusion of Aunt Zhao's family, who had placed the duck in their courtyard. At that moment, the elderly matriarch barged in, seizing the duck for her grandson's meal, disregarding the explanations of her daughter-in-law. As she attempted to leave, she encountered Aunt Zhao, igniting a fierce confrontation. The elderly woman found herself overpowered by Aunt Zhao. Despite their advanced ages, Aunt Zhao appeared more fierce, while the elderly woman seemed more frail yet vindictive. Onlookers encouraged the daughter-in-law to intervene, warning her that her mother-in-law was in danger. However, the daughter-in-law, secretly wishing for her mother-in-law's downfall, feigned fear and stated she was too intimidated to intervene. The crowd witnessed Aunt Zhao triumphing over the elderly matriarch, who had once wielded authority through her 7 sons, even after losing 4 in battle. The remaining 3 grandsons held sway in the village, which made the villagers hesitant to confront her. Yet, witnessing Aunt Zhao's victory over the elderly matriarch brought them a sense of satisfaction, even if the consequences for Aunt Zhao would be dire. As the elderly matriarch's sons, having just settled down for the night, learned of their mother's plight, they hurried to her aid. The villagers, seeing the 2 sons arrive, eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Chapter 35. The Barefoot Fear No Shoes. Upon seeing her sons, the elderly matriarch cried out, urging them to restrain the madwoman. Having received several slaps, she lamented her situation while the villagers offered no assistance. Her sons quickly pulled Aunt Zhao away, allowing the elderly matriarch to rise, clutching her swollen face and accusing Aunt Zhao of tormenting her. Zhao Xiu'er found herself gripped by the 2 men, unable to escape. With indignation, she chastised them for their disgraceful behavior, stealing her duck and seeking allies to take her down. The 2 men, equally shameless, stood by the elderly matriarch, who retaliated by slapping Aunt Zhao multiple times. Witnessing her mother being struck, Huang Yue felt an immediate surge of anger. She rushed to defend her mother, wielding her strength against the elderly matriarch. With her hands tangled in the elderly woman's hair, she struck her repeatedly, causing the matriarch to weep in pain and rage. Huang Yue continued her assault, declaring, "Silence. You old hag. How dare you strike my mother?" As her elder brother held the elderly matriarch, Huang Yue resolved to confront the younger woman. Though they typically refrained from violence, they had to maintain control over the situation. With the villagers hesitant to intervene against a woman, especially one of such age, Huang Yue remained unfazed. "If you dare to grab me, I will report you to the authorities." Her words instilled doubt among her adversaries, as this was their first encounter with a young woman, contrasting their usual confrontations with older matriarchs. The men, realizing the gravity of the situation, reluctantly released her mother. Huang Yue seized the opportunity to land a few more slaps on the elderly matriarch, who, in agony, attempted to retaliate. However, Huang Yue's grip on her hair ensured she could not escape unscathed. The second son of the Huang family was in a state of indecision, uncertain whether his elder brother would intervene. Aunt Zhao, with a determined stomp, sent the ducks that had just arrived flapping towards him. In a moment of distraction, the second son of the Huang family stumbled and fell to the ground, with the ducks quickly surrounding him, pecking at him mercilessly. He flailed his arms in a futile attempt to fend them off, while his elder brother hurried over to assist. Aunt Zhao dashed in front of old lady Huang, delivering several sharp slaps, exclaiming, "You thief! Stealing my ducks!" Huang Yue joined in the fray, striking as well. The 2 women relied on each other, knowing that their former village harbored individuals with ill intentions. Their fierce reputation, coupled with the authority of the village head, had kept them safe until now. As Huang Yue continued to strike, she suddenly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Stopping abruptly, she rushed forward, exclaiming, "Brother Zhou, what brings you here?" She had believed she would never see Brother Zhou again, and yet fate had brought them together once more. Squeezing through the throng, she caught sight of his familiar visage, her emotions surging. However, Zhou Wanyuan frowned. He had merely come to observe the commotion and had not anticipated encountering Huang Yue. This silly girl was even more troublesome than Xin Qingmiao. "What are you doing here, Brother Zhou?" Huang Yue inquired. Zhou Wenyuan was reluctant to acknowledge her in such a chaotic setting. He nodded curtly. "I am heading to the capital with someone." "The capital? What business do you have there?" She pressed, puzzled by her incessant questioning. At that moment, the coachman approached Zhou Wenyuan, saying, "Miss will be staying the night and departing tomorrow morning." With that, he walked away, leaving little for Zhou Wenyuan to observe. He hastily departed, leaving Huang Wei longing for further conversation, but he paid her no heed, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. Aunt Zhao, noticing her daughter's eager attempts to engage with someone unresponsive, promptly pulled her away from the crowd. She could hardly muster the energy to scold her, attributing it all to the men. Old Lady Huang wasted no time in berating Huang Wei, claiming she could not discipline the elder but could certainly manage the younger. Just as Huang Wei was about to retort, Zhao Xue dashed forward, ready to confront Old Lady Huang. "Stop," Zhao Xue commanded, halting her advance. Zhao Dali rushed over, having just learned from Xin Qingmiao that Aunt Zhao had clashed with the village matriarch. He hurried to prevent any further escalation, as they were currently residing with Dr. Dong. If they stirred trouble, it could reflect poorly on him. Zhao Xue quickly recounted the events, casting Old Lady Huang aside. Zhao Dali recognized that Zhao Xue was not the troublemaker. She must have been provoked into defending her interests. Old Lady Huang, spotting Zhao Dali, immediately remarked, "Ah, looks like you've found an ally. Aren't you the one staying with Dong Jizi? So, you're all in cahoots." The villagers regarded Dong Jizi with disdain. Having recognized Zhao Dali as a resident of his home, they swiftly aligned themselves with Old Lady Huang against Zhao Dali and Zhao Xue. Xin Qingmiao stepped forward, declaring, "What a dirty heart you possess. Must you escalate matters to the authorities over Aunt Zhao's ducks? Uncle Zhao has a wife and granddaughter, and Aunt Zhao has her daughter. Both families are acquainted. Show some decency in your words." Having experienced online harassment in her modern life, Xin Qingmiao found herself reflecting on past injustices when she witnessed Old Lady Huang's vitriol. Old Lady Huang attempted to retort, but Xin Qingmiao shot back, "You have many sons. Yet I have 3 brothers, as well as parents and sisters-in-law. If you wish to bicker or fight, I am not one to shy away." Xin Qingmiao had to concede that, in the eyes of these villagers, a male heir seemed to wield considerable power. Old Lady Huang, hearing this, glanced at her 2 sons, her 3rd son working far away and her husband long deceased, realized she was indeed outnumbered, and felt a sense of frustration. Aunt Zhao understood that the village head feared trouble arising from her presence in another village. Yet, these shameless people had no right to demand respect from her. If they dared to steal her ducks again, they should be prepared for her wrath. Her words carried a palpable threat as she glanced at the grandchildren held by Old Lady Huang's daughters-in-law, who were clearly nervous, resembling their family. Chapter 36. Begging her Old Lady Huang hesitated, reluctant to act further. The village head finally intervened, stating, "Let us put an end to this." "Old Lady Huang, you were in the wrong. Apologize to them." They were all villagers, aware of her notorious behavior. She had always sought out the weak to target, rarely encountering anyone formidable until now. Reluctantly, Old Lady Huang offered her apology. She felt a twinge of annoyance towards her 3rd daughter-in-law for not warning her sooner about the complexities of dealing with this family, leaving her feeling stung and embarrassed. The village head had long cautioned her against bullying fellow villagers, and she had only acted out because she perceived them as outsiders. Now, her ungrateful daughter-in-law must surely be laughing at her. "I didn't know they were your ducks at first. I thought they belonged to my daughter-in-law," Old Lady Huang muttered, her tone laced with bitterness. "Oh, spare us the act. Your daughter-in-law warned you long before," Aunt Zhao retorted, unapologetic as she demanded her lodging fee back. Old Lady Huang's face turned ashen as she stared at the few coins handed back to her. She glanced at her daughter-in-law, feeling utterly humiliated. The mere act of giving in had left her feeling powerless. Watching the coins vanish felt like a dagger to her heart. Zhao Xue, unforgiving, led her daughter away, seeking refuge with the village head. The village head commanded respect and, at the very least, they would not face such an ordeal there. After Aunt Zhao expressed her gratitude to Xin Qingmiao, she inquired about her departure plans. Xin Qingmiao's circumstances had changed. She needed to wait for an injured person to recover. Zhao Dali's granddaughter would surely heal soon and leave before them, as staying in another home meant incurring additional expenses. After Xin Qingmiao explained the situation, Zhao Xiao realized their paths would soon diverge. She had intended for all three families to depart together, but Xin's family would linger longer. And she could not afford to wait indefinitely. Zhao Xiao felt a pang of sorrow yet recognized it was unavoidable. Huang Wei, lost in thought, yearned for a moment to speak with Zhou Wenyuan. Aunt Zhao pulled her daughter home, while Zhao Dali accompanied Xin Qingmiao on their return journey. Along the way, Xin Qingmiao inquired about Zhao Qin's condition. Once the poison is eradicated, there will be no further issues. She managed to rise today and take a few steps. The wound from the snakebite is not severe. The real danger lies in the venom itself, but there is little else to fear. Xin Qingmiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging this as a positive outcome. Zhao Dali was aware that the Xin family had taken in a person to be treated by Dr. Dong, and upon rising that morning, he noticed bloodstains in the yard. Although they had been cleaned, remnants still lingered in the corners, dried and forgotten. He sought out old man Xin to inquire about the situation, cautioning him against haphazardly rescuing individuals, as it posed significant risks. While saving a virtuous person would be commendable, if they were malevolent, it could endanger his own family. Old man Xin found himself unable to make a decision, as he had been deferring to Xin Qingmiao during this period. Additionally, he had previously fallen into a trap set by hunters in the deep mountains. And it was Zhao Jie's father who had rescued him and even lent him money for his leg treatment. Had it not been for Zhao Tao, he might have been left to suffer a permanent injury, even if discovered the following day, or without Zhao Tao's financial assistance. When a few children rushed off to rescue the individual in need, he found himself in agreement. Zhao Dali recounted the risks of rescuing someone, particularly the fear of encountering a thankless ingrate or an individual of notable status whose enemies might pose a threat. Xin Qingmiao understood this rationale well. However, her family was in dire need of funds. Though she possessed several hundred taels of silver, it was insufficient for their needs. Traveling to Jiangnan, merely dealing with local officials would be a challenge, and settling there would require additional funds. The children needed resources for their education, and the family required money for daily sustenance. She contemplated wagering on the 5,000 taels. The worst outcome would mirror the tragic fate depicted in the original narrative. Zhao Dali was uncertain whether Xin Qingmiao absorbed his words, as it was not his place to meddle in the affairs of others. The Xin family was not closely related to him, merely neighbors with a debt of gratitude for saving his life. He produced 5 taels of silver, handing them to Xin Qingmiao, urging her to use it to procure some food in the village. Zhao Jie had confided in him and her father that the people from the western regions had reached Yujia Pass, and Miss Luo was not an ordinary person. She had foreseen this development, while the county magistrate was suppressing news to prevent public panic. They needed to leave promptly, the sooner the better. Initially, Zhao Dali intended to wait until his granddaughter was fully recovered before departing. However, now that he was aware of the veracity of the Xin family's concerns, they needed to expedite their exit. Remaining there even a moment longer was a risk. He proposed that the Xin family accompany him, but old man Xin insisted on consulting his family first, claiming he could not decide unilaterally. Thus, he had to persuade each of the younger generation individually. Before being summoned, he was still attempting to convince Lu Chunhua. Upon hearing this, Xin Qingmiao sensed that the plot was accelerating. Perhaps her arrival had altered the course of events? However, her narrative was not the central storyline. In fact, she had hardly appeared at all, which might be indicative of the natural pacing of the plot. It seemed that they were not the protagonists, and thus felt the swift passage of time. Now, with a female lead, male lead, and supporting male character all together making their escape, it indicated that the main narrative had commenced. Accordingly, following the original plot points, they would soon encounter various perils. And as per the conclusion, their original village would soon fall to attack. Contemplating this, Xin Qingmiao resolved to leave the village immediately and hasten towards Jiangnan. She was acutely aware of their ultimate fate, yet the dangers along the way remained unknown. She hurriedly returned to the Dong household with Zhao Dali and found her family preparing for rest. She quickly gathered everyone into one room for a meeting, where old man Xin recounted the situation as described by Zhao Jie. Xin Qingmiao reiterated the ominous dream she had experienced. Had the person her second brother rescued awoken? No. Dr. Dong stated she was no miracle worker and could not revive someone on the brink of death. Shen Qingmiao found this predicament rather troublesome and tentatively suggested, "Shall we abandon this person and flee? That wouldn't be prudent. We've already spent our money. To leave now would render our expenditure futile," Xue Jiao remarked. She had inquired about the medical expenses today and felt she could never afford such a sum in her lifetime. Yet, if they continued to wait for the individual to awaken, what if they were robbed in the meantime? Currently, their family could be considered capable of defense, comprising 3 men, with her father being in decent health, making a total of 4. However, the only weapon they possessed was a knife belonging to her second brother, who worked as a bodyguard. She had neglected to purchase additional arms previously. Weighing the pros and cons, Shin Er proposed, "How about I stay here and wait? Once that person awakens, I'll demand payment before pursuing you." "That's unacceptable. You must protect our entire family." Shin Qingmiao immediately rejected. She had come here to survive at all costs. While she could evade danger with her space, her family could not, and they had no access to it. The family deliberated until midnight. The allure of 5,000 taels was too great. Ultimately, Lu Chunhua asserted, "Let us inform Dr. Dong and plead for him to leave with us. We need not worry about anything else." Chapter 37. The family trains in martial arts. Will Dr. Dong believe us? Fong Lan wondered, feeling their words might carry little weight. Even if they shared this information, others might not take them seriously. When her younger sister had recounted certain matters before, she had harbored doubts. Were it not for subsequent verification, she might have thought her sister-in-law had a scheme to lead the entire family away from the village, intending to sell them into hard labor. At present, they truly found themselves at a loss. Shin Qingmiao glanced at Shin He, third brother. "Go discuss with Dr. Dong. It would be best to persuade him to leave with us." Shin San questioned, "Are you sure you're not seeking personal vengeance? I'm not familiar with him. And there are so many family members, why should it fall to me? You are the most intelligent among us, the cleverest in the family. If you don't go, then who will?" Shin Qingmiao replied with a smile. Shin He felt that Shin Qingmiao was indeed seeking retribution, as he had always been at odds with her. He refused. "No, I want to go. Let Erga or Dega handle it. They've met Dr. Dong more times than I have." Old man Shin intervened, insisting, "You will go as appointed. Dr. Dong will not harm you. A little reprimand is bearable. What does that matter when it comes to food? In this vast world, what is more important than a meal?" Once old man Shin had spoken, Shin San knew he had no choice but to comply. Both parents sided with Shin Qingmiao, as did his 2 brothers. Reluctantly, he asked, "What should I even say?" "Just recall how proactive you were when we rescued that person," Shin Qingmiao encouraged. She struggled to gauge the temperament of others. Under the watchful eyes of his expectant family, Shin San knocked on Dr. Dong's door. "Dr. Dong, it seems you have visitors from the Shin family. What is the matter?" Winter Ji inquired. "The outsiders are nearing our former village. It is likely they will arrive here shortly. My family wishes to know if you intend to leave," Shin He relayed, uncertain how to convince him. This news was undoubtedly credible. If he were to depart, it would be safer with more people. Winter Ji contemplated. "I believe your family wishes to leave, but is reluctant to abandon the patient, correct? Taking an injured person along will not only delay your journey, but also require extra care. If I accompany you, the responsibility of looking after the patient will fall upon me. Along the way, should any ailments arise, you would need my assistance, which would also waste time seeking out other doctors." Winter Ji did not provide a definite answer, but reminded him to ensure the medical fees were settled. The 80 taels previously given had been exhausted, so he should bring more silver. 80 taels gone so soon? Shin He exclaimed in disbelief. Good heavens, that is exorbitantly costly. He was gravely injured, requiring a substantial replenishment of his vitality and blood, in addition to remedies to prevent inflammation of the wounds and promote healing. A plethora of high-quality medicinal ingredients was utilized, as Winter Garden had elaborated. I did not exploit anyone's finances. After all, this individual was on the brink of death. And it was fortunate that I managed to bring him back. Do remember to provide the payment. With that, Winter Garden closed the door. Shin He felt a twinge of regret for saving the man. He returned to the residence of Shin Qingmiao and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon learning that 80 taels had been spent, Shin Qingmiao realized that the doctor had initially warned of the high costs involved in the treatment. She had mentally prepared herself for such an outcome, though it still pained her. Shin He lamented the expenditure, realizing that had they not brought the man to seek medical help, they would not be in this predicament. Now, the patient remained unconscious, and 5,000 taels were yet to be seen, alongside the necessity for further expenses. They were unable to leave now. Departing would render their previous investment futile. Remaining put, however, incurred costs and posed risks. Shin Qingmiao observed that Shin He's expression resembled that of a disgruntled wife. What if the man awoke the next day, and upon regaining consciousness, presented them with 5,000 taels? Wouldn't that lead to their fortune and a chance to accumulate merit? But what if he awakened without offering anything or, worse, accused them of attempting to murder him? They would be doomed. Shin He deemed this a plausible scenario. Shin's second brother pondered, if Dr. Winter did not accompany them, why would he still concern himself with that man? They must hasten to depart. It was inconceivable to remain in danger for the sake of a stranger. Fong Lan suggested, why not leave a few people behind to oversee matters while the rest head towards Jiangnan? Shin Qingmiao shook her head, insisting they should rest for now. If they were to depart, they would do so as a family. The situation was already precarious, and parting ways would lead to an abrupt conclusion of their story. Lu Chunhua, who lay beside Shin Qingmiao, inquired, when shall we leave? The day after tomorrow, Shin Qingmiao replied, if that man has not awakened by then, we shall make our exit. We shall consider the 5,000 taels as if it never occurred. The patient possesses several valuable banknotes as well. I shall allocate part of it to Dr. Winter. Once he awakens, he can repay the remaining medical expenses. Furthermore, the martial prowess of their family must be enhanced. The martial arts manual given to her second brother was ill-suited for women. Shin Qingmiao had previously chosen techniques for herself that could be utilized effectively against adversaries, which she could also teach to her mother and sisters-in-law. As for their father, they would have the second brother instruct him, commencing tomorrow. Learning additional techniques would prove beneficial. At dawn the next day, Shin Qingmiao summoned her family to begin their martial training. The second brother instructed them in martial arts, while Shin Qingmiao taught her mother and sisters-in-law techniques suitable for women. The focus was on speed, precision, and decisiveness, as women generally lacked the physical strength of men. These skills could help bridge the gap between the sexes. Lu Chunhua prohibited all the women from embroidering and instead gathered them to learn. The three children, intrigued, watched as Shin Jiao admired Shin Qingmiao's graceful movements. She eagerly wished to learn, and Shin Qingmiao instructed her to stand aside and mimic the actions. Shin Jiao found the movements beautiful and engaged earnestly in her practice. Shin Dada expressed her admiration for Shin Er's skills, finding them impressive, and mimicked his gestures. Noticing his niece's imprecise movements, Shin Er adjusted her stance, continuing to teach their father. The most diligent learner was Shin Laojia, while the youngest, Shin Jiao, exhibited remarkable dedication. Shui Jiao observed her daughter, impressed by her ability to follow along more adeptly than herself, displaying evident enthusiasm. Seeing her second sister-in-law slacking, Shin Qingmiao promptly approached, adjusting her arm to the correct position. Be diligent. Do you wish for rouge? In a few villages, there's a town where I can buy you some. Please. Little sister, you must buy me rouge. Shui Jiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Currently, she conserved her rouge, which had been a gift from Shin Er. Recognizing his hard work, she hesitated to ask for more. The household was in dire need of funds, and even meals were scarce. Her cosmetic needs were hardly a priority. Shin Qingmiao nodded. If you all study diligently, I shall bestow upon each of you the gifts you desire. Shin Jiao immediately piped up, really? Aunt, I want a luminous pearl. Once I am affluent, I shall procure it for you, Shin Qingmiao replied, aware that children often favored beautiful things, lacking a true grasp of wealth. Upon receiving her aunt's agreement, Shin Jiao became exuberant. Thank you, aunt. I will learn the fastest. Chapter 38, The Awakening Little Ant. May I learn as well? Shin Xiaoxiao inquired of Shin Qingmiao. Of course, Shin Qingmiao responded. What do you wish for? She promised to grant what was within her means. If not possible now, perhaps in the future. I wish to study medicine, like Dr. Zheng and Dr. Winter, to heal the sick and save lives. Certainly. Once the family is settled, I shall allow you to pursue medical studies. Who knows, perhaps you will even become a master yourself. Thank you, aunt. Shin Xiaoxiao beamed. Aspiring to heal and save lives. Shin Jiao countered, studying medicine isn't fun, Xiaoxiao. The luminous pearl is far more enjoyable. It even glows, how cool. Everyone has their own preferences. You cherish beauty, while Xiaoxiao has her own interests, Shin Qingmiao explained. I don't quite understand, Xin Xiaoxiao replied. Xin Qingmiao continued demonstrating movements, absorbing knowledge herself. She had memorized more than 10 pages of the manual, managing to execute the techniques, though the mantras and principles were not yet fully ingrained. Utilizing branches as makeshift swords, she found her methods practical. Lu Chunhua felt that this training was more exhausting than farming. Agriculture merely fatigued the body, while this drained both mind and spirit. Xin Jiao, being quite young, mirrored Xin Qingmiao's movements perfectly, even executing them in succession. Xin Qingmiao mused that if she could improve further, her niece would benefit greatly. Contemplating the more intricate techniques for later, she decided to impart them solely to Xin Jiao. After a few attempts, Xin Jiao grasped the movements immediately. Xin Qingmiao was astonished. Did you memorize all the movements? What about the principles I taught? I learned the movements. But not the words, she admitted. The principles you recited seemed unnecessary, so I didn't retain them. Xin Qingmiao reiterated the mantras. You must remember these to complement the movements. Xin Jiao scratched her head, troubled. I can't remember. It hurts my head. Recognizing her niece's honesty, Xin Qingmiao continued teaching the subsequent techniques. This proved to be a significant undertaking, as Xin Jiao absorbed everything, even mimicking Xin Qingmiao's nearly misstep-filled action. Xin Qingmiao covered her face, stifling her laughter. The misstep was not a technique to be learned. All right, Xin Jiao nodded obediently, still believing it to be a part of the routine. Lu Chunhua, thoroughly fatigued, noted the time and announced, it's nearly time for lunch. I shall prepare meals. Fang Lan hastily joined in. I shall assist. Xue Jiao glanced around, reluctant to cook or continue practicing. Qingmiao, I just remembered I haven't washed the dirty clothes that little Tao changed out of yesterday. I'll wash them and return. Recognizing that everyone was losing motivation to practice, Xin Qingmiao noticed only the two youngest were still persevering. Observing little Tao, she felt a sense of defeat. He possessed exceptional aptitude. Her movements were merely a series of isolated gestures, each requiring a pause for rest after completion. In contrast, her niece was able to seamlessly connect these actions, forming a fluid combination. Was this not the very essence of the martial arts prodigy often depicted in novels? Dong Jizi observed this family in the courtyard for quite some time. The display of their movements was hardly commendable, save for that little girl, who showed some promise. The others, however, seemed to falter, often struck down before they could even complete their stances. Dong Jizi shook her head, deciding it best not to interfere in the affairs of others. She gathered her provisions and stepped out of the house, venturing up the mountain in search of medicinal herbs. The Zhao family had departed early that morning, leaving behind a message for old Xin through Dr. Dong. Aunt Zhao had also taken her leave, gifting Xin Qingmiao a duck before she left, explaining that while the previous one was male, this one was female, suitable for breeding. Xin Qingmiao gazed at the two ducks in the corner of the courtyard, foraging for insects. She sighed, realizing that Aunt Zhao was, in fact, quite kind-hearted. Sitting down to rest, she pulled out 2 sugar cubes from her pocket and offered them to her 2 nieces. Xin Jiao shook her head, saying, Aunt, I don't eat sugar. I had some before and it ruined my teeth, causing me pain for quite a while. In the end, Dr. Zheng had to extract the damaged tooth, and only now has a new one begun to emerge. No worries, just rinse your mouth with salt water after eating. Or use a willow twig to clean your teeth, Shen Qingmiao advised. In ancient times, without toothpaste or toothbrushes, the poor resorted to using willow twigs and salt water for dental care. While there was tooth powder available, it was not something the common folk would typically purchase. The sensation of willow twigs against my teeth is uncomfortable, and I dislike salt water. Once I have money, I will buy tooth powder. And then I can indulge in sweets freely. In truth, she did not often consume sugar, yet her teeth had become discolored and painful. Xin Jiao had abstained from sweets for a long time to avoid dental pain. I will find some materials to make you tooth powder soon, she assured. For quite some time, she had been using willow twigs as makeshift toothbrushes, simply dipping them in salt before brushing, lacking the convenience of modern dental hygiene tools. However, one could not ask for too much in ancient times. Even willow twigs were a rarity in the village, where many had been stripped bare of branches. Xin Qingmiao handed the sugar to her little nephew, Xin Dada, who seemed indifferent to the state of his teeth. To him, having sugar was a delight, while Xin Jiao was the only one concerned about her dental aesthetics. Xin Jiao pulled Xin Xiaoxiao to sit beside Xin Qingmiao. The 3 of them sat on the doorstep. Aunt, why do you have so much silver lately? Xin Jiao inquired. I was fortunate enough to come across some ginseng and sold it for silver, Shen Qingmiao replied. What does ginseng look like? Is it similar to a radish? Shin Jiao had previously heard that her uncle's family had unearthed a ginseng root, which had brought them prosperity in town. It's somewhat different but resembles a small radish, though it has various long roots. Shin Jiao conjured a vague image in her mind. And why is Jiangnan so wealthy? She was aware that both the capital and Jiangnan were the most prosperous regions, teeming with rare treasures. She had also heard tales of a particularly grand and beautiful palace within the imperial court, adorned with luminous pearls that filled the ponds, and the bowls used were made of jade and gold. Jiangnan's geographical advantages and favorable climate make it suitable for habitation, attracting the affluent, which in turn fosters even greater wealth and prosperity, Shin Qingmiao explained. She remembered learning this during her studies, but having worked for several years, much of that knowledge had slipped her mind. Then I must strive to become wealthy wherever I go, Shin Jiao declared, drawing patterns in the dirt with a stick. Shin Qingmiao scrutinized the lines on the ground, unable to discern their meaning. Just as she pondered what endeavors might be most lucrative and least likely to attract hostility in Jiangnan, Shin Laosen rushed out of a nearby room, his expression a mix of excitement and urgency. Little sister, that person has awakened. Finally, he grabbed Shin Qingmiao and dashed toward the room, stopping abruptly at the doorway. Remember to ask for money, Shin Laosen reminded her. Shin Qingmiao playfully swatted the back of his head. Why must everything fall to me? You go. She had previously negotiated with Dr. Dong, so it was his turn this time. It was only fair. Then I will ask for a larger share of the 5,000 taels, Shin Qingmiao stated. Shin Laosen nodded in agreement. Once they had come to a consensus, they entered the room and beheld the figure lying on the bed. Shin Qingmiao immediately spoke. Brother, you finally awakened. Splendid. When and how will you provide us with the promised 5,000 taels? You are the ones who saved me? Hua Zhao inquired. Indeed, we are your saviors. My jade pendant? Hua Zhao asked, realizing that his possessions, including the pendant, were missing upon awakening. Your belongings were collected by the doctor when he rescued you and are safely with me, Shin Qingmiao assured him. She hurried to her room and gathered all the items Dong Jizi had given her, placing them in a basket to bring back. She rummaged through the contents until she found a double tiger jade pendant and presented it to Hua Zhao. Is this the one? She asked. Hua Zhao nodded. Take this pendant to the Yuncheng money house to collect 6,000 taels. I require the extra 1,000. Shin Qingmiao was familiar with the Yuncheng money house, as there was one in a nearby town. Initially, that scoundrel had intended to sell the original owner to the Yuncheng money house, but they did not accept living individuals. The wretched Zhou had then sold her to the dentist. If anyone inquires about the origin of this pendant, Shin Qingmiao hesitated. What shall we say? No one will question it. This pendant is not unique to me, Hua Zhao replied. Shin Laosen was aware of the pendant's significance, having seen it worn by the county magistrate, who supposedly could withdraw vast sums from the Yuncheng money house with it. He quickly signaled to Shin Qingmiao, who understood and nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed to the nearest money house immediately. The two of them set off with the pendant in hand. How far is the Yuncheng money house from here? Shin Qingmiao inquired. Not far, it's located in the town just ahead. There's also one nearby, but it's quite distant from us. However, compared to the 5,000 taels, the distance is inconsequential. Shin Qingmiao selected a mule, which was sufficiently swift, and declared, Let us take a mule cart. I'll inform Mother that we want to be having dinner at home, she added, nodding. She untied the mule, leading it out to harness it to the cart. After offering it some spirit spring water, she patted its head, saying, If you run swiftly, there will be more rewards in store for you. The mule brayed in response, seemingly in agreement. Your voice isn't quite pleasant, just nod in the future. And I shall understand, Shin Qingmiao remarked. The mule's braying was less melodious than that of horses or donkeys, possessing an off-key quality. After speaking, she feared she might hurt the mule's feelings, for she believed that these 3 mules were quite intelligent, not merely due to being fed spirit spring water, but simply because they were clever. She offered the mule some fresh grass, specifically cut by old Shin from the mountains. Though the mule enjoyed dried hay, this tender grass was far more palatable. At home, they allowed the mule to graze freely. And now it not only fed itself but also returned with a full load of grass. After Shin Laosen finished speaking, he hurriedly set off with Shin Qingmiao towards the town. The villagers were quite helpful, directing the siblings along the right path and cautioning them against taking any wrong turns. However, as they followed the indicated route, they quickly sensed something amiss, for the path bore no traces of footprints or hoofprints. Exchanging a glance, they promptly retraced their steps to the village. They approached a child who was busy playing in the mud and inquired about the correct path. It was then that they learned they had taken the wrong way. The route to the town lay along a different trail. The child finished his business and began mixing the mud with his urine, crafting it into clumps with another child nearby. Shinlao couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. What a lack of integrity! If we hadn't noticed the absence of footprints, we would have wandered further astray. Determined, they pressed on towards the town. Qingmiao, feeling a bit irked, resisted and even pretended to misdirect others. The siblings pushed onward with determination. The mule, filled with enthusiasm, moved at a pace far quicker than usual. Inside the house, Lu Chanhua, gazing at the meal laid out on the table, felt no appetite whatsoever. Xinlao patted her shoulder reassuringly. Dear daughter, they are merely going to the town, not venturing into the unknown. I shall take some food to that young master. Lu Chanhua prepared a bowl of rice porridge specifically for Qingmiao, adding some vegetables and meat, and brought it to Huazhao's room. Young master, our farmhouse fare is rather humble. Please make do with it. Thank you, Huazhao replied, accepting the porridge. He needed to recover swiftly, for someone was waiting for him. Lu Chanhua set the porridge down and departed, only to encounter Dong Jizi returning home. Instantly, she greeted him with warmth. Dr. Dong, have you eaten? Would you care for some of my cooking? She held a deep admiration for healers and scholars, and Dong Jizi, being of similar age to Qingmiao, only heightened her fondness. Dong Jizi set down his basket and spread the herbs he had gathered on the stone table to dry. I have already eaten, thank you. Lu Chanhua felt a twinge of disappointment at being declined. Xinlao followed the footprints, occasionally stopping to ask a passerby for directions. Upon catching sight of the town's outline, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful not to have been misled this time. All right, let us hasten towards the bank. I can see it now. The one that appears most affluent must be the Yunzhong Bank. Chapter 40, 6,000 Tales. Xinlao pointed toward a direction. Amidst a cluster of ordinary houses, there stood a structure resembling a tall tower. Qingmiao recalled that the Yunzhong Bank was widespread throughout the Yugua, with even impoverished villages like theirs boasting a branch in every town. The presence of a grand tower on the street was a sure sign of the Yunzhong Bank. The original text portrayed the bank as a formidable entity, independent of imperial authority. Such a powerful establishment was so significant that, even after the male protagonist ascended to the throne, his attempts to court the Yunzhong Bank were rebuffed. Qingmiao speculated that such an impressive setup was likely intended for the protagonist of another story the author wished to write. Xinlao, brimming with excitement, thought of the Jade Pendant and promptly pulled Qingmiao toward the Yunzhong Bank. Standing outside, he gazed at the opulence within, momentarily hesitant to step inside. Sister, do you have any idea how much that white flower inside costs? I do not know, Qingmiao replied, unable to discern anything particularly special about it. Only guessing it must be quite expensive. 8,000 taels, he continued, it is said to nourish one's body. Each Yunzhong Bank possesses one. Merchants have spent fortunes trying to cultivate it, but alas, they have failed. Otherwise, the price would be less. A single flower could fetch 8,000 taels. And that merchant had surely purchased more than one. Qingmiao urged him inside. Such matters are not our concern. Let us go in and procure the silver. Are you two customers looking to pawn or purchase something? I can assist you, the shopkeeper greeted them as they entered. The shop was filled with an array of goods, some belonging to customers who had not yet exchanged them for bank credit, while others were rare treasures collected from far and wide. What kind of person in your family could acquire such a jade pendant? Qingmiao inquired, pointing at the pendant displayed prominently on a pedestal. The shopkeeper explained. It all depends on the master of the house, we do not know. Having a jade pendant allows one to withdraw unlimited silver from your bank? Qingmiao asked. Certainly not. For amounts exceeding 50,000 taels, we must report to the master. For lesser amounts, our branch can dispense directly, the shopkeeper patiently clarified. The Yunzhong Bank has always operated on the principle of treating all visitors equally, regardless of their status, be they imperial relatives or humble beggars. As long as one did not disrupt the bank, they were regarded as esteemed guests. Although Qingmiao posed numerous questions, the shopkeeper was obliged to attend to each customer personally. Producing her jade pendant, Qingmiao stated, we would like 6,000 taels in banknotes. Certainly. The shopkeeper took the pendant, verified its authenticity, and then retrieved 6,000 taels in banknotes from the vault. Please take your funds. Shen Qingmiao accepted the banknotes and the jade pendant, still in disbelief at how effortlessly they had acquired the silver. The shopkeeper did not inquire at all about the origins of the pendant. Before departing, Shen Qingmiao ensured to verify the authenticity and quantity of the banknotes. Once confirmed, she and Shen Laosan exited the bank with exhilaration. Now, Shen Qingmiao was overjoyed. Having saved a dear brother and instantaneously transformed into a modestly wealthy woman with 5,000 taels. Although Shen Laosan was equally excited, he reminded her to keep the money safe and hidden, for the area was rife with pickpockets. The bank was a tempting target, and many eyes were undoubtedly watching. He believed that while those individuals might not rob openly, they would certainly lurk in the shadows, as it was impossible to discern who among them might be a significant figure, especially since they appeared somewhat vulnerable. Shen Qingmiao had already concealed the money in her spatial pouch while pretending to place it in her purse, leaving her with no cash on hand. When it came time to pay, she could simply retrieve it from her space while using her purse as cover. As they strolled through the bustling streets, Shen Laosan scrutinized every passerby. Sister, I find everyone here rather suspicious. Do be cautious. He felt that anyone could be watching them. Shen Qingmiao sighed in exasperation. Your behavior is drawing attention. We appear out of place. Try to act normally. She rubbed her temples. Since the incident with the 5,000 taels, Shen Laosan had seemingly undergone a transformation. Shen Qingmiao understood that if she were to suddenly acquire 5 million taels, she too would likely change dramatically. Yet, Shen Laosan, fully aware of the potential presence of thieves, continued to act as if he were impervious to danger. Sister, look. There are sweet date cakes for sale. Let us buy some. Shen Laosan exclaimed, spotting a vendor selling the treats. He and his brother had made a habit of purchasing sweet date cakes whenever they sold their game in the market, initially at Shen Qingmiao's insistence, which later became a cherished tradition. Let us buy some. Shen Qingmiao eagerly agreed, thrilled that her brother, the hero of the day with his 5,000 taels, was in such high spirits. Vendor, I'll take 5 pounds of sweet date cakes. Shen Laosan called out grandly. The vendor swiftly packaged the cakes and handed them to Shen Laosan. That will be 101, sir. Sister, quickly pay. Shen Qingmiao retrieved some loose silver coins to settle the payment. Upon witnessing her use her own money, Shen Laosan joyfully remarked, our expenses will be deducted from that silver. Shen Qingmiao nodded in agreement, subtracting her share from Shen Laosan's portion. With newfound wealth in his pocket, Shen Laosan felt an irresistible urge to acquire all manner of food. Before long, his hands were laden with various treats, and he felt a profound sense of happiness amidst the exertion. Sister, I believe I am the happiest person alive right now. Suddenly, a small beggar collided with Shen Qingmiao, nearly causing her to stumble. But she managed to regain her balance just in time. Shen Laosan's temper flared at this rudeness. How could the little beggar not even apologize? How inconsiderate. He fumed, burdened as he was with an armful of items, only able to vent his frustration beside Shen Qingmiao. She waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. Let us go have some wontons. The stall ahead has a delightful aroma. I want to eat large buns. Wontons are so small, with hardly any meat, Shen Laosan countered. His preference for substantial meat buns evident. We'll have both, Shen Qingmiao decided. Now that they had money, there was no need to choose. They ordered 2 portions of large wontons. As soon as the dish arrived, Shen Laosan began eating without waiting, oblivious to the fact that the wontons had just been served hot. Shen Qingmiao blew on hers, waiting for them to cool before taking a bite. They were delicious, devoid of any unpleasant pork odor, though the ginger and scallion flavors were rather overpowering. Noticing Shen Laosan gulping down his food carelessly, she admonished him. Eating like that could harm your throat. You might endanger your health. Huh? What kind of throat ailment? He asked, dismissively. At worst, I'll just become mute. Shen Qingmiao shook her head, explaining that excessively hot food could indeed be detrimental to the throat. Even boiling water can cook the surface of pork if left too long. You must know why pigs are given hot baths before slaughter. Shen Laosan, bewildered, had never heard such reasoning. Just trust me, it's for your own good. Shen Qingmiao had a penchant for hot food, often impatiently consuming it without allowing it to cool, resulting in frequent minor burns in her mouth. While not fatal, these habits had led to some long-term issues. Unfortunately, she could not convey her modern knowledge to Shen Laosan. After a moment, he nodded. All right, I'll finish eating. And you can remind me next time. This dish is indeed tasty, but it's too small to be filling. I can hardly get 2 bites in before it's gone. Let us go. Which bun shop do you want? I'll buy some for the family as well. Just as they left the wonton stall, Shin Qingmiu was bumped into again by another small beggar. This time, she reacted swiftly, grabbing the little beggar and insisting on an apology before releasing him. Shin Laosan became even more vigilant, anxiously watching for the appearance of yet another beggar. As they walked, the aroma of numerous bun stalls wafted through the air, though none had the enticing scent of meat. Having previously tasted meat buns, Shin Qingmiao felt little interest in them now. Shin Laosan, however, was enthusiastic about meat buns. Why don't we buy a little from each stall and compare? Shin Qingmiao, feeling weary of conversation, headed straight to the nearest stall and purchased several large buns. Boss, if I buy this many, could you throw in a few steamed buns? Sure. I'll give you 5 big white buns, but do come back to support my business. The boss, operating on slim margins, was willing to offer a little extra to maintain customer goodwill, especially considering Shin Qingmiao's pleasant demeanor and substantial order. Just as she was about to pay, she realized her purse was missing. Shin Laosan immediately suspected the earlier small beggar. I'm furious. It was that little beggar who bumped into us. He must have wanted to steal. Shin Laosan lamented, regretting that he had been so focused on his sister that he hadn't noticed. Now, he had lost the 6,000 taels he had on him. Shin Qingmiao sighed with relief, as all her money was safely stored in her spatial pouch, rendering her purse merely decorative. Fearing Shin Laosan's wrath, she pretended to be fortunate. Third brother, I didn't keep the money in my purse. Don't worry. It's not lost. Shin Laosan calmed slightly. Then your silver is still gone. I cannot let this go. I will find that beggar. I wasn't worried about losing it. There was very little money in there, and I had already spent most of it. He had seen her take the money from her purse when she paid earlier. Although it was but a fraction of the 6,000 taels, it was still hard-earned silver. Shin Qingmiao must have said that to prevent him from getting angry. You take care of the mule cart. I'll wait for you at the bank. Shin Laosan loaded everything onto the cart, but, still anxious, escorted Shin Qingmiao to the bank's entrance before rushing off. No one dared to cause trouble at the bank, leaving Shin Qingmiao to silently pray for her brother's swift return. The loss of her empty purse was inconsequential. Her mother had made her several. She sat on the cart, leaning against the side as she waited. Meanwhile, Shin Laosan spent a few coins to enlist the help of another beggar to track down the one who had stolen from them. The beggar you mentioned lives right here. They approached a ramshackle wooden structure, covered with tattered cloth and strewn with leaves inside. Signs of a fire outside confirmed that someone indeed resided there. When will they be back? I don't know. If he stole your money, that little rascal is a pickpocket. The beggar, who had been taken in by an old gentleman as an adopted son, had been cast aside for his thieving ways. Shin Laosan concealed himself behind a nearby tree, waiting. Soon, he spotted the 2 little beggars returning together, clutching steamed buns. Anger surged within him as he charged at them. The small beggars, seeing him approach, attempted to flee. But he swiftly hurled stones, striking their legs. Stunned, they fell to the ground, and Shin Laosan seized the opportunity to capture them. Return my sister's purse at once. The offending beggar, defiant, retorted, I don't know what you're talking about. Shin Laosan, with a smirk, replied, Oh, you don't? Then this will be simple. I'll take you both to the authorities, and you can guess what will happen next. The county magistrate was known for his harsh treatment of criminals, especially those without family to advocate for them. The defiant beggar glared at Shin Laosan. Go ahead. I've long wanted to end my life anyway. If you truly wished for death, you wouldn't be stealing to buy buns and making yourself a home. If you really wanted to die, you could do it at any time. Will you return the purse? No. Shin Laosan produced the rope he had used to bind Game earlier and tied up the 2 little beggars securely, fearful they might escape. He then kicked the wooden structure apart, smashing it with stones, and set the remnants ablaze with some leaves. Another little beggar immediately burst into tears, sobbing, My bed. Brother, please return the pouch to him. I sold the pouch, came the reply. In exchange, I received 2 steamed buns. What about the silver inside? It was empty. There was no silver, the little beggar said, frowning. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the 2 little beggars, Shin Laosan was convinced they were not lying and inquired further, Where did you sell it? At the street corner ahead, a woman bought it. Anger surged within Shin Laosan. The buyer had no idea where it had gone. How much did you sell it for? I traded it for 2 steamed buns. That pouch was embroidered by his mother. With such intricate designs, it is worth at least 10 buns, he thought, realizing this boy was both foolish and wicked. Brother, please forgive us. We were starving and only stole the pouch this once, they pleaded. Shinlausen scoffed, do you take me for a fool? The beggar who brought me here. As soon as I described it, everyone knew it was you two who stole my belongings. Stop pretending. The other beggar called him brother, his face filled with hatred. Shinlausen dragged the two of them onto the street, declaring, if I cannot get my pouch back, I will sell you both to a brothel. After inquiring about the brothel's location in town, he took the two boys to the riverside to wash their faces clean before leading them to Xian building. The waiter at the entrance, upon seeing the boys' attire, immediately summoned the madam. The madam, fanning herself with a feathered fan, glanced at the boys' faces before heading to the back courtyard. The older beggar instantly realized the man intended to sell them as young male prostitutes. He struggled, exclaiming, You cannot sell us. We have no household registration. The madam, aware that they lacked registration, quickly devised a plan to lower the price. Shinlausen surveyed the surroundings, confirming they were indeed in the back courtyard. How much can these two boys fetch you? He asked. These two dared to steal from my younger sister. They are doomed. 3 or 4 taels of silver for both. They are young, and raising them will cost quite a bit, plus you have no household registration, she replied. Shinlausen was no fool. 5 taels of silver, without registration, they won't dare run away. If they escape, they will just be illegal residents, continuing as beggars. The madam, looking closely at the younger boy's face, conceded, fine, 5 taels it is. The madam produced the money, and Shinlausen took the silver and left. Along the way, a girl attempted to stop him, but he deftly avoided her and hurried out. Shin Qingmiao had already hidden herself inside the pawnshop, where the shopkeeper had called someone to guard her. As the sun blazed, she could no longer withstand the heat. The keen-eyed shopkeeper invited her in for tea and a breeze. Inside, there was a large basin of ice, along with a contraption that could blow cool air. She had seen something similar in a drama before but couldn't recall its name. The wind passing over the ice produced a refreshing breeze, in stark contrast to the sweltering heat outside. Shin Qingmiao made a note to acquire one when she had the funds. 5,000 taels of silver would ensure her family's comfortable living, but ice was not cheap. Outside, Shinlausen called for Shin Qingmiao to come out. The siblings departed from the town, and Shinlausen produced 5 taels of silver for her. Where did this silver come from? She asked. Those 2 beggars were in cahoots. They sold your pouch. But I couldn't have sold a pouch for 5 taels, she exclaimed. Since I couldn't retrieve your pouch, I sold them to the brothel. What? Shin Qingmiao's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 42. Beat him. What is it? Is there a problem? Shinlausen retorted. If they weren't somewhat presentable, they wouldn't have sold at all. He recalled when his family's situation was dire, he had even considered selling himself. They deemed him too old and unruly, and the asking price was too high, leading to his older brother giving him a beating. Shin Qingmiao was perplexed by Shinlausen's thoughts. Selling someone into hard labor is one thing, but to a brothel, she felt embarrassed to express it in modern terms. The brothel provided food, drink, and shelter. They could lead a carefree life for several years. Shinlausen saw nothing wrong with his actions. To sell them into hard labor, people wouldn't want 2 malnourished boys. Hard labor is fraught with danger. Selling them to a brothel is the more humane option. They stole your pouch. If there had been banknotes inside, they would have fled. Shinlausen remarked unhappily, we managed to scrape by with 5,000 taels, but there was also another 1,000 taels of someone else's money. Selling our family would not cover it. Shin Qingmiao was at a loss for words. Now that things had come to this, it was impossible for her to return and redeem them from the brothel. Her compassion did not stretch that far. Yet, she felt that her third brother's actions were too cruel. As she pondered on the way back, she recounted the events to Shin Laodai upon her return. Shin Laodai was equally enraged. Recalling the previous incident, he immediately set out to strike Shinlausen. He recounted the earlier events, especially the loss of the 1,000 taels and the Jade Pendant. If lost, their entire family would be unable to repay it. Shin Laodai felt somewhat helpless. Shinhe felt no shame, saying, you all need not blame yourselves, it's my fault, and I shall bear the consequences. After all, I was never a good person. Shin Laodai's anger only intensified, and he struck Shinlausen. Shinlausen did not retaliate. Shin Laodai heard the commotion and came over to inquire. Shin Qingmiao explained the situation to him. He pondered for a moment and thought that while Shinlausen's actions were somewhat immoral, the little beggars faced a hard life in this environment. Selling them to a brothel was indeed questionable, but at least they could survive for several years. Moreover, with the threat of the Khitan invasion, they would have a higher chance of escaping if well-fed. After all, they were his brothers. If the situation escalated and their parents found out, they might become even angrier. He suggested, just say you encountered some trouble in town and were beaten up. The rest, you can explain later. Shin Lao-sen rolled his eyes, thinking his third brother was utterly unreliable, unable to discern right from wrong. Shin Lao-sen was indifferent, urging Shin Qingmiao to quickly return the 1,000 taels and Jade Pendant. Their family needed to leave this place swiftly. He asked his second brother to help him unload the goods they had bought from the mule cart. He noticed a dozen pairs of cloth and straw shoes he had never purchased, realizing they must have been bought by his little sister while he was away. There were various sizes, and several pairs were clearly for children. Their family could make shoes, but his little sister must have thought it too arduous for them to walk without proper footwear. He carefully set the shoes aside and went to carry other items. Second brother, these meat buns were bought by little sister. Hurry and take them home to share with everyone. They spoil easily in the heat. All right, he responded. All the items were for the family, and Shin Laodai couldn't help but ask, with so much silver, why didn't you buy anything for little sister? I forgot. She didn't ask, and I didn't think to inquire. Shin Lao-sen replied, his mind filled with silver and meat buns, having completely forgotten everything else. Shin Laodai thought that apart from his reliable nose, his third brother was utterly untrustworthy. Shin Qingmiao went to Huizhao's room, where he was still unable to get out of bed, being cared for by Shin Laodai. Shin Qingmiao took out the banknotes and jade pendant from her sleeve, saying, "This is your 1,000 taels, and here is the jade pendant." "Thank you. Where is your family headed?" he asked. "Well, to the prosperous regions of Jiangnan. Though we haven't decided on specifics yet, we still need to discuss it as a family. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to depart soon. This place is likely to become perilous," Hou Zhao advised. "Oh, then you should contact someone to look after you," Shin Qingmiao replied before taking her leave. Hou Zhao observed as he waved his hand, and the dove perched by the window promptly flew in. He grasped the dove and retrieved a rolled letter concealed within its feathers. Shin Qingmiao, noticing the heat, mixed spiritual spring water into the well water for the mules. Today, especially, she had added the most for the mules that carried them. The 3 mules, initially lethargic in the heat, perked up at her actions and eagerly approached to drink. "Come, my dear, enjoy some watermelon," Lu Chunhua exclaimed, pulling out the chilled watermelon she had submerged in the well and fetching a knife from the kitchen to slice it open. Upon hearing that a family in the village had planted melons, she had bought 2. The family had shared one, while the other was reserved especially for the 2 children. She cut the watermelon into pieces, saying, "You start eating, my dear. I'll go fetch your third brother. Let us call the family over to share." She had bought 2, specifically saving this one for them. Lu Chunhua went to find the third brother, who was currently applying medicine in his room. Upon seeing the injuries on his face, concern washed over her. "What happened to you?" "I encountered a bit of danger in town, but the money shop recognized the jade pendant and helped us." "It's just a minor injury on my face," he reassured her. Lu Chunhua, still uneasy, examined him and felt relieved to find no other injuries. "We should have sent the second brother with you." "I'm fine now, really. Come eat some watermelon. I saved it just for you too." Shin Lao-sen cheerfully went to enjoy the watermelon. The fruit, chilled by the well water, was particularly refreshing. Shin Lao-sen savored it with gusto. Shin Qingmiao also indulged, though it was regrettable that the watermelon had a hint of an oily taste, likely from having been cut after meat. "When are we leaving this place?" Lu Chunhua inquired, eager to make preparations. "We should depart tomorrow morning," Shin Qingmiao replied. "It's cooler then." "Very well, I shall inform your brother and the others." She had nearly finished the clothing she was mending. Lu Chunhua returned to her room to continue embroidering. Little Taozi, aware of Shin Qingmiao's return, rushed out as soon as she finished her watermelon. "Auntie, continue teaching me." "You're quite eager," Shin Qingmiao laughed. Among the family, she was the only one with such enthusiasm, even in this sweltering heat. Shin Qingmiao sought refuge under the shade of a tree and instructed little Taozi to demonstrate the movements. Little Taozi promptly showcased all the actions she had previously learned. Shin Qingmiao taught a few additional techniques, saying, "Practice these movements, we shall focus on this today." Given the oppressive heat, she felt it sufficient to learn a few moves. With the family preparing to leave early the next day, she was disinclined to practice further, while little Taozi remained full of energy. Shin Xiaoxiao, Observing Xin Jiao performing movements she had never seen before, was eager to join in. Xin Qingmiao quickly intervened, unsure if mixing up the sequence would disrupt the learning. Little Taozi, teach little Xiao Xiao in the order I showed you. Seeing herself in the role of teacher, Xin Jiao took it seriously and began instructing with dedication. Xin Qingmiao retreated indoors. Watching the two children practice under the shade and couldn't help but admire little Taozi's talent. She should find a reliable mentor to teach her some foundational skills. Chapter 43. Departure. The Xin family rose early the next day, readying their belongings for their departure. Dong Jizi, hearing the commotion, gazed thoughtfully from the window as they prepared to leave. She gathered the herbs she had prepared and brought them to Ho Zhao's room. You seem to be recovering swiftly. When do you intend to leave? His recovery was remarkably rapid. Despite the severity of his injuries, with timely medication and dressing changes, he would heal quickly. Moreover, it appeared that there were troubles in the nearby villages, as she had seen numerous swift horses racing toward the capital while foraging for herbs on the mountain. She needed to confirm the situation before deciding whether to leave. Having grown up in the village, despite her strained relations with the villagers, she still held an affection for it. I plan to leave this afternoon. Someone will come to escort me. He had already arranged for his subordinates to hasten to collect him. His disappearance over the past few days had undoubtedly caused chaos. His family was far away in the capital, and there was little they could do but worry. Dong Jizi placed a few buns in her room and set off with provisions to the mountain to gather the herbs she had planted at the summit. She excavated all the herbs and gazed down the path where she had often seen the swift horses. She descended the mountain, hiding in the woods to see if anyone would return. She squatted in the woods for much of the afternoon, capturing 2 venomous snakes and 1 harmless one. For reasons unknown, she had always encountered many poisonous creatures throughout her life. However, while they posed a threat to others, for her, they represented a lucrative opportunity. Whoa! Dong Jizi suddenly stood, recognizing a familiar figure, and immediately hurled a stone at the horse's belly. The startled horse threw its rider off, who landed in the grass and, after regaining his footing, whistled to calm the horse. Dong Jizi approached and asked, "Brother, has something happened ahead? I've seen many swift horses passing by. What is it to you? You startled my horse. Who are you and who sent you?" The man seemed somewhat uncommunicative. Realizing this, Dong Jizi grabbed 3 of the snakes she had just caught and considered tossing them at him. The man swiftly sliced 2 of the snakes in half with his knife, kicking one into the grass, and promptly fled. Just as he attempted to press his knife against Dong Jizi's throat, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. His mind spun, and the image of the woman before him flickered like a ghost. As he collapsed, Dong Jizi returned her scorpions to their container. The snakes had merely served as a distraction. Her scorpions were the true weapon. She searched his clothing and discovered an envelope hidden within. She hastily opened it and read the bold characters. "The North Moon Pass has fallen. General Xiao has fled. The Muliang Pass is in peril. Please dispatch troops for support." The breach of a checkpoint 1,000 miles away had no relation to Muliang Pass, separated by vast distances. Dong Jizi was perplexed, having noticed the unusual number of people rushing in this direction over the past few days. In the sweltering heat, the Xin family could hardly resist seeking shade. Xin Qingmiao felt utterly exhausted. The heat made every step feel laborious. The children, too, leaned against her for respite. Lu Chunhua sprinkled a powder of realgar around them, while Xin Qingmiao lamented the intensity of the sun. Even with an umbrella, little relief was found. She had been drinking copious amounts of water along the way, her clothes drenched in sweat. Seeing the children suffering from the heat, Xin Laosan suggested, "Why don't we hire a carriage? It would be more spacious and cooler." Under the sweltering weather, they scarcely toiled in the fields, instead wandering beneath the blazing sun, which posed a risk of heat stroke. Xin Qingmiao, clutching her purchased gourd flask, took several generous swigs of the cool spring water, her lifeline for the day. She offered it to a few children, encouraging them to drink, for the well water still retained its chill. The children eagerly accepted, discovering its refreshing temperature and quickly gulping it down. Xiao Taozi, wiping her brow with her sleeve, inquired, "Auntie, will I be able to leap across rooftops one day, as you have taught me? Walking like this is exhausting." "That may not be possible. Those who soar through the skies are deities and monsters," came the reply. She had yet to witness anyone with exceptional martial prowess who could continuously traverse rooftops. Most only did so in moments of peril or to rescue others. Only the practitioners of immortality possessed the ability to fly. Shin Laodai swiftly crafted a few straw hats to shield the children from the sun, using the hay meant for the mule, while also fashioning a few fans to generate a breeze. The mule, too, drank voraciously, showing less interest in the hay, preferring to cool off before indulging. After donning her hat, Shin Qingmiao stowed away her umbrella. Shin Laodai produced some meat buns and pastries from the cart, urging, "We still have these. Eat quickly, as I sense the buns are beginning to sour." After sniffing at one, he confirmed, "Indeed, they are turning sour." Shin Qingmiao lost her appetite, nibbling on a pastry before feeling disinclined to eat further. The children shared her sentiment, leaving the buns to the adults, who had eagerly awaited meat back home. However, the children had already feasted yesterday, and the heat dampened their appetites. Lu Chunhua, wielding the only iron pot she had brought, prepared a pot of plain rice porridge, allowing it to cool before serving each child a bowl. Shin Qingmiao, persuaded by Lu Chunhua, reluctantly consumed half a bowl, which her mother finished. "Little sister, your duck has laid 2 more eggs," Shin Laodai announced, having retrieved the eggs from the grass where the duck had just been resting. He handed them to Shin Qingmiao, who felt their warmth. "Aunt Zhao's ducks are quite prolific. Each egg is larger than the average duck egg." "Indeed. Aunt Zhao's ducks are remarkable and unlike those sold in town," she mused, noting their roundness and charming appearance, all adorned in white feathers, distinctly different from the mixed-breed ducks common in the market. As Shin Qingmiao observed the 2 ducks foraging for insects, she noted their uniqueness and affectionate nature. As they followed closely behind her, she poured some water into a bowl nearby, knowing the ducks would come to drink once they finished their meal. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. Shin Qingmiao reclined, indifferent, while Shin Laodai turned to observe the source. A magnificent steed galloped forth, halting before the family. "Where are you headed?" Shin Laodai noted the official belt worn by the rider. "We are but common folk, journeying south." "Then be on your way," the rider instructed before continuing on his path. Qi Qingfeng was currently incensed, having been ambushed by a woman. Upon awakening, he found his garments stripped away, a profound humiliation. Yet, pressing matters loomed before him. "That horse runs swiftly," Shin Laosan remarked, comparing its pace to that of their mule, which paled in comparison. Shin Qingmiao nodded, not contemplating the monetary worth of the horse. Horses, being far more expensive than mules, she had managed to purchase at a relatively low price. However, horses were ill-suited for long journeys over mountainous terrain, especially with all their baggage. Only mules were fit for such travels. Shin Dada, gazing at the horse, mused, "If I become an official in the future, can I ride as well?" "One can ride only if they possess silver," Shin Qingmiao replied. "How much does a horse cost?" "Could I afford one?" "The cheapest are a dozen taels, and they require diligent care." Shin Dada calculated, uncertain of the worth. But from the tone of his aunt and third uncle, he deduced he could not afford one. "Let us rest a while before we continue, at this pace. We shall never reach Jiangnan," Shin Laodai declared, noting their sluggish speed. Soon, another rider passed by, failing to acknowledge them. The horse kicked up a cloud of dust, covering the family entirely. Shin Qingmiao shielded her face, yet her clothing was coated in dirt, while the children coughed from the dust. Shin Laodai felt discomfort in his nose. Unable to hold back, Shin Qingmiao muttered under her breath, "How inconsiderate." Lu Chunhua hastily cleaned the pot with water, relieved that the porridge had been consumed, otherwise it would have resulted in a waste of precious grain. Shin Qingmiao rose to brush the dust from her hair and clothes, convinced that the rider would face dire misfortune. Shin Jiao, seated in the most affected spot, could no longer contain her tears. "My new dress," she lamented. Shui Jiao quickly soothed her, cleaning off the dust and comforting her. "It's all right. We can wash it, and it will look beautiful again." Yet, Shin Jiao remained disheartened, as she possessed only a few new outfits. What was meant to be a day of joy turned into disappointment as her dress became soiled. She had refrained from picking wild fruits and flowers for fear of dirtying her clothes. Shin Qingmiao reassured her, "Do not fret, you have another new dress, and I shall buy you even more beautiful ones in the future." "That person was quite unkind," Shin Jiao exclaimed, embracing Shin Qingmiao, who continued to comfort her niece. The young girl, who adored beauty, was heartbroken to be transformed into a sand-covered figure. However, after a brief bout of crying, she soon recovered and began searching for wild fruits and flowers nearby. They had learned to tap the grass with sticks before venturing forth. With her dress now soiled, Shin Jiao felt liberated and continued her exploration. Shin Qingmiao found the children's cries endearing, even though they were not her own. "Auntie, try the yellow prickly fruit." Shin Jiao offered a handful to Shin Qingmiao, distributing small portions to Shui Jiao, Lu Chunhua, her father, aunt, uncle, and grandfather, while the other two children gathered some to share as well. Shin Jiao, being the most indiscriminate, collected the most, while the others patiently selected only the largest, ripest ones. Shin Qingmiao winced as she bit into the tangy fruit, eventually passing the remainder to her mother. Shin Jiao, too, was not fond of the taste, consuming only a few before offering the rest to the others. The yellow prickly fruit had once been a childhood delight for Shin Qingmiao, reminding her of a nearby reservoir where such bushes flourished, their blossoms beautiful, though she often picked them without eating. Shin Jiao requested more of Shin Qingmiao's water, and the aunt did not mind, casually wiping the bottle's mouth before sealing it. Meanwhile, Shin Laodai had not been idle during their rest, crafting sun hats for the entire family. The previously discarded grass hats had accumulated a strong odor of sweat and were left behind at home. With the new hats, though it remained warm, the discomfort was considerably alleviated. The family resumed their journey, taking turns to rest in the cart, with Shin Qingmiao setting the schedule, ensuring everyone adhered to the necessity of rest. She also aimed to prevent those unwilling to rest, wanting to leave space for others to recuperate. The two ducks, having followed Shin Qingmiao for a sufficient distance, would flap their wings and take flight into the enclosure to rest. Shin Qingmiao, fearing they might soil the carriage, even had Shin Laodad create a nest for them, lined with leaves to facilitate easy cleanup in case of any mess, thus sparing the carriage from dirt. "How could your entire family have only reached this point?" Dong Jizi exclaimed, riding up on horseback. Shin Qingmiao glanced at the luggage on the horse's back and noted, "You are leaving too?" "Yes, I am accompanying you. I have my own provisions," she replied, intercepting the two and discerning their awareness of the obstacles ahead. She understood that these individuals were all in the know. "I find your child to be quite talented. I wish to take her as my apprentice," Dong Jizi declared, having pursued this family with the intention of mentoring that girl. "Which one? The little one or the bigger one?" Shin Qingmiao inquired. "The one with the two little pigtails," Dong Jizi replied, unable to recall her name. "That would be Xiaotaozi. Are you intending to teach her medicine?" Shin Qingmiao questioned, skeptical since Xiaotaozi did not recognize any herbs nor seem to possess any evident talent. After much contemplation, Shin Qingmiao concluded that the only discernible aptitude Xiaotaozi had exhibited recently was in the martial arts she had been teaching. "Of course, it is martial arts. I believe she has a gift and could become my disciple," Dong Jizi asserted, her gaze fixed on Xiaotaozi, finding her appearance quite appealing. "You practice martial arts as well? That's impressive," Shin Qingmiao remarked. "Certainly. As a female physician, if I did not know some martial arts, I would have long been bullied by the villagers. They may hate me, but they cannot overpower me." After being rescued by her master, she began training in martial arts from a young age. Her master had said that those who wish to save more lives must first save themselves. Mastery of martial arts protects one from being victimized in this world, enabling survival and the capacity to rescue others. Even though she no longer wished to harbor affections for the Bai family, she was still open to spending money on rescues. "That sounds great. Do you require any sort of apprenticeship gift?" Shin Qingmiao mused, realizing that Dong Jizi's medical expertise combined with her willingness to teach Xiaotaozi was a delightful surprise. Xiaotaozi might even glean some medical knowledge along the way. "Not at all. I am indifferent to such formalities. Just ask her if she is willing." Recognizing the rare opportunity, Shui Jiao quickly squeezed Xiaotaozi's hand in encouragement. "I am willing. I am willing," Xiaotaozi exclaimed. "Very well. Henceforth you shall be my apprentice. I am rather strict. If you cannot endure the hardships, I will admonish you." She too had grown up being chastised until her master was killed while saving others, after which no one dared to scold her. Of course, she would retort to those villagers who insulted her. Shin Jiao looked at Dong Jizi with eyes full of admiration. "Master, may I ride your horse?" "Certainly," Dong Jizi replied, raising an eyebrow. She dismounted and lifted Shin Jiao onto the horse's back. "Hold on tightly here," leading the horse. She took Shin Jiao for a leisurely ride. Once Dong Jizi set her down, Shin Jiao's heart raced with excitement. Riding was such fun. "I feel like the air is so much clearer, and I can see further," she exclaimed. Meanwhile, Shin Laodao pondered what he should gift Dr. Dong. It was customary for apprentices to present gifts to their masters, a tradition not to be overlooked. As he recalled Huizhao, he inquired, "Doctor, you have departed. But what of that young gentleman? Someone has come to take him away, Dong Jizi replied, having already seen a letter delivered by a carrier pigeon. She had gleaned some insights into Huizhao's background. Would your family consider selling the mule and exchanging it for a horse? Dong Jizi suggested. Mules are far too slow compared to horses. At this pace, it would take half a year to reach Jiangnan. When that person left, he had also bestowed upon her a substantial sum of silver as thanks. The Shin family surely possessed even more wealth. They must not be lacking in funds, evidenced by their ability to enjoy decent meals consistently. Shin Laodao quickly shook his head. There is no need. Mules are far more useful for us. They endure hardship well, and we farmers rely on them for plowing and transport. They are also less demanding to care for. Dong Jizi led the horse alongside the Shin family. To avoid delaying her, the Shin family hastened their pace, urging the mule to move faster. The mule, naturally reluctant, could only comply as they prodded it with sticks. Their speed increased significantly. Shin Qingmiao approached Dong Jizi to discuss matters. She tentatively asked, Dr. Dong, would you have the time to occasionally teach me about herbs? If someone could instruct her directly, she would undoubtedly learn more swiftly. Self-study is more challenging than being guided by a master, especially for an ordinary person. As a physician of this era, Dong Jizi undoubtedly possessed extensive knowledge of herbs, particularly common varieties, sparing Shin Qingmiao the need to scour medical texts. Certainly. But I only teach each lesson once. If you do not grasp it, I shall not repeat myself. She had little patience for others, nor for herself. That's perfectly fine. I will strive to remember, Shin Qingmiao assured her. Well, I want to teach you about dandelions or wild cotton, other herbs I encounter. I will inform you about. Dandelions were ubiquitous, easily recognized even by children. The older generations who had endured famine also knew them well, especially now that impoverished individuals would mix wild cotton with buckwheat flour for sustenance. That evening, the group sought a flat spot to rest for the night. Dong Jizi quickly set up her tent, expertly assembling it in a few moments. Is this a tent? Shin Qingmiao questioned, feeling the texture, which resembled that of cowhide. Yes. It is made from cow and sheep hide, Dong Jizi confirmed. The Shin family could not help but admire Dr. Dong even more. This tent seemed to require the hides of 4 cows for its size, and its craftsmanship was remarkably intricate. Dong Jizi sprinkled insect-repellent powder around, tied the horse to a nearby tree, and then entered the tent to sleep. Shin Laosan was on night watch, although it was initially supposed to be Shin Laodao's turn. However, having missed his watch a few days prior while saving someone, he volunteered for the duty. Shin Qingmiao gazed longingly at the tent, which offered protection from the wind and rain. Sleeping on the mule cart was satisfactory, yet the space was limited. With her, her mother, and Xiao Taozi squeezed together, movement became nearly impossible without disturbing the others. Aunt, are you asleep? I am too hot to doze off, Xiao Taozi complained. Shin Qingmiao handed her the fan. Use this to cool yourself. I shall sleep now. However, with the fan in hand, Xiao Taozi found herself more invigorated than cooled. Shin Qingmiao retrieved a tome of spiritual spring literature, touching her neck and limbs. There was still a breeze at night which offered some relief. Xiao Taozi finally drifted off to sleep once the temperature dropped in the middle of the night. Noticing his second brother had risen, Shin Laosan hurried off to find his own rest. Shin Laodao, meanwhile, engaged in martial arts practice, and he said nothing when he saw Shin Laosan heading to sleep. In the morning, before the heat set in, Shin Laodao pulled out his book, confirming the techniques he had been studying. Shin Qingmiao awoke to find herself and Xiao Taozi bundled together in sleep. She was drenched in sweat, and Xiao Taozi's hair was damp, clinging to her face. Gently, she shook Xiao Taozi awake. Get up and wash your face. We are both soaked in sweat. It's so hot, Xiao Taozi murmured, looking rather wilted, her cheeks flushed. Shin Qingmiao felt her forehead. Do you feel weak all over? Yes, I still want to lie down for a while. And you go eat, Xiao Taozi replied. Concerned that her niece might be suffering from heat stroke, given the intense sun exposure the day before, Shin Qingmiao said, Dr. Dong. It appears Xiao Taozi may be suffering from heat stroke. Could you take a look? Upon hearing this, Xue Jiao hastily set aside the fan in her hand. Earlier in the morning, everything seemed fine, save for a slight flush upon her face. Dong Jizi approached, feeling her forehead and taking a moment to observe. It appeared that she had suffered from heat stroke. Give the child some sugar-salt water, she advised. She has perspired excessively. Prepare a decoction of honeysuckle for her to drink. Shuejiao quickly took the honeysuckle and urged, "Mother, please prepare some sugar-salt water for Xiao Taozi while I brew the honeysuckle." As they departed, they took the household salt and sugar, placing it on the mule cart sheltered from the sun. Lu Chunhua brought out a jar and noticed that some of the sugar had already melted. She poured a bit out, adding a sprinkle of salt to the water, and carried it over to feed Xiao Taozi. Roused from her slumber, Xiao Taozi tasted the sweetness at her lips and protested, "I don't want sugar water. It will hurt my teeth. You've suffered from heat stroke. You must drink this to recover." "A little sugar won't harm your teeth," Lu Chunhua insisted, bemused by the girl's preoccupation with her dental health at such a time. Xiao Taozi, feeling rather unwell, lifted her hand to Lu Chunhua's arm, drinking the sugar water from the bowl. Lu Chunhua prepared another bowl for Xin Qingmiao, who was reluctant to consume the sweet and salty concoction. "You and Xiao Taozi are the weakest in the family. If you refuse to drink, what will happen if you also succumb to heat stroke?" Lu Chunhua scolded. "Hurry and drink. We will need to care for you later." With a furrowed brow, Xin Qingmiao begrudgingly gulped down the concoction. The taste, both sweet and salty, was far from agreeable to her palate. Under this blazing sun, one should wear a straw hat to avoid heat stroke, she mused. The weather often led to instances of heat-related illness. She had previously advised against working in the fields during the peak sun hours, yet the villagers dismissed her cautions, claiming decades of experience in the sun without issue, accusing her of deliberately jeopardizing their livelihoods. Some had grown accustomed to the sun and felt no discomfort. Eventually, she ceased to concern herself with their choices, letting fate take its course. "Doctor, is this water boiled properly?" Shuejiao inquired, presenting the pot to Dong Jizi. Dong Jizi nodded. "Allow it to cool before giving it to the child. It will help. You may add a bit more water and boil it a while longer for your family to drink." "Thank you, doctor." Shuejiao did not add water immediately, but instead fanned the pot to cool it down before offering it to Xiao Taozi. She then brewed another batch with the remaining ingredients to share with the entire family. Shuejiao served a bowl to Dong Jizi, who declined, stating, "I have already had my share. You all should partake. The medicinal effect is nearly negligible. It is of little use." Moreover, the pot used for boiling water was typically used for cooking, leading her to believe the taste might be peculiar. Unaware of Dong Jizi's thoughts, Shuejiao offered it to Xin Laodong instead. Xin Qingmiao took a sip, then coerced Xin Dada to drink as well. Initially resistant, he was compelled through threats and promises, unable to escape her insistence. Xin Dada was not fond of the concoction either. It tasted akin to plain water, with an added herbal flavor. After consuming 2 large bowls, he felt his stomach sloshing with liquid. Fang Lan brought Xin Qingmiao her meal, 2 meat buns. After devouring one, she lost her appetite, dividing it in half to share with Xin Dada and Xiao Taozi. Unaware of his own capacity, Xin Dada devoured the meat bun eagerly, but suddenly felt nauseous, expelling everything he had just consumed. Fang Lan was taken aback upon witnessing her son's distress. "Dada, why have you vomited?" she exclaimed, filled with concern. Xin Dada wore a look of grievance and pain, lamenting, "I overindulged. My meat buns." Xin Laoda, observing from the side, burst into laughter. "This boy has a great appetite. He has already devoured 3 meat buns, and now he has drunk 2 bowls of water, on top of what he had himself, and even received half a bun from his little sister. With a stomach that size, it's no wonder he couldn't hold it." Fang Lan patted Xin Dada's belly, which was indeed distended. Sighing, she admonished, "You must be mindful of your eating. Do not overindulge and waste food." It was indeed her fault for not instilling better habits. Previously, the child had little to eat, leading to his current tendency to gorge whenever food was available, fearing scarcity in the future. "I was careful. Who knew my stomach would betray me, unable to accommodate even a little?" he remarked, patting his belly, still swollen from his feast. Xin Qingmiao added, "You should eat less in the future. Sister-in-law, please keep an eye on him to prevent him from overindulging." With an abundance of food available now, especially after her recent purchases, the family aimed to consume perishables quickly. The children had previously been deprived of such treats as meat buns, so it was natural for them to indulge when the opportunity arose. Though prone to overeating, they were fortunate that only vomiting ensued. Xin Dada gazed at the discarded meat buns on the ground, lamenting their waste. After tidying up, the Xin family continued on their journey. Following Dong Jizi's advice, they realized that at their current pace, their provisions would soon be depleted. Dong Jizi donned a gauze hat, its edges lined with netting to shield her from the sun. Shen Qingmiao, under her straw hat, walked while fanning herself with a hand fan. Fortunately, she had procured 3 mules for their journey, which would help alleviate the strain of traversing the rugged terrain. She was also grateful for her spatial abilities that allowed her to purchase mules and provisions. Dong Jizi glanced towards the grass thicket and noticed a flash of white among the foliage. It was the white-flowered snake-tongue herb, characterized by slender leaves and small white blossoms resembling a snake's tongue, known for treating sores and snake bites. Shen Qingmiao quickly committed the sight to memory. Approaching to inquire, "Is this it?" Dong Jizi nodded. This plant thrives in moist environments and is often accompanied by toxic white flowers, spiders, and scorpions. Be cautious when approaching it next time. With her medicinal hoe, Dong Jizi cleared the grass, surveying the surroundings before carefully extracting the herb with cloth-wrapped hands. This herb is quite useful. You may harvest it when you find it in the future. It typically sells for 70 won per pound. It is a moderately priced detoxifying herb, quite marketable in pharmacies. However, I seldom sell it as it is not particularly valuable. Making pills or potions is far more lucrative. Is this herb rare? Shen Qingmiao asked, having only spotted one plant. It is not commonly found. If it were frequent, it would indicate a higher prevalence of toxic plants in the area. Dong Jizi wrapped a portion of the herb in cloth, gifting it to Shen Qingmiao. Take care not to handle the area I held directly. Understood. Shen Qingmiao memorized the herb's appearance, asking, "May I inform my family of its name and properties?" "Feel free," Dong Jizi replied dismissively, having noticed there was only this single specimen in the vicinity. More could potentially grow later. Shen Qingmiao showcased the white-flowered snake-tongue herb to her family, reminding them to notify her should they encounter more. They were to remain vigilant for any poisonous snakes in the vicinity. As she stowed the herb in her belongings, she allowed it to dry directly. Dong Jizi observed her method, as she too dried her herbs in a similar manner, albeit she would wash them first. Her approach to processing herbs differed from that of other doctors. She would dry whatever she could directly. The pills she produced were notably effective. That evening, they found a flat area to rest, and Shen Laodong spotted a convoy approaching. Recognizing the standard of the escort, he realized it belonged to the team led by Hu Ge, the chief escort who had previously taken him under his wing. Given the current circumstances, the night escorts were likely to rest there. Shen Laodong quickly informed his family, "I see the convoy of my former escort team. I shall go exchange a few words with them." Shen Lara made his way toward the escort team, and Jian spotted him from the periphery. "Shinmi!" And Jian exclaimed with delight. "What brings you here? Did you not say you were leaving with your family?" The two shared a close brotherly bond, though Jian held a lower position. He was a scout for the escort team, tasked with managing various chores such as driving carts and feeding horses. They had been delayed by certain matters on the road, which allowed him to arrive here later than his family. The escort team, composed of skilled individuals, would undoubtedly outpace his family. By the next morning, they would surpass them. "I'll go fetch Brother Hu. You're not working anymore, and he has been quite irritable lately." Shinmi had indeed been mentored by Xiaohu. Furthermore, Xiaohu held a particular fondness for Shinmi, and when Xiaohu ascended, the position of chief escort would undoubtedly belong to Shinmi. And Jian went to summon Xiaohu, who was currently enjoying a meal with the escorts. "What now?" "Every day, it's a pile of trivial matters," Xiaohu grumbled, visibly annoyed. "Shinmi's here," and Jian pointed out. Xiaohu glanced over and rolled his eyes. What is he doing here if he has quit? He was supposed to be off to Jiangnan with his family. He was known for his temper. When someone resigned, he adhered to that decision. However, his team was not lacking in manpower, and he had others to fill the gaps. "My family is just a bit slower. They're right up ahead." "How have you been, Brother Hu?" Shinlar asked with a cheerful smile. "Very well, I've been thriving since you left." Xiaohu shot back with another eye roll. Shinlar privately wondered if Xiaohu's large eyes often rolled back into his head. "I saw the escort team's flag and guessed it was you, so I came to check. We brothers won't have many chances to meet in the future. I will miss you." He felt a fondness for the escort team members. Others watched Xiaohu's expression, hesitant to greet him, while only Jian, oblivious to the nuances, boldly approached to say hello. Xiaohu nodded slightly. "All right, just a quick look, then move along." They were still on the road, and it was not the right time for reminiscing. After their brief exchange, Shinlar left. His relationships with the others were merely average. He hurried home, where some baozi remained. After reheating them over the fire, he enjoyed a meal that was surprisingly delightful, especially since Shen Qingmiao had a penchant for them. She believed they tasted better than being steamed again. Lu Chunhua sat nearby, busily sewing. The fabric at home was somewhat eye-catching, and she hastened to finish making clothes. The children's garments were completed swiftly, while the adults were simpler. She aimed to make Shen Qingmiao's attire particularly lovely, though she kept the design straightforward. Lu Chunhua's nimble fingers worked quickly, her stitches neat and tight. She glanced at her daughter and contemplated. Qingmiao, would you like to learn embroidery from me? That way, you can make any clothes you desire. She had suggested this before, but after a few pricks from the needle, her daughter had resolutely refused to learn. I don't want to, Shen Qingmiao shook her head. What will you do when your mother is gone and you can't make clothes? I'll just buy them, Shen Laosan interjected. Or my little sister can find a man to embroider for her. Men are rough, they won't feel the needle. Lu Chunhua rolled her eyes and pulled Shen Laosan over. Then you better learn it too. Me? Have you lost your mind? Why would I learn something I won't use until I'm married? You must learn. Have you stopped listening to your mother? The child had quite the imaginative thoughts. Lu Chunhua patiently taught Shen Laosan, and after several attempts, he could barely manage simple designs. Shen Lar, observing his younger brother's struggle with embroidery, saw Xiahu waving at him. He approached, and Xiahu led him to a secluded area, speaking softly. Your family needs to move quickly. Yesterday, bandits attacked your village and many lives were lost. The surrounding villages suffered too. What? Shen Lar asked, alarmed. The town is also in danger, though the county magistrate's soldiers are here for now. However, the magistrate is also planning to leave. Our escort agency is relocating. You should have noticed the difference in what we are transporting now. Chapter 47. A serious journey begins. Xiahu hesitated to elaborate further. The higher-ups seemed indifferent to their plight. Had it not been for the magistrate's connections to the court, they might have suffered the same fate. The report had been submitted. Yet no response came from above. It was uncertain whether someone had suppressed the issue or if the authorities had simply chosen to turn a blind eye. The escort agency had instructed them to disperse and retreat. They were a branch now needed to reunite with headquarters. He had already seen to it that his family was sent away. Shen Lar was taken aback by how swiftly his village had been robbed. What his younger sister had mentioned about collusion between officials and bandits had indeed come to pass. Xiahu perceived his thoughts and remarked, "This is how the world is. Our escort agency also suffers casualties. Each person has their fate. Try to accept it." He patted Shen Lar on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort before departing. It was perhaps for the best that this lad had left. He could still protect his family, who were unaware of the unfolding events. Shen Lar hastily returned home to inform Shen Qingmiao of the situation. He refrained from mentioning anything to their parents, as some elders in the village were related to their family. The entire village's marriages were intertwined, forming a close-knit community. Upon hearing the news, Shen Qingmiao remained largely unaffected, recognizing that death was commonplace in ancient times. Whether due to warfare or internal strife, it was the common people who bore the brunt of suffering. Ordinary folk like them could do little against such forces. Those in power often looked down upon the commoners beneath their feet. Don't mention this to mother and father. It might upset them, Shen Qingmiao advised. Of course, I understand. I'll have the eldest brother and the others quicken their pace tomorrow. Shen Qingmiao calculated the distance on the map and figured that if they hurried, they should be able to outpace those ahead of them. However, given the narrative's influence, the original ending might still manifest. All right, you should rest. I'll take the night watch. The following day, Shen Laoda had significantly increased the pace of the mule cart. During a rest stop, Shen Qingmiao took the opportunity to relieve herself. Finding a secluded spot, she warned her family not to approach and slipped into her space. She had not entered the space for some time, and much of the grain she had planted had matured. Without a moment to lose, she hurriedly harvested everything and then planted the remaining seeds. After completing these tasks, she felt dizzy and achy. Even drinking from the spiritual spring did little to help. Not daring to linger too long in the space, she quickly exited. Upon emerging, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and she collapsed onto the ground. Relying on her thoughts to grow crops was quite taxing. After resting for a while, she stood up. Lu Chunhua was busy preparing rice porridge when she noticed Shen Qingmiao's return. Startled, she exclaimed, "My daughter, your face is so pale. Are you unwell?" Shen Qingmiao waved her hand. "I just didn't sleep well last night. I'll be fine after a bit of rest." "How can a quick trip to the restroom make me pale?" Lu Chunhua had boiled 2 duck eggs laid that day, ensuring they remained intact. She carefully lifted both eggs with a wooden bowl and offered them to Shen Qingmiao, saying, "Eat these. They'll help nourish you. You're just too weak." Duck eggs are nutritious. She had also soaked 2 pieces of jerky in the pot, which she had prepared at home. After applying a bit of salt, she dried them using cedar leaves under the sun. Given the recent sunny weather, she had taken care to place the jerky out to dry. Shen Qingmiao accepted the dried meat, its savory flavor perfectly complementing the plain rice porridge. However, she was not particularly fond of the duck egg within. She preferred it fried. Yet, her mother was watching her intently, silently urging her to eat more quickly. Once she finished, her mother hastily took the bowl away to wash it. "Aunt, you look so lovely, your complexion is so fair," said Xiao Dao, holding a bowl in one hand while the other gently brushed Shen Qingmiao's face. Shen Qingmiao was aware that her face probably lacked color. After all, she had gathered a substantial amount of grain from the space, which had undoubtedly been tiring. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she told Xiao Dao, "Go tell your grandmother. I'll take a nap on the mule cart." Shen Qingmiao climbed onto the empty mule cart, where she laid down on some straw mats. The surface was a tad hard, so she closed her eyes for a brief rest. Before long, Xiao Dao climbed up with a fan, sitting beside her to provide some breeze. "You needn't worry about me, just fan yourself," Shen Qingmiao said. "No, Aunt. I want to fan you. I don't feel like walking anymore." Xiao Dao took the fan and began to fan Shen Qingmiao, asking, "Aunt, have you suffered from heat stroke?" "No. I just didn't sleep well last night and feel a bit tired." "Oh, then you should rest. I'll keep fanning you." In truth, Shen Qingmiao was not hot at all. She had plucked a grass from her space that emitted a cold aura, which she had carelessly stored in her bosom. It was now releasing its chill, making her feel rather comfortable. Shen Qingmiao took out a leaf and handed it to Xiao Dao, saying, "This will keep you cool. Don't mention it to anyone else, or else I won't buy you any luminous pearls in the future." Xiao Dao looked at the leaf, curious about the cold mist emanating from it. She found it pleasantly cool to the touch and placed it in her inner bag, feeling her entire body start to cool down. Excited, she decided to remain lying there, drifting off to sleep alongside Shen Qingmiao. Lu Chunhua glanced back and noticed that her daughter had already fallen asleep. She allowed Xiao Dao, who had been fanning her, to fall asleep as well. Old man Shen held the reins of the mule cart, suggesting, "You should sit on the cart and rest." Lu Chunhua, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, replied, "No. Let the 2 children sit." She called the children over, instructing them to sit on the cart. "Grandma, you should sit. You've been walking for so long." "I want to sit. If you're going to sit, hurry up." The 2 children exchanged glances and quickly climbed onto the cart. Once seated, they noticed it was indeed cooler on the cart, likely due to its awning. After ensuring the 2 children were seated, Lu Chunhua saw there was still room for one more. "Dr. Dong, would you like to rest on the mule cart? I can have the second one lead your horse." During this period, Dong Jizi had been walking while leading the horse, which must have been quite uncomfortable in the heat. "No, you should go ahead and sit." "I'm fine riding," Dong Jizi replied. She was in better health than the Shins, having never worked in the fields. Those who labored constantly would inevitably develop hidden ailments. She felt embarrassed to let others walk while she took a seat on their mule cart. "You should sit. It's empty anyway," Old Man Shen encouraged. Shen Laosan added, "Mother, you should sit down. You and father have been pushing yourselves for quite a while now. Hurry up and sit. The family can take turns resting a bit longer." Lu Chunhua climbed onto the cart and couldn't help but ask, "Eldest, why have you been traveling so much faster today? It's hot lately. If we move faster, we can rest sooner to avoid anyone suffering from heat stroke," Shin Laoda explained. "Besides, we haven't actually sped up that much. The escort team was still behind us yesterday, and today they seem to have disappeared." The escort team had traveled at an accelerated pace, hardly stopping except for mealtimes. And with the influence of the second son's comments, they were determined to go as fast as possible. Lu Chunhua felt something was off with her 2 sons today. Aside from the second son, who was still catching up on sleep, he had been sent to another mule cart to rest against the luggage. She glanced back at Shen Qingmiao, sensing that her daughter had changed somewhat. Chapter 48. Catching a cold in the heat. When Shen Qingmiao awoke, Shen Lara approached her, saying, "Can you guess where we are now?" Shen Qingmiao shook her head. "I've been asleep all day. How would I know?" "We've arrived at Songha County today. Elder brother pushed on for the entire day, and the mule is completely worn out." Shen Qingmiao looked at the mule lying on the ground, asleep, usually at this hour. It would still be energetic and braying. Clearly, her brother had indeed traveled quite a distance today. She jumped off the cart and observed the family numbly gnawing on buckwheat pancakes. They all seemed utterly exhausted, with the exception of a few children and herself. Lu Chunhua sighed as she looked at her daughter. She had just learned about the events in the village, having pressed her eldest son for answers when she noticed how unusually fast they had been traveling. Such a significant incident in the village, and her son still wished to keep it from them. She felt no anger, only a sense of loss for the village. Although many in the village were fond of their family, Lu Chunhua held no particular affection for them. However, learning about the robbery and the loss of lives weighed heavily on her heart, for it was a place where she had lived for so many years. According to her daughter, there would be more deaths along the escape route. While some villagers had managed to escape, all their possessions had been stolen. The outcome was invariably tragic. Without food, they would ultimately succumb to starvation. She had contemplated warning those she knew to leave the village quickly, but even the village head had said that the elderly in the village were reluctant to believe it. As a woman, who would take her words seriously? She might even face punishment from the village. Shin Lao-san, on the other hand, was not particularly saddened by the matter. He had poor relationships with the villagers and, knowing their fate, felt no sorrow. The only ones he cared for a bit were the family of the village head. Shin Qingmiao had long known the outcome and had mentally prepared herself. Seeing the expressions on Lu Chunhua and Old Man Shin, she could only let them come to their own realizations. She was unsure how to offer comfort. There would surely be survivors from the village. But as for those who could endure, she truly had no knowledge. Shin Laoda prepared food for the mule to wake up and reminded everyone to rest early. They would need to travel again tomorrow, and if they did not rest well, their speed would decrease. Given their efforts today, they should be able to shorten their journey to Jiang and by several months. Having slept well during the day, Shin Qingmiao found it difficult to sleep again now. I'll keep watch tonight. I've slept too much during the day and can't sleep now. Strictly speaking, between last night and today, she had effectively slept for an entire day. Shin Laosan asked, "Are you sure? If you're going to keep watch, I'll go to sleep." Today it was his turn, and he actually quite enjoyed keeping watch. Keeping watch meant he could sleep on the mule cart the next day without having to walk. "Go sleep. I'll take care of it," Shin Qingmiao assured. Shin Laosan did not insist further. If his younger sister kept watch for one day, it would reduce the number of days they needed to take turns. Alone, Shin Qingmiao kept watch, climbing onto the mule cart and sitting in the crevice of the luggage. The night breeze was quite cool, and she felt a chill. Remembering that the item was still tucked in her bosom, she quickly took it out and stored it in her space. It had proven to be quite useful during the day. Shin Qingmiao lay on the mule cart, idly gazing at the myriad stars in the sky. Upon her arrival, she discovered that stars graced the night sky nearly every evening, shining with extraordinary brilliance. Shin Qingmiao remained awake until Shin Laojiu rose, then retired to bed after nibbling on 2 strips of jerky, which offered her a slight sense of satiety. Before drifting into slumber, she retrieved the frigid grass to cool herself. After she had fallen asleep, Shuejiao awoke and found her daughter's body icy to the touch. In a state of urgency, she called for Dong Jizi, bursting into tears, pleading, "Doctor, please save Xiaodao. She's icy all over again." Though somewhat displeased at being roused, Dong Jizi examined the child. "She has indeed caught a cold. Her body is quite cold. Quickly fetch some warm water to wipe her down. She must have caught a chill during the night. I will prepare some medicine." Dong Jizi reflected on the challenges of caring for young children, who might suffer from heat stroke during the day and catch colds at night. Shui Jiao hastily instructed Shin Laojiu to boil water while cradling Xiaodao in her arms. Dong Jizi prepared a medicinal package and handed it to Shui Jiao, advising, "While you care for the child, ensure you take some medicine for prevention, lest you fall ill once she recovers." "Thank you, doctor. I haven't settled the medical fee from last time," Shui Jiao said, producing her long-saved private funds to offer to Dong Jizi. Having stayed at the Dong residence for a while, she had found that despite the village's poor reputation of Dr. Dong, her experiences had proven otherwise. Although she had forgotten to pay last time, Dong Jizi had not brought it up, and now she was providing more medicine. "No need for that. She is my apprentice, so there is no charge." Dong Jizi firmly refused. Shui Jiao tucked her purse back into the bag on the horse. It was others' prerogative to accept or decline. Her decision was her own. Furthermore, she had nothing substantial to offer as a master's gift. Noticing Shui Jiao's actions, Dong Jizi took the purse from her bag and tossed it into the Shin family's belongings. The Shins were unlike others. They were not selfish. and it would be clear who the purse belonged to once they arrived at their destination. She had no worries about anyone misappropriating it. Shui Jiao directed Xin Laojiao to watch over the medicine while she used the warm water to wipe down Xin Jiao's body. After changing her into a fresh set of clothes, the old garments had shed a leaf, releasing the cold air. In the warm environment, the leaf's chill became increasingly transparent and dissipated swiftly. After administering the medicine, Xin Jiao finally awakened later that night. "Oh, my daughter, you're awake. Do you have any idea how much I worried?" This child had rarely fallen ill at home, the only incident being when her little aunt took her to the river to fish, resulting in a fever after she fell into the water. After that, Shui Jiao had kept a close watch over her, and she had remained healthy. It was unexpected that in such a short journey, the child had fallen ill twice. "Mother, I feel quite well," Xin Jiao replied, not sensing any discomfort, puzzled by her mother's anxiety. "You caught a cold during the day and were icy all over. You nearly frightened me to death. You must eat more, do you understand?" "Understood. And about sweets, as long as I brush my teeth regularly." "I want to have a toothache," Xin Jiao nodded, feeling her body and asking, "Mother, where are my clothes?" "You changed me." Startled, she realized her little leaves from her aunt were missing. "What are you talking about? You are not wearing anything," Shui Jiao exclaimed. All the child's private funds were kept with her, and in her haste, she had forgotten to retrieve the child's money. "It's fine. There isn't much in the private funds. I'll just ask Shinmi to supplement it later." Xin Jiao hurried down to search for her little leaves and finally spotted them beside the mule. Just as she was about to pick them up and tuck them into her bosom, the mule's tongue shot out and licked them right into its mouth. My things were eaten by that stinky mule." Chapter 49, Sprain. Xin Jiao burst into tears. The cooling leaves her aunt had given her were gone, consumed by the vile mule. Shui Jiao rushed down to cradle her daughter, soothing her. "What did the mule eat?" "The leaves my aunt gave me." "Wah! There was only one and that mule devoured it." Xin Jiao cried even harder, pointing at the mule still chewing, believing it was taunting her. "It's too much. It had its fill already. It did this on purpose." Xin Jiao was nearly heartbroken. Xin Qingmiao approached, having overheard the conversation, and comforted her. "Aunt will give you another piece tomorrow, so don't cry. If it ate it, then it ate it. Besides, I have more of that grass in my space." Dong Jizi found the antics of children amusing, cherishing even a single leaf. After finishing the porridge prepared by Lu Chunhua, she sat for a while to digest before heading to bed. Lu Chunhua informed her that they could not provide a master's gift at the moment and would need some time. She hadn't prepared to receive anything as a master's gift. She thought that as long as Lu Chunhua provided her with meals daily, that would suffice. She had no need for gifts that would merely take up space. She believed Lu Chunhua's cooking was genuinely delightful. Even simple buckwheat porridge tasted exquisite. This was far more rewarding than any master's gift. Hearing Xin Qingmiao's words, Xiaodao stopped crying. "But aunt, I lost it." "Aren't you upset?" "Not upset. You didn't do it on purpose, did you? If it were intentional, I would be angry, but you were just careless, right? So, it's not your fault." Xiaodao clung to Xin Qingmiao's leg, declaring, "Aunt, you are so good to me. I like you so much." Since childhood, she had favored her aunt, who was the fairest and most beautiful in the family. Though her aunt had become distant for a time, it was fortunate that now she had returned to being affectionate. This leaf was exclusively given to her, proving her aunt's favoritism. Shui Jiao had once feared for her daughter's well-being, worried that her little aunt might cast her aside, given the past examples. However, the current little aunt had distanced herself from the Zhou family and had become more amiable. There was no chance she would abandon her daughter. Thus, she felt reassured. That night, Xiaodao insisted on sleeping beside Xin Qingmiao, with Lu Chunhua also resting nearby. As Xiaodao clutched Xin Qingmiao's leg, she soon fell asleep. Xin Qingmiao, waiting for Xiaodao to drift off, attempted to pull away slightly but found her embrace too tight. Fearing to wake the child, she resigned herself to sleeping in that position. During the day, the family traveled comfortably and swiftly until Xin Laojia accidentally stepped on a stone and stumbled, spraining his foot. Initially, he dismissed it, concealing the injury from his family. As the pain intensified to a debilitating degree, his family finally discovered the truth. Lu Chunhua, incensed, exclaimed, "Are you foolish? You didn't mention your sprained foot. And now it's worsened." Lu Chunhua was furious. She demanded that everyone take turns resting on the mule cart, simply to prevent undue fatigue. "No! Not only would their travel speed be hindered due to him, but at his age, he risked leaving lasting repercussions. Dong Jizi assessed the injury, noting the bruising but thankfully finding no displacement of bones. It was not a severe injury. She instructed Shin Laojia to bite down on his clothing, then heated a small knife over the fire before pouring boiling water over it. She then made a small incision in his skin to expel the bruised blood. Once the blood was released, the swelling began to subside. After cleaning the area with hot water, she applied anti-inflammatory powder to the wound. It is nothing serious. With a timely change of dressings, healing is imminent. Upon seeing the wound, Shin Qingmiao felt the sting of pain as the skin was cut open, for in ancient times, anesthesia was non-existent. However, Shin Laodai felt relatively fine. The area had been in persistent agony, and after the blood had been expelled, he found a modicum of relief. Shin Qingmiao admonished, regardless of the severity of the injury, do inform me. Some grave illnesses stem from minor ailments left untreated. Had Dr. Dong not accompanied them, they would be stranded in this desolate wilderness, uncertain of where to find a physician. Self-treatment could never match the expertise of a trained doctor. Although Lu Chunhua harbored resentment, she remained concerned for Shin Laodai, exclaiming, "You are no longer a child. Do you still believe yourself to be a mere adolescent?" Dong Jizi declined the offered silver coins, opting instead for a pouch of dried meat to gnaw on idly. The medicinal powders were composed of common herbs of little value. Xue Jiao pointed out that a village seemed to lie ahead, suggesting, "Shall we seek refuge there for the night?" The evening swarms with mosquitoes, despite possessing repellent. It proves of little efficacy. I am covered in welts from insect bites. Other than a mild itch, she paid it no mind, her longing for outdoor living igniting her interest at the sight of the village. Shin Laodai contemplated, should we procure some grain from this village? Throughout their journey, due to the dietary preferences of his younger sister and Dr. Dong, they had subsisted solely on white rice and flour, which were already in short supply. We ought to buy some provisions, Shin Qingmiao suggested, sensing their supplies were dwindling. I shall go, volunteered Shin Lao-san. While purchasing grain, I will assess the village's situation and decide whether to stay. Shin Laodai reclined in the mule cart, while Shin Jiao climbed aboard to converse with him. Grandfather, do you think I am more beautiful or is Xiao Xiao? She adorned her hair with wildflowers plucked from the roadside, occasionally asking her grandfather to arrange them neatly. Shin Laodai chuckled, both are beautiful. When will your injury heal, grandfather? Shin Jiao inquired, wishing to share the cart with her aunt, for her grandfather spoke too infrequently. Soon, he replied. That is good. Grandfather, you said we now have money, why do we not travel by horse-drawn carriage? Not only is it swift, but it is also quite splendid. She had previously sneaked a glance at the village's carriage, finding it particularly attractive, as was the carriage crafted by that young lady. Shin Qingmiao discovered a honeysuckle vine along a wall by the roadside. Borrowing a small knife from Dong Jizi, she harvested a considerable quantity of honeysuckle. This herb was ideal for brewing tea during this season, and drying it would allow for enjoyment throughout the year. It could also be utilized for treating wind-heat colds and was easily processed by mere drying. Shin Lao-san, with silver in hand, ventured to the village to procure several bags of rice and flour. Upon returning, he placed them in the cart, stating, "This village is not prosperous. Only a few families possess these, while the rest have spoiled or been infested. I carefully selected the best." Some had attempted to deceive him into purchasing inferior goods, but he discerned their foul odor. "What are the villagers like? Are they easy to deal with?" inquired Shin Laodi. "When I paid with silver, they were all smiles. Yet a few families I declined to buy from shot me disdainful glares. Lao-san, could you inquire who has a vacant room for us to stay the night?" Lu Chunhua suggested. "I shall ask." Shin Lao-san soon returned, having found a household willing to accommodate them. "For our large group, one room costs 7 won for the night. No additional rooms are available. The neighboring house has a vacant room, but if we separate, it would be 10 won for the night." Ultimately, they decided to stay apart. The mule and most of their belongings were housed in the first dwelling, while the women of the Shin family occupied the second. The second dwelling's room had been cleared of clutter and was relatively spacious. Dong Jizi did not seek refuge with the farmers, unafraid of sleeping outdoors. She pitched her tent on the hillside, where Shin Qingmiao had found the honeysuckle and settled in for the night. Lu Chunhua initially wished for Dong Jizi to share a room with them, considering they were all women, but Dong Jizi firmly declined, feeling uncomfortable sharing a room with strangers. The farmers provided no objection as the Shin family repurposed the storage room. However, when they sought to use the stove to boil water, the farmers demanded 5 won per bucket. Fong Lan halted in her tracks, incredulous. How exorbitant. She had merely intended to boil some water for her family to wash and cleanse themselves. She had previously secured permission from the farmer's wife before proceeding. Is your water made of gold? Why did you not mention this earlier? 5 won was a considerable sum, enough to purchase meat buns. One could buy a fair amount of flour for that price. The farmer's wife, Su Rong, looked exasperated. You did not inquire. And I had no way of knowing you required water. Fong Lan set the bucket down, declaring, then you may take it back. I no longer want it. Her meager savings were scant, and 5 won felt like an insurmountable burden. Su Rong, visibly displeased, retorted, you have already drawn the water. You cannot simply refuse it now. Initially, I was only charging you 5 won for lodging, and now you expect to use water without compensation. With a roll of her eyes and a harsh tone, she added, if you do not wish to stay, then leave quickly. Fong Lan was taken aback by the audacity of the household, demanding payment even for water. In a fit of frustration, she reluctantly fished 5 won from her pocket, money she had intended to use for treats for her children. She begrudgingly handed it to Su Rong, stating, here. After receiving the copper coins, Su Rong remarked, it is not that I am stingy with water. It is simply that our village lacks wells, and we fetch water from the mountains. She marked a tally on the water tank with a lump of clay, which left Fong Lan speechless. Will you charge for firewood as well? She queried, not wanting to be taken advantage of again. No, we have plenty of firewood at home. The children always gather a large supply from the mountains, Su Rong replied cheerfully as she returned inside. Fong Lan rolled her eyes multiple times, her irritation still simmering. As she carried the boiled water back to her dwelling, she intended for her family to sponge off a bit for cleanliness. Shui Jiao, pondering a warm bath, lamented, sister-in-law. Why not boil more water for everyone to wash? In this weather, each person felt sticky and uncomfortable, and bathing outdoors was impractical. What bath? This water cost me 5 won, the household charges for it, Fong Lan retorted. 5 won for a bucket of water is even more expensive than food. Unable to contain her frustration, she continued, only after I had boiled the water did they inform me of the charge. No wonder she lingered in the house watching me. It seemed she had waited until the water was ready to extract money from her. Upon hearing the price for a mere bucket of water, Shui Jiao could not help but feel it was outrageous. That is exceedingly pricey. I have never witnessed a household charging so much for water. The two girls remained unaware of just how exorbitant 5 won per bucket truly was. Shin Jiao recalled that her father had once bought her a candied hawthorn during the new year for a similar price. One candied hawthorn for a bucket of water should not be too bad, right? Shin Qingmiao likewise abandoned the notion of bathing. Although the family currently possesses a considerable amount of silver, the exorbitant price of water, 5 won per bucket, is utterly extortionate. After casually wiping their bodies, they donned fresh garments, secured the door, and prepared for slumber. Laying a straw mat on the ground, Shin Jiao felt it was akin to sleeping outdoors. She had just noticed insects scuttling across the floor, and cobwebs in the corners surely indicated the presence of spiders. Silently, she moved to the center of the room to sleep. Shin Qingmiao thought it would be cooler to rest at the edge, where there were no other occupants. To her dismay, as soon as she lay down, she felt something crawling on her leg. She immediately propped herself up to discover a large centipede, its multitude of legs sending shivers down her spine. Wrapping the creature in her sleeve, she opened the door and tossed it outside. There's a centipede in here. We must sprinkle some insect repellent, Shin Qingmiao advised. These creatures bite, and while it may not cause poisoning, the bite will certainly be uncomfortable, especially for children with weaker immune systems. Lu Chanhua hastily retrieved the insect repellent given by Dr. Dong and scattered it around. The repellent from Dr. Dong was far more effective than what she had purchased at the town's apothecary. Each time she applied it, they could sleep undisturbed by venomous insects at night. Little Taozi was nestled in Shui Jiao's embrace, adding, and there are spiders in the corners. Shin Qingmiao glanced up and noted their presence in all corners. The storage room, used for accumulating miscellaneous items, was typically neglected, making the presence of spiders quite normal. However, areas traversed by spiders would harbor certain growths. Endure it for tonight. The insect repellent should keep the spiders at bay, Shin Qingmiao remarked as she settled down in a corner. I've extinguished the candle. Lu Chanhua blew out the remnants of the candle and lay down to sleep. Taozi, somewhat fearful of spiders crawling onto her face, would cover her face with her cloth while sleeping. Shin Qingmiao adopted the same method. primarily to avoid any unsightly growths that might result from a spider-esque visit to her face. The Shin family arose early the next morning to pack their belongings and load them onto the mule cart. Just as they finished, they noticed a gathering of villagers surrounding an elderly man approaching them. The Shin family was perplexed by the situation, and Shin Lao'er furrowed his brow. Gripping his knife tightly, Shin Lao'er spoke up, "Is there something amiss? I am the village chief of Lu Family Village. You are from the same county as Fengyuan. Yet, how did you come to our village? The distance between our counties is quite considerable." When they sought lodging, to prevent harboring fugitives, they would require proof of residence or a government seal for verification. It was reasonable for the village chief to inquire about their origins. Shin Lao'er replied, "We are here to visit relatives. We are not well received in the village." The village chief scrutinized him briefly before turning to dangle a sugar cube before Shin Xiaoxiao. "Oh, my dear, how can someone as adorable as you be unwelcome in the village?" Shin Xiaoxiao glanced at Feng Lan, who recognized the old man's intent to use the child for confirmation. She quickly shot him a glare. Shin Xiaoxiao then asked, "Is this candy for me?" "Indeed. If you answer Grandpa, this piece of candy is yours." "Well, the villagers don't seem to like our family." Upon completing her statement, Shin Xiaoxiao eagerly took the candy. The village chief narrowed his eyes. "Has anything unusual transpired in your village recently?" This inquiry was directed at Shin Lao'er. Shin Lao'er shook his head. "I'm not sure. We've been away from the village for many days." The village chief nodded. "Very well, you may proceed." The Shin family hurriedly urged the mule to depart. A middle-aged villager remarked, "The village chief simply lets them leave? Wasn't he that lad Zhou when Yuan's claim unfounded? We shall see when the Yu family boy returns." The Shin family appeared robust, and the three children bore no signs of hardship, entirely unlike those fleeing disaster. Lu Dingtian suspected that the previous boy had been deceiving them. As the village chief departed, the villagers dispersed. Su Rong pulled her only friend aside and excitedly recounted how she earned 10 when the previous night, oblivious to the jealousy and discontent in her friend's eyes. Chapter 51. Wild chicken eggs. Once they completely departed from the village, Shin Lao'er could no longer contain his curiosity. "Why are these people so peculiar? I feel they are aware of our village's misfortune. If they truly knew, they wouldn't be asking." "We must focus on our own affairs," Shin Lao'er replied, continuing to guide the mule. With no village ahead, they would need to conserve their food supplies. The white rice would primarily be reserved for the younger sister, while buckwheat flour remained plentiful, along with dried sweet potatoes. Shin Qingmiao glanced at the mule cart holding their provisions, stating, "I can eat cornmeal and I love sweet potatoes too." The challenge lay in procuring white rice, as there was no town near this village. If they sought to buy white rice or flour, it would require additional travel time. Lu Chunhua assessed the food supplies, recognizing that the white rice would scarcely suffice for the entire family, yet it might barely sustain Shin Qingmiao and Dong Jizi. As a guest, Dong Jizi's needs must be prioritized. If we maintain our current pace, we should reach Liangzhou City soon, where we can buy some white rice and flour. Shin Lao'er remarked. In truth, white rice and flour were more nutritious. Presently, they could ensure everyone was fed at home. The 5,000 taels exchanged for their former fortunes was unimaginable. If not for the famine, they could have provided their family with meat and rice daily. These past days had left him no time to hunt, and the family had been subsisting on dried meat. Shin Lao'er thought of his family and resolved to seize the opportunity to scout for wild game at night. "Father, I need to relieve myself," shouted Shinda. Shin Lao'er halted. "Quickly, go into the bushes." Shinda jumped off the mule cart, hastily retrieving a piece of grass paper. Randomly picking up a stick from the ground, he poked around before squatting down to relieve himself. Shin Qingmiao found Shinda's excretions rather odorous, attributing it to overeating. "Father, I found wild chicken eggs." Shinda exclaimed, thrilled, "These are wild chicken eggs." After wiping himself, Shinda pulled up his trousers and hurried to collect the 7 wild chicken eggs from the bushes. He couldn't gather them all alone. Xiao. "Hurry and help me pick them up." The wild chicken eggs were darker in color than ordinary chicken eggs, and wild chicken nests were quite common. The village children often ventured into the fields and hills to search for wild chicken nests. Wild chickens flew swiftly, making them challenging to catch, but their nests typically contained eggs. Shin Xiaoxiao cradled the remaining 3 warm wild chicken eggs in her palms, exclaiming, "I haven't eaten wild chicken eggs in ages." With so many children in the village, they had previously come across wild chicken nests, but the wild chickens would relocate after some time. The nests that regularly yielded eggs were often contested. There must be wild chickens nearby, Shin San suggested. The roadside featured fields, although the crops were overrun with weeds, indicating neglect. Perhaps a wild chicken nest is hidden among those crops. Shin was disinterested in chasing wild chickens, as they were easier to catch at night when they returned to their nests. During the day, there were far too many potential hiding spots for wild chickens. Secure the eggs and get back on the mule cart. Our primary task is to keep moving. Shinda carefully cradled the eggs in his hands, fearful of dropping them. Before climbing onto the cart, he offered them to Fonglan. It's just a few wild chicken eggs. Why are you treating them like treasures? Fonglan remarked. There is hardly a difference between farm and wild chicken eggs. At most, it is merely the children who find greater joy in searching for wild chicken nests. After all the effort I put into collecting them, Mother will see if they can be hatched into chicks tonight. What a hassle. It would be simpler to cook and consume them right away. Even if they were to hatch, they would require sustenance. And who among us has the leisure to forage for their food? Only my younger sister's 2 ducks manage to fend for themselves. Chicks without a hen to guide them still need to be fed with chopped grass. No, I too desire to raise pets. It would be delightful to have 2 ducks trailing behind my sister. If they were to hatch, you would have to figure out how to feed the chicks yourself. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Xiao decided perhaps it would be best to stir-fry them with wild vegetables. While wild vegetables are not particularly palatable, they become quite delectable when combined with eggs. Recently, I have been consuming my sister's duck eggs, and the 3 chicken eggs given to me by my brother will suffice for a stir-fry with wild vegetables. Perfect. Today, we shall have wild vegetables stir-fried with eggs. We've had both duck and chicken eggs. Fonglan felt a surge of contentment. She suddenly found this hardship to be rather pleasant. Although it entails braving the elements and occasionally encountering venomous creatures, the family has begun to show a willingness to share their food. Previously, I could only indulge in pure white rice and flour during the new year. Now, I have been able to enjoy so many meals. Shin cradled his wild chicken eggs, pondering whether the 3 he had could be fried while he hoped that his would transform into chicks. Shin Qingmiao gazed at the 2 ducks perched beside the luggage. The pair, a male and a female, had been given to her by Aunt Zhao, and who knows, they might breed in the future, bringing in some profit. Suddenly, she recalled having seen her boss with a similar breed of duck at work. What was it called? It cost several thousand yuan each. The boss would bring it to work every day, and she was the one who cleaned up after it when it relieved itself in the office. As an intern at a small company with only a handful of employees, she found herself filling in wherever there was a shortage of manpower. However, the boss had mentioned that it was a foreign duck. Could Aunt Zhao possibly be a relative? An ancestor? A considerable amount of food had been consumed, and Lu Chunhua and her 2 sisters-in-law were busy sewing clothes whenever they had the time. The fabric that Shin Qingmiao had purchased had all been fashioned into garments. With the space occupied by the fabric now freed up, the entire family could fit onto the mule cart. The 3 carts she had bought were quite spacious. One was filled to the brim with luggage. Another contained some frequently used pots and bowls, while Shin Dad rested in the empty space. The last cart, equipped with a canopy, was left for the family to sit in. This was how she had initially planned the arrangement when she purchased the mule carts. Shin looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. It seemed a heavy rain was imminent, and they needed to find shelter quickly. Mother, could you take out the map and see if there are any nearby villages? Lu Chunhua retrieved the simple map provided by the government to each household. The last village we passed was called Lujia Village, and it appeared that the road to the next village was quite distant. She calculated the time they had spent traveling and the distance on the map, realizing that it would take the better part of a day to reach the next village, by which time the rain would have likely begun. Let's cover the luggage with the oilcloth for now, Shin Sen suggested. It seemed that the rain would only be a brief downpour. The 3 brothers parked the mule carts, and the family took out 2 sheets of oilcloth to cover the carts, threading ropes through the edges of the cloth to secure it. Let's stop here for now and see if there's any dilapidated temple nearby, Shin proposed. He and Sen ventured off to search for a place to take shelter from the rain while Shin stayed behind to guard the family and the luggage. Lu Chunhua took out a small pot from the cart, seizing this opportunity to prepare a meal. You 3, go gather some firewood nearby. Be careful not to wander too far, she instructed. You go with them. And remember to check the grass for snakes. Dongji tied her horse to Shin's mule cart and set off to explore the surroundings. She noticed the woods on the hillside, and her intuition told her there must be something valuable hidden within. Chapter 52, The Venomous Snake. Xin Qingmiao also dismounted to provide some water for the mules. They had not encountered any rivers lately, and while the household had prepared sufficient water, the quantity was limited. She dared to replenish only a small amount of the spring water. Each time the mules drank, they would gaze at her through the person offering the water. Even Dongji's horse seemed to look at her eagerly, wanting to drink. Unable to resist, she shared a bit of water, and the horse followed the mules, seeking more. Xin Qingmiao picked up a sickle and went to the grass to cut some forage suitable for the mules and horse. She tossed the grass into the mule's trough, casually adding a bit of spring water. The four of them approached in an orderly fashion, making only the slightest of sounds. They must have understood that the person providing water preferred them to remain quiet. Lu Chanhua observed that the mules were still able to enjoy tender grass at this moment and couldn't help but sigh in relief that it was not a year of disaster, allowing them to survive. Xin Qingmiao was also aware that during a year of famine, survival was a challenge for everyone, let alone these animals. "Mother, I gathered some amaranth. We can stir-fry it with eggs," Fong Lan exclaimed joyfully. "Great, go wash it." She had originally set out to forage for edible wild vegetables, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a bountiful supply of amaranth, which was thriving and more than sufficient for the entire family. They could even make some soup with it. She glanced at the cloth bag containing dried meat. "Mother, I collected quite a bit. Let us use some dried meat to make soup." The soup produced from this would appear toxic in color, yet its flavor was exquisite. Adding some dried meat would surely make it even more delicious. Previously, this had been a prized commodity in the village. All right. Lu Chanhua retrieved a few strips of dried meat, realizing there was hardly any left in the bag. She had initially packed a large quantity, but with so many mouths to feed, it disappeared quickly. "No need to cook the dried meat. I just caught a big snake. Let us use the wild vegetables to make some soup instead," Dongji announced as she came down from the hillside. Fong Lan looked at the snake's head, her legs trembling in fear. "Oh my goodness. That's a venomous snake. And such a large one at that." Xin Qingmiao was equally startled. This cobra was enormous. "I'll take care of the snake," Dongji said swiftly, chopping off its head and tossing it into the fire to burn. With the tip of her knife, she extracted the venom sac and threw it into the flames, then skinned the snake and opened its belly. Xin Qingmiao observed this for the first time, feeling both anxious and fascinated. Fong Lan could not help but admire. "Dr. Dong, you are incredible. Many medicines require snake venom, and she had become adept at handling snakes." Lu Chanhua had only ever eaten snake meat from the cauliflower snake, which was costly. Her eldest son had once been fortunate enough to catch one and sold it in town. She had warned her sons against capturing venomous snakes, as a moment of carelessness could cost them their lives. Previously, Zhao Jia's father, a seasoned hunter, had met his demise after being bitten by a snake due to his negligence. She accepted the snake meat. "Dr. Dong, do you prefer it stewed or grilled?" Since the snake was caught by her, it was up to her. "Either way is fine, let us stew it. With so many people in the Shin family, we can enjoy the snake meat and have some soup too." Dongji rummaged through her pack for some poria and Job's tears and, "I still have some poria and Job's tears left. Let us add them to the snake meat for stewing, as they can help dispel dampness." Lu Chanhua took the items. Very well. She first sought add the wild vegetables before simmering the snake soup. Initially, she had intended to prepare a soup with amaranth as well. Fong Lan wished to add wild chicken eggs to the wild vegetables, but Lu Chanhua reprimanded her harshly. Over the past few days, Fong Lan had been eating better than before, her cravings emerging with a vengeance. "You go gather firewood and keep an eye on the 3 children with Shuejiao," Lu Chanhua shouted. This daughter-in-law had a taste for delicacies, and her culinary skills surpassed those of Shuejiao. Lu Chanhua had nearly exhausted the firewood that her eldest grandson and granddaughter had just brought back, while Shuejiao had only managed to gather a large pile of leftovers. "Why are you so slow in gathering firewood?" "Mother, there is hardly any firewood nearby. There are more trees on the hillside. But I dare not let the children go there. I only gathered some from the outskirts." It wasn't that she didn't want to collect more, but she feared encountering snakes. The insect repellent powder was kept by her mother, only to be sprinkled at night when they went to sleep. For the sake of a bit of firewood, if she were to encounter a snake in the woods, regardless of whether she was bitten or not, she would be the one to bear the brunt of the blame. "And you, Aunt, pay attention to your surroundings and gather more firewood from the woods. All you've collected are small twigs, which will burn out quickly. Second brother, you should also go gather firewood," Lu Chanhua instructed. "Dr. Dong has returned now. He shouldn't leave. Besides, she isn't afraid of encountering any ill-intentioned persons. And there's also a daughter watching over the luggage. Xin Laoduo nodded and went into the woods with Shuai Jiao to gather firewood. Let us go in together to gather firewood, if the other children go. What if they encounter a snake? Snakes are far quicker than humans. I certainly do not want my daughter to encounter one. All right. The children cannot gather much firewood. I can collect a lot on my own. Xin Laoduo quickly gathered a pile of firewood, letting Shuai Jiao carry a large stack while he held a substantial bundle himself. In this wilderness, where few ventured, firewood was plentiful. Xin Laoduo returned with the firewood. Sister-in-law, we've gathered enough. We can take the children back now. Good. Fong Lan called the 3 children to hurry back. Lu Chanhua sprinkled some salt into the soup. The aroma of the snake soup was particularly enticing. No wonder the wealthy favored the flesh of poisonous snakes. It truly smelled delightful. Laoduo broke the firewood and placed it into the flames. Lu Chanhua noticed the return of the others. Xin Laoduo set down the firewood, tossing in the shorter pieces and placing the longer ones aside. Xin Dada took the duck eggs from the cart and placed them in the nests of the 2 ducks, clasping his hands together as he pleaded. I beg you both to help me hatch these eggs. The 2 ducks inspected the eggs, then began to peck at them. He quickly retrieved the eggs. Aunt, do your 2 ducks have names? No, Xin Qingmiao shook her head. Then you should name them so they can help me hatch the eggs. Xin Qingmiao couldn't help but say, let us not let them hatch until we're sure they can. If they spoil the eggs, we won't be able to eat them. Moreover, with the heat, the eggs are likely to go bad. All right, I'll check tonight. At that moment, Xin Laoduo and Xin Laosen also returned. There was a small path ahead leading to a dilapidated temple that could provide shelter from the rain. In this desolate wilderness, it was unexpected to find a crumbling temple. Let us go there after we eat, Lu Chanhua suggested. She glanced at the snake soup, realizing it could not simmer any longer, as the meat would become overcooked. Lu Chanhua took a large bowl of snake meat and served it to Dong Jizi, saying, Dr. Dong, be careful, it's still a bit hot. She also brought him a bowl of sauteed wild vegetables and white rice. Dong Jizi ate separately from them. Although the snake caught by Dong was large, it appeared less substantial once cooked. She distributed 2 pieces of meat to each family member, and they all enjoyed the mixed grain rice together. Originally, Lu Chanhua had intended to give all the remaining white rice to Xin Qingmiao, but she refused, combining the white rice with the mixed grain for the family to share. Xin Qingmiao took a bite of the snake meat and exclaimed, this is truly delicious. In modern times, she had never purchased snake meat, and now, unexpectedly, she was able to taste it. No wonder it was sold at such a high price. It was indeed delectable. Fong Lan also praised it. After the family finished eating, they made their way to the dilapidated temple they had discovered. It was quite run down, overgrown with weeds, and the statue in front felt desolate. Lu Chanhua offered a silent prayer. Xin Laoduo surveyed the surroundings, noting the abundance of cobwebs. He tidied things up a bit, concluding that no one lived there. There is a broken courtyard behind, but it's also drafty, and there are 2 small children, Xin Laoduo remarked. Xin Laoduo frowned, realizing that those keeping the night watch must be vigilant. He looked at Xin Laosan. Chapter 53, A Change of Food. The 2 children in the backyard could not resist peeking into the temple. Brother, it seems like there is a lot of food on that cart. There are many people. We won't be able to get any. The older child shook his head. There's 1 potato left. Xiaoyi, you can roast it and eat it. Brother, I'm not hungry. You eat it. They had managed to steal 5 potatoes from the fields of a nearby village, but had been chased by farmers all the way. He had twisted his ankle during the ordeal. For some time, his brother had been stealing alone without anyone to keep watch. They had already been discovered by farmers several times, sustaining various injuries. Xiaoyi split the potato in half, offering 1 piece, saying, otherwise, when they fall asleep, I'll quietly go steal more. He was small, and standing beside the luggage, he was practically invisible. You must not go. If the people who come during the day realize that we 2 children are living here, and you're caught stealing, we will lose our place to stay. This dilapidated temple was a hard-won shelter from the wind and rain. If they angered these people, and they informed the farmers of the theft, those farmers would find ways to destroy their refuge. Lin Huixian was so fearful of his younger brother harboring ill intentions that he clutched his hand while they slept. In the dead of night, Xiaoyi opened his eyes carefully. He gently pulled his hand away, replacing it with a wooden stick. He limped quietly to the front. It was still drizzling, and he pressed his ear against the wall. All he could hear were the snores of the sleeping adults. He stealthily moved inside, hiding behind the statue. He observed that the entire family was asleep, with several large men positioned furthest from him. His gaze fell upon the mule cart next to a pillar, the mule seemingly fast asleep. He spotted exposed sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes. They were much tastier than potatoes. He cautiously approached, ever mindful of his surroundings and footing. Fortunately, he reached the mule cart without incident. He hastily retrieved a sweet potato and was about to leave when a hand seized him. "You little rascal, how dare you come to steal?" The man, having previously visited here with his older brother, knew that 2 children lived in the back. Thus, they hadn't disturbed them. But he was astonished that these children dared to steal from his family. Xiaoyi attempted to flee, but he could not break free. Lowering his head, he bit down on Shenlao-san's hand. Shenlao-san, taken aback by the pain, released him, allowing Xiaoyi to scramble up and run off with the sweet potato. Shenlao-san quickly approached, kicking at him. "With legs like that, you still dare to steal? With that speed, even if you have the guts to steal, you're invincible." The force of his kick was somewhat excessive, causing the child to collide with the pillar. The Shin family was awakened by the commotion. Lu Chunhua awoke to find a ragged child before her and inquired, "Does this child reside in that dilapidated temple? Has he come to pilfer our grain?" "I have caught him," replied Shenlao-san. Lu Chunhua rose and gazed at the child. "What did he steal?" Shenlao-san cast a glance. "Our sweet potatoes." Most of the sweet potatoes harvested earlier had been transformed into dried sweet potatoes, sweet potato flour, and sweet potato cakes, leaving only a basketful behind. Lu Chunhua looked at the basket of sweet potatoes in her home, and the 2 sweet potatoes clutched in the child's arms. Observing the child's emaciated form, with a disproportionately large head atop a small body, she felt a pang of compassion. Perhaps she should just give him a few sweet potatoes. After all, they held little value, and these children merely sought to stave off hunger. Xiaoyi noticed that this woman seemed to hold some sway. He quickly scrambled to his knees, bowing deeply. Thank you, thank you." It was said that women were most prone to pitying others, and indeed, it proved true. Shenlao-san furrowed his brow, but said nothing. Shenlao glanced at the 2 sweet potatoes in the child's possession, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. Shen Jiao observed the kneeling child. Noting the many rips in his clothing, was he a beggar? Xue Jiao shook her head. "Do not speak." Lu Chunhua sighed. "Let us give this child these 2 sweet potatoes." The child must have lost his parents, otherwise, he would not be living in such dire circumstances. However, there was little else she could do. The sweet potatoes were cultivated by her brothers and their parents. Shin Qingmiao neither contributed nor spoke. 2 sweet potatoes would not suffice to fill their family stomachs. She still had some grain planted in her space. If the family found themselves without food later, she could easily concoct an excuse to retrieve it. Xiaoyi observed Lu Chunhua's expression. "You may go now." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi quickly limped away. Lu Chunhua recalled the events that had transpired. It seemed unlikely that these 2 children would survive much longer. "Hurry and sleep," Shenlao-san urged. "We must set off early tomorrow." The commotion had roused the entire family. Returning to the crumbling courtyard, Xiaoyi found Lin Huishan awake, glaring at him in anger. Xiaoyi placed the sweet potatoes before him. "Brother, Did I not tell you not to go?" Lin Huishan retorted. "Since you refuse to heed my words, let us part ways tomorrow. Do not stay together." Lin Huishan was deeply frustrated by Xiaoyi's disobedience, fearing it might lead to their demise. Xiaoyi hastily explained, "This family is not bad. They gave me 2 sweet potatoes." Lin Huishan ignored him. Xiaoyi understood that his brother, though harsh in speech, had a heart of gold. His words were merely intended to frighten him. He placed the sweet potatoes on the wooden rack and lay down beside Lin Huishan. "Brother, I believe they are good people. May I trade something with them for some food?" The farmers in the surrounding villages were already aware of their presence. Acquiring food through theft was becoming increasingly perilous. "Go away. If you wish to die, then go and trade." Lin Huishan was truly at a loss for words regarding his brother. His intellect mirrored that of their mother. Both were rather foolish. Having nearly faced death before due to trading with others, Xiaoyi now dared to consider such exchanges again. The pain in his knees and spine flared up once more, and he stifled any sound. He despised rainy days. The places that had once been comfortable now stung painfully. Xiaoyi calculated that the 2 sweet potatoes and a small remaining piece of potato would suffice for 5 days of sustenance. Early the next morning, the Shin family finished breakfast and secured their mule cart, preparing to depart. Xiao Yi observed the Shin family hesitating for a moment before quietly approaching the woman who had given him sweet potatoes the previous day. "Auntie," he whispered softly. Lu Chunhua thought she might be imagining things until she turned to see the child from yesterday. "What is it?" she asked. Their household had little grain, and she hesitated to give him another sweet potato, but thoughts of her family silenced that impulse. Xiao Yi revealed the item in his hand, trembling slightly. "Auntie, can I trade this for some food?" Lu Chunhua looked at the object in the child's hand, recognizing it as gold. She instinctively took it, biting down to test its authenticity, leaving her tooth mark upon it. She sensed a peculiar taste and quickly spat it out, exclaiming, "Where did you acquire this? You look like you can hardly afford a meal. How could you possess gold?" "I found it. It is gold. Auntie, can you trade me for some food?" Xiao Yi clung to a flicker of hope, but feared a repeat of past events. Shin Qingmiao, noticing the child beside her mother, hurried over. "Mother, what are you doing? If you wish to give this child food, I must caution you. In the past, giving someone a bit of food might not have led to trouble. But if her mother continued with such habits, it could easily result in danger." Chapter 54. Prosperity. Lu Chunhua presented the gold to Shin Qingmiao. "My daughter. Is this indeed gold?" Previously, she had seen a wealthy merchant in town, plump and well-to-do, with a golden abacus hanging around his neck, identical to this piece. Though she had never touched gold, she understood how to recognize it. Shin Qingmiao had seen gold bracelets at the jewelry store and pinched it between her fingers. "It seems to be." Upon hearing this, Lu Chunhua's spirits lifted. This child possessed gold, making it far more favorable for them to trade for food. No discontent would arise among her family. Shin Qingmiao examined the thumb-sized piece of gold. "How much can we trade for it?" "Perhaps we should consult the second brother," Lu Chunhua replied uncertainly. Shin Qingmiao quickly summoned Shin Laoda, who was preoccupied with playing with little Taozi on his shoulders. "Auntie, you are so short," little Taozi exclaimed, clinging to her father's head. "How much grain can this gold buy us?" Shin Laoda glanced at the piece of gold in Shin Qingmiao's hand, checking for any official markings. This gold nugget could potentially be exchanged for several carts of grain, but certainly not all at once, at most 40 pounds of sweet potatoes. "Is that true?" Shin Qingmiao inquired. "Indeed. We clearly are not wealthy folk. If you attempt to use this to purchase goods, merchants will hesitate to accept it. It is typically the wealthiest who use silver ingots for transactions, not gold." Shin Qingmiao looked at the basket of sweet potatoes at home. "How many sweet potatoes do we still have?" Lu Chunhua approached and tugged at the basket, estimating there should be about 80 pounds left. Sweet potatoes were heavy, and the remaining ones were all sizable, with the largest weighing over 10 pounds. These large ones were not particularly palatable but suitable for planting, as they tended to sprout more. "Will this gold trade for 40 pounds of sweet potatoes?" Shin Qingmiao asked. Yes, yes, yes." Xiao Yi did not expect this family to agree to trade him sweet potatoes and quickly nodded, fearful that they might change their minds. Lu Chunhua selected 40 pounds of sweet potatoes from the basket, including the largest one. "Here are 40 pounds. Take care of it yourself. We do not have any spare baskets." Shin Qingmiao gently cleared her throat. "Then I shall keep this. It would be safest with her." And she had her mother embroider many hidden pockets in her clothing, useful for concealing small items from her space. Xiao Yi gazed at the pile of sweet potatoes, exhilarated. These would be sufficient for their needs. Moreover, they could bury some in the soil of the garden, which would eventually yield even more sweet potatoes. Thus, they would no longer need to pilfer from the farmers' fields. When Xiao Yi noticed the Shin family preparing to leave, he hesitated momentarily. He recalled his brother's words. Yet this family seemed to possess a cart full of grain. Should he perhaps trade for more? However, he vividly remembered the incident where he had previously been robbed and even beaten without receiving anything in return. Xiao Yi pondered back and forth, caught in indecision. Dong Jizi finished packing her belongings and glanced at the child. "Auntie, it seems this child has more to say to you," she remarked. Lu Chunhua paused, then approached the child, inquiring, "Is there anything else you would like me to assist you with?" Xiao Yi closed his eyes, as if steeling himself with resolve. "I have similar items. Could I perhaps exchange them for some grain? Ideally, some meat as well." Yet he was uncertain, as meat was quite precious. Still, his brother had mentioned that such items held considerable value and could be traded for a substantial amount of food, although no one would be willing to barter with them. They would simply take it by force. Given that this kind woman had provided him with grain without resorting to violence, surely she would be fair in her dealings. Lu Chunhua shook her head. "I'm sorry, but our family has little grain left." Xue Jiao's eyes darted as she queried, "Is that gold you gave us earlier?" "There is some, but not much," Xue Jiao quickly added. "Mother, let us assess the situation before deciding whether to trade. We can still procure grain from another location. Besides, this child appears nearly starved. We should lend a hand if we can." Lu Chunhua shot Xue Jiao a glare. Suspecting that her daughter-in-law was tempted by the gold they had just received, believing the child must possess more. Xiao Yi immediately interjected, Yes, auntie, please take a look. I don't need meat. Cornmeal or buckwheat flour would suffice to fill our bellies." Although the sweet potatoes would sustain them for some time, they needed to be rationed. Eating too little would leave them weak and listless, much like they felt at that moment. Sweet potatoes, like wild vegetables, also required time to grow. He was familiar with the edible wild vegetables around, but he had already harvested them clean. Although he had left some roots, it would take a considerable time for them to regrow. Lu Chunhua found herself at a crossroads. She glanced at her daughter, who was watching intently, and beckoned her over. "Daughter, what is it?" "This child has other items and wishes to trade for grain," she replied. "Are they also gold?" Shen Qingmiao inquired. "Such items hold value in ancient times. They could certainly be traded," she affirmed, "and we could negotiate the price." "There is some gold as well." "Then let us see what you have," Lu Chunhua prompted. Xiao Yi thought of his brother in the backyard, perched on the mountain a bit far off. "It might take half an hour to return. Let my second and third brothers accompany the child to take a look," Shen Qingmiao suggested. "Father's medicine can also be exchanged today." Shen Qingmiao called for her second brother and the others, instructing them to follow the child. Shen Liaopapa's leg had improved significantly. Yet Shen Qingmiao was cautious, fearing lingering ailments. Thus, he continued to apply medicine. "Dr. Dong, please wait a moment. My brothers will accompany the child up the mountain." Dong Jizi casually remarked. What if that child has discovered a hidden stash of someone else's wealth? The child did not seem to be lying, and gold found on the mountain was likely someone else's. Who knows? If there is a substantial amount of gold, would you consider examining that child's leg and charging a consultation fee? Certainly. Dong Jizi perceived that Shen Qingmiao exhibited signs of becoming a shrewd trader. However, several members of the Shen family shared this trait. A single piece of gold could procure a significant quantity of sweet potatoes, yet they exchanged 40 pounds for mere sustenance. Shen Qingmiao remained oblivious to Dong Jizi's growing suspicion of her mercantile inclinations. Dong Jizi approached Xiaotaozi, leading her outside the temple to impart some techniques. During this period, the Shen family had been preoccupied with travel, leaving her little time to teach. The rudimentary skills Shen Qingmiao had previously taught were utterly ineffective. "Forget everything your aunt taught you. Focus solely on what I am teaching you," she instructed. Her techniques were more concise, though Xiaotaozi found them less appealing. Nonetheless, she adhered to the guidance of her mother and aunt, diligently learning from Dong Jizi. Xiaotaozi progressed rapidly, though several of her moves were corrected and she was instructed to practice them anew. Before an hour had passed, Shen Liaodir hurried back, and upon seeing his exhilaration, Shen Qingmiao surmised they might have struck gold. Chapter 55. Gold and Silver Ornaments. Shen Liaodir recounted the circumstances surrounding the cave the child had led them to, particularly mentioning a bundle of gold and silver ornaments therein. "Our family seems to have hit the jackpot with this cave," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Previously, we rescued someone from a cave and received 5,000 taels. Now we've stumbled upon another cave filled with gold and silver ornaments. We are destined for prosperity." Shen Qingmiao harbored grave doubts that her fortune had been entirely expended in her literary escapades. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunhua quickly interjected, warning the family that if such treasures existed in the cave, they must belong to someone. "Are these the belongings of that child? Or do we not know the true owner? The owner has likely long since turned to bones. It's curious that only bones remain, devoid of any flesh." Shen Liaodir posited. Those gold and silver ornaments were wrapped in cloth and discovered inadvertently by the two children while evading a wild boar. Shen Qingmiao inquired, "Second brother, are you certain those items are genuine?" "Absolutely. I have encountered my fair share of fine goods." He could not possibly be mistaken, having traveled with the escort agency. He has gained considerable insight. Why not bring the items back? "The child refused to allow us to take them, insisting we first determine how much grain we can offer in exchange," Shen Liaodir explained, initially intending to bring the treasures home for the family to see. However, the child was adamant about returning to inform them first. "What do you think would be a fair amount of grain to offer him?" Fong Lan interjected. I believe a small amount would suffice. After all, the child cannot consume much, and our own supply of grain is limited. Fanlan, have you lost your senses? That child is trying to swindle us. Lu Chunhua scolded. Fanlan pouted. He's just a stranger. Why should we concern ourselves? Had it been anyone else, they would have seized the child's possessions upon discovering their worth. Shin Laodir found himself in a dilemma. The items could procure enough grain to last a lifetime. Yet with the onset of war, their value would plummet. Perhaps we could give him half of our grain and purchase more on the way? Shin Qingmiao calculated that their household primarily possessed coarse grains. I think that's feasible. Mother, please consult the map to see how far the nearest grain source is. If it is too distant, we cannot proceed with the exchange. Although these items hold great value, if we cannot procure grain along the way, it would be futile. Even if I discreetly supplement our supplies, a fixed amount of grain would inevitably raise suspicions at home. She was determined not to reveal her spatial abilities to anyone. Even the closest relationships could falter when entangled with self-interest. Lu Chunhua examined the map for potential grain sources, noting that the nearest was in the mountainous Xuxian County. However, that region was primarily mountainous and unsuitable for agriculture, leaving her uncertain about the grain prices. Although the court had established a uniform price for grain, local policies could vary. As long as taxes were paid on time, grain prices could fluctuate based on local conditions. For instance, in their previous county, grain prices had risen due to increased purchasing costs, which in turn raised the prices in local shops. Several villages still lie on the outskirts of the county, where we might procure supplies. Shin Lao'er gestured towards the nearby villages. Ordinary folks, striving for their livelihoods, are bound to cultivate some grains. However, it would be wiser to purchase from the county, as gathering from the villages would consume too much time, Shin Qingmiao remarked. The villages are quite distant from one another, and the back-and-forth journey would be quite time-consuming. Dong Jizi glanced at the Shin family and could not help but suggest, perhaps we should abandon the idea of trading altogether. It would only waste more time. Carrying those items merely signifies occupying space, Xue Jiao added. Alternatively, we could offer them less grain. Their children would surely hesitate to trade for such goods. If we provide some grain for their sustenance, we could acquire what we need in return. This could indeed work, and who knows, we might even stumble upon some jewelry along the way. It is inevitable that some will perish during the flight, and those who manage to fare slightly better will likely have some jewelry stowed away at home. Such items will soon lose their value. Shin Qingmiao also entertained this notion, contemplating the idea of giving less grain. It may be somewhat unscrupulous, yet not excessively so. Shin Lao'er cast a glance at Lu Chunhua, quickly averting his gaze. I find this proposal agreeable. Go and discuss it with that child, if he disagrees. Hasten back with Sango and do not squander more time, Shin Qingmiao instructed. The family had fled ahead of the calamity, and throughout their journey, they had not encountered any genuine plight. None of them experienced true fear or terror. The male and female protagonists were unaware of their destination. Shin Lao'er nodded, mentally tallying the family's provisions and contemplating how much to reduce. Lu Chunhua observed the actions of the two children, feeling a twinge of guilt. My dear, how can you be so unscrupulous to that child? She lamented. Mother, the most vital thing in this world is to survive. If those children had not encountered us, they might perish from hunger at any moment. In normal circumstances, those items would hold value, but in times of chaos, they would be less substantial than a mere bun. Shin Qingmiao added, Mother, please do not soften your heart and give away anything while on this journey. Should they fail to navigate through the unfolding drama, your compassion could prove detrimental. Lu Chunhua nodded. I will not, I promise. Yet, still feeling somewhat uneasy, she added, if I do falter, you must intervene. Shin Jiao rushed over with a stick. Will there be a share for me when we trade? She had overheard the conversation and wished to partake. Little Tazi, diligently learn martial arts from your master. Every member of our family deserves a share. Lu Chunhua affectionately stroked little Tazi's head. I have learned what my master taught me. She said to take my time, little Tazi replied. Shin Qingmiao playfully flicked little Tazi's cheeks. As you master martial arts, you must protect our family. She also reminded, Mother, please sit beside me and teach me to recognize characters. Shin Qingmiao brushed off the dust from the threshold and settled down. This dilapidated temple was neglected and deserted, with dust permeating every corner. Fortunately, the rain from the previous night had refreshed the air somewhat. Seeing the three children engaged in play, Lu Chunhua gathered them together to learn recognition. Today, She taught them some more complex characters. Xinqing Miao requested her mother to teach her some medical terms that might appear in books, diligently committing the characters to memory. Xin Laoda had long since packed the luggage. Why are Lao Er and the others still not back? He expressed his impatience. Their procrastination is truly wasting time. Perhaps they have encountered some unforeseen circumstances, but they should return soon. We are back. Xin Lao Er's voice rang out. Xinqing Miao noticed he was carrying someone on his back, yesterday's little child. Xin Lao San had removed his outer garment to wrap the goods. The cloth that had previously wrapped the items was already decayed, and as he lifted it, it tore apart. Xin Lao San handed the items to Xin Laoda. Xin Lao Er set the child down. I negotiated for 100 pounds of potatoes, and he agreed. Xinqing Miao thought to herself, this quantity seems a bit insufficient. The Xin family had harvested several 100 pounds of potatoes, not to mention those that had been stored for quite some time. Altogether, potatoes were their most abundant resource, having consumed them along with other provisions during their journey. Though she thought this, she did not voice it. All right, let us open it and see what we have. We should distribute it among the family, she suggested. Observing Xin Laosan carrying the load, it seemed there was quite a bit inside. She certainly could not claim it all for herself. It was better for the family to share and hide the goods. Xin Laoda opened the package, revealing its contents. Xin Lao Er promptly moved a basket of potatoes aside for Xiaoyi to take. Xiaoyi could hardly lift it alone. Xin Lao San kindly inquired, would you like me to help you move it elsewhere? No, I can manage by myself, he replied. The Xin family gathered around to examine the contents. Fong Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Xin Lao Pei, who had been lounging on the cart, could not resist coming over for a closer look. The package was filled with what appeared to be long-cherished valuables, numerous pieces of gold jewelry, and although the silver had rusted, some were still adorned with gemstones. Xinqing Miao noticed a beautifully crafted jade pendant resembling a double-headed green snake. She retrieved it from the bundle. Isn't this imperial green? It's jade! Xinqing Miao exclaimed with excitement. Are we not striking it rich? Xue Jiao suppressed her exhilaration. Dong Jizi glanced over and asked, could I see that jade pendant? Of course, Xinqing Miao replied, handing it to Dong Jizi. Dong Jizi removed her own pendant from around her neck. To their astonishment, the two jade pendants were identical. Xinqing Miao exclaimed, are these ancient jades sold in bulk? Dr. Dong, do you possess this pendant as well? Is it not from your family? Fong Lan blurted out without thinking. She immediately regretted her words, for if it truly belonged to Dr. Dong, then perhaps all these treasures might also belong to him, leaving them with little to claim. Dong Jizi shook her head, no. This was given to me by my master. I am an orphan. Xinqing Miao pondered the coincidence, wondering if her master had concealed her origins. Surely, if he knew, he would not keep it from me. May I keep this pendant for a few days? I wish to study it, she requested. The fact that the two pendants were identical suggested a potential connection to her master. Certainly, Xinqing Miao replied, untroubled by the possibility of Dong Jizi absconding with the pendant. Dr. Dong appeared quite affluent and had even taken her niece as an apprentice, which lent a degree of trust. Xinqing Miao rummaged through the items, searching for anything similar to the jade pendant. She discovered a dagger, but not recognizing anything particularly special about it, she offered it for Dong Jizi to inspect. Have you seen this dagger before? No, I haven't. Would you like to see if there is anything related to your master? Our family wishes to distribute these items. The eyes of the family members were nearly piercing through the bundled goods. No need, Dong Jizi said, carefully comparing the two jade pendants and noting subtle differences in the snake's eyes. Why don't we have each person pick an order of age? Xinqing Miao suggested. As the eldest, Fong Lan immediately agreed. Xue Jiao nodded in assent. Xin Laoda remarked, the younger children need not be included in this selection. They have no use for them, and besides, my family has more children, so they will receive a larger share. Fong Lan exhibited a touch of displeasure, casting a reproachful glance at her husband. Their two children had been allocated a greater share, yet this man, in his foolishness, seemed disinclined to accept it. How stubborn he was. Xin Er did not speak falsely. He had but one child. Whether it was to offer the children something or not, it felt as though there was an ulterior motive at play. No matter, let the two sisters-in-law assist in selecting for the children. Xinqing Miao discerned that both sisters-in-law genuinely wished to provide for the little ones. Fong Lan's expression softened somewhat. Indeed, her sister-in-law showed more affection towards the children. Everything had a portion for the kids, even these valuable trinkets, which they were willing to share, each receiving a piece. Her two children were likely to receive the most in the family. Xin Laoda first presented the options to Xin Laopei and Lu Chanhua, and only afterward did he choose for himself. The three selected small items, clearly lacking in substantial value. The parents intended to reserve the finer goods for the younger generation, while Xin Laoda acted purely in his capacity as the eldest son. The subsequent selections made by the younger sister and the third brother were undoubtedly the least advantageous, as efforts were made to preserve the more valuable items for them. The two sisters-in-law understood the balance when their turn came. They did not opt for the most coveted items. Xin Qingmiao surveyed the choices and selected a jade bracelet. Although it was not particularly suitable for her age, it appeared to be of considerable worth. Xin Laosan also chose based on value, while Feng Lan picked a pair of small gold earrings and a gold bracelet for her two children, which could later be melted down to create a gold bangle. Shui Jiao took a silver pendant. Though the silver chain was rusted, the blue gemstone hanging from it was exquisite. After the family had completed their selections, only a seemingly valuable gold ring remained, which no one chose. When it was Xin Laosan's turn, there was also a dagger and a silver bracelet. He opted for the dagger, leaving the remaining silver bracelet, which could not be divided among the three children. Xin Qingmiao suggested that the last silver bracelet be given to their mother. Both sisters-in-law had no objections, nor did the three brothers. They understood that the items chosen by their parents were largely of little value. Bestowing a single silver bracelet upon their mother was entirely reasonable. Everyone took care to hide their possessions, ensuring they were not seen by others. Such rare items should ideally be stored within her own space. Should she encounter something precious in the future, she must keep it secret and store it in her own space. Feng Lan had already contemplated a hiding place, one that no one would dare to disturb. Shui Jiao felt it more appropriate to keep them on her person, deciding to sew additional hidden pockets into her clothing. Lu Chanhua stuffed all the items into garments she had yet to wear, promptly stitching those hidden pockets shut. Xiao Yi was surrounded by potatoes and sweet potatoes, gradually transporting them to the backyard, one by one. Lin Huixian had already anticipated that his younger brother had stealthily departed that morning, undoubtedly to trade food with the people from the dilapidated temple. In truth, their existence in such a world was less favorable than death. Xiao Yi concealed the grains in the large vat and covered it with a wooden lid, rendering it invisible. Cautiously, he approached the backyard, finding his brother reclining on the hay, faintly calling out, "Brother, I exchanged everything from the cave for grain, and I buried that person too," he reported. He had assisted in the burial and taken away all the belongings. In the dilapidated temple, the Shin family had secured their items and promptly departed. The carriage had some space freed up, alleviating the need for adults to continuously hold the children. They journeyed towards Liang'o City, along the official road at a swift pace. When evening came and they sought a place to rest, Xin Qingmiao noticed white duck feathers in the grass. It felt vaguely familiar, prompting her to bring her 2 ducks over for comparison. This appeared to be the white feathers of Aunt Xiao's ducks. Chapter 57. The Wild Rabbit. They should be ahead. Perhaps we will encounter them, Xin Laopei remarked, visibly pleased. Previously, Zhao Jia had mentioned that many villagers had perished. Encountering someone from the village now would indeed be fortunate. Xin Qingmiao discarded the feather, uncertain of Aunt Zhao's whereabouts, but she could ascertain that they had passed through this area. There's an orange tree over there. I picked some fruit for everyone to share. Xin Laosan gathered over 10 oranges and presented them to the family. Xin Laopei peeled one and took a bite. It was sour. The acidity caused his mouth to water, revealing it to be of the type with a bitter and sour pulp. After the sourness, he tasted bitterness. Lu Chanhua sampled a bit and grimaced at the sharp tang. It's too sour. Although the peel had a hint of yellow and emitted a pleasant fragrance, the flavor was truly unpalatable. Feng Lan managed to consume a bit. Otherwise, peeling the fruit might yield a skin useful for stewing meat. Peel it, Lu Chanhua suggested. While the pulp was inedible, the skin was certainly usable. Lu Chanhua then picked some leaves as well, which could also be used for stewing. There's a village here. When we pass through to the city, should we inquire about the grain prices? Xin Laoda asked. Yes. Let us first gather information about the prices in the city to avoid being taken advantage of, Xin Laopei replied. They had not lived in Liang'o City and were unfamiliar with the circumstances there. If the grain prices were exorbitant, they could devise strategies in advance. Old Third. You will keep watch tonight, while I and Old Second will search for rabbit burrows, Xin Laoda instructed Xin Laosan. Xin Laosan's tone was somewhat sullen. Why am I not going along? In the past, when second brother was absent, it was always he and elder brother who ventured into the mountains for wild game. Why? Then, was it now second brother's turn without him? Next time, I'll take you, Shinlauda reassured him, patting his shoulder. After dinner, he informed the family, and the two set off in search of rabbit burrows. While discarding the orange pulp, Shinlauda noticed rabbit droppings in the grass, numerous indeed. Clearing the grass revealed a plethora of droppings, both large and small, indicating that a rabbit burrow must be nearby. The two fashioned simple tools and began their ascent up the slope in search of the burrow. Ant! Look, there's a little rabbit. Xiaotaozi pointed excitedly. The two ducks were also nearby, herding a small rabbit between them. The ducks took turns quacking, while the rabbit, significantly smaller than the ducks, nervously glanced around. Shen Qingmiao immediately imagined roasted rabbit meat and spicy rabbit heads. She moved closer and seized the rabbit from between the two ducks. The rabbit, sensing the approach, attempted to flee, but the ducks kept it in check, leaving it no chance to escape. Not even 2 liang of meat, but the flesh should be tender. Shen Qingmiao felt a surge of joy. Rabbit meat was delicious, and this little one would be perfect for roasting. And can I keep it as a pet? Xiaotaozi implored, her eyes sparkling with desire. She had seen them in town before, but her mother said rabbits grew quickly and would soon become unappealing. It's not easy to raise one on the road, is it? Once grown, it would be more difficult to eat, as one would grow attached. No worries. I can hold it in my arms. I'll be its mother. Xiaotaozi exclaimed, dreaming of roasted rabbit legs and spicy rabbit heads. We could even use its fur to make a lovely scarf. Shen Qingmiao tempted the child. Hearing this, Xiaotaozi couldn't resist salivating, nodding enthusiastically in agreement. That's wonderful. Tomorrow morning, we shall roast it. If she hadn't had her fill that night, she would have already prepared the little rabbit for dinner. Can I cuddle with the rabbit tonight? No, the rabbit will defecate and urinate. Your clothes will get soiled. Shen Qingmiao found a length of hemp rope from the car, instructing her mother to tie the rabbit's 4 legs together. Lacking skill in knot tying, she feared the rabbit would escape. No wonder your brothers mentioned there are rabbit burrows around here. Such a tiny creature, it must be only about a month old. Wild rabbits grow swiftly. It can only be a newborn. As night fell, the Shen family slumbered, while Shinlauda and Shinlao heir returned home. They had captured an entire nest of rabbits, which were not particularly clever. The grass surrounding the burrow bore clear signs of nibbling, while the thicket concealing the rabbit hole was lush. Lao heir, bring me some more hemp rope. I need to secure the cage better. The cage for the rabbits was fashioned from woven vines by Shinlauda. Once the brothers had completed their task, they placed the cage beside Shinlao San for safekeeping and hurried off to sleep. Inside the cage, there was still a fair amount of tender grass. And though the rabbits were anxious, a few were still nibbling. At dawn, the 3 children awoke to find the rabbits in the cage beside Shinlao San. Third uncle. There are so many little rabbits. May I take one out to play? Shinda exclaimed. The other 2 girls shared in the excitement, enchanted by the rabbit's fluffiness. Little Taozi, who had missed out on the rabbit yesterday, was thrilled to see even more this morning. Roasted rabbit, spicy rabbit head, roasted rabbit legs, she mused, listing the delectable parts of the rabbit. Shen Xiaoxiao quickly interjected, the rabbits will be frightened if they hear that. Well, they're all meant for eating anyway. I'm just thinking about how to enjoy them. Little Taozi declared. Third uncle, let us eat these rabbits now. Shin Lao Sin blinked, little Taozi. Weren't you fond of raising rabbits before? Why the sudden desire to eat them? Previously, Shin Jiao had spotted rabbits in town and had clamored for one for days. But her enthusiasm waned when she became distracted by other amusements. Now, I prefer eating rabbits. Shinda shook his head. Shin Jiao, how frightful you are. Rabbits are so adorable. How can you want to eat them? Shin Jiao pointed at the 3 large rabbits. How can such a big one be considered cute? Shin Xiaoxiao nodded. The large ones aren't cute, but the small ones surely are. Regardless, they will ultimately be eaten. Shin Jiao ran off to ask her father when they would feast on the rabbits. Shin Lao Air paused. Why not inquire the family when they wish to eat? In truth, it would be fine to eat them now. The family would likely be quite pleased to have them for breakfast. Shin Jiao asked everyone. But no one offered a definitive answer. Dong Jizi even questioned whether she wanted to eat them now. She did. Grandma, the family should eat roasted rabbit right now. Shin Jiao urged Lu Chunhua to prepare the rabbit for roasting. Early in the morning, Lu Chunhua was already busy preparing porridge for the family, with water boiling away. Now? Is that really the time? Yes, the temperature is just right. We can roast them now and enjoy them later this afternoon. Her mind was filled with visions of perfectly roasted rabbit, surely delicious, for nothing that is roasted can be distasteful. Lu Chanhua asked the family if they wished to eat now, but received no useful response. Meanwhile, her granddaughter continued to insist on having the meal immediately. Then shall we eat now? Should I go and kill the rabbit? The family nodded, though the two children hesitated. Lu Chanhua first caught the two large rabbits, using a kitchen knife to bleed them. Then, she scalded them in the hot water she had prepared for the porridge, plucking their fur away. As she did so, she suddenly recalled, is this rabbit skin worth anything? Not much, but it can still fetch a little, Shinlauda replied. You should have said so earlier. I've wasted a rabbit skin. Lu Chanhua felt a pang of regret as she gazed at the fur she had plucked. She tossed the remaining rabbits to Shinlauda. Eldest, you handle the rest. Chapter 58, Liangzhou City. The family relished a large pot of boiled rabbit. Originally, Shin Jiao had clamored for roasted rabbit, but Lu Chanhua, considering the potatoes and sweet potatoes they had, decided to stew the rabbit meat with the potatoes, suggesting they could roast the remaining rabbits later. A few small rabbits remained, which would be roasted as per Shin Jiao's wishes. After a delightful meal, Shinlauda gathered the plucked rabbit skins, rinsed them with water, and bound them to their luggage with rope. Shindada felt the most sorrow when killing the small rabbits, yet he was the most enthusiastic during the meal. Shin Qingmiao also enjoyed quite a bit. The rabbit meat was tender, seasoned simply with salt and tangerine peel, yet it was incredibly flavorful, enhancing the taste of the potatoes as well. Dong Jizi felt fortunate to accompany the Shin family, as their cooking was truly delightful. Shinlauda led the family to a nearby village, the closest to Liangzhou City. At this hour, the village was almost deserted, presumably everyone was working in the fields. Shinlauda spotted a woman who seemed to have just finished washing clothes in the river. He called out, Auntie. The woman approached. What is it? I would like to inquire about the current grain prices in the city. A few days ago, millet was 3 won per pound, and white rice was 10 won per pound. You are from out of town, aren't you? She asked. Yes, we are visiting relatives, Shinlauda replied, engaging the woman in brief conversation before continuing on their way. The grain prices were still within an acceptable range, and Shinlauda began to calculate how much grain the mule cart could carry. How much grain should we buy in the city? Let's purchase more white rice. It is tastier than millet, Shin Qingmiao suggested. Their household had plenty of potatoes and sweet potatoes, but the white rice was rather scarce. The potatoes given to that child had taken up considerable space due to their size, but if the mule cart were filled, it could still hold 1 to 200 pounds of grain. I will cover the expenses, Shin Qingmiao assured her family. The 5,000 taels she had were with her, in addition to the money she earned from selling ginseng. A few hundred taels would provide significant purchasing power. The Shin family instructed Shinlauda and Shin Laosan to take their household registration documents into the city to buy grain. It was less troublesome for the family to go in pairs. At this time, entering the city did not require a head tax, but that would likely change in the future. The family waited in a grove outside the city for the two men to return. Shin Qingmiao handed them a considerable amount of silver, instructing them to purchase 200 pounds of rice, as well as some ginger to ward off the cold. Essentials like salt and sugar were also necessary for purchase. Camping outdoors at night made one susceptible to the cold. Dong Jizi also gave her previously saved snake gall to the two men, requesting they sell it for her. She briefly discussed the price range, mentioning that a lower offer would suffice. When Shinlauda and Shin Laosan returned, they found several more people around. Shin Qingmiao immediately spotted Aunt Zhao sitting on the mule cart. Shinlauda explained that they had encountered her at a grain shop in the city. The price of white rice had risen to 12 won per pound, so he had bought some millet, which had only increased by 1 won. Aunt Zhao was delighted. What a coincidence to run into you. In such a vast Liangzhou city, their paths crossing with the Shin family was indeed a matter of great fortune. Zhao Dali remarked. The grain prices in Liangzhou city have risen so quickly, it seems they are experiencing a locust plague. They had never encountered such a calamity, mainly because their area had many natural predators of locusts. The locust plague afflicting Liangzhou city did not originate locally. Many of these pests had flown in from elsewhere. The late harvested crops suffered greatly, while those harvested earlier narrowly escaped disaster. Consequently, grain prices surged within the city, albeit not to an exaggerated extent. The locusts are truly terrifying, lamented Lu Chanhua. These creatures feast solely on grain, and with their wings, they can descend upon crops in an instant. Indeed, Aunt Zhao, you all moved quite swiftly, Zhao Dolly remarked. It wasn't our speed. We happened upon Miss Luo in a village, who graciously sent someone to escort us, Aunt Zhao replied. The soldiers listened to Miss Luo. When she produced something, even the soldiers who initially looked down on us immediately complied and escorted us here. Yes. My old donkey was also commandeered by the soldiers to bring us along, Zhao Dolly exclaimed joyfully. Otherwise, relying solely on our 2 legs. Who knows how long it would have taken us to reach Liangzhou City. Their luck had turned for the better on this journey. They rested for a day in Liangzhou City, intending to procure some grain before continuing on their way. Unexpectedly, they encountered acquaintances. However, the Shin family had a mule cart, which certainly afforded them a faster pace than mere walking. It seemed unlikely they would travel together this time. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shin Qingmiao inquired, "Where is Miss Luo now?" "I'm not certain. We last met in Anyuan County, but it seems we spotted Zhou Wenyun again in the city today," Zhao Dolly responded. Aunt Zhao rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Who doesn't know why Miss Luo would bring that fellow along?" She still remembers how Zhou Wenyun relished her family's duck eggs. Huang Wei stood quietly behind Zhao Qin and Zhao Yi. She perceived that Brother Wenyun appeared to harbor an affection for Miss Luo, while Miss Luo seemed more intrigued by Zhao Jie, as the maid's demeanor towards Zhao Jie was noticeably different. The 3 families conversed as they walked, with Zhao Dolly's planned route mirroring theirs. They all chose the official road, deeming it safer. Upon reaching the official road just outside the city, they witnessed a horse galloping past them, followed by several horse-drawn carts and a large contingent of soldiers. They hastily moved aside to allow these individuals to pass. Shin Qingmiao noticed that the carts were laden with substantial chests, grain, and cloth. More carts approached from behind. Shin Er observed the extraordinary number of soldiers escorting the convoy. What else with all these soldiers? I have no idea, Shin Jiao replied, pointing to something on the ground where the carts had rolled. Mother. It seems there's something on the ground. Shui Jiao glanced over but failed to see it. Where? Over there. Shin Jiao pointed among the leaves. Shui Jiao took Shin Jiao's hand and walked over, discovering a golden leaf. Quickly, she grasped it and returned to her family. Once the soldiers had moved far away, she revealed it to them, proclaiming, "Look, those people dropped a golden leaf. I feel our family's fortune has truly turned." Excitedly, Shui Jiao had found a golden leaf. Another cart approached from their direction, prompting her to quickly conceal the leaf within her clothing. She felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if the driver had noticed the golden leaf in her hand. As the cart passed by, it suddenly halted. Shui Jiao feared they had come to demand the golden leaf, her face paling instantly. "Long time no see." Chuanhua's head poked out from the cart. Shin Qingmiao recognized the maid of the female protagonist. "Indeed," Aunt Zhao exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, Miss Luo, for escorting us to Liangzhou City." "Not at all," Chunhua cautioned. "You must leave quickly. You should have seen the soldiers ahead. Liangzhou City is in retreat. You can head towards Diaoniao City, where you may find refuge." Shin Qingmiao couldn't help but ask, "But why is Liangzhou City also retreating? It is supposed to be a stronghold, easily defensible." "Do not inquire further, just depart," Chunhua advised, her tone earnest. As she withdrew her head, the driver hastily urged the horses onward. Zhao Dolly understood the gravity of Liangzhou City's situation. It was undoubtedly a directive from above. "Let us depart swiftly," he urged. Shin Qingmiao recognized Diaoniao City, a location not far from the capital. If even that place were to fall, it would imply the capital was similarly at risk. However, it lay in the opposite direction of Jiangnan. Old Shin quickly realized that if the soldiers abandoned the city, the common people within would be left to their fate. They might delay informing the populace for a few days, allowing them to seek refuge elsewhere, Zhao Dolly speculated. In truth, there was a possibility of an entire city's populace being forsaken, but Liangzhou City harbored a significant number of inhabitants. He believed they would not abandon so many people at once, and likely, after a few days, they would direct the citizens of Liangzhou City to seek shelter in other towns. The Shin family, equipped with a mule, naturally traveled faster than Zhao Dolly and his companions on foot. The 2 parties parted ways, agreeing to meet again in Jiangnan. Aunt Zhao admonished her daughter. "Look at how Zhou Wenyun is far cleverer than you, aligning himself with Miss Luo, rather than relying on mere legs for travel. You still harbor thoughts of him. Do you not see how he has moved on from you? Don't embarrass yourself. If you cannot gain anything from this, you will only be looked down upon. If you were truly to benefit, there would be no reason to pursue him, yet it is evident he has no interest in you." Initially, He sought to improve his situation at home, enticing you with a few duck eggs, but now that those are gone, he doesn't even spare you a glance. If this girl remained oblivious, there would indeed be no hope for her. Just moments ago, she had caught a glimpse of Zhou Wenyun still seated in the cart. The Shin family crowded onto their mule cart, while Xue Jiao felt the golden leaf in her hidden pouch, her heart racing with excitement. She was incredibly fortunate, and her family had not yet demanded the leaf from her. As the Shin family settled down to prepare a meal, they soon heard the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps approaching. Looking toward the source of the noise, they saw several officials blocking the road with barriers. Upon noticing the family, they exchanged glances, and one official approached them. Each traveler must pay a toll of 1 tael of silver, 12 taels in total for your family. The official counted their numbers. 12 taels was no small sum, especially since they had already crossed the road. Ordinarily, they should not have to pay a toll after having passed. Xin Laoda quickly interjected. We have already crossed the road, we shouldn't have to pay again. This is the order from above. Every traveler must pay. If you do not comply, you cannot proceed. The Shin family found themselves momentarily bewildered. Why was there suddenly a toll for passage? Previously, they had traversed many places without encountering such fees, and it appeared this was not a spontaneous demand from the officials. Why the sudden imposition of tolls? Xin Laosan asked with a forced smile. It is the directive from above. I am merely a lowly officer and do not possess such knowledge. Hurry up and pay the silver so we can return to report. The official insisted. 1 tael per person is rather excessive. Xin Laodi could not help but protest. The audacity of these officials was astonishing. Xin Laoda furrowed his brow. He had only seen citizens charged entry fees during famines. This toll for passage was unprecedented in his experience. The common folk are unable to contend with the authorities. After confirming the matter with the official documents, Old Man Shin gathered all the remaining silver coins from his household, barely managing to accumulate enough. Previously, the family had sold numerous possessions to raise funds for Shin Qingmiao. In total, he managed to gather 17 taels. Yet the remaining 3 taels proved insurmountable no matter the efforts made. It was not until Shin Qingmiao realized the necessity of reclaiming her indenture that Old Man Shin repaid all the borrowed silver. However, the items sold could not be retrieved. He possessed 14 taels, and after handing over 12 taels, merely 2 taels remained. Upon delivering the money to the constable, the officer took it and departed. Dong Jizi, noticing her father had contributed as well, produced a tael of silver to return to Old Man Shin. He refused it, but she insisted on slipping it into his sleeve. I do not lack for silver, Dong Jizi asserted. Besides the funds bestowed upon her, she had also earned a considerable sum from selling medicinal pills. Lu Chunhua understood that such payments were an obligation for the common people, yet she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. It was astonishing that the authorities demanded silver. With such a significant amount, one could acquire a considerable quantity of grain. After years of tilling the land, it seemed the officials were swift to collect their dues. Likely, it was some minor officials seizing the opportunity to profit from the situation. Shin Qingmiao remarked in disbelief. Why is it that they only come to collect when the higher-ranking officials have departed? And they demand an exorbitant sum, 1 tael per person. For an entire city's populace, that is a hefty sum indeed. Let's subsist on a simple porridge of millet and potatoes for today, Lu Chunhua decided. Having indulged in several meat meals recently, while it is delightful, an excess of grease is not beneficial. A modest millet porridge will help cleanse the palate. Fong Lan, gathering her son who was preparing to dig for earthworms, urged, My dear child, you must study hard and aspire to be an esteemed official. She sought to instill a love for learning in her child from a young age. Previously, they could not afford to send him to school. But now that the family was financially stable, education was assured. Shin Dada struggled free and nonchalantly replied, Yes, I will study diligently and become an official. His mother's incessant reminders had worn into his ears. Previously, there had been nothing but complaints about a lack of funds. Now, she dreamt of his future as a dignitary. After finishing their lunch, he wasted no time and hurriedly departed. Shin Qingmiao observed the constable joyfully devouring steamed buns, lamenting the loss of her silver, feeling it had likely been consumed by the officer. Although it paled in comparison to the silver on her person, it was still hard-earned savings from her family. The thought of it being taken away filled her with anguish. As she sat in the mule cart, lost in thoughts of silver, she suddenly spotted a familiar purple fruit. Third brother, stop the cart, Shin Qingmiao exclaimed. Old man Shin halted the mule cart and turned to his younger sister. Do you need to relieve yourself? No, I see the August fruit. Shin Qingmiao pointed to the fruit hanging from a tree. This fruit had been quite common in her childhood, especially near her hometown where a patch grew along the roadside. With its large seeds, it was sweet and fragrant, reminiscent of milk, though she found it difficult to swallow the seeds. After growing up, she rarely encountered it. But as a child, she adored picking them. Shin Qingmiao leapt from the cart and ran into the woods to gather a few ripe purple August fruits, handing them to several children to enjoy. She asked her family to prepare a basket for her. Lu Chanhua also relished the August fruit, however. With so many children in the village eager to pick, it was typically reserved for them. I can't believe there are still so many here. The locals must not have come to collect, Lu Chanhua remarked. Shin Qingmiao continued to gather, even picking the unripe green ones, which could ripen off the vine. Although their flavor would not compare to naturally ripened fruit, they were still delicious. In supermarkets, these fruits transformed into luxury items. She recalled purchasing 3 for 92 coins, which felt excessive. The family collectively harvested all the August fruits, leaving behind only those that were unripe. Shin Qingmiao sampled one and found it delightful, albeit filled with seeds. She selected 2 plump seeds to save for planting in her space. Suddenly, she felt a warmth against her chest and discovered her jade pendant was glowing. Instinctively, she closed her eyes and was thrilled to realize she could see her space. When she opened her eyes, everything appeared normal, but closing them again revealed her hidden realm. She attempted to mentally uproot a mature sugarcane from her space and found it indeed could be done. Excitedly, she tried planting the seeds of the August fruit directly into her space. Chapter 60. Continue planting. Watching the August fruit seeds being buried in the soil, Shin Qingmiao confirmed that her space had upgraded. No wonder it had radiated warmth earlier, it had indeed transformed. She also noticed that the white mist in her space had dissipated further. Now, once the grains she planted matured, she could harvest and continue to sow for the next cycle. Lu Chanhua observed her daughter standing in place, grinning while holding a half-eaten August fruit. What are you thinking? My dear? You seem so joyful. Seeing her daughter as happiness lifted Lu Chanhua's spirits as well. Oh, it's nothing, this August fruit is quite sweet. Shin Qingmiao replied, though the seeds are troublesome, there are far too many. Lu Chanhua chimed in. Shin Qingmiao spat out the seeds from her mouth in a flurry. It seemed the only drawback of the August fruit was its abundance of seeds, turning each bite into a challenge. The children had already begun tossing seeds into the air. Mother, I accidentally swallowed a seed. Shin Jiao exclaimed. What should I do? Will it grow inside me? She recalled how once, in the village, a child had expelled seeds that sprouted into melons afterward. If it did not come out, would it grow into a plant inside her? Shui Jiao chuckled at the thought. It won tea. No seed can grow inside your stomach. Really? But the one that Fu Hua ate sprouted. They had several melons that were not allowed to be eaten, all monopolized and taken back by her grandmother. That's different. Those seeds were planted in the ground to germinate. They can't sprout in your belly, Shui Jiao clarified. She recalled her own childhood fears of accidentally swallowing seeds and worrying they would sprout within her, a common dread among children. Why can they only sprout in the soil and not in the stomach? Shin Jiao asked, reassured and continuing to eat the August fruit. Shui Jiao, though not fond of the August fruit, acknowledged it as edible. However, there was little flesh to enjoy. It was tedious to eat, and she was not keen on such things. After tasting one, she lost interest. The Shin family left behind a considerable number of August fruit seeds on the ground. Shin Qingmiao leaned against the mule cart, closing her eyes to envision her space. She buried the sugar cane she had previously uprooted, alongside the rice she had planted earlier. She harvested everything and set aside a portion to replant. The mature sugar cane remained untouched, as its primary value lay in the juice, which would dry out if left too long. She filled her entire space with rice. Suddenly, she recalled the tangerine seeds she had previously collected and decided to plant them. She had heard that the flesh of this fruit was bitter, while the peel seemed to possess beneficial properties, capable of being transformed into dried tangerine peel, which had a multitude of uses. Shin Qingmiao took note of the martial arts moves she had practiced earlier before finally opening her eyes and exiting the space. The children, believing their aunt was still asleep, quietly munched on the August melons without uttering a word. The adults were not particularly hungry at the moment, finding the preparation of the August melon somewhat cumbersome, and had only sampled a few bites. The children, however, were quite enthusiastic about the sweet fruit. Upon seeing Shin Qingmiao awaken, Shin Jiao approached with a split August melon, saying, "Aunt, eat this. It's even better than sweet melon." Shin Qingmiao waved her hand dismissively, having already eaten and not wishing for more. Dong Jizi, sitting on horseback, was also enjoying the August melon. Despite the jostling, it did not deter her from relishing the fruit. As night descended, the Shin family decided to roast the wild rabbit they had intended to cook for lunch. Earlier, the officials had been in the vicinity, making it unwise to prepare the rabbit meat then. They refrained from allowing the children to gather firewood at night, as it was easy to lose sight of the path and encounter danger. Shin Laoda gathered some firewood nearby and commenced roasting the rabbit. He carelessly spread a bit of wild garlic he had stumbled upon along the roadside onto the rabbit before placing it over the flames. The tender rabbit meat sizzled and began to release its juices, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Fong Lan opined that the rabbit meat would be better suited for stewing, lamenting the loss of delicious fat that dripped into the fire. Once the rabbit was well cooked, Shin Laoda first served Shin Laozhang and Lu Chunhua before distributing portions to the others. The children all received rabbit legs, including Shin Qingmiao, who bit into the fragrant meat, exclaiming that roasted food was indeed far superior to stewed dishes. "If only we could have roasted rabbit every day," Shin Jiao mused. "It's much tastier than duck eggs and wild vegetables." "Indeed, rabbit meat surpasses pork in flavor," Shin Laoda added. Lu Chunhua couldn't help but smile at the children's enthusiasm. A bustling household was a joyous sight, and the sight of her 3 grandchildren brought her immense happiness. Today, they had 2 ducks, but only one had laid an egg. Shin Qingmiao buried the duck egg in the soil beside the fire, hoping it would cook thoroughly. "What are you doing, Aunt? Is that egg from Little White or Little Peanut?" Shin Jiao inquired. She had named the 2 ducks, with the female being Little Flower and the male Little White. Uncertain herself, Shin Qingmiao admitted she couldn't tell which duck had laid the egg, having barely noticed it in the nest on the cart. "I don't know, it's probably Little White," Shin Jiao conjectured. That night, Shin Laoda slept next to Shin Qingmiao. In the middle of the night, he urgently needed to relieve himself and called his mother to accompany him nearby. Fong Lan, awakened by the commotion, scolded him. "Didn't I tell you to go before sleeping?" Thankfully, her daughter was sensible, rarely waking during the night, and would sleep until dawn. While pregnant, she had not troubled him much. This son, however, perpetually sought out trouble. "I just didn't want to go," Shin Laoda protested, tugging at his mother's hand as they returned. In his haste, he stumbled over some underbrush and fell hard. Fong Lan was startled and quickly pulled him up, checking for injuries. Fortunately, only his hand and palm were scraped by stones. "Let me wash your hands, and you'll be fine," she reassured him. Shin Laoda gritted his teeth against the pain, as crying out at that hour would awaken the entire household. Instead, he angrily kicked the spot where he had tripped. "What's so different about this place? It's neither stone nor tree." As he pushed aside the bushes, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Mother, there's a person here." Fong Lan rushed over, seizing Shin Laoda's arm. "Don't touch anything, let your grandfather take a look." That night, it was Shin Laoang's turn to keep watch. Fong Lan hurriedly led Shin Laoda to him. Upon hearing of a person, Shin Laozhang urged them to lead the way. Discovering it was a small child, likely a girl, he sighed, feeling a faint breath. He lifted the child, noting her frailness, with little flesh on her bones. "What a terrible smell." Shin Laoda pinched his nose. Fong Lan quickly instructed the child to be quiet. Shin Laozhang handed the child to Fong Lan, instructing her to change her clothes and give her some water. "Father, this child looks like she won't survive. Shouldn't we just leave her?" he questioned, recognizing the girl as one abandoned in the wilderness. If they rescued her, she would remain with them, consuming their provisions, which would be a burden. "Oh, just change her and give her a bath. She's still a living being." Fong Lan felt frustrated but complied, as her father-in-law had spoken. She reluctantly set about boiling water and changing the child's clothes, soon noticing numerous fresh and old wounds that made her uncomfortable. As she wiped the child down, the girl stirred slightly. With great restraint, she managed to clean the child, avoiding the injuries, and dressed her in Shin Xiaoxiao's oldest garment. After providing a bit of water, she prepared to return her to her father-in-law. "You should place the child on the potatoes with some hay," Shin Laoang suggested. Reluctantly, Fong Lan complied, fearing that the child's family might come looking for her. Otherwise, Based on her father-in-law's disposition, they might make a foolish decision. However, she doubted her sister-in-law would agree to such an arrangement. Chapter 61. Something Lost. In the morning, Lu Chunhua awoke and prepared to cook potatoes for breakfast, only to find a child atop her potatoes. She paused, bewildered. Whose child is this? Fong Lan quickly explained. We found her in the middle of the night. Father-in-law instructed me to place her here. Lu Chunhua hastily approached and shook Shin Laozhong awake, exclaiming, How could you just leave a child in the potato pile? There was no other place. The potatoes were cushioned with hay, so it's fine, he replied, still groggy from having barely stayed awake through the night. Lu Chunhua, seeing such a large child there, speculated that she might belong to a nearby village. In this desolate wilderness, she must be from a neighboring village. It's likely that someone didn't want her and abandoned her here. There was a possibility that if the child heard travelers on the official road, she might cry out and be rescued, but if she wandered into the mountains, her fate would be grim. Fong Lan pulled out a map, asking, Mother, where are we now? With so many places marked on the map, she genuinely had no idea of their current location. There are so many lines, they all seem similar, she mused. Lu Chunhua pointed, We should be right here. Well, there's only one village nearby, and it's quite far. Should we leave the child here in case her family comes looking for her? If it were closer, we might have been able to take her to the village. But it's too far, delivering her would be a waste of time. Besides, we're not related to her. Although I did save her life yesterday, even if it was just by giving her some water, at least she has regained consciousness. Lu Chunhua inquired of the child, Little one, do you know where your home is? Do you know its name? The child remained silent, her stomach growling audibly. Fong Lan rolled her eyes, realizing the child was about to eat their food. Lu Chunhua repeated her question, yet the child still did not respond. Forget her. Let her stay here, she can find her way back on her own, Fong Lan remarked, knowing full well the child was not mute but simply choosing not to speak. Such a waste of breath. Lu Chunhua prepared some potatoes for her family, distributing them accordingly, and handed a smaller potato to the child. The child accepted the potato, too timid to feel its heat, and began to gnaw at it voraciously. Shin Laoda was aware of the child's predicament and wondered whether to leave her here or return her to the village. Observing her parents, it seemed they would likely choose compassion. Fong Lan quickly interjected, This child hasn't uttered a word. If she doesn't belong to this village, you would be wasting time taking her back. Fong Lan believed it would be more sensible to leave the child where she was, as she wasn't their responsibility. Providing her with a potato was already a charitable act. Shin Laosen shared her thoughts. The child was a stranger to them, and there was no obligation to intervene. Lu Chunhua glanced at the remaining silent members of the family. Shin La munched on his potato, indifferent. Shui Jiao felt her opinion was insignificant, as the family always followed the elders' decisions. Shin Qingmia was also disinclined to speak, as her views aligned with her sister-in-law's. They had already wasted enough time on their journey. It was best to finish their meal and continue their search for the child's home. Uncertain of how much time that would consume, she mused that encountering so many incidents along the way might be a ploy to delay them. It would be best to disregard the child. The coincidence was too uncanny. Lu Chunhua understood the sentiments of the children. Ultimately, they were reluctant to get involved. With a sigh, she decided to leave the child there. Shin Laoda promptly voiced his concern. Will leaving her here expose the child to danger? Fong Lan quickly replied, We didn't encounter any danger last night. Being near the main road should be safe. The grandmother had already heard the family's discussion, yet the grandfather remained oblivious. Shin Laoda approached the child, asking, Do you remember where your home is? Still, the child did not respond. Shin Qingmiao had no intention of intervening. The child's silence made searching for her home seem futile. After the family finished their meal, they prepared to leave. Shin Laoda asked again, Do you remember your home? I can take you back. Yet, no answer came. Father, let us go, Shin Laoda called out. Shin Laoda, feeling a twinge of guilt, reluctantly followed the child's lead. The child stood there, staring blankly at them, while Shin Laoda left her a few potatoes. Fong Lan felt a pang of sympathy, but refrained from saying anything to her father-in-law. As they ventured further, Dong Jizi noticed that both Shin Laoda and Lu Chunhua appeared distressed. She subtly suggested, Perhaps you should check your wallets. Shin Laoda was still processing the situation. Lu Chunhua felt her pocket, only to discover it was empty. Shin Laoda also checked his silver, realizing he too had lost everything. At that moment, the family comprehended that the child had stolen from them. Fanglan grew anxious. How much did you both lose? Should we send Xinming back? I only have a few copper coins, Lu Chunhua lamented, having hidden her possessions securely. She felt no signs of tampering. Xin Laoda had indeed lost a few taels of silver, but hesitated to admit it, wondering if it was indeed the child who had taken it. Father, that was theft. Not borrowing, Xin Laosen corrected. Let us see if you'll still be so charitable in the future. Losing silver is preferable to losing your life. At least this time it might teach him a lesson. Xin Qingmiao, having never interacted with the child, noted the few coins she carried. Feeling a twinge of sadness at the thought of losing them, but relieved they were still with her. Fanglan had even exchanged clothing with the child, only to find her hidden copper coins were gone. My money has been stolen, she exclaimed, urging Xin Laoda to stop and search their belongings. Once she confirmed her precious items were intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness those are safe. Let us hurry. Xin Laoda, observing her demeanor, asked, How much did you lose? Just a few copper coins. Thankfully, that's all I had. Fanglan replied gratefully. In the future, we must not assist strangers who appear suspicious. Had they not been far along, she would have insisted on returning to confront the child for daring to steal her hard-earned coins. Xin Laoda understood Fanglan's temperament. Had they not been in need of those few coins, she would have sprinted back to reclaim her money. Others who had not interacted with the child were fortunate enough to keep their belongings safe. Fanglan, recalling what Dr. Dong had said, couldn't he help but ask, Dr. Dong, why didn't you warn us earlier? He advised, learn to be cautious. Keep a close eye on your belongings around strangers. The child had evidently targeted her during the night, but had shown no fear when discovered, instead climbing onto the mule cart to sleep. Xin Laoda had been completely oblivious to the child's antics, not even noticing his silver was missing in the morning, while the family had dismissed the child entirely. Xin Laoda now felt regret for his kindness, realizing it had cost the family dearly. Feeling guilty, he was consoled by Xin Qingmiao. It's all right. We'll just be more cautious around strangers in the future. Yes, from now on, you should heed our advice, Father, Fanglan reiterated. Having consistently urged her family to be wary, Xin Laoda remarked, We didn't lose anything of great value. This experience will serve as a lesson for the family. Chapter 62, Demotion. You're just returning now. I thought you had fled. How many taels did you manage to gather these past few days? A one-eyed man kicked a box towards Li Shi. She pulled out 2 taels of silver from her pocket. 2 taels. Really? He proceeded to search Li Shi thoroughly, even prying her mouth open for a check, confirming that she truly had no silver before nodding for her to enter. Go on in. Dinner will be served shortly. He lifted the wooden box and shook it, grimacing. It's dwindling. People are growing increasingly destitute. Li Shi lowered her head as she stepped inside. This was an abandoned coal mine, rendered unusable by imperial decree, and they had resided there for several years. The deeper she walked, the more difficult it became to breathe. Sister Shi, how much silver did you gather today? A girl asked her nervously. You weren't planning to run away, were you? Why did you come back? It seemed she had not intended to return after all. The situation at Sanjuzi's had been smoothed over. 2 taels of silver, Li Shi said, feeling her clothes. The outfit she had worn earlier was hidden away. Xiaomei felt apprehensive. So much. I only managed to gather a few copper coins today. The silver I received from begging was taken from me by a beggar who beat me up. Sister Shi had gathered so much silver today. Surely she wouldn't face punishment. The children who had already returned inside began to grow anxious upon overhearing their conversation. They hardly touched any silver today. And there are others eyeing them. Fear not, for the box contains merely copper coins, not much silver, Li Shi reassured. However, her words did little to comfort Xiaomei. Instead, they deepened her anxiety. This implied that, aside from Sister Shi, others had also laid hands on the silver. Before long, the blind man entered with a small pot of cornmeal paste, which he divided into 5 small bowls. Denyo, Demao, Gozai, Shi, Hua Hua. This is your meal for today. 4 children stepped forward from the group and, accompanied by Li Shi, eagerly lifted the 5 bowls of corn paste, consuming it instantly. They paid no heed to the taste. Their good behavior warranted this meager repast. Today, Demao performed the best. This is a reward, Sanjuzi declared, handing a cornbread muffin to Demao, who was a girl with tousled hair. She promptly set down her bowl and devoured the muffin. Those who had performed well would eat, while others who returned empty-handed would go hungry. Sanjuzi secured the mine's entrance with wooden barriers before departing. De Mao glanced at Li Shi, recalling Xiao Mei's words about running away. Had she changed her mind? Spying some crumbs on the ground, she quickly squatted to pick them up and eat. Li Shi said nothing, leaning against the wall to rest her eyes. Xiao Mei had no food today but had scavenged some dog food while begging, thereby avoiding starvation. The others without food suffered greatly. De Mao, having eaten the most, was quite pleased. Li Shi ignored her, and De Mao felt no resentment. Though Li Shi appeared to have closed her eyes, her mind was occupied with counting her meager savings. It was still insufficient. If she fled from here and were not captured, she would likely starve on the way. She had seen a family on the road, perceiving them to be well off, and thought to elicit their sympathy to accompany them for a while. Yet, to her dismay, they did not allow her to join them, forcing her to return. Several children had not touched money for days and were now on the brink of starvation. Driven into a corner by Ding Yo, who, unable to suppress his scorn, taunted, "Truly useless, missing arms and legs, and yet no one offers you a copper coin." Previously, their lack of skill had prevented them from acquiring silver, and they had been discovered, resulting in their current state as beggars. To their misfortune, they were still ineffective. The children lacked the strength to confront Ding Yo and dared not do so. Ding Yo, slender in build, often received copper coins from sympathetic ladies. Having also mastered the art of money gathering better than they did, he was, after all, the most capable among them. Meanwhile, the Shin family entered the vicinity of Chuyang County, where villages began to proliferate. They sought water in a village, and upon encountering several men returning from the fields, the locals, intrigued by their accents, inquired about their origins. "We are here to seek refuge with our relatives," Old Shin fabricated. The men, observing the large number of them, thought that seeking refuge with relatives might deplete those relatives' resources. Suspecting they might need to enter the city to procure supplies, they asked, "Are you going into the city?" "Indeed. We must," Old Shin replied. With so many mouths to feed, they could not afford to be frugal with their rations, and they intended to purchase more grain in the city. "Outsiders are not permitted to enter the city anymore. You must take a detour," one of the men cautioned. "What has occurred in the city that forbids entry?" "Unknown. There are rumors of bandits. However, our village, being on the outskirts, has seen nothing," the man replied. Noting that even to enter the city, they required documentation, and encountering an unyielding official could result in outright denial. Having filled their containers with the village's well water, the Shin family returned to the official road. "Why is entry to the city barred?" Shin Qingmiao mused. "This road leads to the capital. They must fear a surge of refugees entering. Once we depart from here, we will soon diverge from the path to the capital, and then there will be fewer complications," she added, skeptical that events would accelerate so swiftly. The protagonist in the book accomplished many feats. Surely these NPCs had time to prepare. The Shin family opted not to enter the city, but continued along the official road. They soon encountered a government grain convoy, heavily guarded by soldiers. Standing by the roadside, Shin Laosan observed a figure on horseback, pondering whether it was the person they had rescued. Uncertain, he noted that there could be others with similar features. Shin Lar, not paying close attention, glanced over and exclaimed, "It is him. He is an official." The rider turned, revealing himself to be the renowned General Hua. His demeanor was devoid of respect, laced instead with derision. General Hua had been demoted. Now he was merely a transport officer. General Hua? Shin La's mind raced, realizing he was in the presence of the very person he had long admired, who had once been saved by his family. Chapter 63. Easily dealt with. Shin La stood in disbelief. The figure he had idolized for so long had been nearby for an extended period. The transport officer's voice carried, seemingly intended for an audience. Upon spotting the Shin family, Wen nodded slightly in their direction. Shin La, unable to contain his excitement, pulled Shin Laosan closer, proclaiming, "The person we rescued was indeed General Hua. He is my greatest idol." Shin Laosan nodded in agreement, recognizing that anyone capable of offering such a bounty was certainly no ordinary individual. "It was fortunate I insisted on the rescue, otherwise, he might not have survived," he continued, recalling how his family had opposed the decision. With the North Moon Pass breached, General Hua might be targeted, Shin La remarked, glancing at the horseback figure, who seemed preoccupied with mocking General Hua. "That does not concern us common folk. Let us move on," Shin Laosan urged. Shin Qingmiao observed the vast quantities of grain, likely destined for the battlefield. Yet, She found it curious that Hua had become a transport officer, a detail she did not recall from the original narrative. As they departed, Shinlao could not help but defend Hua, stating that the fall of North Moon Pass could not solely be blamed on him. He too had suffered significant injuries and barely survived. General Hua's will is stronger than most, he asserted. Such severe wounds would have felled an ordinary person. He had managed to survive, only to be demoted. General Hua is still an official, while you are merely a country bumpkin, Shuejiao interjected, suggesting they should pity themselves instead. They were busy fleeing calamity, while Hua remained an officer. His family possessed a legacy that would not see them fall too far. But he is the person I admire, Shinlab insisted. The Shin family fell silent, aware of General Hua's achievements, yet recognizing the distance between them. Shin Qingmiao understood that Shinlao's sentiment was akin to that of a fan mourning their idol. Feel free to be saddened for a moment, she said, believing he would come to terms with it in due course. Before dinner, Shinlao disappeared, feeling disheartened. They unexpectedly stumbled upon a nest of wild chicken eggs, a veritable treasure trove. Although the wild chickens themselves were nowhere to be seen, discovering such a bounty of eggs was nothing short of extraordinary good fortune. If only our family could truly prosper from this, Shinlao exclaimed. He had never encountered so much good luck before. Shin Qingmiao observed the wild chicken eggs, noting they were slightly smaller than the ones from domesticated hens. Let's stir-fry some wild greens, Fong Lan suggested joyfully. While the nest of wild chicken eggs was plentiful, it wouldn't yield a large portion for the entire family if consumed alone. However, combined with the wild greens, the quantity increased significantly, enhancing the flavors of the dish. How about making egg pancakes? Lu Chunhua proposed. She reminisced about how long it had been since they last enjoyed egg pancakes, recalling a few instances from 2 years prior. For many years, they had refrained from such indulgences to conserve their grain supplies. Should we use white flour, or cornmeal, or buckwheat? Fong Lan inquired with anticipation. White flour. Shin Qingmiao replied, these wild chicken eggs are a delicacy. They pair splendidly with white flour. This was Shin Qingmiao's favorite, even plain white flour was delightful, let alone when combined with eggs. Lu Chunhua scooped a large basin of white flour from their supplies, then went to the river to fetch some water for the dough. The locale boasted a river nearby and towering trees, providing a refreshingly cool shade. Under the tree's shelter, the family busied themselves. Lu Chunhua kneaded the dough while Fong Lan tended the fire. Fong Lan was quick and efficient, directing Shinlao, who was lounging under the tree, go check if there are any fish in the river. None, the water is too shallow. There are no fish, he replied. Lu Chunhua mixed the dough with the eggs, greasing the pan with a bit of lard before placing the dough inside to cook. The small pot could only accommodate 2 pancakes at a time, and Lu Chunhua made them quite large. As the pancakes began to emit a tantalizing aroma, Fong Lan swiftly flipped them over. These egg pancakes smell divine. Once they finished cooking all the dough, the family eagerly dug into their pancakes. Delicious! Shinlao exclaimed. Shin Qingmiao suggested adding a touch of sugar to enhance the flavor, as the current preparation only showcased the taste of the flour. In just 3 days, we shall leave Huayang City and be one step closer to Jiangnan, Shinlao-san proclaimed. We can take a boat from Tangshui City to Jiangnan. Shin Qingmiao pointed to a city marked on the map. Traveling by water would be considerably faster than journeying overland. If we take the boat, we might reach Jiangnan in about half a month, Shinlao noted. Tangshui City was far wealthier than the towns they had passed through, as it was situated near the sea. Our family can finally take a boat, Shindada joyfully asked Shin Qingmiao. Indeed, she replied, this is wonderful. I have yet to see the sea. Shindada imagined what the sea might look like. None of the Shin family had ever seen the ocean, save for Shinlao, who had traveled by water with a caravan once. On a hillside, a diminutive man climbed a tree to observe the Shin family. For men, 5 women and 3 children, easy prey. They also have a horse, 3 mules, and quite a bit of property. They're like plump pigs. The man below said to the small figure, you keep watch here, I will report back to the boss. At that moment, the Shin family was blissfully unaware that someone had set their sights on them. Several children and adults waded into the shallow river to cool off, reassured by the water's depth that the little ones would not drown. Lu Chunhua instructed her eldest son to fetch some river water, boiling it in a small pot to replenish their household supply. They had consumed a fair amount of water in recent days and needed to ensure they wouldn't run short. Occasionally, she would utilize the river water to top up their reserves. Xin Qing Miao reminded her to boil the water before drinking, a slight inconvenience she nonetheless adhered to. Not only the mules and horse required water, the people did too. Dong Jizi also assisted in boiling water. Mother, look. There are water celery plants growing by the riverbank. I will gather some. Fong Lan exclaimed upon discovering a small patch of water celery in a puddle. This was indeed a delectable wild vegetable, unlike many others that possessed a bitter taste. Water celery was delicious whether stir-fried with a hint of lard or boiled. Xin Xiaoxiao adored this wild vegetable, abandoning her play to help her mother gather it. Fong Lan felt a surge of happiness, yet remained vigilant of potential dangers, carefully inspecting for snakes before harvesting. Some water snakes could be venomous, and such a cool spot might harbor one seeking respite. Fong Lan pulled Xin Xiaoxiao close to her side. I have checked this area. It is safe for you to remain here. All right, Xin Xiaoxiao replied, using her tiny fingers to pluck the water celery and place it in the nearby basket. Mother, there are bubbles here. Is there a fish? Xin Xiaoxiao said, probing a patch of water. Fong Lan quickly pulled her aside. It's just mud. How could there be fish? Perhaps a loach? Let me poke it with a stick. It could also be a snake, but snakes wouldn't bubble in water. Fong Lan used a stick to dig into the bubbling mud, unearthing a hard object. It might be a river clam. River clams were edible, albeit with less desirable meat, and old clams might even contain pearls. Fong Lan hurriedly cleared the mud aside and reached in to retrieve the object. Mother, it's a turtle. Fong Lan exclaimed with delight. What incredible luck I have! She marveled, holding up the sizable turtle, likely weighing around 6 taels. She had merely intended to gather some water celery and ended up with a turtle instead. Come, let us show your father, Fong Lan declared, placing the turtle into the basket and planning to return for the remaining water celery later. With one hand carrying the basket and the other holding Xin Xiaoxiao's hand, she made her way back to Lu Chunhua. Mother, look what I found. Lu Chunhua's eyes widened at the sight of such a large turtle. Our eldest daughter has truly outdone herself. She laughed heartily. I discovered it. And look how big it is. Father, come take a look. Fong Lan ran to show Xin Laoer, who was standing at the river's edge. The turtle appeared to have lived for several years. Qing Miao, look at what I caught. Xin Qing Miao exclaimed, admiring the turtle's size. Sister-in-law, you are remarkable. This turtle is quite plump. Xin Dida, hearing the commotion, rushed back. I want to see. I want to see. Be careful, don't poke the turtle's head. It bites. Fong Lan cautioned as she watched the boy prod at the turtle with his finger. Xin Jiao also pulled her father over, fascinated by the creature's adorable appearance. And it's quite delicious too, Xin Laoer added. Fong Lan beamed with pride, casting a glance at Xin Laoda quite impressive. He genuinely complimented her. It was merely luck. It was our daughter who spotted it, she humbly replied. Mother, when will we eat this? Xin Dida inquired. Well, let's eat it now. I've digested what we had previously, so let's enjoy the meat and broth without any other ingredients. The turtle's meat was substantial, and while the family could not consume it all, they could certainly enjoy the broth. I have some suitable herbs for stewing this. We can make a nourishing broth. Dong Jizi offered, handing Fong Lan a few small packets of herbs. Fong Lan accepted them, passing the turtle to Xin Laoda. Please prepare the turtle. I will go gather more water celery. There was still a considerable amount to collect, and she intended to harvest it all. Xin Laoda took a knife and carried the turtle to the riverbank to process it. Xin Qing Miao stood nearby, noticing that the turtle's belly contained undeveloped eggs. This turtle is a female. Could there be many of her offspring nearby? There should be. I will look for them shortly. Generally speaking, such a multitude of female turtles must have laid eggs several times. The hatchlings from those eggs are now quite sizable. Perhaps there are also male turtles lurking nearby. Fong Lan finished plucking a patch of water celery, and we shall have it for dinner tonight. This also conserves our rations. There aren't too many villages in the vicinity, and those water celeries remain unpicked. Mother, I've prepared it. Please cook it. Lu Chunhua is the finest cook in the household. Whenever there are delectable ingredients, she is the one to wield the ladle. However, the meals prepared by the 2 daughters-in-law and others lack taste. Hence it is now always Lu Chunhua who presides over the kitchen. Xue Jiao hurriedly ran to assist her mother-in-law, as Lu Chunhua cut the turtle into pieces. She busied herself washing the pot. In truth, the pot had just been cleaned, and there was no need to wash it again. However, the fire had already been lit, and there was ample firewood. Xin Qingmia watched as Lu Chunhua divided the turtle, melting the fat from its belly in the pot. She then added the turtle meat, stirred it, and began to simmer it with water and medicinal herbs. She actually wished to add some potatoes, feeling it would be wasteful not to do so. Yet Fong Lan adamantly refused. Mother, adding potatoes would spoil the taste. This way, it will be delicious. Although one person could hardly consume much, the potatoes would absorb all the broth. Very well, you are in charge of what you've caught. Fong Lan inhaled the fragrant aroma, exclaiming, how delightful. Once the turtle was stewed to perfection, Lu Chanhua allocated 3 pieces to each person, cutting them slightly smaller according to the number of diners. Shen Qingmiao savored the turtle meat, finding it tender and the broth exquisitely flavorful. The essence of the medicinal herbs enriched the soup's taste. As Lu Chanhua savored her soup, she noticed a ragged old woman holding a child, staring at her. Both were clad in tattered garments, their clothes ill-fitting and riddled with patches. The child's shoes had a hole, exposing his toes. The old woman's hair was disheveled, and her expression bore a hint of trepidation as she beseeched for a sip of soup for the child, who had not eaten for several days. There's water celery down there. You may pick some to eat. Fong Lan pointed downward. Although she had plucked all the tender ones, a few older stalks remained, barely edible. The old woman merely fixated on her good fortune, prompting Fong Lan to roll her eyes. Lu Chanhua glanced at the bottom of the pot with some difficulty. It was dry, the soup long consumed. Chapter 65. Malicious Intent. Lu Chanhua hesitantly remarked, the soup is finished, I'm sorry. The old woman looked at the empty pot, feeling somewhat resigned. This family consumes food at an alarming rate. She managed a weak smile, inquiring if they had anything else to eat. Grandmother, I'm hungry. Not hungry. Not hungry. Drink a few more sips of cold water, and you won't feel hungry anymore. The old woman prepared to lead the child away, but Lu Chanhua, observing the old woman's trembling demeanor, sighed. At that moment, Shin Dada shouted, there's a rabbit. A rabbit. Out of nowhere, a rabbit appeared, and Shin Dada immediately set off in pursuit. Shin Lauda hurled a small stone, striking the rabbit on the head, causing it to collapse. Oh dear. Didn't you see Dada running after it? What if that stone hit the child? Fong Lan admonished. That stone can easily injure someone if it strikes a head. Shin Lauda quietly retorted, I'm quite accurate with my aim. It doesn't matter how accurate you are. Fong Lan corrected him. Shin Dada returned with the unconscious rabbit, calling, Father, Mother, look. Another rabbit. Shin Laosin couldn't help but exclaim, our family is truly fortunate. Can the child have a sip of rabbit soup? The old woman ventured again, appearing somewhat embarrassed yet persistent. Lu Chanhua replied, that belongs to the child. I cannot decide. Could the child share a sip of rabbit soup with grandmother? Shin Dada remarked, oblivious to the expressions of his family. But our family is full now. We cannot eat this rabbit immediately. It will be a while before we can. Perhaps we cannot spare any soup for you. Would you like an ear to stew instead? Upon hearing this, the old woman's lips twitched. To offer just a rabbit's ear to someone else was truly audacious. No need, your family is also struggling. We shall not take it, but thank you nonetheless. With that, she led the child away. The short man watched the pair depart, unable to contain his irritation. What's going on here? No herbs were even added. Rest assured, I've poisoned that rabbit. Once they consume the meat, they'll be affected. The eldest has sent others to follow. A man, resembling a brute, declared. The short man eyed the girl and pondered, could we snatch that girl to be our daughter? The sturdier man also understood his wife's inability to bear children. Both men yearned for offspring. Yet, matters seldom unfold as desired. No. The eldest has decreed to only rob for wealth. We must not harm anyone. The short man jumped down from the tree, contemplating his next move. The Shin family promptly tidied their belongings and departed. Mother, that old woman was suspicious. Although ragged, she didn't appear to be someone who had experienced hunger. Nor did that child, whose toes were remarkably clean, Shin Lauda remarked. If toes had been exposed for long, they could not possibly be so pristine. Though they had come seeking soup, their eyes were not on the broth. Instead, the old woman subtly surveyed their mule cart and Dr. Dong's horse. 5 or 6 slender men trailed behind the family. Watching them grow more distant, one could not help but ask the companion, they're getting farther away, should we follow? Of course, we must continue. The eldest hasn't spoken yet. Quick, run, or we'll lose them. The group sprinted alongside the hillside adjacent to the official road, concealed by trees, while the Shin family busied themselves with their journey, unaware of anything amiss. In the dead of night, the Shin family finally halted their travels. Shin Dada clamored to slay the rabbit and prepare it as soup. He adored sweet potatoes and insisted on adding plenty to the pot. The sweet potatoes lent a delightful sweetness to the broth. Today's rabbit was somewhat lean, and its stew was not overly rich. Fong Lan sipped her soup, feeling as though she had consumed an entire vat of water, frequently needing to relieve herself. However, such meat-filled days were rare. Several masked individuals crouched in the woods, observing the Shin family as they collapsed to the ground. After a moment, they rushed over to rummage through the Shin family's belongings. Arguzi, this horse is valuable. It's a fine steed. The eldest will surely appreciate it. Do you smell something fragrant? Arguzi sniffed the air. I caught a chill last night. My nose is not functioning well today. A few men caught the scent, mistaking it for the perfume favored by young ladies and disregarding it. The short man dashed over from the woods. Upon seeing him, several men frowned. Xiaobing, why are you still here instead of returning? Don't mind me. Seeing Xiaobing approach the women's camp, the men quickly blocked his way. The eldest decreed, do not harm anyone. Xiaobing had always been obedient to the rules. Yet today he harbored ill intentions toward the women. No, I only wish to take that girl. The child is still young and has forgotten everything. The men were aware of Xiaobing's wife's plight, yet the eldest's orders were absolute. No one was to be harmed. If you don't speak, I want to either. I found the child amidst a heap of beggars. As the young man, known as Xiaobing, stubbornly pressed forward, a sense of trepidation washed over the group of men, fearing that some among them might awaken sooner than anticipated. Thus, they refrained from intervening in Xiaobing's actions. He approached the delicate figure of Xin Jiao, cradled in Xue Jiao's arms. Upon hearing the unfolding words, Xue Jiao felt a surge of fear as she noticed the man advancing toward her, intent on taking the child. Unable to contain herself, she delivered a swift kick to the man, fiercely protecting the child in her embrace. The Shin family rose to their feet, brandishing makeshift weapons, encircling the intruders. The men soon realized they had been deceived. The others had merely been feigning sleep. The audacity of their situation was evident, as the narcotics they had inhaled could render a bull unconscious, yet these individuals remained alert. Armed with daggers, the men exchanged wary glances with the Shin family. Although only one among the Shin family wielded a large blade, the others brandished sturdy wooden clubs. The men, armed with daggers, were uncertain if they could prevail. Before they could prepare for a confrontation, a wave of dizziness washed over them, their bodies growing light and unsteady, leading them to collapse one after another. Only the short man who had arrived later remained conscious, desperately attempting to retrieve something from his person. In a swift motion, Dong Jizi sent a silver needle flying, striking him on the head, causing him to fall unconscious instantly. Dr. Dong, you are truly remarkable. How fortunate we are to have you. After ensuring Xin Jiao's safety, Xue Jiao could not help but gasp for breath. If it had been only their family, they likely would not have recognized the signs of poisoning. Had they ingested the drugs, not only would their belongings have been pillaged, but her child would have been lost as well. Embracing Xin Jiao, Xue Jiao found tears streaming down her face. Xin Jiao, upon hearing her mother's distress, quickly offered comfort. Mother, please do not cry. If you cry too long, you will tire yourself out. She wrapped her arms around Xue Jiao, gently patting her back. Xin Laoda pulled off the masks of the men, revealing that they were seasoned criminals. Brother, check their bodies for valuables, Xin Qingmiao suggested. It was evident that these men had likely robbed countless individuals before targeting them. While ordinary families possessed little wealth, the affluent might endure robbery without facing mortal peril. However, the common folk, having saved little throughout their lives, would face starvation if their meager possessions were taken. Xin Laoda thoroughly searched the men, uncovering no silver. He shook his head. There is nothing here. He then delivered several punches, rousing the men from their stupor. The lookout in the forest witnessed the scene and hurried back to alert the others. Chapter 66. Pitiful? The four men, now awake but still dazed, found themselves bound with hemp ropes by the Shin family. Xiaobing's small, beady eyes darted about as he attempted to twist his wrists, only to discover that his limbs were utterly powerless. The fragrant scent they had inhaled earlier was undoubtedly a sedative. Even if they were not bound so tightly, their weakness rendered escape impossible. Are you bandits from the mountains? Xin Laoda inquired of Xiaobing. Despite his diminutive stature and shifty appearance, highlighted by a prominent mole on his chin, he was clearly no good. Of course not. We are merely common folk, driven to desperation by circumstances beyond our control, forced to resort to such actions in order to survive. Shinlada was unconvinced by this plea. How many of you are there in total? He pressed. If I tell you, will you let me go? Speak the truth, and you shall be free, Shinlada replied, fixing his eyes on the man. Really? You promise? Indeed, I never deceive. Xiaobing sighed. We number over a dozen, all from the same village. We were driven away by the magistrate for failing to pay our grain taxes. With no village willing to take us in, we are left with no choice but to rob passing travelers of their provisions to survive. Yes, we have no other options. This is the only way we can live. Another man lamented. We have never harmed anyone. We merely take grain and some silver before leaving, Xiaobing insisted. I speak the truth. We are merely passing through. Taking what we can, the women, elders, and children are all up in the mountains, relying on us for sustenance. Shinlada exchanged glances with the others, their words ringing hollow. It was evident that these men bore the stains of blood on their hands. Lu Chunhua felt no sympathy. One of the bound men wore a jade pendant, which, although not of the highest quality, was inconsistent with their claims of poverty. Recognizing their precarious position, the men sought to elicit pity by portraying themselves as victims. Shinlaosun proposed, why don't we toss them to the wolves on the mountain? But given the likelihood of their comrades being nearby, we should simply drown them in the river. Encountering wolves is no easy feat, and should these men escape, they would surely seek revenge. Drowning them is a better option. They even thought to steal away with little Taozi. Fong Lan remarked. Little Taozi was a girl. And this man, desperate for a child due to his wife's inability to bear one, sought to abduct another's. If his wife were to conceive later, little Taozi, being an outsider and a girl, would likely face mistreatment. Shui Jiao nodded in agreement, asserting that regardless of their intentions, these men had drugged them and attempted to steal little Taozi. Such actions warranted severe punishment, especially for little Taozi. How dare this vile man consider taking her as his own daughter? Shui Jiao felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him for daring to set his sights on her child. Shinlar also believed these men deserved their fate. It was implausible that they had not taken lives along their path, and they appeared well-fed, not the starving sort. Although they were slender, their spirits were high, indicating they were not victims of hunger. Dong Jizi nodded, suggesting, I could administer more drugs to ensure they remain immobile for a day. By the time they regain movement, they will already be in the afterlife. Lu Chunhua agreed. That would be ideal, but finding a river is challenging. We could also burn them. May they be better people in their next lives, she mused. Previously, they had immersed women in pig cages to atone for their sins, and now this was yet another form of retribution. Xiaobing could hardly fathom the depths of this family's malevolence, intending to drown them. It was utterly insane. Not only did they wish to drown them, but they also contemplated burning them alive. We truly have never harmed anyone. We only seek riches. Xiaobing pleaded desperately. Indeed, spare us. We have never taken a life. We are merely victims of circumstance, with an elderly grandmother of 80 and a 2-year-old child relying on me for sustenance. I am left with no choice but to provide for my family. One of the gaunt men began to weep. He genuinely had an elderly grandmother, along with ailing parents, a wife, and a 2-year-old child. Yes, our Mozi's family is indeed large. Shin Qingmiao interjected. If they were few in number, they would not dare to rob others consistently. Their audacity indicated a substantial group, each with their own responsibilities. For instance, the beady-eyed man had shown signs of ignorance of the situation upon their arrival. Let us simply end their suffering and be on our way, Shin Qingmiao suggested. If we don't return soon, others may sense something amiss and come looking for us, and we are too few to face them. In the entire family, only her second brother, Wu, possesses genuine skills. The eldest and third brothers rely solely on brute strength, while there is also Dr. Dong, who can fight. However, if they were to face a larger group, given the number of individuals in their household who are utterly powerless, they could easily become targets. All right, who will go? Elder Shin inquired. He had hunted various wild creatures, yet had never directed his blade at a human, leaving him momentarily hesitant. Perceiving the troubled expressions of his family members, he finally conceded, then I shall take the lead. No need, I will handle it, replied Dongji, who was already well acquainted with the human anatomy. She knew precisely where to strike for maximum lethality, potentially inflicting the most excruciating demise upon these individuals. Just as she prepared to unsheath her knife, a voice interrupted her. Hold on. Several men approached them, and the sight of Elder Shin seemed to alleviate the tension among the bound captives. They felt a surge of relief. They were saved. The leader of the group spoke up. "We all have families to care for, elders and children who depend on us for sustenance. Spare us, and I can offer compensation." His words carried considerable weight, and the previously vocal captives fell silent. Elder Shin recognized that they were outmatched against these men. It seemed they could not resolve this conflict through force. "Rest assured, we are not bandits, but rather oppressed citizens, forced into robbery by dire circumstances. We have never harmed anyone nor taken a life without provocation. The incident with the pastry vendor violated my established rules, and he will be punished upon our return. Here is our offer for compensation. Will that suffice?" The man produced a gold ingot and extended it towards Elder Shin. Despite the allure of the gold ingot, the Shin family felt no inclination towards it. Fear overshadowed their thoughts. With so many men before them, their 4 male members stood no chance. Moreover, these men were armed. Shin Qingmiao realized that they could no longer proceed against these captives. Engaging them in a fight would only lead to their own downfall. "Elder brother, accept it," she urged. Reluctantly, Elder Shin took the gold ingot. Upon seeing the situation settle, the man signaled to his companions, who promptly untied the captives. As the pastry vendor and his companions were hoisted up, the vendor felt a wave of anxiety. He had surely broken the elder's rules and would face repercussions. The Shin family watched these men warily, sensing their malicious intent. "What has happened to their limbs?" one man remarked, noticing the captives' weakened state. "They were given a mild sedative. The effects will wear off by tomorrow. Is there an antidote?" they inquired, struggling to move. "There is no antidote. It is not a poison." The Shin family felt increasingly unsafe in the presence of so many men and hastily gathered their disheveled belongings, preparing to distance themselves from the scene. The men, observing the family, exchanged glances, and several drew large knives from their waists, charging towards the Shins. Shin Qingmiao clutched a pouch of sedative that Dong Ji had thrust into her arms moments earlier. Without hesitation, she flung it at the assailants. The powder caught several men off guard, forcing them into fits of coughing. Seizing the moment, the 3 Shin brothers captured the leader. Shin Er, armed with a large knife, faced off against the man with superior skill. As the blade pressed against the man's throat, he dropped his captive and confronted Shin Er. Turning to assess the situation, they found the brothers with knives had already collapsed to the ground, motionless. Dong Ji, surveying the scattered powder, exclaimed, "Foolish child. Do you realize how difficult it is to prepare that powder? A mere pinch suffices, yet you used an entire pouch." She had handed it to Shin Qingmiao as a contingency, should the initial sedative fail. In the heat of the moment, Shin Qingmiao had panicked and acted clumsily. "I apologize," she replied, feeling overwhelmed for the first time as several armed men charged towards her. That she had not succumbed to fear was a testament to her strength. Remembering to scatter the powder was already commendable. She vowed never to witness such a scene again. Dong Ji sighed. She had only prepared a single pouch, never anticipating that Shin Qingmiao would empty it. "Well, it is what it is." Shin Er pressed the blade closer to the man's neck. "Do you have any more gold ingots? Hand them over." The man remained still, prompting Shin Er to draw blood with a slight cut. Feeling the warmth of his own blood, the man regarded Shin Er with newfound respect. He reached into his garment. Shin San retrieved the fallen large blade and began to detain the others. "Father, keep an eye on that man to prevent any hidden treachery," he warned. After all, if his sister could escape from a sedative, this man might also have a trick up his sleeve. Elder Shin watched the man intently. Should he attempt to pull out anything suspicious, he would swiftly strike. Noticing the elder's trembling hands, the man remarked, "Old man, kindly keep the knife a safe distance from me to avoid accidental harm." Elder Shin complied, stepping back slightly. Just as the man produced 2 gold ingots, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. Grimacing in pain, he realized the elder's blade had left a mark. "I was merely following your instructions to procure the gold ingots," he protested, his voice laced with genuine regret. Elder Shin, overwhelmed with fear, quickly withdrew his knife upon seeing the gold. The man cast the ingots to the ground. Shin Qingmiao approached and nudged them towards her feet to collect them. She pinched one, confirming it was genuine gold. "Is this all you possess?" Shin Er questioned, feeling that 3 ingots were insufficient. "Is this not considerable? 3 gold ingots are worth quite a sum in silver." The man retorted, frustrated. 3 gold ingots are hardly sufficient. I worked tirelessly to amass them. "Father, come over and search him thoroughly," Shin Er instructed. Do not move. If you do, my knife may find its way in. Elder Shin approached, examining the man carefully. He uncovered a few copper coins and a silver ingot, but nothing more. Shin-san proceeded to ensure the unarmed captives surrendered their belongings as well. They had even less, possessing only a couple of copper coins. I truly have no money, I swear. One pleaded. Neither do I. My mother needs medicine, and I have nothing. Another lamented. I am all alone. These 2 copper coins are all I possess. Elder Shin was at a loss for words. Shin-san urged Elder Shin to search the captives again. Confirming their poverty, Elder Shin yanked a jade pendant from one captive. With so many of you, there are only a few copper coins and this jade pendant. Beyond that, there is truly nothing left. If you are expelled from the village, where will you reside in the mountains? Dongji inquired. We simply make a makeshift shelter in the mountains. As long as we have a den, we shall not starve, the man replied. We were driven to the mountains out of sheer necessity. There is nothing to eat below. Even if we cannot steal silver, we can find wild game and vegetables in the mountains to fill our bellies. Moreover, the official road sees a fair number of passers-by. We target those who appear vulnerable, robbing them of their possessions. As for lives taken, it is not our intention to kill. Rather, it is self-defense against those who would do us harm. It is not their fault. We possess only this meager sum of money. Indeed, we are bereft of anything else. The gold ingots we stumbled upon were merely a stroke of luck. Usually, we can only scavenge for a few articles of clothing and some food. Silver is a rarity. One of the men, trembling with fear, spoke. We do not wish to commit evil. This world is unjust. The officials indulge in lavish feasts daily, continuously raising our grain taxes, while the entire village is on the brink of starvation from the taxes we pay. The officials deem our contributions insufficient and have driven us from our homes. If he could cultivate the land to feed his family, he would certainly do so. Yet the reality is that after toiling for an entire year, we cannot even meet our tax obligations. The authorities imprison us to extract taxes, but when they fail, they release us only to incite trouble by hiring thugs to harass us. The villagers, driven to desperation, have been forced to confront these ruffians, resulting in many deaths due to hunger from prolonged labor. In the end, it was the ruffians who succumbed to exhaustion. Our village, once home to hundreds, now harbors only a handful of survivors. Please spare us. We have elders to care for at home. Chapter 68. It's futile. Upon hearing this, several men began to weep. Each household had experienced loss, and those remaining were the fortunate few who survived. Our village has always searched the mountains for sustenance. Yet we were driven here by the authorities, compelled to rob passers-by. Indeed, we are fighting for our lives, with no alternatives available. Employment is unattainable without household registration. And working as an undocumented laborer entails the most arduous tasks for the least compensation, often leading to starvation. Robbing travelers, at least, allows us a chance for a decent meal. The 3 gold ingots we seized could sustain us for quite some time. The chorus of sobs from the dozen or so men filled the air. Shin Qingmiao observed their heartfelt expressions, yet she knew that even if compelled, their actions were irreversible. Should these individuals abduct the young girl, chaos would surely ensue in her elder brother's family, potentially fracturing it irreparably. Without silver, they too would perish on the road. These individuals must not be spared. They would continue their malevolence. In the aftermath of the famine, many more common folk would traverse this path, and these men would surely harbor ill intentions. Wealthy households, protected by servants, would remain untouched. Their focus is solely on the common people. Dong Jizi nodded. Shall I intervene? No, let my elder brothers handle it. These men are wicked and deserve no mercy. Although Dong Jizi had traveled alongside them, she remained a stranger, lacking any blood ties. Should she take action against these men, her family might regard her with fear and create a rift. Presently, her elder brother and sister-in-law were still agitated. If she acted now, it might seem inappropriate. Yet, over time, her family could perceive her as cruel, breeding fear within them. Her elder brother, being family, was well known for his character after years of cohabitation. The standards for dealing with kin differ vastly from those applied to outsiders. This also provided him the opportunity to hone his skills, with dangers lurking at every turn. Relying solely on 1 or 2 individuals for protection would be inadequate. Shin Qingmiao picked up a knife and handed it to Shin Laoda. Brother, you may incapacitate them or end their lives as you see fit. Shin Laoda grasped the knife, his anger palpable, yet when faced with living beings, he hesitated. Little sister, no. I can handle wild boars, but against people, I feel uneasy. Brother. They just attempted to steal our grain, our possessions, and our niece. Sister-in-law, allow me. Shuejiao handed the child over to Lu Chunhua and seized a knife, striking down at the man who had tried to abduct her daughter. Lu Chunhua shielded the young girl's eyes, while Feng Lan covered her children's eyes as well. The man, known as Xiaobing, was struck and cried out in pain. Enraged, Shuejiao struck him repeatedly. The impact jolted her hand, causing pain, and she tossed the knife aside, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Jiang Shisan had not anticipated that these people would break their word. Having surrendered the gold ingots, they still turned on them. The Xiaobing family had suffered the most. This woman had mercilessly attacked him. He was unlikely to survive. Shen Qingmiao approached to help her sister-in-law to her feet. Shuejiao, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, felt her legs weaken, nearly toppling Shen Qingmiao. It's all right, they were the aggressors, seeking to abduct your niece. You acted to protect her. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Supporting Shuejiao to a side to rest, Shen Laoda inhaled deeply. Dr. Dong, is there a way to ensure they die instantly? A single stroke to the neck will suffice. It will not result in excessive bleeding and is less gruesome. Dong Jizi indicated a position on her own neck. Shen Laoda steeled himself, delivering a decisive strike to the necks of the men before him. The angle was poorly chosen, and the men writhed in agony, unable to utter a word, only feeling the warmth of their own blood seeping from their wounds. Jiang Shisan, witnessing the approach of the remaining men, hastily declared, "You accepted my gold ingots, promising to let us go." These men were utterly untrustworthy, having received their reward yet turning against them. "You said you would deal with me earlier. This is a new situation." They had reneged on their agreement from the outset, having never intended to allow their families to depart. Shen Laoda struck decisively, and Jiang Shisan fell silent, eyes wide, collapsing to the ground. Two of the remaining men lost control of their bladders in terror. "Spare us. It was Jiang Shisan who coerced us. He enjoyed the spoils of our theft. It had nothing to do with us. How many of you are there? Speak truthfully, and we may spare you. We number 58 in total, aside from us. The rest are the elderly, women, and children. All the men are here. Indeed, my wife cannot survive without me. Please have mercy." After Shen Laoda finished questioning, he sent them on their way. Shen Qingmiao instructed each member of the Shen family to deliver a blow, sparing only the 3 children. The distance to Jiangnan was great, and danger lurked at every turn. No possibility of distraction should be allowed to arise among the family. With the entire family participating, their guilt would be somewhat alleviated. Shen Qingmiao also took action, devoid of excitement, only feeling dread and fear. The Shen family gathered the bodies and piled them together, laying some firewood atop them. As Dong Jizi had stated, to kill is to dispose of the bodies. One must witness their complete disappearance. The flames blazed fiercely, and the family stood by, watching until all was consumed before they left. Although traveling at night was ill-advised, the events of earlier had instilled a deep fear in the Shen family, prompting them to hasten their departure with the mule. Shuejiao soothed the young girl to sleep in the mule cart before allowing herself a brief rest against the cart's awning. The family remained silent throughout the journey, clearly processing the earlier events. Shen Qingmiao seized the opportunity to enter her space and check her supplies. The area where she had previously planted the tangerine tree seeds had yielded a small sprout. The crops were not yet mature, so Shen Qingmiao entered the house to search through a large stack of scrolls for any methods to create simple sedatives. The items provided by Dr. Dong had proven immensely useful, yet regrettably, in her haste, she had spilled them all. Although she managed to gather a handful of materials later, it was hardly sufficient. She perused several books and pamphlets, discovering a method akin to a sedative. It appeared to suggest a concoction capable of inducing a slumber lasting 3 days and nights without awakening, but the ingredients required were entirely unfamiliar to Shen Qingmiao. She diligently noted it down, intending to consult Dr. Dong later. Numerous other sedative recipes were available, yet the necessary components were quite elusive under the current circumstances. The one capable of inducing a 3-day slumber required only 2 ingredients, making it relatively simple, as it merely needed to be ground into powder and mixed together. Before Shen Qingmiao departed, she took several generous sips of the spiritual spring water. The upgrade of her space proved exceptionally advantageous, allowing her to remain corporeal outside while her consciousness entered within. The Shen family traveled along the path for quite some time until they spotted a dilapidated house by the roadside and decided to rest. Just as dawn began to break, Shinlauda ventured inside for a brief inspection. The interior was thick with cobwebs, devoid of any signs of habitation. It was quite spacious, essentially barren. Noticing that his family members were beginning to show signs of fatigue, he proposed, "Let us rest here for a while. There appears to be no one living in this place. I shall keep watch while you all take your rest." The family had not slept for an entire day and night, and their parents were particularly weary, their eyelids drooping in exhaustion. "I will take the watch. You all should rest." Dongji found a spot to settle the horse and sat down at the entrance. "Dr. Dong, you should also rest. I can manage here." "No need," she replied. "I have some matters to attend to." Her supply of sedative powder had been depleted after using that large batch earlier, and she had none left on her person. She retrieved several jars and began to mix the ingredients in the correct proportions. The blend of various herbal powders quickly transformed into a pale yellow powder. Once she had completed her preparations, she noticed that the Shin family had settled down to rest before venturing into a corner of the room where she discovered a cold snake. It was non-venomous, and she placed it into a cloth bag, also discovering a nest of hatched snake eggs, with only the remnants of the shells remaining, indicating that a brood had emerged from there. "Let us take refuge in this ramshackle abode," she suggested. Chapter 69. The Ruined House by the Roadside. Upon hearing a noise, the Shin family immediately awoke, alertly gazing towards the entrance. A few plainly dressed individuals had not yet stepped inside, but caught sight of the occupants within, retracting their feet at once. "Del Lang, perhaps we should continue on. Mother isn't too fatigued yet." Yes, I feel quite well myself." Another young woman promptly withdrew her foot and turned to leave with her family. The three hurriedly fled as soon as they were outside. Yu Zijing found herself out of breath, watching as they distanced themselves. "Brother, you nearly frightened me to death. How could there be so many people inside?" Yu Liuguang shook his head. "How would I know?" He had assumed no one would be there. After days of hurried travel, his feet were nearly worn out. However, to remain stationary was to invite death. Yudama was equally exhausted. "Let us rest here for a moment. They did not pursue us." She plopped down onto a nearby stone. "I simply cannot walk any further. I must rest for a while." Yu Zijing sat beside her mother, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Could they perhaps be fellow refugees who are aware of the situation? "It is possible," Yu Liuguang replied, sitting on a nearby stone while he munched on a buckwheat cake he had pulled from within his garments. "Most likely, yes. That old scoundrel Lu Dingtian sent Liuguang to gather information, but when he returned, no one believed him. They wait for those barbaric outsiders to invade the village. And that old fool will surely face dire consequences. He doesn't care for his health, yet hoards a fortune of silver, never considering purchasing a cow or mule for the family. Instead, he forces his daughters-in-law to toil in the fields. Several per women from the family have already been driven to exhaustion, and he remains oblivious. If they die, he can simply marry again. He would be better off buying an old ox to do the work. Once those outsiders arrive, they will seize all his silver, and his life will be forfeit." The thought fueled Yudama's indignation. Yu Liuguang remained silent. Although he had gathered the information, not a single villager believed him. Not even the girl he was on the verge of marrying. If he left the village, their betrothal would be nullified. Yudama noticed her son was likely still preoccupied with Su Schwanger. "Don't dwell on her. If you marry Su Schwanger, her entire family will rely on you to support them, and it would be better if she never wed you. Rest assured, I have saved money for both you and your sister. You will certainly have no trouble marrying a good girl in the future." Yudama encouraged her son to set his mind at ease. "Brother, are you still thinking about that girl? She is not a good person. Remember when a wealthy young lady visited the village? She had 2 men accompanying her, and I saw Su Schwanger serving food to one of them." Yu Zijing knew her brother had little experience with women. Moreover, Su Schwanger was quite attractive, which had captivated him. If she were a virtuous girl, it would be one thing, but Su Schwanger had fully inherited her father's unscrupulous nature. She gravitated toward the wealthy while keeping a second option ready for herself. While she could be enthusiastic and generous towards those she favored, her treatment of secondary options was far less amiable. Whenever her family had a morsel of delicacy, Su Schwanger would time her visits to feast. They could not shoo her away, yet her brother remained oblivious, welcoming her each time. The Su family hid their treats. But even if they were aware, they would never have the audacity to ask for some. "Sister, you are overthinking it. Schwanger is a good girl. She might simply be kind to guests in the village." Yu Liuguang did not perceive Su Shuang'er in the same light as his mother and sister. Yu Zijing silently rolled her eyes. Suit yourself. Regardless, now that we have left the village, my brother will never see that girl again. Yu Liuguang felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of Su Shuang'er. She had not believed his words and thought he was merely trying to deceive her. After a brief moment of sitting, Yudama began to massage her legs. Noticing their mule still grazing, she approached to unload the burdens from its back. While we rest, the mule must rest as well. In the future, remember to lighten its load. Their mule was indeed the most valuable possession they had. Without it, they would have had to carry an unbearable amount of burden throughout their journey, exhausting themselves in the process. Mother, if you have the leisure to worry about the mule, I am about to perish from exhaustion. Yu Zijing refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing her mother would certainly scold her. If the mule collapses, who will carry your burdens? Yu Zijing pouted. She was unable to carry such loads. Liu Guang, go search the surroundings for wild vegetables. All right, he acquiesced. Let me learn from you. My brother is quite obedient. Yu Zijing could not help but exclaim, being obedient only leads to hardship. It is better to heed mother's advice than to listen to outsiders, for they are the ones who truly bring misfortune. Brother, you are merely someone who listens to everyone, which leads to your misfortunes. Yudama frowned. You should also search for wild vegetables. Since you believe I favor your brother more, you ought to follow him. Mother, I think my brother can find the wild vegetables just fine. Yudama's expression darkened. Very well, I shall go. Her mother, if things did not align with her wishes, would certainly stir up trouble, and she was not keen on being targeted by her. Aunt Yu herself was not idle, flipping the dried wild vegetables beneath the sun to dry properly. Oh dear, there are so few wild vegetables around here. It feels as though everyone else has already dug them up. After searching for quite a while, Yu Zijing found not even a couple of stalks. Well, let us wait for your brother to return, and then we shall depart. There is little to eat here, and there are still a group of people nearby. It is better to leave. Yu Liuguang managed to find a small handful of wild vegetables, but that was all. Aunt Yu took them, instructing Yu Liuguang to secure their belongings on the mule's back before preparing to leave. Mother, that family over there is also getting ready to leave. Chapter 70. The Lantern Festival in Yunqing. The Yu family hurried ahead. Yu Zijing felt that the family behind them looked somewhat familiar. Mother, I keep feeling like I've seen that family somewhere before. They look so familiar. You think everyone looks familiar, Aunt Yu replied. She did not recognize these people. And it was entirely possible her daughter was just overthinking it. People all look alike, you must be mistaken. Let us hurry along, Aunt Yu urged. Yu Liuguang followed closely behind his younger sister and mother, keeping pace with them. They traveled day and night, scarcely pausing for rest. His mother and sister moved swiftly, and he had to jog alongside the mule to keep up. Mother, we're almost Yunqing. Perhaps we should stop here. Yunqing was relatively prosperous, at least far wealthier than their hometown. Moreover, it was well-connected. Any trade could yield profit. Yu Zijing felt it unnecessary to press onto the foot of the imperial city. Nonsense. Your brother has inquired. It is safest beneath the emperor's feet, and besides, we have relatives in the capital. Yu Liuguang remained silent. His master had advised him to hasten towards the imperial city. Although it was distant, it would certainly not fall to rapid conquest like other places. The Hua family had been sidelined by the emperor, now merely a name without real power. They could no longer defend the city. Yu Zijing was puzzled. Why have I never heard of our relatives in the capital? There's an elder sister of mine. Although we haven't been in contact for many years, we were sworn sisters, Aunt Yu declared proudly. Once I seek her out, our bond will rekindle, so fret not. Her old sister had worked for a very wealthy family, and she had heard that her salary had increased significantly, so she was likely doing quite well now. Yu Zijing felt her mother's claims were somewhat dubious. After so many years without contact, any bond they once had would have faded. Moreover, with their arrival, the family might well find them bothersome. Let us just take it one step at a time. The Yu family moved quickly, but the Shin family's mule ran even faster. In no time, they surpassed them, sending dust flying up into the air. The three of them halted, coughing for quite some time. Aunt Yu casually brushed off her clothes and found a place to sit. That family doesn't seem bad, now that they've left. We can rest. Earlier, they had feared those people were up to no good, hence their desire to distance themselves. With them gone, they could finally sit down and take a break. Yu Zijing also felt the need to rest. Her legs were nearly giving out after days of travel. Yet her survival instinct kept her moving. Our family isn't so impoverished that we cannot afford a mule. Why not buy one like that family? A horse was out of the question, too expensive, but a mule was reasonably priced. Auntie replied, what if it gets stolen? If we encounter beggars, we'd be forced to flee with just one mule. If we purchase another, it becomes a larger target. And to transport goods, we would also need a cart, which isn't cheap either. Mother, do you know how far the capital is from here? By the time we arrive, we'll be utterly exhausted. Nonsense. A young lady like you could survive anything. Our family will certainly reach there. Spare me your superstitious nonsense. The Shin family rode on their mule cart, heading straight for Yunqing. Initially, they had planned to rest, but upon encountering more people, they decided to press on to the city for a proper break. The children, however, could not endure it any longer and soon fell asleep in a daze. Trade was bustling in Yunqing. Many people were already selling their goods outside the city. This was a stark contrast to their previous experiences, as entering the city did not require a head tax. The Shin family presented their household registration and were swiftly granted entry. Inside the city, stalls lined both sides of the street, increasing in number and variety as they ventured further in. Shuejiao, cradling her child, could not help but peek out to observe. It's so vibrant here. It looks so wealthy. I can hardly imagine how prosperous the imperial capital must be. Fanglan found it difficult to envision, having never been there, in her village. Discussions about the capital were limited to tales of nobility. The transportation here is very convenient, Xin Lao remarked, so goods from other places are brought here for sale. Moreover, some items are even cheaper than what we find back home. Items of rarity hold high value. Some of the common goods sold here were not frequently found in their area. Additionally, transportation costs were high, contributing to increased prices. Although the city was prosperous, many individuals wore rather ordinary clothing, quite similar to that of the Shin family. Xin Lauda learned of an inexpensive inn located in the west of the city, reportedly the cheapest in town. Let us rest at the West Inn. We could use a wash and a change of clothes. The family had been roughing it for days, their conditions limited to merely wiping themselves down with hot water. The Shin family inquired with passers-by and soon found the inn in the west of the city. The inn was modest, with only 2 stories. Inside, there was just one innkeeper and a young attendant. Dear guests, you're here to stay, I presume? Yes. Xin Lauda nodded. Very well, it's 10 won for a room. Shall I take your mule to the backyard? The attendant responded. For rooms, please. Xin Lauda retrieved some coins from his pocket and handed them to the attendant. After counting, the attendant helped to unhook the mule cart and led the mule to the backyard. You may store your luggage here or keep it in your rooms, the innkeeper stated. The Shin family opted to leave their belongings with the innkeeper, who marked their luggage. I heard you wanted 4 rooms, I'll take you upstairs. The innkeeper led the Shin family to the 2nd floor, flipping the signs for the 4 rooms. If you wish to bathe, just let the attendant know. And he will bring water. A bucket of bathwater costs 3 won per room. He then added, that's 3 won for a bucket of bathwater. Thank you, they replied. And the innkeeper waved his hand. If you need food, just call the attendant. Mother and younger sister can share 1 room. I'll share with father. And the 2nd and 3rd brothers can be together. Fanglan, you can share a room with your siblings, and the children can sleep wherever they fit. The 3 little ones could manage in any room. Having a room is a blessing. We want to be picky, especially since the space is ample. This little monkey will share a room with you, and the girl will stay with me, Fanglan said. Xin Lauda took Shindada from his mother's arms and entered the room with his daughter. Little Peach, come with me, Shuejiao said. She planned to wash up first, and when her daughter woke up, they could bathe together, saving water in the process. Upon entering, Shen Qingmiao immediately called for the attendant to bring a bucket of water. It had been ages since she had bathed in hot water, although she cleaned herself daily. It was never quite satisfying. The attendant brought 5 buckets of water for the bathing tub, and this soap pod is complimentary. Thank you, she replied. Shen Qingmiao instructed her mother to spend some time at her sister-in-law's quarters, primarily because their own abode lacked privacy. The room was relatively small, with a bathing tub positioned not far from the bed. Your mother has raised you to this age, and yet you still feel shy around her. She teased lightly before promptly departing, leaving Shen Qingmiao to bathe alone. Shen Qingmiao requested an additional bucket of shampoo, which the young attendant did not charge her for. She first washed her hair with soap pods. Having been engaged in washing her hair recently, it was not excessively dirty. After thoroughly scrubbing her entire body with the remaining soap pods, she finally felt refreshed and at ease. Once she was done, she called the attendant to dispose of the water. The young man was drenched in sweat, as two large pots in the kitchen were boiling water, with 4 rooms all demanding hot water simultaneously. He hurriedly scooped the dirty water into a wooden barrel. Shen Qingmiao requested another bucket and summoned her mother back for a bath. After the Shin family had finished bathing, they all settled down to sleep in an orderly manner. They slept throughout the day and only woke up by afternoon. Shin Laoda and Shin Laer went to purchase grains while Shin Qingmiao took the family for a stroll in the city. Upon spotting a pharmacy, Dong Jizi separated from the group. Qingmiao, I heard them say today is a festival, and there will be lanterns tonight, Xue Jiao remarked. Is it the Lantern Festival? Indeed. It is the Lantern Festival, Shin Qingmiao recalled, realizing that the heroine would be attacked that very night. In this chapter, titled Lanterns, the plot deviates from their family's appearance. According to the original storyline, they should still be fleeing in the mountains. This, however, is not a cause for concern. Mother, shall we go see the lanterns tonight? Shin Jiao eagerly inquired. By now, vendors were already selling exquisite lanterns along the streets, with nearly everyone holding one. As night fell, lighting candles within them would bring them to life. Lu Chanhua was indecisive. Daughter, should we go see the lanterns tonight? It may not be safe to walk at night. We could wait until tomorrow during the day. Observing the eager expressions of her 2 sisters-in-law and several children, Shin Qingmiao nodded. Let us invite eldest brother and the others to join us this evening. The heroine would indeed be attacked today, orchestrated by her elder sister. This time, she would sustain severe injuries, necessitating a prolonged stay in Yun City. By the time the heroine's wounds began to heal, chaos would ensue in the city, leading to turmoil in the subsequent days. Therefore, it was harmless for them to linger here for another night. Shin Qingmiao led the children to a vendor selling lanterns. How much are these lanterns? She inquired. These fish lanterns are 10 won, while the rabbit lanterns and lotus lanterns are 20 won each. Fong Lan frowned at the prices. That seems rather expensive. We can find lanterns for 10 won during festivals. With 20 won, one could purchase so many other things. The vendor quickly responded. It's not expensive at all. The Lantern Festival occurs just once a year, and my lanterns are of superior quality compared to others. Some stalls sell lanterns that are less appealing yet more costly than mine. Her words held truth, while other stalls favored trendy designs that were visually striking. They lacked the quality of her products. Her lanterns were sturdier and possessed timeless designs. Although their appearances were not groundbreaking, the materials were of better quality. Other lanterns might seem attractive at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they could not compare. Another stall began selling lanterns as well. Ladies, come see my lanterns. All of mine are just 11 won. This neighboring stall, previously selling jewelry, had just hung their lanterns on either side of a rack. The designs were numerous, but lacked refinement. During the day, they did not appear particularly appealing, but once lit at night, they would shine beautifully. I even have a small fox design. The vendor hung up a lantern shaped like a fox, its tail adorned with a hint of red. Shin Jiao immediately took a liking to it. And this one is affordable, let us buy it from here. The vendor, noticing her interest, began to call over other potential customers. Shin Qingmiao led the children to the other stall. And, I want the fox lantern. Turning to the other 2 children, she asked. What do you want? Tell your aunt. I want the tiger one, declared Shin Laoda. And what about you, Xiao Xiao? Shin Qingmiao gently shook Shin Xiaoxiao's hand. I want that rabbit one. Mother, sisters-in-law, you should choose one too. With the silver she possessed, spending 10 won to provide emotional value for her family seemed quite reasonable. Lu Chanhua and Fong Lan promptly declined. No need. I'm far too old to be interested in such things. I don't need one either. It's impractical when we could buy food instead. Fong Lan felt that purchasing a lantern would be a waste of money and space. However, she remained unperturbed as the children were fond of them. Xue Jiao, on the other hand, was quite enamored, gazing intently at the lantern shaped like a gold ingot. I'll take 2 lotus lanterns and the gold ingot one. If we buy so many, can we get a discount? All right, I'll charge you 51 for all. The vendor replied, taking down several lanterns for the children and handing them over. She then passed 3 to Shin Qingmiao. After paying with loose silver, Shin Qingmiao received 41 in change. She handed the gold ingot lantern to Xue Jiao, who beamed with joy. Thank you, Qingmiao. As she handed one to Lu Chanhua. Despite her verbal protests, a smile crept onto her lips. Thank you, Qingmiao, Fong Lan said, though she felt it was a waste of money. She was nonetheless touched and delighted that her sister-in-law was thinking of her. Fong Lan walked over with her lantern. Qingmiao, you didn't buy one for yourself. Which one do you like? I'll buy it for you. Although she had only a small amount of pocket money left, she would likely have only 2 copper coins after purchasing a lantern. Shin Qingmiao intended to refuse, but Fong Lan insisted. Then I'll take a green lotus one. Shin Qingmiao was not particularly interested. There was only one green lotus lantern available. The vendor retrieved the lotus lantern and Fong Lan paid. The vendor had not anticipated that the incorrectly colored lotus lantern would sell. She had merely intended to display it to enhance variety. The family departed with their lanterns, while the vendor hung up more lanterns. As dusk approached, the lanterns lining the streets began to illuminate. The river also featured small lotus lanterns. Various lanterns adorned the eaves of buildings along the street. Guess the riddles. Get it right and take home a lantern. Guess 5 correctly for a small prize. And 30 for a grand prize. Look at the large lantern outside the official residence. It's made with gold foil. River lanterns for 10 won each. Sky lanterns for 10 won each. The streets were bustling with people, and the 3 children were held tightly by their hands. Lu Chunhua grasped Shin Laoda's hand, cautioning, "Don't run off in the crowd." She also reminded the other 2, "Hold on to your mother. Mother, let us go guess lantern riddles." Little Tauzi pointed towards an area adorned with multiple rows of lanterns. Each lantern was accompanied by a slip of paper containing a riddle. Let us go, let us go. We'll check out the riddles." The group approached the stall where the vendor was replenishing the riddles that had been guessed correctly. New ones were being placed, with the prizes likely being the small lotus lanterns hanging by the riddles. Lotus lanterns were the most common, found both in the river and along the street sides. Little Tauzi tugged Shui Jiao along to the riddles as the vendor approached and began to explain. All of the activities taking place at our Fumanlai Grand Restaurant revolve around the guessing of lantern riddles, where those who succeed may claim a lantern as a prize. The individuals seated at the lowest row may guess twice, while those in the next row are permitted 3 guesses, the row above that allows 5. And the highest row imposes no limit on attempts. After providing them with a thorough explanation once more, I proceeded to listen for the answers. The small lanterns above the riddles appeared far more exquisite than the ones they had purchased. It is no wonder that the area for guessing riddles was adjacent to the restaurant. It was indeed an event hosted by the establishment. "Mother, pick me up. I want to guess. Can you read?" Shui Jiao inquired, a hint of difficulty in her voice. Shin Jiao, still quite young, could only recognize a few characters. "I can read 1 or 2, Shin Jiao admitted candidly. Shui Jiao, not wishing to discourage the child, pondered how they could possibly guess correctly without recognizing the words. "Perhaps we should simply observe. After all, you already have a lantern." "I can read. I will recite it to Xiao Taozi." "Choose one, then," Shui Jiao encouraged. Shin Jiao pointed to a riddle from the lowest row. Lu Chunhua squatted down, retrieved the lantern, and read aloud the riddle, light as a swallow. "Soaring between heaven and earth, unafraid of distance, conveying words. What is it?" "It's a kite. My father made one for me," Shin Jiao exclaimed. "Did you guess it?" One of the attendants overseeing the riddles approached to check the answer. "Indeed, it's a kite. You may take your lantern." He collected the riddle and handed Shin Jiao the lantern. "Look how beautiful it is," Shui Jiao exclaimed with delight. "Mother, I want to guess too," Shin Xiao piped up. "Go ahead, choose one, and let your grandmother read it for you." Shin Xiao stood to select a riddle, pulling one down. "Grandmother, read this for me. Round and plump in youth, wrinkled with age, devour its flesh and spit out the red bone. What is it?" Shin Xiao furrowed her brow. "It's a red date." Lu Chunhua answered. "Big brother, this is a red date, right? Come take a look." "Yes, you have already guessed 2 from the lowest row. You cannot guess from this row." Shin Dade also wished to guess a riddle, but was limited to the upper row. He selected one with fewer characters. Lu Chunhua read aloud, "One side green, one side red. One rejoices in rain, one delights in wind. What character is it?" "Huh? What is this?" Shin Dade was utterly perplexed. What kind of character is so strange? It was evident that the riddles in the upper row were significantly more challenging than those in the lowest. "Grandmother, read this one." Shin Dade chose another. "What crosses the street?" "Guess a saying." There was a character he did not recognize. Lu Chunhua inquired with someone who was replenishing the riddles, "Little brother, what is this character?" She pointed to the second character. "Crab crossing the street." "Thank you." Upon returning, Lu Chunhua informed Shin Dade, "It is to bully the weak quickly." "Can you guess what idiom it is?" "Huh?" Shin Dade was once again bewildered. "I don't know. What is a crab?" "It means to bully the weak. Crabs walk sideways." Shin Qingmiao explained. Since the family has never seen a crab, this riddle is not too easy to guess. Lu Chunhua verified with others, and indeed, the answer was to bully the weak. Shin Dada held the lantern, not overly concerned about whether he had guessed correctly. Fong Lan remarked, I knew these lanterns would not be entirely free. The ones above are quite difficult to guess. If they were all equally easy, they would incur losses. Yet this place is truly lively. Shin Qingmiao noticed a vendor selling lotus flower cakes. The pastries appeared exquisitely crafted, but upon glancing at the prices, she promptly abandoned the thought of purchasing. She turned instead to buy 4 lotus leaf chickens. Hurry to the courtyard of the official. The sky lanterns are about to be released. Someone in the crowd shouted, prompting the throng to move in unison. The Shin family followed suit to witness the spectacle. They arrived at the entrance of a grand residence, where a massive lotus-shaped lantern adorned the heights of the courtyard. The top resembled the petals of a lotus flower, and golden tassels hung from its base. The lantern walls, crafted from gold leaf, depicted koi frolicking in water, accompanied by auspicious inscriptions that exuded opulence. It is the official. A prosperous, middle-aged man ascended the platform to ignite the sky lantern. Others held it aloft with long poles, releasing it only when it had filled with air. Nearby, smaller sky lanterns were ignited by attendants, soaring into the heavens. The enormous lantern ascended, its inscriptions gradually transforming into golden hues. So beautiful. Surrounding areas also lit sky lanterns, and countless lanterns ascended, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Following the release of the lanterns, there were also acrobatic performances. As the children watched in excitement, Shin Qingmiao was suddenly seized by someone. Lady Lu, did you happen to see Miss Luo? Zhao Jia asked, his face etched with worry. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Lu Chunhua did not hear clearly and was taken aback. Young Zhao, you are here too. What a coincidence. Zhao Jia, finding no time for pleasantries, sensed that her family had likely not seen her and hurriedly departed. Shin Qingmiao caught a few words, realizing Miss Luo was missing and being sought after. What did you say, dear? Lu Chunhua still did not fully grasp. It's nothing. It's getting late. We should return to the inn. Perhaps my father and the others are still waiting for us. Shin Qingmiao raised her voice, and this time Lu Chunhua comprehended. They had seen enough of the performances, which were now concluding as the performers began collecting tips in their bowls. With little else to see, the group decided to return to the inn with the children. The innkeeper, noticing them, inquired whether they required a meal, suspecting they might have forgotten to eat amidst the festivities. Yes, Shin Qingmiao replied, ordering a selection of vegetarian dishes. She then sought out her brothers to inform them that they had watched the lanterns that evening. Shin Lar was also at the inn, assisting the steward in releasing lanterns. It seemed that on the day of the Lantern Festival, every household would release a sky lantern, inscribed with various characters. By the way, you all took quite a while to return. We started eating without you. I bought lotus leaf chicken. I will bring you too. Shin Qingmiao had initially intended for the family to dine together, but since they had already eaten, she decided to share 2 lotus leaf chickens. Shin Lar did not refuse, and the lotus leaf chicken, wrapped in layers of leaves, was still warm. Shin Qingmiao descended to join the others for a meal. The 2 lotus leaf chickens were placed in the center. Lu Chunhua distributed a chicken leg to each of the 3 children, leaving the last one for Shin Qingmiao. She also gave Shin Qingmiao all 4 wings, knowing her daughter preferred them over chicken legs. The 2 sisters enjoyed their chicken. Fong Lan commented, This lotus leaf chicken is seasoned only with salt and ginger. The flavor is rather ordinary. She felt that as long as something was wrapped in lotus leaves, it would be popular. In terms of taste, it was no different from her own chicken. Hurry and eat. I had the eldest buy some white flour and buckwheat flour in the afternoon. You 2 will get up early with me tomorrow to make pancakes. All right. Fong Lan noticed that others had stopped eating, quickly pouring the remaining stir-fried bean sprouts into her bowl, savoring the flavors. Would you like bathing water, esteemed guests? The innkeeper's assistant asked casually after collecting the dishes. Yes, as we did yesterday, Shin Qingmiao replied. Fong Lan thought about how she had bathed earlier in the day, believing she could forgo it today. However, Shin Qingmiao was swift with her payment, and the assistant was even quicker in departing. The assistant first delivered hot water to Shin Qingmiao's room. Just as she had finished undressing and stepped into the water, she heard movement within her room, startling her. She hurriedly emerged from the wooden tub, swiftly wrapped herself in her garments, and grasped a nearby flower pot for protection before darting out of the room. She rushed to find the innkeeper's assistant, who had just delivered hot water from the adjacent room, exclaiming that it seemed someone had entered her chamber. "Do not panic. I shall summon our proprietor to investigate," the assistant promptly replied. He dashed downstairs to the kitchen, and soon, a tall, robust woman emerged, her countenance marred by displeasure. Could it be a rat causing the commotion? She mused, uncertain, as the assistant echoed her doubt. It is quite likely a rat. They are impossible to eradicate entirely. I have encountered several nests of them in recent times, he confessed, admitting his cowardice in dealing with them, resorting instead to scalding them with hot water. The proprietor pushed open the door, surveyed the room, secured the window, and finding no one, hurriedly exited to lock the door, declaring, "We must alert the authorities. There is someone in this room." Chapter 73. The Man in Black. The assistant hastened to the magistrate's office. "I shall arrange a new room for you, rest assured." "I shall remain vigilant," he promised. "There are no rooms available on the second floor. You will be accommodated on the third at no extra charge." "Thank you kindly." Xin Qingmiao proceeded to her sister-in-law's room, informing Lu Chunhua of the room changed to the third floor. "Sister-in-law, please ensure to secure the doors and windows while you sleep. Someone entered my room earlier. Did they enter through the window or sneak in?" Lu Chunhua inquired, bewildered. Xin Qingmiao shook her head. "I am uncertain. I have already gone to report it. Mother, let us ascend together." Lu Chunhua was taken aback that such an ostensibly safe and could harbor intruders and quickly followed Xin Qingmiao and the proprietor upstairs. The proprietor opened an unoccupied room, its windows and door securely fastened, assuring them, "You may rest peacefully here. I will fetch more hot water for you." He returned from the kitchen with several buckets of hot water and even brought them additional soap. However, Xin Qingmiao was no longer in the mood for a bath, having been frightened nearly to death moments before. "Mother, you should bathe." "I already did," she urged. The third-floor room was noticeably superior, with a screen separating the bathing tub from the bed. Lu Chunhua understood that Xin Qingmiao had likely fled before completing her bath. "Daughter, you go first. I will wash afterward." "No need, I shall forego it and rest instead." With that, she closed her eyes, retreating into her spatial realm to retrieve a few chili peppers, which had emerged as the mist dissipated. She plucked one, inhaling its aroma, which was unremarkable at first, but upon breaking it, the pungent scent of spice wafted forth. She gathered several more, crushing them into a paste with stones, which she then stored in an old gourd that had probably been previously used. She mixed in a bit of chili water, along with some crushed Sichuan peppercorns, garlic, and salt, intending to retrieve them from her luggage the following day. This chili water could prove somewhat useful. Lacking the medicinal powders from Dong Jizi, it would suffice in this urgent situation. Once prepared, she exited, finding Lu Chunhua had finished her bath, though their clothes remained downstairs. They opted not to change, relieved that they hadn't perspired excessively that day, their garments not heavily tainted by sweat. Xin Qingmiao soon heard activity below. The assistant had likely summoned the authorities. "Mother, I will go check," she announced. Stepping outside, she caught sight of her former room, where 2 officers stood guard at the door alongside the innkeeper. 3 officers armed with blades entered the room together. "Innkeeper, why have I found no one?" Hu Ernyang, hands on her hips, stepped inside. "You lot are becoming increasingly inept. I distinctly smelled blood around the bed earlier. Search thoroughly." The room was small, and with the window secured, there was no escape. The iron lock showed no signs of tampering, and the door lock was equally intact. After assigning the guests a new room, she remained vigilant. Hu Ernyang observed as the 3 officers even lifted the bedding in their search, but indeed, no one was found. However, beneath the bed lay a pool of blood. Hu Ernyang noted not only the blood, but also some powdered substance used to mask the smell. How could they have escaped? She pondered aloud. The 5 officers, having found no one, concluded there was nothing more to uncover. "Since there is no one here, we shall take our leave." The assistant, somewhat exasperated, approached Hu Ernyang, stating, "When I went to the magistrate, only these few loafers were present. It seems the others have been dispatched to Donglu Road, where several corpses have reportedly been discovered." "Very well, if nothing is found, we shall proceed. Please clean the room. This bundle likely belongs to the mother and daughter from earlier. Take it to the room across from the one on the 3rd floor." "Understood." As Hu Ernyang descended, the proprietor was busy tallying accounts. When Hu Ernyang passed by, she playfully pinched his rear. His face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his voice. "Why do you always do this? Really? TSK, after all these years of marriage, you still try to act coy. The proprietor huffed and returned to his calculations. Hu Ernyang, no longer teasing him, swiftly prepared a basket of snakes in the kitchen, boiling them into a stew to be served on the third floor. Shin Qingmiao had intended to ask the assistant to help retrieve the items left in her former room, but unexpectedly, the assistant had brought them up himself. Miss, please check if anything is missing. No, thank you. If you need anything, just call for me. After the assistant tidied up downstairs, he went to rest while another attendant lit a candle and dozed off below. Shin Qingmiao meticulously inspected the room inside and out before locking the door in preparation for sleep. Just as she secured the lock, a knock sounded at the door. It's me, I have something to discuss. Recognizing Dong Jizi's voice, she recalled how they had parted ways earlier on the street. I prepared some medicinal powder for you. Use it sparingly. Dong Jizi handed over the items, adding, Oh, I still need to speak with you. Come to my room. All right. Shin Qingmiao first took the medicinal powder to Lu Chunhua, instructing her to lock the door before following Dong Jizi. The inn was dimly lit by a few candles, and the two women made their way down to the second floor in the faint glow. Dong Jizi opened her door, gesturing towards her bed. Shin Qingmiao immediately recognized the figure lying there as Luoying. What is she doing here? She is the person from your room. When I returned, I happened to see someone slip into your chamber. Fearing for your safety, I followed and found her. I recognized her and brought her out. You both nearly scared me to death today. Dong Jizi shook her head. Your fear stems from your own weakness. This individual is wealthy. I have purged the poison from her system, and she should regain consciousness shortly. Please keep an eye on her while I fetch her maid for some silver. We will split the reward. Shin Qingmiao immediately shook her head. Let it be. She most likely has enemies pursuing her. What will we do if they come looking? The female protagonist is saved by the male lead in the story. Yet, by Dong Jizi taking the male lead's role, the plot is thrown into disarray. Moreover, the male lead, having rescued the female protagonist, is gravely injured. And when the enemies come to seek revenge, he nearly loses his life in the process. Although the male lead's martial skills are modest, years as a hunter have endowed him with some strength and resourcefulness. She, on the other hand, lacks such capabilities. When the enemies arrive, she would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Then how about I keep watch while you fetch her maid? I am unaware of the whereabouts of her maidservant, and I dare not venture outside alone in the dead of night. In historical dramas, heinous crimes often transpire after dark, without any family members by her side. She cannot possibly remain outdoors alone. Let us keep vigil together. Surely, someone will come looking for her shortly. This was the only thought that crossed Shin Qingmiao's mind. The narrative has already established that the male protagonist rescues the female lead, and thus, he will undoubtedly find her. They need only wait here a moment. And he shall appear. Unreliable, I will check her belongings once more to see if there are any valuables aside from the silver notes. Silver notes. She possesses silver notes. I could take some and forego searching for her maidservant. However, the notes had long been torn in half, stained with blood, and I discarded them without a second thought. When Dong Jizi rescued her, she first checked for any money or silver notes on her person. Although there were some, they were rendered useless. Go ahead and search, I said as I sat down for a spell. Dong Jizi rummaged through the soiled garments, uncovering a token, yet it bore an insignia that forbade it from being used. There were no adornments on her head, and her earrings were merely commonplace silver, worth at most 20 taels. Never mind, she is regaining consciousness. I shall ask her for money, as she has no valuables on her. Most likely, to avoid drawing attention, she refrained from donning expensive jewelry. Previously, in the village, although her adornments were few, she had a fine green bracelet on her wrist. Dong Jizi placed an oilcloth on the table and inquired if I wished to partake in fried silkworm pupae or cicada larvae. I will try them, I replied, surprised to find such delicacies existed in ancient times. As we were savoring the fried snacks, a peculiar scent wafted into the air, promptly followed by the arrival of 2 flying daggers. Dong Jizi swiftly pulled me down to the ground, hastily shoving a pill into my mouth. Soon, a figure burst through the window, brandishing a blade aimed directly at us. Dong Jizi quickly maneuvered me to the side and kicked me outside. Chapter 74. The Dead. I was nearly paralyzed with fear as the daggers flew past me. My legs turned to jelly, rendering me immobile. Help! Murder! The Shin family in the adjacent room awoke in alarm, rushing out without even donning their outer garments upon hearing my cries. Fong Lan entrusted the child to Shui Jiao before seizing a stool and rushing outside. Spotting her younger sister collapsed on the ground, she hastily pulled her inside. What has happened, Qingmiao? Someone has invaded Dr. Dong's room. Indeed. Fong Lan, frightened, quickly locked the door. In the shop, Hu Ernyang scrambled to grab a weapon and ascended to the second floor. Hearing the commotion, she pushed open the door and found 3 figures clad in black within the room. Without hesitation, she swung her club at them, knocking one unconscious while the other 2 prepared to flee. She swiftly produced a rope to ensnare them. When they attempted to wield their blades, they discovered the ropes were made of iron, not ordinary iron at that. The 2 were pulled back and swiftly rendered unconscious by Hu Ernyang's club, binding all 3. How audacious to cause trouble in my establishment, they are clearly courting death. Fortunately, Dong Jizi was unharmed. If those 3 had not been poisoned, she might have lost her life today. The enemies were formidable, adept not only in the use of poison, but also immune to it. She had been forced to throw several venomous scorpions at them, which limited their actions. As the commotion ceased, Fong Lan emerged upon hearing voices. Your inn is no longer safe. How can you allow intruders in? This was far more perilous than spending the night outdoors. She had not encountered such dangers in the wild. Today was the Lantern Festival, and it was likely that someone had taken advantage of the occasion to instigate trouble. Hu Ernyang vowed that such an incident would not occur again. With a loud voice, she roused the sleepy and attendant, Hu Letian, go report to the officials, there are thieves. Fong Lan felt a genuine sense of danger in this inn. Hu Ernyang proposed, I will refund half the room fee. Let us consider this matter resolved. Very well. Fong Lan agreed, satisfied with the arrangement. Seeing Shin Lauda standing outside, she felt a surge of anger. Go back and sleep. Everything is fine now. We shall depart early tomorrow. Shin Qingmiao emerged to find Dong Jizi unscathed and glanced at the intruders. Dong Jizi removed their masks and noticed the mark on the nape of their necks, indicating they were indeed assassins. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to have already drawn their last breaths. Hu Ernyang approached to check for signs of life, asserting, I did not strike them with great force. They cannot be dead. She pried open their mouths, discovering something lodged between their teeth. The color of their tongues suggested poison. These are indeed assassins. Hu Ernyang glanced at the person lying on the bed, who had now opened her eyes. This trouble was brought upon by you, was it not? Dong Jizi felt a pang of regret. The closer they drew to the capital, the more dangerous individuals seemed to multiply. However, the Shin family was headed to Jiang'an. And once they traversed Yun City, there were roads branching off in either direction. When the officials learned of the abduction, they arrived in haste, 8 men in total, only 2 of whom had been present before. Hu Ernyang, we shall take the individuals with us. Very well. It was evident that Hu Ernyang was familiar with these men. She withdrew some coins to refund half the room fee to the Shin family and handed it to Fong Lan, who accepted it without hesitation. Hu Ernyang then asked Dong Jizi, would you like to switch rooms? I won't be refunding half your room fee though. She recalled that although they had traveled together, Dong Jizi had paid for her own accommodations, suggesting they were companions, but not kin. No need to change, Dong Jizi replied. Very well, I will remain downstairs tonight. Rest assured. Hu Ernyang descended to reprimand the attendant thoroughly. Hu Letian, do not return tomorrow. I am embarrassed to have a nephew like you. With all that commotion, you were completely useless. This lazy nephew was only in the inn because her brother's family was in dire straits. Otherwise, she would not have let him help. As the number of guests dwindled, she had thought to have him work a few hours. Early the next morning, little Doozy arrived while her nephew returned home for a long sleep. Yet, for several consecutive nights, when guests required water in the middle of the night, he remained blissfully unaware. It was always her husband who had to rise to attend to the guests. Hu Letian sighed. I still have to return home to cook for my parents during the day. I am utterly exhausted at night. Well, do not come tomorrow. Even if you do, I shall not pay you. Hu Ernyang preferred to use her coins to procure medicine and food for her brother and sister-in-law, rather than allow her nephew to continue working at the inn. Hu Letian understood that his aunt spoke with conviction. A flicker of resentment ignited within him. He was merely trying to support his family. He was, after all, weary from working at the inn each night. After Hu Ernyang departed, Hu Letian felt drowsy once more and soon succumbed to sleep. Upstairs, Luoying was awakened by the sounds of the scuffle and propped herself up. It was Dr. Dong who saved me, wasn't it? I shall repay you with silver notes tomorrow. Dr. Dong had rescued her, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude. She had nearly been embroiled in danger herself. Dong Jizi could not help but exclaim, "What sort of enemies have you made? I nearly lost my life. I was the one in peril. You kicked me out the door and I hit my head." She had forgotten the pain in the heat of the moment, but as the intruders were taken away, she felt the throbbing ache. "In a moment of desperation, I feared for your life. You do not possess martial arts skills." Luo Ying sighed at the two of them. "It was my elder sister who sent those individuals." Chapter 75, The Jade Pendant. Your elder sister possesses a formidable nature, resorting not only to employing assassins, but also to administering poison upon you. She has sufficiently nourished several scorpions and centipedes. Luo Ying nodded, inquiring of Dr. Dong what antidote he had employed and whether he could part with some for her. It was evident that her elder sister harbored intentions to eliminate her, employing lethal measures in the process. Moreover, she was the sort who would ensure absolute success. Thus, the poison she had devised would undoubtedly be fatal. I extracted a portion using various means and administered a remedy. Should you wish for pills, I still possess a vial containing a dozen or so elixirs. The scorpions she reared are indeed of exceptional quality, irreplaceable in the market. She would never part with them lightly. Very well, I shall provide the payment in due course. You've come this far with intentions to visit the picturesque waters of Jiangnan, I presume? The capital is equally bustling. You may accompany me to the capital. And you all could join as well. Luo Ying's primary desire was to have Dr. Dong by her side. Despite her appearance as a mere rustic physician, her medical skills were commendable, and her expertise in detoxification could certainly be advantageous to her. In the capital, I can offer you residences, farmland, servants, and an abundance of wealth and handsome suitors. What status do you hold in the capital? Dong Jizi inquired with curiosity. I am the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Luo Huayuan. Naturally, Dong Jizi was aware of the Prime Minister's esteemed position, and being a legitimate daughter granted her considerable power. Does your family intend to move to the capital? Both Jiangnan and the capital are quite prosperous, providing a comfortable lifestyle. In truth, comfort could be found wherever wealth lay. However, the allure of a noble patron was evident, clearly indicating a more favorable existence. Xin Qingmiao decisively shook her head. Let it be. Though the heroine enjoys a high status, she is beset on all sides. Her elder sister has already caused her considerable suffering. Presently, she possesses several thousand taels of silver, sufficient for a decent life in Jiangnan. She even has the opportunity to study medicine and sell remedies. Are you truly unmoved by this? Dong Jizi expressed disbelief. Unmoved. We shall not go. Observing her response, Dong Jizi concluded, then I shan't go either. I still have my master, Little Peach. Furthermore, that elder sister is no trivial adversary. Should she pursue them, it would spell disaster. Seeing her recruitment efforts thwarted, Luo Ying instructed, have the waiter fetch Chunya from room 9 at the Mangue Inn in the east of the city. I believe I have exhausted my silver notes. They are still here, albeit in tatters. Dong Jizi pointed to her nearby garments. Luo Ying nodded. Let us discard them. Chunya will bring new ones. Agreed. Dong Jizi descended to summon the waiter, who stood upstairs calling for ages without response. Were it not for the sound of snoring, she might have thought everyone had perished. Hu Letian was roused from his slumber, his tone irritable. Why are you searching for someone at such a late hour? Of course, there are matters to attend to. Dong Jizi replied before returning upstairs. Upon entering the room, she found Luo Ying had drifted off to sleep. Resisting the impulse to disturb the slumbering waiter, she pulled Xin Qingmiao closer. Let us share the floor here. What if she encounters danger again? Did not the innkeeper say she would stand guard outside? I shall return to my own room. Presently, she dared not share a room with the heroine. What if assassins were to strike again? In the original narrative, the protagonists faced hundreds of assassins, each intent on the demise of the other. Xin Qingmiao retreated to her room on the 3rd floor. Her daughter had yet to return, and Lu Chunhua remained awake, waiting for Xin Qingmiao's return. As Xin Qingmiao knocked and heard a voice, Lu Chunhua hurriedly opened the door. Have you been watching the commotion for so long? Enough chatter, time for sleep. Lying in bed, she contemplated Dong Jizi, unable to suppress her curiosity about whether she was a significant character within the narrative, capable of appropriating the male lead storyline. Yet, throughout the tale, Dong Jizi had never been mentioned. Lost in thought, Xin Qingmiao succumbed to slumber. The Xin family arose early the following morning, rousing Xin Qingmiao from her dreams. Lu Chunhua had risen early alongside her 2 daughters-in-law, preparing a multitude of white flour cakes, some filled with meat. The innkeeper had provided these as a gesture of goodwill for the previous day's disturbances. Lu Chunhua accepted them without hesitation, for Shen Qingmiao had indeed been startled the day before. Moreover, the innkeeper had handed her the meat without pretense. After preparing the cakes, she sent some of the meat-filled ones to the innkeeper, who graciously accepted them. Shen Qingmiao ventured to check on Dong Jizi's room, only to find the heroine had already departed. Here, Dong Jizi produced a silver note. This is for you. Consider it a repayment for your assistance. Shen Qingmiao, astonished to find her own share included, felt a surge of unexpected joy. It was evident that Dong Jizi's gesture was a protective one. No need for gratitude. It is yours to keep. By the way, as you leave, do take heed while traveling on the official road. Be particularly cautious not to linger at Lion Tiger Ridge. That area has been overrun by bandits in recent years, and city dwellers steer clear of it. The authorities are powerless against them. It is imperative to avoid that path. But the road through Lion Tiger Ridge is the closest route to Jiangnan. Deviating will consume us much time, Shen Qingmiao sighed. Dong Jizi retrieved a piece of paper. Worry not. Before she left, she sketched a route for us, a path forged by the common folk. Surely, we can be considered good friends now? She inquired. Shen Qingmiao nodded, of course. With Dong Jizi's satisfaction evident, she proclaimed, excellent. I am ready. Let us depart. By the way, this is the jade pendant I found in the cave. It only just occurred to me to give it to you. She had been meaning to return it to the Shen family, for it resembled her own pendant. Shen Qingmiao accepted the pendant, pondering if it is identical to yours. Could it belong to your kin? It matters little. My master claims I was found abandoned in the snow, so even if it were family, it holds no significance for me. Dong Jizi accompanied the Shen family as they made their way to the western city gate, exiting the city. Seated upon her horse, she cast a glance at Shen Qingmiao atop the mule cart. Her master had instructed her that should she encounter a woman bearing a dark red jade pendant inscribed with the character for Wu, she should follow. This would eventually lead her to greatness. Periodically, she found herself observing the pendant that hung around Shen Qingmiao's neck. Chapter 76. The Difficult Journey. Though it met her master's description, the quality of the pendant was subpar, leaving her uncertain about Shen Qingmiao's identity. However, as no other woman possessed such a pendant, she resolved to accompany Shen Qingmiao for the time being. Beyond Yun City, the routes to Jiangnan and the capital diverged entirely. This time, they would undoubtedly avoid encounters with the protagonists. Following the map drawn by Luo Ying, the family discovered a narrow path, clearly forged by human hands. Not nearly as wide as the official roads, only accommodating 2 travelers at a time. The mule cart, being quite broad, frequently found itself mired in the stones and potholes along the way. The family had to dismount to push it free. Shen Laosan decided to alight, allowing Shen Laoer to pull the cart while he cleared the visible stones from the path, with his 2 sisters-in-law assisting in clearing the stones and branches. Why are there so many stones on this road? Are we certain this is the right path? Fong Lan inquired. She had just kicked a stone aside, and her pace in collecting stones was slower than that of a person walking. Could it be that the citizens within the city did not use carts? Or perhaps carts did not traverse this path? Besides this, Shen Qingmiao could not fathom any other explanation. With so many obstacles on this road, the townsfolk would surely be unable to maneuver their carts. It was only reasonable for pedestrians to navigate this route. Dong Jizi retrieved the map annotated by Luo Ying and handed it to Shen Qingmiao, asking, could you take another look? Her horse could pass, but the Shen family's mule cart was evidently unable to do so. If this path continued to be strewn with such troublesome debris, they would be stranded long after nightfall. Shen Qingmiao examined the map. It aligned with their intended direction. She passed it to Lu Chunhua beside her. Mother, do you think the route we're taking is correct? It is indeed correct, but why are there so many stones? Is there not another way? Lu Chunhua remarked. Yet the map indicated solely this path. Could it be that Miss Luo misled us? What purpose would she have to deceive us? She is not from around here and might simply be mistaken. I shall venture to the city gate and inquire with the vendors. It is hardly practical for you all to keep collecting stones. Dong Jizi turned her horse around and galloped back the way they came. Shen Laoda noted the lengthy path ahead and instructed the mule to halt. Let us wait here for a spell. Shen Laosan returned to the mule cart, leaning against their luggage to rest. Shen Laoda ventured ahead to inspect the road, which was littered with stones of various sizes. He picked one up for inspection before returning to his family. Is it possible that someone has deliberately strewn these stones here? The terrain does not suggest an abundance of stones, and yet they are only found along this particular road. The nearby underbrush is devoid of stones. Shin Qingmiao dismounted and ventured forward, lifting several stones to reveal the grass crushed beneath them. It was evident that they had been recently moved. Had they been here for long, the weeds would have grown around the stones, but the grass beneath was trampled and withered. It is clear that someone has relocated them. Shin Lao was taken aback. Does this mean someone is intent on harming our family? But what could possibly be of value to us that would warrant such effort? Lu Chunhua inquired. Aside from our family being aware of our silver, no one else knows. Shin Qingmiao assessed the terrain, which was quite flat, with the hills on either side distanced from one another. Once she returns, we will have our answers. Dong Jizi's horse was significantly faster than theirs. The three children attempted to disembark from the cart to play, but were promptly restrained by their respective mothers. Fang Lan grasped one child in each hand. You all stay seated in the cart and behave. Shui Jiao also climbed aboard, embracing Shin Jiao. Shin Jiao was hot and uncomfortable. The previously cool leaves had withered, and the heat was now stifling. Mother, please do not hug me. It is too hot. Very well, Shui Jiao replied, placing Shin Jiao beside her and using a fan to create some air. Mother, you can fan me as well. I am also quite hot. Shin Dada said to Fang Lan. Fang Lan, feeling the heat herself, retorted, if you wish to be fanned, you should do it yourself. I have not complained about the heat. A few days prior, the mule cart had been rather cool, but the heat was becoming unbearable. Fang Lan picked up a stone and placed it beside the cart, seeking refuge in the shadow of the mule. It was far more pleasant than being cramped inside the cart with several others. Shin Qingmiao, feeling equally uncomfortable, retrieved a dried leaf hidden within her garments. She quietly closed her eyes and went to the medicinal field in her spatial realm, plucking a leaf from a particular herb. Holding it in her hand instantly cooled her body. She tucked it into her sleeve, and immediately the heat dissipated. The individual seated near Shin Qingmiao felt a significant relief from the heat, as if the breeze flowing in had become cooler. With the temperature declining, Shin Jiao quickly succumbed to fatigue, leaning against her mother's arm and falling asleep. Shui Jiao, noticing this, carefully cradled her daughter in her arms. Shin Dada, feeling refreshed in the cooler air, observed that both Shin Jiao and his little aunt were asleep. He promptly pulled Shin Xiaoxiao down from the cart. Fang Lan, hearing the commotion, was about to scold the two children when Shin Dada interjected, Mother, my aunt and little Taozi are asleep. We should play down here to avoid disturbing them. Lu Chunhua felt her eyelids growing heavy. The heat of the past few days had robbed her of restful sleep, and the newfound coolness brought on a wave of drowsiness. She fought to keep her eyes open for a moment, but seeing everyone else asleep, she could no longer resist and closed her eyes. Shin Laoda, wearing a straw hat, noticed a sparrow flitting into the brush and his thoughts stirred. However, upon seeing the cart filled to the brim with their belongings, he dismissed the notion. Shin Laosan could not contain himself and remarked to Shin Lara, the heat is truly unbearable. Compared to cloudy days, this scorching weather left him lethargic and drained. It is tolerable here, but at the last place I visited, the dry heat was so intense that kindling could ignite spontaneously, nearly setting the place ablaze, and they were short on water. As he walked on the sandy path, waves of heat enveloped him, and any water he drank evaporated almost instantly. Many had succumbed to the heat along the way. Shin Laosan shook his head. How could anyone live in such a place? It would be better to dwell deep in the mountains. He refrained from further comment as the discomfort of the heat persisted. Shin Laoda's stomach growled with hunger. Glancing over, he saw Lu Chunhua had already fallen asleep. He retrieved a white flour pancake from the cart and began to nibble on it. On the opposite hillside, several individuals were watching their group. Why have they stopped? They've lingered there for quite some time. It seemed they had placed too many stones, rendering the Shin family's cart unable to pass. Fools! You were supposed to scatter a few stones along the way. Now that you've piled them here, they lack the strength to continue. The leader suggested. How about I move some stones to help them reach us? After a moment of thought, this seemed the only viable plan. The man, with a shrewd glint in his eyes, noted that family has white flour pancakes. When the time comes, you can slip them some sleeping powder. Understood. The others followed him as they prepared to relocate the stones. Wait, take some hoes with you and pretend to be local farmers. Very well. The group promptly shouldered their hoes and made their way toward the Shin family. Chapter 77. Changing the route. Shin Laoda, perceiving the men carrying hoes, assumed they were nearby farmers. Good sirs, may I inquire if this path leads to Liuye City? Indeed it does. This road leads directly to Lyoya City. The apparent leader, appearing quite earnest, replied, "You are heading to Lyoya City, but your mule cart will struggle on this path. Recently, an inexplicable number of stones have appeared along the sides of the road. It doesn't affect us, but your cart cannot pass. Luckily, we brothers have some free time and can assist your family in moving the stones." Shinlada replied, "No need, the stones here are too numerous and cumbersome. It's no trouble at all. You clearly aren't locals, we'd be happy to help." After which, the seemingly simple men set down their hoes and began to assist the Shin family in moving the stones. Shinlada felt a bit embarrassed and quickly urged his sons to help. Shinlaos and was reluctant to move, suggesting instead they take another route, for there could not be just one path. With such a long road, even with a few extra hands, it would be exhausting. Given the situation, it would be more prudent to take a detour. While alternative paths do exist, they are perilously close to Lion Tiger Ridge, which has been overrun by bandits lurking in the mountains. None among us dares to tread that way. It is far more sensible to exert some effort to clear these stones from our path. Old Man Shin urged his sons to hasten and remove the obstacles, especially since his eager sons were quite zealous in their endeavors. Feeling a bit embarrassed by their goodwill, Old Man Shin joined in the labor himself. Seeing their father engaged, Shinda, Shin-air, and Shin-san felt compelled to assist as well. Shinda noticed Shin-dada, still beneath the mule cart, where Shin-dada was taking his sister up onto the cart. He stepped closer and instructed, "Keep a vigilant eye on our belongings, should anyone approach. Do not hesitate to raise an alarm." Shin-dada nodded and pulled Shin Xiaoxiao onto the cart. Shin Xiaoxiao was intent on catching a butterfly resting on a wildflower. But as soon as Shin-dada approached, the butterfly fluttered away. "Father wants us to guard our belongings," Shin Xiaoxiao remarked, casting a glance in the direction of the cart where their father, grandfather, and 2 uncles had gone ahead to clear stones. There were also a few unfamiliar figures in the vicinity. Spotting the strangers filled Shin Xiaoxiao with trepidation, prompting her to quickly follow Shin-dada onto the cart. Shin-dada observed their mother leaning against the wheel of the cart and called to awaken her. "Mother, father instructed us to safeguard our belongings. There are some strangers nearby." Upon hearing about the belongings, Feng Lan immediately roused herself. "Oh dear, how did I fall asleep?" she exclaimed, realizing she had dozed off after just a brief moment of sitting. "And we have strangers here." She shifted the stone beneath her and climbed onto the cart, finding it cooler than the ground below. "I don't know, but father told us to keep watch over the belongings. You keep an eye out." "Humph. I suspect you're just reluctant to watch. Your father has asked you to do so," Feng Lan retorted. Shin-dada turned his gaze to the cart, noticing that everyone was asleep, including their grandmother. "Why is everyone asleep?" he inquired. Feng Lan replied, "Your grandmother is elderly and in poor health. She's prone to drowsiness." Feng Lan, too, struggled against sleep, but the importance of their belongings kept her attentive. Meanwhile, the men toiled at moving stones, which seemed endless. Deng Jiao, drenched in sweat, couldn't he help but grumble to a nearby brother, "Which scoundrel brought all these stones here? No wonder this family isn't moving forward. I wouldn't either. It's as if these stones were free, an endless heap." Xian had brought these stones. Earlier he had been allowed to take it easy. Yet this time he had overdone it. With the nearby stones all cleared away, he had ascended the mountain to fetch more. Is he out of his mind? Several were thoroughly exhausted, including the Shin family. Only Shin-san was somewhat lazier, though he too felt the strain. Unable to contain himself, Shin-san asked, "Is there really no other way nearby?" "None at all. It's south just that road through Lion Tiger Ridge," Deng Jiao replied stubbornly. "I have no idea where all these stones came from. It's absurd." Deng Jiao cursed Xian in his heart for being so straightforward, always honest in his dealings. The elder had instructed him to move stones to tire out this family, and Xian had obediently followed half the instructions. Although they had said to leave some stones, he had filled the cart to the brim, and now he was nearly dizzy from looking at the stones. Deng Jiao was utterly fatigued, but the elder had insisted he bring the people to safety. Though exhausted, he dared not cease his movements. He felt like a dog worn out from labor. "Jiao Ge, why don't we take a breather?" suggested a brother who had just tossed aside a stone, yet a multitude remained. "With this stony path, if you dare to slack off, we won't finish before nightfall. Hurry up and move." Deng Jiao lamented, wishing he had asked the elder to summon Xian to help. They were left with a massive mess to clean up. The group toiled with the stones until they completely forgot about the sleeping potion incident. When Dong Jizi returned from inquiring about the route, he found several members of the Shin family, along with some strangers, furiously moving stones by the roadside. Riding up to the mule cart, Dong Jizi noticed most were asleep, save for Fong Lan, who was nearly dozing off, her eyelids fluttering. And who are these people? I'm not certain. They seem to have come to help move the stones. They should be local farmers. I'll ask them. There's another caravan route we can take, slightly wider, though we might encounter returning carts that will require us to yield. I must inform them swiftly, lest they continue to toil. It's too taxing. Fong Lan hurriedly descended from the cart. Stop. There's another route. Let us take that instead, she called out. Upon hearing this, Shin-sen quickly ceased his work, proclaiming, I knew there had to be another way. Old Man Shin glanced apologetically at the men. Since there is another route, we shall take it. Thank you for your assistance with the stones. The expressions of the men shifted instantly, their smiles strained. What route? We've lived here so long. And we've no knowledge of it. The route the caravan takes, Fong Lan replied, it's definitely wider than this path, and we won't have to move stones. The men exchanged glances. Deng Jiao quickly interjected, we cannot take the caravan route. Encountering a caravan could spell trouble. They are not easy to deal with. No one here would dare traverse the caravan path. Who says we can't? I asked the merchants and soldiers, and they all said it's passable. Caravans are not overly particular. Seeing this, Deng Jiao feigned concern, saying, you don't know, years ago, a friend of mine took the caravan route and was injured by stepping back too slowly when a caravan approached. Caravans are frequent these days, and it's easy to encounter one. I'm only looking out for your safety. Old Man Shin asserted, let us take the caravan route. This path is clearly untenable. We appreciate your efforts in moving the stones for us. Instead of laboring here indefinitely, we might as well take a chance on the caravan route. Since the merchants and soldiers have confirmed it's navigable, the caravan will surely be lenient. These men are likely to have inadvertently offended someone. They just need to be cautious. Deng Jiao, seeing that the family was disregarding his warnings, became increasingly agitated, signaling to the elder that the family intended to switch to the caravan route, urging the other brothers to prepare an ambush ahead. Chapter 78. True Mountain Bandits. Upon changing routes, the Shin family found themselves on a path noticeably wider than the previous one, with clear wool tracks visible. This road was quite even, allowing the mule to traverse it at a quicker pace. The Shin family moved swiftly, the mule not lagging behind, having rested well moments prior. The slopes on either side were distant from the road, and only tree stumps remained, evidently cleared by someone. Giddy up! Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves and shouts echoed from behind. The Shin family assumed a caravan was approaching and readied themselves to yield, recalling Dong Jizi's earlier words. However, Shin Air sensed something amiss. Typically, there would only be a couple of riders scouting ahead for the caravan, yet the cacophony suggested a company of over 20 individuals. Shin Air promptly intercepted Old Man Shin. Father, this does not seem like a caravan. Old Man Shin could only discern that riders were approaching. What shall we do? Fong Lan glanced back and spotted several riders, along with a multitude of others behind them. They bore fierce and menacing appearances, clad like bandits. Fong Lan gasped. They appear to be mountain bandits. Upon hearing this, Shin Air too recognized the danger, urgently calling out, they might be bandits. We must flee quickly. Fong Lan hurriedly roused the entire cart of slumbering individuals. In an instant, her anxiety surged, completely dispelling any remnants of drowsiness. The family members, upon hearing of the bandits, were equally alarmed and, upon awakening, were confronted by the terrifying sight behind them. Ultimately, the mule could not outrun a horse, leaving only Dr. Dong to ride. Dr. Dong, you should leave first. The mule is no match for a horse, said Shinlada. Fear not. I have medicine. She held no fear when facing the bandits. Shin Qingmiao gazed at the pursuers and lamented her misfortune, pondering why calamity seemed to follow them. It appeared that while their journey occasionally brought fortune, most of the time they were beset by misfortune, rendering her almost speechless. She felt the medicine powder given to her by Dong Jiji nestled in her bosom and discreetly retrieved the spicy pepper water he had concocted from behind. The mule was swiftly overtaken by the horses, with several bandits crossing in front of them. Were it not for their formidable blades, they could have charged straight through. Shin Lauer contemplated targeting the legs of their horses, but hesitated, fearing repercussions for his family. The leader of the bandits, A one-eyed man with a few menacing scars adorning his face appeared particularly intimidating. "Hand over all your valuables," he commanded, with men on one side and women on the other. Shen Qingmiao scrutinized the encircling figures. If she wished to effectively disperse the powder, it would be a challenge, with her family also at risk. Lu Chanhua discreetly felt the medicine powder hidden in her sleeve, grasping a small amount in her palm. The bandits demanded that their family separate, merely seeking to prevent any resistance from the men. Once the bandits approached, she would promptly cast the powder. She shared some of the medicine powder with her family, signaling them to disperse it at the first sign of danger. Shen Laoda observed the bandits, his wooden stick seemingly inadequate against their swords. Shen Laosan stepped forward, declaring, "Brother, we are but common folk with scant wealth. You would do better to rob the gentry. Those wealthy lords. No matter, if you have no money, then killing you will suffice," the leader chuckled. He had previously mentioned that among them was a person of considerable wealth. Scanning the Shen family, his gaze finally fixed upon the horse-riding Dong Zhizhi. "That woman on the horse, I know you possess silver notes. Hand them over, and I shall spare you." Wealthy individuals often carried silver notes, and it was certain that this woman would not be without them. Dong Zhizhi remained still, and the bandit, recognizing her affluence, seemed to have targeted her purposefully. Just recently, Luo Ying had provided her with silver notes. It was as if the bandit had been sent to eliminate them. Yang Pu, observing the woman's lack of response and her absence of fear, felt a surge of anger. After all, he had ruled over Shihuling for years. Who would dare defy him? "Do you know who I am? This territory belongs to me." Seeing no sign of compliance, Yang Pu lunged forward, swinging his sword at Dong Zhizhi's horse. In a swift motion, she drew her sword, parrying his attack with the blades back. Unprepared, Yang Pu was thrown from his horse. Dong Zhizhi dismounted and pierced his shoulder with her sword. The onlookers, witnessing Yang Pu's injury, immediately brandished their blades, charging toward the Shen family. Shen Laoer swiftly descended from the mule cart to confront the bandits. Fong Lan hurriedly shielded the children, while Lu Chanhua observed the melee unfolding. The adversaries wielded formidable swords, while her family was armed only with wooden sticks, placing them at a significant disadvantage. She leapt from the cart, retrieving an iron pot from their belongings, and swung it toward the nearest assailant's head. Although the initial blow did not incapacitate him, she followed up with a dose of tranquilizer. Some bandits attempted to hack at their mule cart, but Shen Qingmiao swiftly cast the powder toward them. The three children were terrified, crying at the sight of the ferocious bandits with their menacing blades. There was no mercy in their approach as they charged forward. Shen Qingmiao dispersed the powder and began dousing the attackers with her carefully crafted pepper water. Should it reach their eyes, it would certainly incapacitate them. She had packed an ample amount of chili and Sichuan pepper, supplementing it with various ingredients to ensure its potency. The bandits, initially oblivious to her actions, soon felt their eyelids burning. The pain spread across their eyes, faces, and even their hands, prompting uncontrollable tears to flow. Seeing her plan take effect, Shen Qingmiao pushed the nearest assailant away, leaped from the mule cart, and seized a blade from him. With one hand clutching the sword and the other wielding the pepper water, she sought out her next target. Her reflexes, sharpened by drinking the spring water recently, allowed her to deftly evade several attempts to restrain her. Several bandits found themselves splashed with the fiery concoction, resulting in their faces igniting with pain. Lu Chanhua managed to incapacitate numerous attackers. Fong Lan guarded the outermost position of the cart, scattering powder at each approaching figure. When her supply ran out, she leapt down to retrieve a blade, brandishing it to deter the remaining assailants. In total, over 20 bandits were subdued, most clutching their faces in agony. Shen Qingmiao's supply of pepper water was depleted, and the last standing bandit, witnessing his comrades fallen around him, stood there dazed and bewildered, only to be knocked unconscious by Lu Chuanhua's iron pot. Grateful for the sturdiness of their pot, she reflected on how it had once served their family well. Though it had grown a bit rusty over the years, a simple scrub with wood ash restored it to usability, and it had accompanied them on their journey for meals. With only wounds inflicted upon them, none had lost their lives. Shen Laoda bound the remaining bandits, intent on reporting them to the authorities to ensure their imprisonment. Dong Zhizhi sought to ascertain whether these men had been sent by someone, but it was evident that the underlings were entirely unaware, merely following their leader's orders. She directed her gaze toward the most fearsome of the bandits, Yang Pu, demanding, "Were you sent by someone? You were the one who caused the trouble on the road, weren't you?" She and the Shin family did not present themselves as wealthy. It was implausible that these bandits would expend such effort merely to target them. Yang Pu, after years of dominating the mountain, scoffed, "Whoever I set my sights on, I rob." Shin Qingmiao produced a fresh chili pepper from her pocket, breaking it open before Yang Pu's eyes. The chili's juice splattered across his face. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, but she forcefully held his eyelids open, squeezing the juice directly into his eyes. The burning sensation overwhelmed him as tears streamed uncontrollably. Expecting the discomfort to subside soon, he was unprepared for the relentless pain that followed. The other brothers, drenched in chili pepper water, bore flushed faces, their eyes stinging painfully shut. A throng of individuals squirmed like maggots, yet Big Brother Shin tightened the bonds around them with a method akin to tying up a pig, causing the restraints to constrict further with every movement. Yang Pu gasped for breath, the pressure around his neck suffocating him, compounded by the agony etched across his face. "Don't move. What on earth is this?" Shin Qingmiao, with a sudden flash of inspiration, approached Third Brother Shin to speak. Upon grasping her intent, Third Brother Shin's visage contorted in distaste, as though he had just swallowed something foul. "Sister, how can you be so cruel?" Just then, he spied a patch of wild chili peppers atop the hill. Casting a glance at his family, he hurried to the tree on the slope, plucking every last chili pepper and depositing them upon a bed of leaves. "Gather them all, and let the women in the house step aside. Mother, sister-in-law, please avert your eyes." He also glanced at Dong Jizi, who, though puzzled, complied and turned away. Shin Qingmiao instantly pivoted, a smile threatening to break free at the thought of what was to transpire. Big Brother Shin watched as Third Brother Shin seized the peppers and began his mischief. Chapter 79. Let's take a look. The mountain bandits wore expressions of terror, their trousers slipping down. "What do you intend to do?" Third Brother Shin, armed with the wild chilies, tossed one into the trousers of each man, proclaiming a delightful treat. Second brother hastened to bind their legs. Some men, witnessing Third Brother Shin's antics, cried out, "Madman, take that away." The chili peppers. The areas where the peppers had crawled began to swell and itch. Moreover, Third Brother Shin had pulled aside their undergarments to insert the peppers, allowing them to wriggle inside. Some had already begun to itch. This was far more severe than the prior chili water. Yang Pu, incensed, exclaimed, "Are you even human? This is outrageous. Remove the peppers." At that moment, the other members of the Shin family began to comprehend Third Brother Shin's intentions. Fong Lan glanced at the third brother, realizing just how ruthless he was. The bandits writhed as the chilies burrowed within, their discomfort escalating, while the peppers remained inside. One man, overwhelmed by the itching, pleaded, "Help me get the chili out. And I'll tell you what you want to know. You have no right to negotiate with us. Answer first. If you speak the truth, I might consider letting you off." Third Brother Shin stated. The man, unable to endure any longer, confessed, "Someone paid us to kill. They said a young lady possessed a fortune of silver notes, and if we eliminated her, we could claim the wealth." Third Brother Shin turned to Dong Jizi and inquired, "Is it you, Dr. Dong?" Dong Jizi shook her head. "It is not me. What was the purpose of placing stones on the road? It was laborious and unnecessary." "Big brother, he Ding Jiao, you coward. Had I known, I would have let you perish beneath your father's fists." Yang Pu felt the sting of betrayal. Ding Jiao had been nearly beaten to death by his wretched father. Had Yang Pu not slain the man, would Ding Jiao still be alive? Now he dared to betray him. "Big brother, I truly can't take it anymore. You know how well you've treated me, but I have no choice. Just tell them. We know nothing about those people." Ding Jiao, almost at his limit, urged. "If you have more questions, ask quickly. The stones were meant to exhaust your strength, to capture you all at once. Those we seek mentioned that the young lady is surrounded by formidable protectors." Shin Qingmiao held a measure of respect for these men. If they intended to sap one's energy, they could have merely moved a few stones instead of laying them thickly, as if afraid others might deduce the scheme. "Have you mistaken us? None of us here are wealthy. She is merely a doctor. Do I appear to be a young lady to you, surrounded by strong martial artists? The brothers of the Shin family possess less prowess than her. I do not know. They said you would inevitably pass by and told us to wait for you. After several days of watching, you matched the description. Was the path we traversed one typically taken by the townsfolk? No, the townspeople pooled resources to pay our toll. The road you walked leads directly to our stronghold." Yang Pu's eyes narrowed in anger. "Deng Jiao, I will not let this go. You wish to bring these people to our stronghold? I'm sorry, big brother, I truly have no other options." Deng Jiao glanced at third brother Shin. A look of desperation on his face. I've said all I can. Will you please remove the chilies? Third brother Shin shook his head. I am in a foul mood. It cannot be done. Suffer a while longer. You. What shall we do with them? Third brother Shin inquired. Shall we eliminate them or turn them over to the authorities? This is business. If a passerby witnesses a killing, it would be disastrous. Spare us. I can offer you money. Deng Jiao hurriedly insisted. Yes, spare us. I have parents and a 2-year-old child. The Shin family exchanged glances, the words ringing familiar. The man believed his pleas had swayed them, continuing to weep. If I perish, they will surely be victimized. Please spare us. My father is paralyzed, and my mother must care for him, leaving no means for farming. My wife has fled, and I am their only hope. If you don't believe me, visit my home. I truly have the elderly and the young to care for. My home is not far. A glint of cunning flashed in the man's eyes. Shen Qingmiao nodded, nudging Dong Jizi. Then let us go take a look. Chapter 80. The Betrayal. Dong Jizi understood Shen Qingmiao's intent and nodded. You lead the way. If what you say is true, we shall let you go. Yang Pu cast a glance at Ganfei, his eyes smoldering with fury. Ganfei quickly interjected. Could someone please remove the chili peppers? I cannot walk like this. Deng Jiao chimed in. Yes, we cannot walk like this. It wastes time. Third brother Shen looked to Shen Qingmiao. How should we proceed? I certainly won't reach into their trousers to retrieve them. Let them loosen their legs. They can jump. And the peppers will be shaken out, Shen Qingmiao suggested. The chilies nestled within their pockets could not possibly be retrieved by hand. Third brother Shen loosened the ropes binding their legs, allowing them to stand and hop. Several men, their eyes still stinging, could not open them, their hands still bound, rendering them incapable of standing. Could someone fetch some water to wash my eyes? I cannot see. Yes, it burns. I am unsteady. My hands are tied, and my vision is obscured. My legs feel numb. As they stood, some nearly stumbled. If you fancy the chilies, let them crawl about in your pockets. A few men, once their legs were freed, immediately stood up, shaking. Deng Jiao's trousers were bound especially tight, trapping the chilies inside. Brother, could you loosen my pant cuffs? The chilies are stuck. Standing and shaking, at least they could dislodge the peppers from sensitive areas. It was preferable to the alternative. In your dreams. Hurry up and take us to your home. Third brother Shen sensed that Shen Qingmiao undoubtedly had more plans in store. I shall guide you. It is precisely the path we took earlier, leading to my home, which is nestled halfway up the hillside. Ganfei immediately adopted a sycophantic tone. Lead the way. Third brother Shen commanded. Ganfei walked ahead, occasionally stumbling over those still unable to open their eyes. From time to time, he would acquire new bruises and cuts on his face. Ganfei gritted his teeth. Mind your steps. I've injured my face. The others remained silent, their eyes burning fiercely, utterly devoid of the mood to engage in an argument with him. Ordinarily, while chili peppers may sting the eyes, the discomfort should have subsided by now. Yet the pain persisted without any alleviation. Tears streamed uncontrollably from their eyes. Yang Pu glanced over and noticed 2 women and a man following them, while the remainder of the group remained stationary. However, he found himself bound, unable to alert the others for the time being. Nonetheless, capturing these 3 would suffice. The rest could be dealt with subsequently. Deng Jiao stumbled once more, colliding with a rock and drawing blood. Gritting his teeth, he admonished, you all need to walk carefully. Keep your eyes wide open. The few who were still suffering from the chili pepper sting felt utterly voiceless, expressing their inability to open their eyes. Yet those who were untouched by the pepper refused to believe them. Ganfei felt a tinge of relief from having been knocked unconscious. The potency of the chili water indeed seemed formidable. The expressions of those around him suggested they were not merely putting on a show, as their eyes were visibly red and swollen. The area on Ganfei's legs, where the chili pepper had crawled, still itched, and his calves began to tingle, distinctly feeling the pepper's presence. Leading the way, Ganfei stumbled as he guided the Shen family over the rocky path. Upon ascending a small hillside, he was suddenly knocked down from behind and rolled back down. Who is playing tricks on me with this nonsense? The individual who had initially caused the fall remained silent, standing at the back, concealed from the view of those in front. He did not confess, and no one would speak up against him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Pu declared, Ganfei, you must lead them to your home. You better have thought this through. With no other option, he reasoned that without his family, they would starve. Boss, you should understand my predicament. Shin Qingmiao was perplexed as to why the mountain bandits were so fond of theatrics, having acted out an entire performance thus far. She urged, "Let us move quickly." Ganfei stood up and led the group towards the woods, stating, "We are almost there. My parents are home." The group exerted considerable effort to reach the halfway point of the hillside. Ganfei gazed at the thick forest ahead, the ground littered with fallen leaves. "My home is just ahead. If you stand on the stone, you will catch a glimpse of my house." As Ganfei walked forward, Shin Laosan attempted to follow but was halted by Shin Qingmiao. "Shouldn't you take a look first, to avoid accusations of deception?" Shin Laosan approached the front but saw nothing but trees surrounding them, with no sign of a house. "Stand on the stone, and you will see my home halfway up the hill," Ganfei insisted. "It seems you are intent on having me climb up. Why don't you go up instead?" Shin Laosan pulled Ganfei over, forcing him to ascend the stone, and the others, bound together, had no choice but to follow. Ganfei nodded and climbed halfway, but the others struggled to ascend, nearly toppling those in front multiple times. "My home is right there," Ganfei said, lifting his chin. Stepping down from the stone, he announced, "We are almost there, let us go." Shin Laosan circled around the stone, unable to discern anything unusual, questioning why Ganfei wanted him to climb. Ganfei discreetly quickened his pace, prompting Shin Laosan to think he was attempting to flee. He hurried to catch up, with Shin Qingmiao following suit. Dong Jizi trailed behind, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, Shin Laosan's foot stepped into a trap. "Help!" he exclaimed, as Shin Qingmiao swiftly grabbed him from behind. Ganfei kicked aside the leaves, revealing a hidden large knife. He crouched down, urging, "Stay still. I will cut the ropes first." Using the blade, he severed the bindings, immediately freeing his pant legs from the chili pepper. He proceeded to untie Yang Pu and Ding Jiao. All the ropes were cut. Yet, several individuals still could not open their stinging eyes. With their eyes closed, they hastily removed the chili pepper. Yang Pu seized a bow and arrow, aiming it at Shin Laosan's back and letting it fly. At that moment, Dong Jizi and Shin Qingmiao had just pulled Shin Laosan up, and the arrow narrowly missed the sole of his shoe. Shin Laosan scrambled to hide behind a tree. Yang Pu chuckled, "You cannot escape. Someone has paid 3,000 taels for your lives." Initially told there were only a few, he was astonished to find a whole family instead. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Killing 1 or 10 made no difference, merely resulting in more blood on the blade. Deng Jiao hurriedly blew a whistle, alerting the other ambushers. Dong Jizi believed they had made a grave mistake. "You have not even targeted the right people, yet you seek 3,000 taels. She swiftly threw a bamboo basket of snakes, which slithered out eagerly. These snakes had been starved for quite some time and were now ravenous. Yang Pu, accustomed to the sight of venomous snakes in the mountains, swiftly severed one with his knife, blood splattering forth. Dong Jizi nudged Shin Qingmiao, instructing her to toss the medicinal powder she had given her, and without hesitation, Shin Qingmiao hurled a packet into the fray. Yang Pu, having dispatched several venomous snakes, instinctively slashed at the airborne substance. The powder exploded, coating everyone in its residue. Before long, the individuals began to brawl amongst themselves. Shin Qingmiao inquired, "What just happened?" The powder merely induced drowsiness, but the snake's blood she had thrown mixed with it caused hallucinations. Now everyone was experiencing illusions. Shin Qingmiao watched in horror as the cobras began to bite people. She asked, "Do you carry venomous snakes with you?" She had assumed the bamboo basket contained something harmless, never considering it held snakes. Certain concoctions require components from venomous snakes, and these are ones I have nurtured for quite some time. Dong Jizi explained as she moved to capture the surviving snakes, placing them back into the bamboo basket. "I have fed these snakes herbal remedies since they were young. Their blood contains many herbal elements." Shin Qingmiao felt a shiver of fear and instinctively distanced herself from Dong Jizi, having harbored a lifelong fear of snakes, especially with so many residing in that basket. The bitten individuals were doomed. "These snakes are lethal. One bite can be fatal," Dong Jizi stated. "Their venom is potent, which is precisely why I sought out a nest of such snakes." Dong Jizi pulled the unconscious Yang Pu out, administering a few slaps and offering him some sustenance until he slowly opened his eyes. "Where is your mountain stronghold?" she inquired. Yang Pu remained silent, his legs numb and his body feeling weak. He glanced at his leg, noticing the marks left by snake bites. "Didn't I kill all the snakes?" He recalled having slain several large ones. He was certain he had not been bitten. "Look on the ground. You have slain your own kin," Dong Jizi pointed out. Yang Pu gasped in shock. "They are all dead, bitten by the snakes." I fed you some herbs to keep you alive for a while. Tell me where the stronghold is. You vile woman. Yang Pu recognized the poisonous snakes, recalling that their lair had once been near their village, resulting in several fatalities. The venomous snakes had been sent by this woman, explaining why he had been warned about their difficulty in dealing with her, hence the need for preparation. Yang Pu cast a glance at the prone figure of Deng Jiao, whose lips had assumed a ghastly shade of grayish-purple. Noticing the serpent he had slain lying on the ground, he promptly crawled over, retrieved one of its gallbladders, and consumed it raw. Xin Qingmiao watched in distress. Such a practice could be perilous. Yang Pu felt a tingling sensation on his tongue, the bitterness overwhelming his palate. The gallbladder was reputed to counteract snake venom. Dong Jizi thought Yang Pu was both foolish and dim-witted. The gallbladder could hardly neutralize snake poison, and consuming it raw would only exacerbate his suffering. Before long, footsteps were heard, and Xin Laosan yanked Yang Pu before him, brandishing a knife at his throat. Chapter 81. The Stronghold. A band of men wielding large knives, clad in garb identical to Yang Pu's, emerged clearly. They were of the same ilk. Fang Fei, witnessing his leader being held captive and his comrades lying injured on the ground, felt a surge of rage. How dare they lay hands on their stronghold's people? He vowed to rend them limb from limb. Xin Laosan, clutching Yang Pu, declared, "Your leader is in my grasp. Where is your bravado now? If you wish for your leader and comrades to live, prepare 3 fine horses and hand over 3,000 taels." His younger sister had urged him to follow suit, clearly intending to extort these mountain bandits for silver. He had overheard that these bandits had accepted 3,000 taels from someone to spare their lives. A pipe dream. Fang Fei would never part with such riches. Do you not wish to see your leader survive? Xin Laosan pressed the knife closer, drawing a trickle of blood from Yang Pu's neck. Do as I say, for we. In this stronghold, respect only strength. If your leader cannot escape my clutches, he is no leader at all. Naturally, someone else will ascend. He secretly hoped Yang Pu would perish at his hands. Yang Pu was taken aback by Fang Fei's words. Do not forget. I was the one who brought you into the stronghold and sheltered you. He shouted. I know, but for the betterment of the stronghold, your capture signifies your inadequacy, leader. This is the rule you established. Strength speaks volumes, Fang Fei retorted. The onlookers exchanged glances, sensing Fang Fei's callousness. Fang Fei, we have been with the leader for so long. He is in peril now, we must rescue him. Another exclaimed. Indeed, the leader has treated us well. We agreed that after this haul, we would part ways. Fang Fei's words seemed to betray his ambition for leadership. After this venture, the stronghold would disband, and Fang Fei had been the first to voice opposition to it. Now, with the leader captured, his intentions to rise were clear. Fang Fei shook his head. It is not that I refuse to save him. But your leader is in their hands, demanding horses and 3,000 taels. Does Mo Lao Er's son not require funds for his illness? Mo Lao Er fell silent upon hearing this. Fang Fei addressed Xin Laosan. Forget about the 3,000 taels. Surround them and eliminate them. They are but 3 men. Thinking they can use Yang Pu's life to threaten us, such delusions. Xin Laosan pulled Yang Pu back several paces. Xin Qingmiao, devoid of any means of defense, felt particularly tense, as her martial skills were only rudimentary. Dong Jizi edged closer to Xin Qingmiao, the 3 of them huddling together. Yang Pu felt a wave of nausea. Clutching his stomach and curling up, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. A throng of mountain bandits encircled them, and Dong Jizi ignited the explosives she carried, tossing them towards the surrounding foes before quickly pulling the others down to the ground. The explosion sent the assailants flying, a cloud of black smoke enveloping the air. Do not inhale. Dong Jizi cautioned the 2. She had infused the explosives with toxic powder. Inhalation was forbidden. Fang Fei was blasted into a tree but managed to retreat quickly, suffering no injuries. He stood, gripping his knife, uncertain if the woman still possessed more explosives. They had some in their stronghold, but none had been brought on this outing, and most were duds. He watched Dong Jizi warily. The surrounding bandits began to rise, but in the next moment, their vision blurred and they collapsed. Fang Fei, noticing the black mist, swiftly covered his mouth and nose, attempting to hold his breath. Those caught unaware fell unconscious. Fang Fei felt slightly dizzy yet managed to stay upright. Xin Laosan, covering his nose, kicked Fang Fei to the ground. Burn them all. There's a pit where we can dispose of them. Xin Qingmiao pointed to a pit where Xin Laosan had nearly fallen moments ago. Clearing the leaves and branches revealed wooden spikes within. A person falling in would be impaled. Shen Laosen intended to toss Fang Fei in. I can lead you to the stronghold, but you must spare my life. I know the location of the stronghold and the 3,000 taels. I can provide you with horses once I become the leader, Fang Fei implored. Chapter 82, The Silver Note. Shen Laosen silently sidestepped him, tossing the others into the pit. They are surely dead, Shen Laosen remarked. The ones at the bottom are undoubtedly finished. Dong Jizi ignited a firecracker and hurled it into the pit. This will suffice. Lead the way. There are still guards at the stronghold. I will tell them you rescued me. There will be no conflict with the village, Fang Fei assured. Shen Qingmiao felt uneasy, suspecting you would betray them and lead them into a trap. She shook her head, deeming it unnecessary. If he could betray his leader, he could easily do the same to strangers. If Yang Pu is dead, I am the strongest in the village. I will be the new leader. I can take you to retrieve the 3,000 taels, Fang Fei asserted, confident that with enough leverage no one would refuse. Are the 3,000 taels hidden within your stronghold or outside? Shen Qingmiao inquired. If they are within the stronghold, we risk nothing in retrieving them. If outside, Yang Pu hid valuable items in a cellar not far from here. He entrusted me with all that was valuable, he replied. There is not only 3,000 taels, but other treasures we seized as well. I have stored them there. In truth, that place is merely one of Yang Pu's many hiding spots on this mountain. Little sister, I find this man untrustworthy. We should kill him and leave quickly. Shen Laosen suggested. What if he deceives us and sets us up? Fang Fei quickly countered, trust me, I seek only to survive. There are many elderly and children in the stronghold who need support. With Yang Pu gone, you can take some of the wealth. And what remains will suffice for their livelihood. I have no reason to risk harming you. Let us each take a step back. Fang Fei spoke the truth. Those who had come were the strongest from the stronghold. The rest were merely elderly, children, and a few women. Should he summon reinforcements to eliminate them, the entire stronghold could face annihilation. Dong Jizi suggested, I still have plenty of explosives. I can follow him to see. If he deceives us, we will simply kill him. I can surely lead you both to safety. Though a portion of her explosives were duds, 8 out of 10 were potent. She had amassed a considerable stock of these, ready to test their maximum power. Shen Qingmiao nodded, let us retrieve the 3,000 taels and depart. We need not horses, mules may be slower, but they can carry more. Their diet is varied and they can graze along the way. Moreover, families possessing horses unmistakably exude affluence. Although Shen Laosen yearned to depart swiftly, he found himself obliged to follow suit as his younger sister insisted on this course of action. Despite a slight dizziness clouding Fang Fei's mind, he maintained a brisk pace. Shen Laosen scavenged a garment from the fallen individual on the ground, binding Fang Fei securely and leading him from behind. The bonds were remarkably tight, with minimal distance preserved. Should the man attempt to flee, Shen Laosen would be able to pursue him without delay. Fang Fei deliberately circumvented several traps set for capturing mountain creatures, with the trio trailing behind and mirroring his evasive maneuvers. As Fang Fei hastened his steps, they reached a grand ancient tree halfway up the mountain, where Yang Pu had excavated a cellar nearby. He guided the 3 individuals along the winding mountain path until they arrived at the venerable tree, reputed to be over a millennium old. Fang Fei approached a slightly smaller tree beside it, beneath which lay the entrance to the cellar. Shen Laosen advanced, clearing away the withered branches and leaves to reveal a wooden plank beneath. Noticing this, he scooped up some earth and quickly unearthed the hidden treasure. He pushed aside the dirt covering the plank, exposing a dark, gaping hole. Yang Pu's 3,000 taels, along with various other items, lay within. Fang Fei implored, take these items and let me go. I promise I shall not trouble you again upon my return to the stronghold. Winter Jasmine, however, glanced at the entrance and kicked him down into the abyss. Hearing the thud of his fall, she nonchalantly declared, allow me to descend first and investigate. She leapt into the cellar, retrieving a fire starter to provide scant illumination. As she stepped past Fang Fei, the flickering light illuminated a treasure trove, large chests filled with silver ingots, smaller boxes brimming with banknotes, and an array of golden ornaments. Have the mountain bandits amassed such wealth? Fang Fei lamented, the locals possess considerable riches, naturally leading to substantial collections. Did we not agree to spare you? Winter Jasmine retorted, bemusement lacing her words. Who among us made such a promise? She seized a box of banknotes and carried it away, deeming it the most valuable to take. Observing her intentions, Feng Fei hastily implored, "Rescue me. Do you not wish to uncover who seeks to harm you?" The remoteness of their location and his exclusive knowledge of the site meant that if abandoned, he would perish from starvation unnoticed. Winter Jasmine disregarded his pleas, only then noticing protruding stones that could serve as footholds for her ascent. Surely, they had misidentified him as Luoying. The map had been provided by her. The 3,000 taels were likely intended for her demise, but fate had intervened. She returned to remove some fabric, binding the box to herself before skillfully climbing back up. Shin Qingmiao greeted her ascent with a query, "What lies below? Is it all valuable?" "Indeed, but far too much to carry. This box of banknotes is manageable," she replied wistfully. "What a pity," Shin Qingmiao mused. Her spatial abilities could accommodate a vast quantity. Had she been alone, she could have easily stored it all. However, the presence of Xin Lao San and Winter Jasmine rendered her cautious. "Might I rest for a moment? My legs have grown weary," Shin Qingmiao said, gently massaging her limbs. Winter Jasmine took the box from her, offering assistance. Shin Qingmiao leaned against the ancient tree as Winter Jasmine tended to her legs, allowing her to close her eyes and focus on sensing the treasures buried beneath. She furrowed her brow, exerting effort, while Winter Jasmine mistakenly believed her discomfort stemmed from pressure. Softening her grip, she continued. Success! Shin Qingmiao felt the presence of the items below, and without hesitation, she directly transferred them into her spatial realm. Upon opening her eyes, a spark of realization ignited within her. Henceforth, she could pilfer treasures undetected. "Ah, that is much better, thank you. Shall we return?" she inquired. "What shall we do with the one left behind?" Shin Laosan asked. "Leave him. He will go unnoticed and soon perish from hunger," Shin Qingmiao replied. Winter Jasmine nodded, confident in her poison's efficacy, asserting that he would not survive long. Shin Laosan replaced the wooden plank and covered it with earth, placing a stone atop it and camouflaging it with leaves. Unbeknownst to them, a cellar lay concealed beneath. The trio returned to reunite with the remaining members of the Shin family. As Feng Fei opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm, enveloped in mist, surrounded by fields and streams, suggesting the presence of habitation. Chapter 83. There are people in the space. Lu Chunhua, consumed with concern, felt an immense relief upon seeing the three return safely. "You truly are something. Did you let that band of mountain bandits go?" she inquired anxiously, having previously wished to prevent her daughter from accompanying them. Uncertain whether the words spoken were truthful or deceptive, she felt it was plausible that they had been deliberately misled. Yet, her daughter and Dr. Dong were resolute in their decision to go. Xin Lao San, ever the opportunist, insisted on joining as well. As they ventured forth, Lu Chunhua's eyelids fluttered with unease, her anxiety mounting. "We did not release them. Let us depart swiftly," Shen Qingmiao urged. Upon reaching Luyi City, they could embark on a vessel to Jiang'an, avoiding the arduous journey of land travel to purchase property. Shin Qingmiao handed the box Xin Lao San had unfastened to Winter Jasmine, as she had exerted the most effort. Unsure to whom it rightfully belonged, she had also clandestinely loaded items from the cellar into the box, ensuring it was far from empty. "Half for you, half for me," Winter Jasmine proposed. "The box shall remain at your residence, as I cannot claim it for myself." Given her substantial contributions, she felt entitled to the lion's share. The Shin family's mule cart was laden with goods, making concealment of the box easier. Her horse was already burdened. Adding more weight would risk it refusing to move. "Very well," Shin Qingmiao acquiesced. She perceived that Dr. Dong truly did not covet wealth. Were she in his position, she might have begrudged sharing. Perhaps she possessed a stingy disposition. Had she been affluent, sharing with others would have been disheartening. As the Shin family traversed the merchant route, they encountered a lengthy caravan. Yielding to the side, they passed by. Shin Laosan observed a familiar face among the group, a sense of recognition gnawing at him. "Had we only inquired with the townsfolk beforehand, we could have avoided a myriad of troubles," he lamented, guiding the mule cart back onto the path. The official road was smooth, and the Shin family rode in their donkey cart, navigating the mountainous terrain. The goods transported by the previous group bore the emblem of willow leaves. Were they from Luyi City? Shin Laodai mused. "This is the trade route leading to Luyi City, and the willow emblem inevitably evokes thoughts of the town," he replied. "There is someone among them who feels oddly familiar. I feel as though I have encountered them before," Shin Laosan admitted, unable to contain his curiosity. Perhaps you have indeed crossed paths, Xin Qingmiao suggested. In novels, it is a common trope. If one feels familiarity, they have likely met before. It is an unchanging law of storytelling, leading to a cascade of ensuing events. Indeed, I have seen him. That individual had a wanted poster displayed at the North City Yamen, with a bounty of 300 taels. Declared Xinlar, the North City boasts a charming demeanor, typically adorned with wanted notices for petty thieves, offering bounties ranging from a few hundred won to a couple of silver taels. The 300 taels posted is the highest amount, which compelled him to take a glance. What crime did that person commit to warrant such a reward? Inquired Shinlazan. It seems he was involved in the abduction of children, with dozens from several households reported missing, including some newborns, Shinlar recollected. Upon noticing it was a case of child abduction, his anger surged instantly. Lar, you mustn't speak so recklessly. What if the person merely resembles the one in the poster? Such allegations could unjustly tarnish someone's reputation, cautioned Lu Chunhua. The illustrations on the notices can often bear little resemblance to the actual individuals. Many of the depictions of petty criminals are grotesque and monstrous. Besides, the crime of child abduction is severe. If someone with such a high bounty were to be casually encountered, they would have been apprehended long ago. So why wait for them to cross our path? Shinlar scratched the back of his head, admitting that the resemblance was striking. However, he had not clearly seen whether that man's face bore any scars. The poster depicted a cut on the right cheek. Yet, there are countless individuals in the world who bear similar features, making it impossible to definitively identify him as the person sought. Additionally, with so many individuals in the merchant caravan, it is plausible that some have traveled extensively, perhaps even to North City. The North City's trading houses and escort services attract people from all directions. If the individual were indeed the wanted one, it is unlikely that he would be recognized by Shinlar. Dismissing the matter from his mind, Shinlar continued along the trade route, where the landscape gradually opened up. The trees on the opposite mountain became increasingly distinct, and the number of trees lining the road multiplied as they approached Liuye City, bordered by water on both sides, facilitating prosperous waterways. The Shin family sought a relatively treeless area to rest for the night. As darkness fell, the cicadas began their chorus from all directions. Shin Dada expressed his desire to catch cicada monkeys, which are particularly delicious when fried. Fong Lan forbade him from going, and unable to persuade her, he turned to Lu Chunhua for assistance. I will take you to catch them. Eldest brother, prepare some food for tonight. I knew you were the best. Shin Dada exclaimed with joy. But we can only catch them for a little while. After dinner, it's off to bed. Lu Chunhua stipulated. All right, Shin Dada nodded enthusiastically. Lu Chunhua crafted 2 simple torches for the 3 children and fashioned a grass cage from the dogtail grass on the ground, instructing them to use it to catch the cicada monkeys, reminding them to be cautious not to ignite the surrounding dry branches. Where there are many trees, there are also abundant fallen branches and leaves, making it easy to start a fire. Shin Dada grasped the torch and immediately headed toward the nearest tree. Shin Jiao followed suit, clutching a torch alongside him, while Shin Xiaoxiao took hold of the grass cage. You must stay within my sight, do not wander too far. Lu Chunhua cautioned anxiously. Understood. The children were quite accustomed to catching cicada monkeys. Shin Dada illuminated the tree trunk with his torch, anticipating that the cicada monkeys would soon be drawn to the light, at which point he would seize them. He handed the captured monkeys over to Shin Xiaoxiao to place in the cage, and Shin Jiao followed suit with equal dexterity. The trio moved with remarkable proficiency. Though Shin Xiaoxiao found herself somewhat fatigued, running around to collect the cicada monkeys, Lu Chunhua stood nearby, vigilant of their surroundings, occasionally reminding them to watch their footing and be wary of snakes. Fong Lan, concerned for the children, quickly prepared a pot of sweet potato porridge, boiling chunks of sweet potato mixed with buckwheat flour. While the appearance was unappealing, the taste was surprisingly palatable. Aware of her culinary limitations, Fong Lan opted for this method whenever it was her turn to cook, ensuring the flavor remained acceptable. Summoning everyone to dine, the family finished their meal in no time, except for Xin Qingmiao, who found the coarse buckwheat flour a bit scratchy in her throat. It dawned on Fong Lan that she had forgotten to prepare a portion for her sister-in-law, who was accustomed to white rice and flour, separate from theirs. Having dined together for too long, she had inadvertently overlooked it. Shall I make something fresh for you, Qingmiao? Lu Chunhua offered tenderly. Concerned for the young girl who had only ever eaten white rice and flour since birth, surely unaccustomed to this fare. It's fine, I can manage, Qingmiao replied. finding the taste not too far off, with a hint of sweetness from the sweet potatoes and fragrance from the buckwheat, albeit it did catch in her throat. Dong Jizi was also not fond of this dish, but as she was dining with the Shen family, she refrained from voicing her discontent, hastily finishing her portion. After quenching her throat with some water, Shen Qingmiao retired for the night. The moment she closed her eyes, she slipped into the space, startling its inhabitants. Chapter 84. The Family in Tow. Shen Qingmiao was taken aback. This individual must have been inadvertently brought in when she gathered her items. She had left without inspecting what else was in the space. Seeing the person beside the spiritual spring, Fang Fei hurriedly inquired, "Where am I? What is this place?" Shen Qingmiao, uncertain how to respond, noticed that he had likely already ingested her spiritual spring water. Otherwise, as Dr. Dong had mentioned, he would have succumbed to the poison long ago, as the spring water has detoxifying properties. Shen Qingmiao picked up the hoe she had previously used for farming in the space and aimed it at Fang Fei. She could not allow anyone to discover her secret about the space, especially not someone with a propensity for betrayal. Seeing her murderous intent, Fang Fei quickly pleaded, "Please spare me, I truly will not commit any more wrongdoings." Although the poison in his system had not relapsed, he was uncertain when it might return. Faced with Shen Qingmiao wielding a hoe, he found it difficult to assert his chances of survival. Shen Qingmiao glanced at the small bamboo house nearby and commanded, "You go in there." Should Fang Fei manage to enter, she would swiftly dispose of him to prevent him from witnessing the contents of her space. Fang Fei scrambled towards the bamboo house, but as he prepared to step inside, he was suddenly flung back. Confused, he attempted again, only to meet the same fate, leaving him bewildered. Despite the emptiness before him, an invisible barrier repelled him. Realizing this, Shen Qingmiao understood that the space had recognized its master, evidently. Only the owner could enter the bamboo house. She had been able to access it upon entering the space, and now, looking at Fang Fei, she warned, "Do you not know where this is?" "I do not," Fang Fei hastily shook his head. Had he known, he would not have remained here. He could not find his way out. Attempting to venture into the white mist, he found himself engulfed in a blinding fog. A chilling sensation crept over him, as if something were watching him from the shadows, prompting him to retreat in haste. Thirsty, he drank from the spiritual spring water, but dared not touch the crops, fearing they might be poisoned or that the owner would return displeased. Shen Qingmiao recalled tales of the children's rumors in the capital and mischievously declared, "This is the Valley of Villains. You have committed too many wrongdoings and have been sent here to toil the land for eternity." "Valley of Villains?" Fang Fei asked, perplexed. "Is that not a fabrication from storybooks?" Shen Qingmiao retorted with a cold smile, "Believe it or not, the Valley of Villains houses only wrongdoers, not just you. Laboring in the fields is considered the lightest of punishments. If your efforts do not satisfy the adults, you may very well find yourself fed to the snakes in the snake pit." With that, Shen Qingmiao exited the space, leaving Fang Fei in a state of sheer terror. Collapsing to the ground, the figure before him had vanished in an instant, and he was certain he had not imagined it. After the person vanished into thin air, the hoe was left behind at the same spot. He crawled over, touched the hoe, and felt a lingering warmth. He released a sigh of relief. It was merely a human and not a ghost. Standing up with the hoe in hand, he gazed around at the abundant crops and wondered if he had indeed stumbled upon the infamous Valley of Villains described in the tales. Uncertainty clouded his mind, but the words of the one who had just spoken, coupled with the sudden disappearance, instilled a sense of dread within him. "Quickly harvest the ripe crops. The farming tools are beside the house," shouted Shen Qingmiao, observing the surroundings. Since this individual could not enter the bamboo hut, Shen Qingmiao directly moved the farming tools outside. Fang Fei was startled, glancing around to find no one else in sight. He hurriedly grabbed a sickle and began to cut down the mature soybeans and grains. The crops were haphazardly intermingled, and some were not even in the same growing season, yet they had all ripened simultaneously. "Stack the harvested crops neatly. If you delay, you will only have 2 ears of corn to eat," Shen Qingmiao instructed. Once the corn matured, each ear would yield hundreds of seeds. After planting these, she had not kept track of time, and now they had all aged, suitable only for grinding into cornmeal. Of course, they could be boiled and eaten directly, albeit with a chance of being a bit tough. Nevertheless, anything she could eat was a blessing. "You need not concern yourself with the medicinal field," she added. Fang Fei, unsure of how to respond, could only shout back, "I understand." He promptly resumed harvesting the grains. Before becoming a mountain bandit, He had farmed for several years and knew how to plant, harvest, and save seeds. As he cut, he kept a watchful eye. Suspecting that the man might be hiding nearby, Feng Fei began to believe that this truly might be the Valley of Villains. Such a wondrous place he had never heard of, yet it closely resembled the descriptions in the tales. It felt akin to the protagonist encountering fortuitous opportunities. Perhaps he was just unlucky enough to be singled out. But that didn't seem right. Such encounters were typically reserved for protagonists alone. However, the man had mentioned that he was not the only one present. That could not be mere fortune. It was likely a punishment. With this thought, Feng Fei felt even more compelled to work diligently. He began to harvest with utmost care, stacking the crops neatly and separating the ears of corn, reserving the best for planting. After completing this task, he turned to chop down the sugarcane, having never cultivated it and unsure of how to proceed. Xin Qingmiao, observing the individual busily toiling away, felt a sense of relief and allowed herself to rest. As long as he did not disturb the medicinal field, anything he sowed would yield food. The medicinal field was overrun with weeds, but some medicinal herbs bore a striking resemblance to the weeds. She did not dare to touch the unfamiliar plants herself, thus forbidding him from doing so. Although her telepathic harvesting was swift, it drained her energy excessively. The prospect of inadvertently colliding with someone and having to expel them frightened her, as it could lead to unforeseen complications. If the narrative truly turned against her, who knew what trouble it might bring to her family? The thought of directly eliminating someone in the space still sent shivers down her spine, especially since she had no one to assist her. For now, having this person laboring in the space might buy her some time. Once she established herself, she would figure out how to deal with him. On the following day, Lu Chunhua prepared a pot of wild vegetable dumpling soup. She specifically used white flour, and the aroma wafting from it was delightful. She served Xin Qingmiao a generous bowl of dumplings, with the dumplings significantly outnumbering the broth. Noticing her daughter's preference for white flour dishes, she was determined to cater to her tastes, having sufficient white flour at home. She ladled out 2 bowls, giving the remaining bowl to Dong Jizi. Then, she added some buckwheat flour to the leftover dumpling soup, changing its color from white. However, the Shin family, accustomed to such fare, found it quite enjoyable despite having consumed many delicacies along their journey. Xin Qingmiao truly relished the white rice and flour, finding it far more fragrant than the ones she had purchased in the modern world, and it was all freshly harvested. After 6 days, the Shin family spotted the plaque of Lu Yiqing from a distance. However, they also noticed an increasing number of families traveling with their belongings. Upon inquiry, they learned that the Huigu people had swiftly captured several cities in just a few days. Many officials had already fled with their wives and children, leaving the common folk uninformed. Those who made it this far were either early birds who had heard the news and decided to escape, or fortunate travelers who had not encountered any threats along the way. In this moment, the state of the common folk appeared normal, each carrying provisions and money. Yet, in due time, those who had failed to flee from other regions would face dire consequences. Indeed, there are always astute individuals among the masses. Very few dared to heed the warning and escape with their families. By noon, Old Man Shin engaged in casual conversation with a middle-aged man. I reside in the town. My son works as a carpenter in a wealthy family's home and accidentally overheard the master's conversation. That is how we learned of this matter. The master later provided severance pay and household registration documents for the servants, confirming the truth of the situation. We hastily left the town, initially intending to go to the capital. However, we encountered a blind fortune teller along the way, who warned us of impending bloodshed should we continue to the capital. The middle-aged man paused while sipping his porridge. We then decided to head towards Jiang'an instead, and along the way, we befriended some brothers who traveled together with us to this place. With a larger group, we could support each other, sharing our rations while having our own provisions. You are also heading to Jiang'an, I presume? My son knows someone in charge at the dock. You could board the ship with us, the middle-aged man suggested. Most who had made it here were indeed bound for Jiang'an, with only a few who had opted not to continue along the way. Old Man Shin nodded, pleased. That sounds wonderful. The man beside him, still enjoying his porridge, heard Old Man Shin boast again and considered stepping in to silence him. However, fearing to embarrass him, he ultimately remained silent. He barely knew anyone in charge. He had merely exchanged a few words. His brother worked at the dock carrying heavy loads, and with a bit of silver, he could ask someone to speak to the person in charge. There was no guarantee that their family of 3 would even secure passage. Old Man Shin was truly exaggerating. Old Man Shin, however, took no offense, acknowledging that they had just met. The brother was merely being polite. If he were invited to join, he would feel embarrassed. One of the others at the table could no longer hold back and said, "Don't listen to his bluster. There's hardly a truth in his words." "You're the one blustering, Song Lar," Guanfeng retorted, displeased. "I've spoken nothing but the truth," he protested, feeling wronged by this accusation. "We're from the same town, I know you well enough," Song Lar asserted. The villagers had long ceased conversing with him, leading him to latch onto anyone he encountered along the way, exhausting the patience of travelers. After finishing his words, Song Lar departed. Guanfeng, filled with ire, had never seen eye to eye with him since childhood. He shot a glance at Old Man Shin and retreated to his resting place, choosing not to engage with him further. Lu Chunhua snatched the wooden bowl from Old Man Shin's hands, exclaiming, "You finished eating ages ago. Holding onto an empty bowl will only dry it out." She casually rinsed it in the river and cleaned it up. The 3 children soon joined a few other youngsters in play. For the first time in a long while, they encountered peers of their own age. Shin Dada and several boys were by the riverbank, collecting stones and engaging in water play. Shin Xiaoxiao conversed with Shin Jiao and other little girls, sharing amusing tales. One girl produced her homemade shuttlecock, proclaiming, "This was crafted by my mother from feathers. Let's play together." The other girls, undeterred by the shed feathers, eagerly joined in the spirited game of shuttlecock kicking. A few enthusiastic women attempted to engage the local ladies in conversation. Xue Jiao, however, was uninterested in chatting and instead ran over to watch the children play. Fong Lan, animated in her storytelling, particularly resonated with the shared plight of fleeing famine. As the conversation flowed, she skillfully sidestepped sensitive topics, recounting their long journey from distant lands and the myriad dangers they had encountered along the way. The women listened, captivated. And as Fong Lan finished her tale, they immediately began to shower her with praises. "That is my son." One woman pointed to her son, who was seated on a stone, engrossed in a book. "He is diligent in his studies, reading throughout our journey. The private tutor says my son will undoubtedly achieve greatness, which is why I've devoted my family's resources to support his education. Just look at how industrious he is." Another woman chimed in, "My child is exceptional too. He can forge metal, strong as an ox. Passers-by regard him with respect, and no one in our village dares to bully us." The women began to compete in boasting about whose child was superior. Fong Lan felt it inappropriate to interject, as her child was still quite young. So she quietly returned to her mother-in-law's side. She mused that although they too claimed to be fleeing famine, they appeared blissfully unaware of true hardship. And she longed to hear more about the dangers faced on the road. Yet, it seemed she was the only one willing to share tales of their journey. "Just look at their attire. It's evident they are better off than us," observed Lu Chunhua, noting the clothing of the group. Though they were mere chance acquaintances on the road, their garments suggested they had some means and had not suffered hunger during their travels. They appeared somewhat weary yet retained a spirited demeanor, likely the local populace who had heard whispers of impending change. Fong Lan glanced at her once new clothing, now faded from washing, and realized it paled in comparison to that of the others. Shin Laoda, left without conversation, resumed carving a few wooden blocks from his belongings. His family engaged in lively discussions with the locals, particularly Shin Laoda, who was deep in conversation with a burly man. Their laughter often interrupted Shin Laoda's work. Shin Qingmiao, however, found no one approaching her for conversation and moved beside Dong Jizi, who was preparing several jars of herbal mixtures. "What are you concocting this time?" she inquired. "A remedy for dispelling cold and dampness. Since you wish to travel by boat, the humidity on board is considerable, and I want to ensure my young apprentice remains healthy," Dong Jizi replied. "By the way, what do you typically feed the snake in that bamboo cage?" Shin Qingmiao asked with curiosity. "Snakes generally consume mice, but I haven't seen any since we arrived. Previously, I fed it pork, but now it's gone hungry enough to resort to cannibalism," Dong Jizi remarked as she sealed the prepared herbal powder. "What business do you intend to pursue in Jiangnan?" she inquired. "I'll decide once I arrive and assess the market," Shin Qingmiao replied, her aspirations numerous yet contingent on the situation. "You can accompany me to study medicine. I can teach you my skills." Chapter 86. Entering the city. Shin Qingmiao's family chose to follow this group into the city. However, they found a considerable queue forming outside the city gates, and they joined the end of the line. Why are there still so many people? Shin Qingmiao exclaimed, glancing at the seemingly endless line ahead. Didn't someone just say to wait a moment? Now, look at this crowd. How long will we be waiting? She felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her at the sight of so many waiting to enter Liuya City. Song Lar stepped out of the line, a package in his pocket, returning with a cheerful demeanor. Quickly, pull the children along. We're going into the city. Guanfeng watched as he moved ahead, bemused by the sheer number of people still waiting. He rolled his eyes, suspecting bribes were involved, and lamented the lack of integrity in their haste to enter. Guanfeng's son observed the line, noticing frequent instances of people cutting ahead. A commotion erupted further down, drawing the attention of the guards who intervened. The line, having waited for what felt like an eternity, remained stagnant. Shin Qingmiao, unable to contain her frustration, turned to Shin Lao-san, saying, "Brother, you should slip some silver to get us in sooner." New arrivals continued to join the queue behind them, reminiscent of the chaotic scenes she'd witnessed at a subway station during holidays. Shin Lao-san surveyed the line, realizing that waiting indefinitely was not a viable option. The children were sweating profusely under the scorching sun, a discomfort that was even more pronounced for the little ones. Shin Qingmiao pressed 10 taels of silver into Shin Lao-san's hand. The sooner they entered the city, the sooner they could find lodgings in Jiangnan. Shin Lao-san rushed to the front of the line, only to be halted by a guard. After a brief exchange, the guard permitted him to advance. Moments later, Shin Lao-san returned dejectedly, saying, "It's no good, they want 20 taels." Outrageous. Shin Qingmiao fished out another 10 taels. Shin Lao-san felt 20 taels was excessive and suggested, "Why don't we just wait in line? We'll get in eventually." Entering the city was inevitable. Paying 20 taels merely expedited the process. After having waited this long, it seemed futile to rush now. Look at how slowly they're processing everyone. The guards are meticulously checking every household registration, and it takes them ages to let anyone through. Shin Qingmiao observed that the ones who had bribed their way in were the only ones moving through quickly. Fine. Shin Lao-san acquiesced, taking the silver back to the soldier and handing it over. He waved to Shin Qingmiao, who called out, "Father, mother, let's go. Secure the mule cart. Be careful in this crowd. We don't want any accidents." Guanfeng watched as Shin Lao passed by, remarking, "So your family is bribing your way in too?" In the end, that money just goes to the guards. He wore a condescending expression. Shin Lao couldn't help but retort, "It seems you lack the means to enter early. We prefer to get in first. Indeed, we haven't taken any of your rice. Your concerns are unwarranted," Feng Lan added, displeased. Though she felt the sting of parting with silver, she believed outsiders had no right to judge her family. Guan Yan quickly grasped his father's arm, urging, "Father, please refrain from speaking carelessly." He found his father's words distasteful. Guanfeng shook off his son's grip, insisting, "What nonsense have I spoken? Clearly, everyone is waiting in line, yet some are slipping in with bribes, disrupting the order." The line continued to stagnate, an outcome he attributed to the actions of those who paid to cut ahead. "Their actions undermine my interests. We should have entered sooner," Guanfeng concluded, feeling justified in his grievance. It was evident that they ought to queue properly and enter the city in an orderly fashion. Yet, with the wealthy bribing their way in, those without resources were left to wonder how long they would remain waiting outside. The gathering crowd only promised more complications ahead. "Indeed, uncle, I concur with your sentiments. One ought to queue properly. Currently, we find ourselves unable to enter the city, merely basking in the sun here," a young man remarked from the front of the line. Upon hearing someone echo his thoughts, Guanfeng's spirits lifted immediately. My young brother, you clearly possess discernment. You two are heading to the south, are you not? How fortuitous it is that we are together. If you are traveling by boat, you may accompany us. My son knows the person in charge and can facilitate your passage. Is that true?" The young man raised an eyebrow, evidently skeptical. Guanfeng continued, "Absolutely. My son is well-versed and has acquaintances across various realms. Such trivial matters are of no concern." Guan Yan wished fervently to cover his father's mouth. His father was once again spinning fanciful tales. "My father speaks nonsense," he interjected hastily, pulling Guanfeng back. "Mother, keep an eye on father. Do not let him prattle on." Throughout their journey, his father's loose tongue had caused untold trouble, yet Guanfeng would inevitably continue his ramblings. Observing the young man's suppressed laughter, Guanfeng felt a tinge of embarrassment. He turned sharply to Guan Yan, scolding, "You've grown quite bold, haven't you, to admonish your father? This is a disgrace to our family." After all the effort I expended raising you, you refuse to assist a brother we meet on the road. Are you even human? The young man, witnessing Guan Feng's indignation, turned away, stifling his amusement. Guan Yen let out a resigned sigh. Father, truly, please cease the theatrics. He had been exceedingly kind to his family, surrendering his entire wages and even losing the girl he fancied due to his father's meddling. Despite harboring resentment, he did not forget his father. He had to compensate for his father's misdeeds, depleting their family's savings to quell the situation. Otherwise, his father would have long been imprisoned. Guan Feng, fuming, exclaimed, "Look at this performance, He Lu Jun. Just see how well you've raised your son." He Liu Jun's ire flared, and she retorted, "Guan Feng, you possess neither skill nor wealth. You have not a single copper coin to your name. These years, I have relied on my embroidery to raise Nianer. You, with your incessant blabber, have created a multitude of messes, and it has always fallen upon us to clean up your messes. Now you dare to blame me? Their wealth allows them into the city. What concern is it of yours? If you continue your foolishness, I shall tear your tongue out. Dear lady, how can you treat your husband thus? It is utterly unbecoming," an elderly woman interjected from the crowd. Others were merely spectators to the unfolding drama. When one marries a rooster, one must crow. When one marries a dog, one must bark. How can you, as a wife, raise your voice at your husband? He Lu Jun regarded the unfamiliar old woman, whose kin were evidently nearby. Dear matron, you misunderstand. This is merely our playful banter as husband and wife. He enjoys my scolding. Just as Guan Feng was about to speak, He Lu Jun pinched his waist, causing him to frown, suppressing the urge to curse. See? My husband relishes this. Good matron. At your age, perhaps it is best to refrain from meddling in our domestic affairs. She emphasized her point with conviction. The old woman, appearing robust despite her age, seemed to be in her twilight years, while her daughter-in-law was frail and emaciated, looking older than the elder. Initially, He Lu Jun mistook the old woman for the daughter-in-law, only realizing her true role upon hearing the term mother-in-law. The daughter-in-law appeared to have endured much hardship, her appearance a testament to her struggles. The men in the family were all stout, save for the old matron. The women, in stark contrast, were timid and thin, bearing the weight of oppression from the men. The old woman, now visibly displeased, remarked, "I am fortunate to have lived long. I simply cannot abide by those who do not uphold their marital duties."